On the bustling, crowded street, somewhere in the small alley of the neighborhood, the figure of a young boy darted past. Shushu chased after Hilly, shouting, "Stop right there, give me back my stuff." Hilly, jumping over crates, retorted, "What a strange old lady. The store owner sold it to me, so why is it yours?" she yelled loudly. "I ordered that item months ago." Hilly quickly escaped and yelled, "You should complain to the store owner about that. You look tired already. Go home, old lady." Hearing that, Shushu wearily replied, "Hey, wait a minute." Squeezing through the wooden door, she gasped, "Just a little out of breath, is not tired yet." After that, Shushu successfully cornered Hilly. She firmly held the boy's shoulders. "Got you." Shushu growled, "You can't run anymore. Give it back quickly." Before she could finish speaking, Hilly managed to slip out of her grasp. The boy immediately performed a spectacular somersault, to Shushu's astonishment. Witnessing the scene, Shushu silently exclaimed, "What the heck, is that kid even human?" Seeing that, Hilly taunted her, "Your skills are not good enough to catch me, old lady. Give up quickly, and go home." Shushu trembled, thinking, What is happening? What do I do? I missed it. Is there any way? In a flash, she had an idea. Shushu rummaged through her bag. "That is right, I have that." Holding a ball in her hand, she secretly gloated. "A different kind of monster hunting ball from a comic book that I found interesting." Shushu thought to herself, "Though I have not tested it on a person, could it possibly kill them?" Then she threw the ball with all her might towards Hilly. "You can't escape, you damn brat." Seeing the ball flying towards him, Hilly was surprised. "What is that old lady gonna do with that ball?" Then he raised his voice, taunting Shushu, "What can this thing even stop?" Before Hilly could finish his words, the ball exploded. After exploding, Hilly was sucked inside the ball. The ball containing Hilly rolled straight to Shushu's feet. Shushu taunted Hilly, "The one who needs to give up seems to be you." Meanwhile, the boy struggled to escape from the strange ball. "What is this weird thing? Can you pull me out, old lady?" She happily replied, "Give me back the sword, and I will pull you out." Hearing that, Hilly angrily shouted, "Do you know who I am? If you do not want to be dragged away for disrespect, pull me out immediately." Shushu chuckled lightly, her voice mocking, "I do not know what noble you are, but should not you get out of there first? If you do not return that sword, then stay in there for the rest of your life." Hearing that, Hilly just silently frowned, looking at Shushu. Finally, he handed the sword back to her. "This is the Dar's sword." Holding the sword in her hand, Shushu was visibly excited. "Finally back in my hands. It is so light." She gently asked Hilly, "Oh right, I will pay for the sword." "How much is it?" Hilly irritably replied. "Forget it. That damn ball." Shushu was secretly delighted. "I am so lucky. Saved money," Hilly continued, his voice sharp. "In return, never show your face in front of me again. I won't let it go." As he left the alley, the boy grumbled resentfully, "Are there really adults like that in the world?" Seeing that, Shushu secretly worried, he really won't take the money. Or did I accidentally get involved with a high-ranking noble? Pulling down her veil, she reassured herself, "Oh well, this appearance is not real anyway." Shushu took off her cloak. "Luckily, I wore a magic cloak." Sharena West, 13 years old, second child of Baron West's family. Then she took a notebook out of her bag. "Oh my, time to check. The quill automatically wrote on the page, "To-do list for the escape matchmaker role, plan, collect dwarf sword." She sighed with relief, almost ruined the plan because of that kid. Suddenly, someone called her name, Shu. Haroon called out loudly, "Shushu, where did you go?" Seeing that, she thought to herself, "Did I waste too much time?" Then Shushu left the alley and called her brother, "Haroon, I am here." Then she asked herself, "All right, let us head out for the next objective, shall we?" At Ogren Academy, Haroon reminded his sister, "You should tell me where you are going." "We almost missed the entrance ceremony," Shushu immediately replied. "We are not late, right?" His did not even say anything, "So why are you like this?" Haroon grumbled, "Do you know how worried I am about you?" His sister immediately apologized. Yes, I am sorry, okay." Hearing that, Haroon sighed. Look at how she talks now. She was so cute when she was little, was not she? Hess, Haroon West, 15 years old, eldest son of the West family. His happily replied, "Shushu is cute now too. Hestia Plowwood, 13 years old, daughter of Count Plowwood, Shushu's best friend." Haroon hesitantly asked his sister, "Well, okay, but Shushu, could you smile at me a little like you did when you were tiny?" Shushu immediately replied, her voice sarcastic, "No. You pee your pants wet like when you were 7, and then I will smile." Pointing towards the man, he continued, "Ah, the manager is coming. That person will tell you about the entrance ceremony and how to live at school, so just follow them." Haroon ran off, saying to Shushu and Hess, "See you two later. Congratulations on your enrollment." Shushu subtly urged, "Yes, Scram," the manager said to the two. "So it is Miss Sharena and Miss Hestia. Please follow me." The manager immediately guided Shushu and Hess. First, I will talk about the entrance ceremony. Dormitories will be assigned after the entrance ceremony. As for class times, he's whispered, Shushu, now that you mention it, what major did you choose? The girl immediately replied, swordsmanship. Hearing that, his face showed surprise. Huh. He's anxiously advised her friend, boys do not like that. You won't be able to keep yourself safe, Shushu shrugged. Boys or girls, when they die, only a corpse remains. Why bother with such things? Shushu asserted, other people's opinions do not matter. I have to do what I like. Hearing that, Hez could not help but worry about her friend. He's lowered her voice, advising Shushu. You are saying things I do not understand again. Still, you should come to the same major as me. If we are in different majors, we won't have classes together in the afternoon. At this moment, Shushu focused on the large dragon statue in the fountain. The girl silently admired it, the black dragon, symbol of the academy. The fountain is quite grand. Shushu thought to herself, now I truly feel that I am attending a rich academy. Indeed, you need money to understand. The girl suddenly remembered, I heard that the teachers are all the best too. Perfectly suited for my goals. Shushu murmured, if I just live quietly like this, I will avoid the dark future I once saw. Then both of them returned to the auditorium. The principal announced to the students, from now the entrance ceremony will begin. Dear new students, welcome to our Agran Academy. He's whispered, Shushu, did not those with excellent grades have to sit in the front row? The girl replied listlessly, I did not want to reveal myself so soon, so I gave up my spot. Shushu slumped down in her seat. But hey, we should probably sit somewhere even more out of the way. It is too visible here, I can't sleep. This time the principal's steady voice rang out. The representative of the new students will come up to say a few words. The principal called out loudly, Highly Ord Lanes, please come forward. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, where have I heard that name before? Looking towards the stage, Shushu immediately remembered. Ah, that is the Crown Prince's name. I heard rumors he would be enrolling this time. So it is true. As soon as she saw Hilly, the girl's face immediately changed. Shushu wondered, why is that? That kid there. An announcement echoed through the academy's grand hall. New students who have been assigned dormitories, please move. If you need help, please ask the manager. Inside the hall, students whispered excitedly. Oh my goodness, the new student representative is the Crown Prince. What? What is this? I heard the new male students enrolling this time are amazing. It seems it is true. I heard the Marquise's son is also enrolling, right? The female students are absolutely thrilled. A male student asked his friend, oh, hey, do you know who she is? Looking towards Hess, the male student complimented. She is really pretty, is not she? The other male student immediately replied. The girl with pink hair next to her. Is she frowning? Yes, she is like an angel. Absolutely gorgeous. The two male students whispered to each other. Their voices excited. She made eye contact with me. What do I do? No, it is me. Look at me, this guy. He's gently asked her. Shushu, what is wrong with your face? Are you worried about something? Shushu replied concisely. Nothing. Shushu looked downcast. That kid said he would not let it go if we met again, and he is the Crown Prince. And we are even in the same swordsmanship major. Is my life over already? She pondered. Furthermore, Shushu muttered to herself. That kid's name? It sounds strangely off-putting, somehow unpleasant. His immediately asked her. Huh, what did you say? Shushu immediately replied, nothing. Then Shushu immediately changed the subject. Anyway, we are here, are not we? My room is at the end of this hallway. Which way is your room? He's continued, her voice sad. I thought you were unhappy because we are in different rooms and won't see each other often. So it was not that. Only I am sad. Hearing that, Shushu awkwardly reassured her friend. We have classes together in the morning, so it is not like we won't see each other at all. What is wrong with you? As soon as she finished speaking, his immediately turned away, her voice sulky. All right, fine. Have fun playing with the boys in the swordsmanship major. I will make lots of new friends too. Hearing that, Shushu lowered her voice to comfort her. Hey, my only best friend is you know that? I will come visit often. Okay, are you still sulking, Hez darling? His replied sadly, I know. But even if the boys in the swordsmanship major confess to you, you absolutely must not forget me, okay? I am really worried. Seeing that, Shushu wearily thought, let us see if that'll happen. Maybe it will be the opposite. Shushu said loudly, come on, let us go pack quickly. You know where your room is, right? Hearing that, Hez replied dejectedly, I know. See you later. As she turned away, the girl thought to herself, anyway, acting spoiled a bit. After that, Shushu went to her dormitory room alone. Stopping in front of the door, Shushu thought to herself, it seems to be here. She suddenly remembered. That is right. There is a nameplate. Shushu murmured, let us see, my roommate is Hazel Minimize, 3rd year. The girl told herself. I hope it is someone compatible. Shushu politely knocked on the door and entered. Excuse me. A voice asked her. Are you Sharena West? Hazel, relaxing on the bed, replied. Hello, I am Hazel, Hazel Minimize, 3rd year, head of the makeup committee. Shushu politely greeted her. Hello, senior. I hope you will help me. Hazel looked intently at her hand and replied, Sorry, I have had this room to myself until now. Suddenly I heard I would have a roommate and a new student at that, so I am a bit unhappy. Hearing that, Shushu felt a little tense. Is she difficult? This will probably be exhausting. Then Hazel happily said, But you are polite, and exactly my type too. Let us live together harmoniously, Sharena. She immediately replied, Ah, yes. Hazel shook her shoulder. What is wrong? Why are you standing there like a tree? Relax, my dear, relax. Seeing that, Shu thought to herself, she is more open than her appearance suggests. Luckily. Yes. Hazel asked again. Oh, right, Sharena. What is your major? Shushu replied concisely. Swordsmanship, madam. The senior asked her again. What, swordsmanship? Shushu immediately repeated. Swordsmanship, madam. At this, Hazel could not help but be surprised. What? The swordsmanship major, where you swing swords around? Why did you join that? The girl immediately replied. Yes, the swordsmanship major is correct, madam. Because I want to become a knight. At this point, Hazel's voice showed a hint of worry. You really want to? Becoming a knight might make it hard to get married. Shushu calmly replied. Even if I get married, my life won't be guaranteed. I need a stable income for a pension, so I do not have to worry when I am old. Hearing that, Hazel was visibly excited. It seems you are incredibly independent, are not you? So cool. I really like you. Let us become close friends, she stammered in reply. Thank you, senior. For a moment, Shushu pondered about the previous incident. She recalled, when I said I wanted to become a knight, people's reactions were of 2 types. The other male students taunted her. A woman, a knight, while her best friend has complained. Shushu, you always say things that make no sense. In contrast, Senior Hazel's reaction was completely different. That is great, so cool. It turns out you are really an independent person. Shushu told herself. Their reactions are not incomprehensible. Hazel suggested to her, Sharena, let me help you arrange your luggage. Hearing that, Shushu immediately replied, Thank you, senior. In this world, it was still rare for women to have jobs. They expected us to marry aimlessly. Shushu gazed thoughtfully at the campus through the window pane. If I had not dreamt that dream. Shushu, sleeping, suddenly entered another dimension. She thought to herself, this feeling? Shushu remembered, though it has been a long time, I recognized it immediately. She told herself, it is the dream that showed me my past life. Before her was a young woman sitting and reading a book on a chair. Shushu recounted, the dream began when I was 5 years old. Through this dream, I realized that in my past life, my name was Han Yan. The girl further explained, and the world now is the world from the novel I read in my past life. Shushu frowned and continued, well, it was fine until then. The problem is, if the character Sharena follows the original plot, her life ends. She recalled, let us go, madam. The family went bankrupt, she was sold off like a slave. It was absolutely horrific. Shushu continued, actually, although one of the reasons for Sharena's misfortune was Hestia, we have been close since childhood, so I can't abandon her. She told herself, what I can do is prepare to be financially independent first. Shushu went to the woman's side. Occasionally, I also read the book that Yan read in this dream, to grasp the original content and avoid as many variables as possible. She gazed intently at the novel. Let us see, what is the content this time? I hope it helps a little. In the new plot, Shushu saw his struggling. Let me go, Hilly shouted loudly. Where are you going? Hilly held her hand tightly and yelled, I have not finished speaking. I only have you. Don't drive me crazy. He's cried and begged Hilly, please, your highness, do not be like this, Hilly. Reading this, Shushu could not hide her confusion. She immediately screamed and sat bolt upright, making Hazel jump. Seeing that, Hazel asked her, are you okay? You must have had a nightmare because you changed your sleeping place. Shushu awkwardly replied, yes, it seems so. Shushu trembled, saying, I really had an unpleasant dream, did not I? She thought to herself, her voice annoyed. Oh my god, now I know. I know why I felt so uncomfortable hearing the crown prince's name. The teacher's lecture slowly began. Although in this era, dragons are considered imaginary animals. The teacher continued. But in our kingdom of Oro, they are an extremely important existence, as you all surely know. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. Especially according to the founding myth, the first emperor defeated dragons, coming as a dragon-slaying hero. The teacher kept talking, therefore, the symbol of our academy. While Shushu absently thought to herself, oh no. Shushu recalled the dream she just had. I have not finished speaking. She did not expect Hailey to be such an obsessive lunatic. Hilly's voice echoed in her head. In return, never show your face in front of me again. I won't let it go. Shushu trembled, thinking, furthermore, even avoiding his sight is not enough. I made a terrible first impression. She bowed her head and sighed. Past self, why on earth did you do that? Why? Seeing that, Hes whispered, Shushu, what are you worried about? Shushu immediately replied, it is nothing. I just did not sleep well. Hearing that, Hes hesitantly replied, At dismissal, Shushu stuck close behind Hes, her eyes watchful. During recess, Shushu hid in the bushes, keeping an eye on Hes as she chatted with friends. And during lunch, the girl sat dazedly beside Hes. Noticing this, Hes asked, Shushu, you are really strange. Are you avoiding someone? As soon as she finished speaking, Shushu hastily replied, avoiding. Avoiding what? Why would I avoid anyone? She continued to ask, then why do you keep looking around and sometimes even hide? Shushu replied vaguely, who is hiding? I find the academy buildings so magical, I just keep looking at them. Hearing that, Hes lowered her voice. So you are exploring the school, Shushu stammered in reply. Sometimes I do silly things. I know. He's then reminded her best friend, next time if you're worried about something you have to tell me the truth, okay? Shushu replied concisely, okay. Saying that, Shushu secretly lamented, I want to tell you everything too, but it is all your fault, so how can I tell you? The novel I transmigrated into is titled Hestia's Boys. As the title suggests, Hestia is the main character of the romance novel, while Shirena appears as the female lead's best friend. Although Shirena is a supporting character, she receives attention from many boys. The problem is, that approach is not romantic at all. The men's objective in approaching Shushu is only one, to use Shushu as a bridge to connect Hes with themselves. Shushu stared intently at her best friend, thinking, of course, being used like that is entirely the fault of those garbage men. She frowned. But if I had not been friends with the popular girl from the beginning, maybe none of this would have happened. Seeing her friend staring at her, Hes asked, is there something on my face? Shushu awkwardly replied, oh, no, I am just looking. Shushu asserted, anyway, I will absolutely not follow the original plot. The girl imagined herself as a crow on the Magpie Bridge between Hilly and Hes. Shushu told herself, I won't waste my life as a matchmaker. He's whispered, her voice full of regret, lunchtime is over already. Shushu told her, I have to change for sword practice, so I will go ahead. Hearing that, Hes loudly reminded her, if the boys from the swordsmanship major ask you to play, do not forget me. Okay, I will be waiting for you, Shushu immediately replied. That won't happen. In the girls' changing room, Shushu reached up to her locker to get her uniform. The girl thought to herself, but there is a big problem. Shushu silently speculated, no matter how much I avoid him, I am in the same swordsmanship major as Hilly, so we will probably see each other every day. She secretly worried. Although I was disguised the first time we met, if that kid is sharp, he might figure it out immediately. Shushu then complained, I wish I had turned into someone else then, not my adult appearance. The girl asked herself, is there any way to avoid him? Suddenly, she saw a scarf on the table, at the swordsmanship training ground. All the students looked at Shushu with confused expressions as soon as they saw her. Shushu walked out with her face covered by a scarf and a wooden sword. Good. Covering my face with a scarf should prevent me from being recognized for now. On the contrary, she stood out immensely in the crowd. She immediately looked around. Let us see. Looking to the side, Shushu immediately recognized Hilly. Hailey is over there. Thankfully, that kid likes to be alone and does not pay attention to his surroundings. She told herself. Good. So now I just need to avoid a one-on-one situation. And then maybe I won't be. The subject teacher suddenly spoke up. Students, everyone form 2 lines. The one-on-one preliminary rounds will begin now. At this, Shushu could not help but be surprised. The teacher continued. Since it is the first class, we are doing preliminary rounds to understand each of your abilities, so please do your best. Seeing everyone lining up, Shushu secretly worried. She thought to herself. That kid is moving too, and we are close in line, so we will run into each other immediately. Shushu's face showed clear anxiety. No, I do not want to. I do not want to meet him. I do not want to see that kid again. Recalling the plot, she further explained, because the original plot was a melodramatic trope, there were almost no normal male lead candidates. Among them, the one at the top of my most to avoid list is Shushu asserted that Crown Prince Hilly, who has a crazy obsession. To seduce Hes, he approached Shushu and made her fall in love with him. A sick person who refused to resolve misunderstandings, revealing his true nature and constantly playing dirty tricks on Shushu. She remembered her tragic end in the original plot. Shushu trembled, thinking, he is still young, so he has not gone crazy yet. He will definitely snap at some point. she told herself. If I want to live a peaceful life, I have to avoid him at all costs. Then she ran to the teacher. Excuse me, sir. The teacher happily replied, oh, you must be Shirena, the only female student in our department, right? Nice to meet you. Shushu politely said, ah, yes, you too, sir. But, sir, my skills are not enough for sparring yet. She asked the teacher, can I practice basic skills by myself in the back for now? The young teacher pondered for a moment. He lowered his voice, Shirena. She immediately replied, yes. The teacher reminded her, listen carefully. You must not abandon the battle. Shushu politely replied, yes, yes, sir. The young teacher asserted to her, I know you are scared to spar with boys who've been learning swordsmanship since childhood, but you have come all this way with passion for swordsmanship. Have not you be brave? Seeing that, Shushu trembled, thinking, oh no, sir, that is not it at all. The teacher continued to persuade her, even as a girl you have chosen this path. I respect and always support you challenging yourself. Look at that dazzling sun. This is what a true teacher is like. Therefore, to make you a true knight, I cannot let you avoid this challenge. The teacher winked at Shushu. In return, I will give you a small helping hand. She hesitantly asked, a helping hand? Then the teacher called out loudly, Hilly, could you come here for a moment? Shushu jumped. Huh. She cautiously thought, no, wait. Shushu secretly sighed. It is not supposed to be like this. The teacher called him. Hilly, please come here for a moment. Seeing that, Hilly asked, what is it? The young teacher said cheerfully, as your personal instructor. May I ask you a small favor? He immediately replied. Are you going to ask me to do something troublesome again? The teacher's voice held a hint of threat. If you accept my request, I won't report your laziness during the previous sword practice to His Majesty, will I? Hilly stammered. No, that was not laziness. It is just. The teacher cornered him. It is just what? Hilly stammered. It is, After she began dreaming about her past life, the governess asked the princesses. What are your dreams, princesses? A child's voice replied, I want to raise unicorns and marry a prince. I will plant beautiful flowers, regardless of others' opinions. Shushu frankly answered, I will become a civil servant. My goal has always been firm. My goal is to become a civil servant, stable in old age. Method, become a royal knight. They receive the most pension. So I studied hard. Every night, I did not forget to hypnotize myself, start my own business, own a building. Long live civil servants. I can do it. Come on. Every day, I exercised to improve my physical strength, practice basic sword techniques, and focused on self-management without any negligence. Shushu secretly pleaded with the teacher. Teacher, please stop. All my efforts for years will be in vain because of you. Who knows, I might have to live the rest of my life in a dungeon for offending the royal family. Hilly glanced at her. So, you want me to teach that girl swordsmanship until she can spar, right? Shushu secretly hoped. No, you do not have to teach her. The teacher immediately replied. Yes, that is right. In return, I promise I definitely won't report you. Hilly reluctantly agreed. All right, do that. Then he walked over to Shushu. Hey, scarf. Hilly ordered her, from now on, you will practice with me, understand? Then the teacher told the whole class. All right, everyone, sparring will begin now. The first student in each line step forward. The other students were performing their sparring matches. Hilly told Shushu, let us go over there. Follow me. At a secluded corner, Hilly lowered his voice. All right, it is quiet here. He called softly, hey, by the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Shushu immediately looked at him with wary eyes. Hilly asked her, why are you wearing a scarf? He asked bluntly, did you cause some trouble? Seeing her shake her head, Hilly lowered his voice. Then take it off. Seeing Shushu remain silent, he immediately got angry. Hilly shouted loudly, not answering, do you want to infuriate me? Answer quickly and take off that scarf. Hearing that, Shushu clenched the scarf tightly. I won't take it off. Absolutely not, I can't let your kid know my face. He then sighed. Seriously, why did the teacher assign this kid to me? I wonder. Seeing that, Shushu secretly supported Hilly. That is right, you hate it too. Do not you? Quickly tell him to stop this. Hilly asked exasperately. Hey, if you are going to be like this, why did you even apply to the swordsmanship department? If you do not study properly like that, then what exactly? He leaned close to Shushu. You. Could it be? Hilly glared at her with murderous eyes. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but feel uneasy. Why is he suddenly staring like that, like he wants to devour me? Did he notice something? Hilly lowered his voice. How annoying. He gloated, you are interested in me too, are not you? Hearing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Hilly ran a hand through his hair and spoke. Did you join the swordsmanship department just to see me? Oh, women, this cursed charm. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself. What nonsense is he spouting now? Shushu silently exclaimed. I am so speechless that even my heart, which was shrinking from tension, relaxed. It is not like that, at all. Hailey immediately denied. Don't deny it. No wonder you kept peeking at me. He pointed at Shushu. That strange scarf. You intentionally used it to look pitiful, did not you? Hearing that, the girl wondered. What are you talking about? Who uses this to cover their face to look pitiful? Then Hailey snatched the wooden sword from Shushu's hand. You dare to hold a sword for that reason, give it here. He angrily shouted, since it is the first day I will let it slide. Get out of the swordsmanship department immediately, Shushu immediately explained. I said no. What exactly are you misunderstanding? Hailey immediately yelled at her. Seriously, it is disgusting. Get out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shushu's face showed clear anger. Hailey complained. He is just wasting my time out of nowhere. Shushu said sternly. Who is the crown prince to arbitrarily conclude my thoughts? Hearing her voice, Hailey immediately stopped. He said mockingly, look at that, quite thick-skinned, are not you? If not for that, why would a woman come here? Shushu immediately retorted. But it is definitely not because of someone who fantasizes that every girl in the world likes them. Noticing this, Hailey asked, so what is the reason? Shushu replied concisely, money. Hearing that, he could not help but be surprised. What? Shushu continued, her voice excited, glory and wealth are my goals. She asserted, therefore, I must become a knight, a rank and a manor, plus guaranteed salary and pension. Praise that name, a beautiful name indeed. Money is king after all. Shushu looked back at him, so do not misunderstand. I do not care about the crown prince, even 1%. Hearing that, Hailey immediately felt annoyed. That is good, actually. For some reason, it is an eyesore. Shushu snatched the wooden sword. All right now, give me back the wooden sword, Hailey immediately replied. Fine, I will give it back, but that reason is not very pure, is it? She casually replied. Isn't everyone living in this world like that? Seeing that, Hailey froze. He thought to himself, what is this, that smirk? I think I have seen it somewhere before. Hey, you? Hailey asked her, have you met me before? Your voice sounds familiar. Seeing that, Shushu jumped. I was too agitated, so I spoke in my real voice. Shushu changed the subject. How could that be? Seeing that, Hailey suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. He remembered the woman that day. If you do not want to return the sword, then live in there forever. Hailey still remembered the bitter feeling of being inside the ball. He immediately lunged at Shushu. Take off that scarf for a moment. I need to confirm something. As soon as he finished speaking, Hailey immediately pulled off the scarf. He frowned. Indeed. Hailey growled. That old lady is you. Shushu stammered. You? What are you saying? I am not. Hailey angrily shouted, the old lady who stole the dwarf sword a few days ago. You used disguise magic, did not you? Hearing that, Shushu immediately denied. Why would I do that? You must be mistaken. I do not understand anything at all. Hailey pressed his face close to hers and yelled, do you think I have forgotten that hateful voice and these unlucky crimson eyes? Hearing that, Shushu only replied vaguely, huh? Suddenly, she changed the subject. This class is almost over. Then it is dinner, right? Hearing that, Hailey snapped. What are you suddenly talking about? Don't change the subject. Shushu spoke continuously. The school food is delicious, so I am really looking forward to it. Therefore, I will go ahead to help the ladies in charge of serving food with their hats. Seeing her tiptoe away, Hailey asked again, his voice sharp. Why do you have to do that? Don't play silly games. Come here now. Shushu continued to change the subject. What did you say, Your Highness? I can't hear you clearly. Don't stand still. I told you to come here, and you are moving backward. Hearing that, Shushu retorted, why does the crown prince keep clinging to such an insignificant matter? Hailey immediately froze. What? He chased after Shushu, shouting, this girl is really... You? Do you want to be scolded for offending the royal family, careless? Seeing that, Shushu scoffed. Careless, stop thinking out loud, for heaven's sake. Hailey yelled at her, hey, do you think you can win against me by running? Seeing that, she suddenly remembered, that is right, the crown prince's motor skills are outstanding. If so, there is only one way. Shushu activated the magic under her shoes, unleashing divine speed magic. As soon as she finished speaking, Shushu immediately left Hailey far behind. Seeing her running away, the teacher asked, Sharena, where are you going during class? Shushu stammered. I need to use the restroom urgently, sir. Seeing that, the male students in the same department teased her. Sparring with the handsome crown prince, you got too nervous and needed to go to the bathroom. His Highness Hailey is very popular, lucky you. Immediately, Hailey appeared behind them and shouted, say that again to my face. Hailey thought irritably. Just wait, that orange head. He's gently asked. Shushu, You are going back to your room already. The girl continued, let us play a little longer and digest dinner at the same time. Shushu immediately replied, perhaps the swordsmanship class was a bit too intense. I feel tired, so I want to sleep early. Seeing that, his comforted her. See, that is why I told you not to insist on joining the swordsmanship department. You silly, I understand. You should rest. She stammered in reply. Uh-huh. As she left, Hes said, see you tomorrow morning. Shushu immediately replied, okay. Then Shushu thought to herself, sorry, Hes. Because of the crown prince, I can't leisurely hang out outside right now. You really are the popular girl, you have so many friends. Stepping into the dormitory door, Shushu told herself, but this is a big problem. I can't keep avoiding him until graduation. She walked up the stairs with heavy steps. As soon as she arrived, Shushu quickly entered her room. She immediately collapsed onto the soft bed. Shushu wondered, what will I do starting tomorrow? The bag on the table suddenly made a sound. Hearing the strange noise, Shushu immediately sat up. As she rummaged through her bag, she thought, it is the sound of the sound transmission device. Is it a call from home? Shushu took out a stone. Found it. Hello, the stone replied. Miss Shuni. The stone continued. Miss Shunivalin, hello, Miss. Shushu immediately grumbled. Kalp, I told you I would contact you from my end. As soon as she finished speaking, the stone apologized. I am sorry. About the restoration of the magical image transmission device. She asked again, is something wrong? The stone immediately replied, ah, no, it is just the client urging me. Can it be done by tomorrow? Shushu immediately said, I have a schedule too. The stone further explained, they said they would pay an extra 5 gold coins. Hearing that, Shushu immediately accepted, her voice excited. Once it is fixed, I will send it via the messenger immediately. The stone replied, as expected of Miss Shunivalin. Then I will leave it all to you. She asserted, all right, trust me. Ending the conversation, Shushu thought to herself, indeed, having a side job was the right decision. Although I decided to become a civil servant for financial independence, with just a salary and pension, it is not enough to take care of family matters. So I chose another job. Shunivalin. The master sorceress in the shadows, specializing in repairing magical props of the underworld. Shushu told herself, I have to use the name Shunivalin to hide my identity, right? That is the name of some kind of cookie. What kind was it? She silently marveled. Miraculously, the magic system here is similar to the programming I learned in my past life, which helps a lot. Shushu smiled triumphantly. My past self. Commendable. Thanks to that, I am known for having good skills, and I have a lot of work. She happily retrieved the item that needed repair. 5 gold coins is a big bonus. Have to fix it quickly. Where is it? Shushu told herself, might as well fix my own sound transmission device a bit while I am at it. It seems a bit scratchy when I use it now. She took the item out of her bag. Here it is. Shushu decided to fix the item. All right, fix. Suddenly, a voice called, Shoo, shoo. She quickly put the item back in her bag and said loudly, Sis Hazel, you are back. Hazel happily replied, The senior kindly asked her, you are back so soon. How was your first day of school? Shoo awkwardly replied, it was fun. Very fun. Hazel continued to ask, how was the swordsmanship class? Was it interesting? Hearing that, Shoo secretly sighed. I ran away, so I do not know. Then she answered vaguely, well, it was okay. Hazel said loudly, by the way, the crown prince is also in the swordsmanship department. You must have met him, right? Did you meet him up close? Hearing that, Shushu frowned. She said she welcomed me, but this is the real purpose, is not it? The senior then asked, did you talk to him? Shushu immediately replied, yes, I did. Hazel continued to ask, is he really handsome? She replied concisely, yes. The senior continued, what is his personality like? Is he good? She reluctantly replied, yes, he is good. Hearing that, Hazel asked again, yes, he is good. What does that mean? Shushu immediately explained, he is all good, sis. It is probably because I did not pronounce it clearly. Hearing that, Hazel chuckled lightly. So that is what it is, really? Hazel said loudly, oh right, but have you heard about that? The senior then explained, at dinner, the kids in the swordsmanship department were talking endlessly, so I thought you would probably know. Shushu was surprised. Rumors, madam. Hazel recounted, I heard that among the new students in the swordsmanship department, there is a female student who is an expert at pooping. She continued, because she went to the restroom in the middle of class and did not come back, she must be severely constipated. But Shushu, could the rumor be about you? Shushu stammered, how could that be, madam? Ah, indeed. Saying that, she told herself, I absolutely should not have met the crown prince. Hailey angrily slammed his hand on the table. Seeing that, Corey advised him, "Whoa, you scared me, roommate. Can you stop venting and go to sleep?" Hailey angrily replied, "How can I sleep in this mood? You go to sleep." Corey closed the book in his hand. "Oh, really?" he continued hesitantly. "He made the crown prince look sleepy. Huh, I am so curious who that female student is." At the academy campus, the noisy chatter of students echoed throughout every corner of the school. Students were heard discussing with each other, "I do not want to go to afternoon class at all." "Me neither. After eating at home, if I want to rest, I can rest comfortably." Hez's classmate suddenly asked, "But the cafeteria food is really good, is not it, Hez?" The girl asked her friend next to her. "Where did Hez go? Wasn't she following us?" Her friend immediately replied, "Sharena went somewhere else, so she chased after her." The brown-haired friend then complained, "Even though they are best friends since childhood, why does he stick to her so much? That girl studies swordsmanship. I think it is weird. Maybe she is okay once you get to know her." The girl continued, "What is okay about her? Only Heza thinks so." The blue-haired friend replied, "By the way, I tried asking Hez about her ideal type of male student. She recalled, my ideal type, someone like Shushu." The blue-haired friend then rested her chin on her hand. She answered that, "Who knows, maybe Shushu has some hidden charm." Hearing that, the other girl exclaimed, "Oh my god, I can't believe it." The blue-haired friend continued, "Or maybe Hez is also a strange one, huh?" At this moment, Hez was drinking juice, but her anxious eyes were still fixed on Shushu. The girl then asked her friend, "Shushu, how long are you going to stay here, My legs hurt." Shushu immediately replied, "That is why I told you not to follow me." He's continued to ask, "What exactly are you so afraid of? That you are hiding like this?" Suddenly, Hilly's loud shout rang out, "Orange Head!" Hilly searched for Shushu, shouting, "I saw you coming this way. Come out, Orange Head. Don't hide anymore. Come out." He stopped and ordered Shushu, "How long do you think you can hide from me? Come out quickly. Come out." As soon as he saw two students passing by, Hilly chased after them. "Hey, you two. Have you seen any ugly-faced Orange Head?" Seeing that, Hez whispered, "Shushu, confess, why is the crown prince chasing you?" Shushu ate a pastry and replied, "Well, it is like..." She honestly recounted, "I locked the crown prince in a ball." Shushu continued, "The crown prince just keeps clinging to such an insignificant matter. I insulted the crown prince." The girl thought to herself, "These are all capital offenses. You probably would not believe it if I told you, would you?" Shushu immediately changed the subject. "Hez, your future husband candidate is bullying me. What do I do?" Seeing that, Hez reminded her, "What are you talking about?" "You are talking nonsense again, and not answering me." After a while of searching with no results, Hilly used his wooden stick to flick the stones away. A stone flew and hit the bush next to Shushu, startling her. Hilly still insisted, "If you do not come out, I will make you crawl out." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hit the stone in his hand. Hilly continued to flick stones and shout, "I can't believe none of these hit. Let us see how long you can endure." Seeing that, Shushu was terrified, crazy, a lunatic, exactly like in the original plot. The stones hit the nearby tree trunk. One of them flew past the tree trunk near Shushu and Hez's hiding spot. The stone then hit Hez's head. Hearing the sound, Hilly shouted, "So you are over there." He pointed his stick at the bush. "Orange Head, you are doomed now, come out." Shushu whispered, "I am dead for sure. Hez, see you later." As soon as she finished speaking, Hez immediately stood up. He asked Hailey, her voice firm, "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be moved. "She is standing up for me. I really can't hate her." Hailey's face showed surprise. "You are not the Orange Head." As soon as he finished speaking, for a fleeting moment, Hilly's face showed a hint of astonishment. He's wiped her tears and accused, "Hilly, I was very surprised. Why did you throw stones at other people?" Seeing that, he stammered in reply, No, it is just that." Then Hilly immediately apologized, "I did not realize there was someone else. I am sorry. Are you hurt anywhere?" He's immediately replied, "I am fine." Hilly asked her again, "But why was the young lady sitting in the bush like that?" And Hez coldly walked away. "I am leaving first." He called out loudly, "Hey, wait a minute." Hilly continued, his voice deflated, "Just tell me your name." Witnessing the scene, Shushu wondered, what is this atmosphere? Could it be? The girl suddenly remembered. Has the first meeting in the original plot already been carried out? Hilly said disappointedly. She just left like that? Suddenly, he saw Hez's juice cup by the bush. Hilly bent down and picked up the cup. Pressing the cup to his chest, Hilly whispered, "How could a frail female student cry so elegantly?" Witnessing that scene, Shushu could not help but be stunned. What did he say? Hailey recalled the scene of Hez looking at him with teary eyes. He continued to fondly recall the girl he had just met. Her fluffy pink hair keeps appearing in my mind. Why was her expression so sad? A wounded heart, a shattered soul. Shushu immediately covered her ears. I can't listen anymore. What is wrong with him? Hilly continued singing his love song, filled with affection. Oh, this feeling I have never felt before in my life. Oh, this heart won't make it past today, if I get to meet her again next time. At this moment, Hez's bright, smiling face appeared in Hilly's mind. He sang loudly. I will definitely make that lovely face smile. Instead of cry, Shushu secretly begged him, please turn it off. She sat hugging her knees in the bush, complaining, my whole body is cramping up, I am going to die. Suddenly, an announcement. Recorded. Shushu immediately rummaged through her bag. What is this, in my bag? She took out a green stone. The sound transmission device. Shushu remembered her words from the other day. I only fixed the commissioned item. I have not even touched my own sound transmission device yet. I do not have time today. I will just carry it in my bag and fix it. When I have time. The girl thought to herself, I told myself that, and carried it, right? But when did it start recording? I must have accidentally pressed it, so it activated itself. I will have to fix this too. At this moment, Hailey approached her from behind. Hey. He growled. Orange head. Hailey immediately shouted loudly. What were you just recording? Shushu immediately changed the subject. Recording. Recording what? Nothing like that. You stay well. Seeing Shushu run away, Hilly shouted loudly. Aren't you going to stop? Hey, orange head. She ran desperately back to her dormitory room. Shushu braced her hands on the floor, gasping for breath. This is bad. I was already targeted before, and now this too. She secretly feared. What if he gets furious and uses his authority as crown prince to expel me from the academy? Suddenly, Shushu remembered, no, wait. Looking at the stone in her hand, she secretly gloated. The so-called weakness is not at always an advantage for the one holding it. At the dormitory building, Shushu replayed the recording in the stone. This heart won't make it through today. The recording was still playing if I meet her again next time. The recording continued. I will definitely make that lovely face smile instead of cry. Hazel heard it and laughed loudly. So cheesy, oh my god. Who is that anyway? Shushu replied softly. Just a junior I know. Then she secretly scoffed. Who else could it be? The crown prince that Sister Hazel dreams of day and night. Hazel, combing her hair, replied, if it is not for a play, then quickly stop your friend. Otherwise, it will become a dark past from school. Hearing that, Shushu smiled smugly. That is right. She thought to herself, I am really looking forward to the next swordsmanship class. Shushu greeted her best friend. It is time. I am going ahead. She instructed Hez. Listen carefully to the lecture. See you tonight. He's replied. As she walked, Shushu waved. Guys, I will leave Hez to you. Hez's friends replied softly. Okay, sure. The brown-haired friend hesitantly said. What is wrong? The one who is always down in the dumps is unusually cheerful today. The blue-haired friend added. That is right. Maybe something fun happened. Hearing that, Hez explained. No, that is just Shushu's natural self. I was so worried. But luckily, she is back to her confident self. Shushu eagerly ran towards the swordsmanship training ground. At this moment, the students were sparring on the training ground. Shushu slowly said, one-on-one sparring. I am counting on you. Hailey looked at her with an annoyed expression. Seeing that he did not answer, Shushu quietly observed the person in front of her. She then asked Hilly, Crown Prince Hilly, are you all right? Hilly hesitantly replied, What? Shushu continued, her voice mocking, because your heart does not seem very well. Oh, I am so worried about you. Hearing that, Hilly immediately remembered what he said the day before. Oh, this feeling I have never felt before in my life. Oh, this heart won't make it past today. Shushu continued to tease him. You said that yesterday, did not you? Your heart won't make it. Could it be a serious illness? Hilly awkwardly asked her. What do you want from me? Hearing that, Shushu chuckled lightly. Oh, what do I want? It is just... Then she secretly thought, the negotiation will surely succeed. But he bullied me these past few days, so I will tease him back a little, shall I? Shushu happily continued. I was a little hurt inside because you misunderstood me. The recording played again. You are interested in me too, are not you? The recording was still playing. Did you join the swordsmanship department just to see me? Oh, women, this... Hilly immediately snatched the stone. When did this start recording again? Give it here. Then he slammed the wooden sword hard onto the ground, shattering the stone. Shushu brought out the stone hidden in her hand and continued. Oops, what to do, your highness? She happily continued. It seems I carelessly copied too many versions. Seeing that, Hilly's face showed clear anxiety. Hailey asked irritably, holding someone else's fatal weakness, what exactly do you want? Hearing that, Shushu chuckled lightly. Weakness. After I become a knight, I will serve His Highness. Hilly, so how dare I? Hilly immediately retorted. I would rather you just insult me. It is truly an eyesore. Shushu lowered her voice. All right, no more joking. I will talk. She continued. Actually, I want something. Shushu slowly asked him, Hilly, what do you think is the necessary condition for success? As soon as she finished speaking, Hilly immediately replied, an easy question. Of course, a lot of effort, a little talent, and good luck is all it takes. Shushu continued. It seems so, but you are wrong about one thing. It seems you are not aware of reality. Hilly immediately asked back, so what do you think it is? Shushu slowly said, the necessary condition for success. She said sternly, is 1% talent and 99% umbrella. Umbrella means having backing. Hearing that, Hilly could not help but be surprised. What? Shushu continued, the Royal Knight Squad 1 has not had a female knight for a long time. That means even if I am qualified, if someone does not want to change, she affirmed I could still be excluded from Knight Squad 1. Hearing that, Hilly pondered, I certainly can't say that is impossible, but Shushu said loudly, therefore I hope Hilly will be my umbrella. The girl further explained, it is just called an umbrella, but I will try my best to ensure no injustice occurs. Don't misunderstand. Hilly replied to her, his voice cautious. You can even say that, huh? You are quite confident in your own abilities. Shushu confidently continued, though not now, my abilities will be sufficient by graduation. Hearing that, Hilly thought to himself, it seems he is incredibly confident. Seeing the boy, Shushu gave a slight smile. Then Hilly extended his hand in front of Shushu. All right, let us do it. He added a condition. In return, you absolutely must destroy those sound transmission devices. Seeing that, Shushu asserted, of course. I will keep what needs to be kept secret, do not worry. Hilly hesitantly continued. Hey, but I also have one condition. Okay, Shushu was surprised. Huh. He awkwardly said, I want to get closer to your friend I met the other day. Will you help me? Shushu replied concisely. Number. Hilly immediately asked, huh, why? Shushu immediately explained. Then Hilly would have two conditions, and I would be at a loss. Hilly then pleaded with his friend. Then I will help you train to get into the Knight Squad, really, I promise. Shushu lowered her voice. If that is the case, then I will introduce you to my friend. Hearing that, he replied excitedly, great, let us start sparring immediately. At the Academy's Grand Library, Corey took out a book from a nearby shelf. As he flipped through the pages, Corey thought, they say the person of interest in this new magic publication is that person. He secretly searched for something. Found out, what is this? There is no picture, it is not like I interviewed them in person. Then Corey closed the book. That is right, they seem to work in the underworld, so it is not easy for them to reveal their identity. It is a bit disappointing, but I guess I should try borrowing this and consider ordering to see what happens. Corey left the library with the book he had just picked up. Suddenly, he noticed someone in the group of female students who had just walked past. The person he noticed was his. Seeing that, Corey's face flushed. What is this? I can't take my eyes off her. Suddenly, a male student approached Hez to strike up a conversation. Hey, you, Hestia, Corey was surprised. Huh. The male student awkwardly said, have you read my letter? I have been waiting for a long time, but have not heard back, so I was afraid you had not read it. He's replied, oh, I am sorry. The other boy awkwardly said, it is okay, why apologize, you might have forgotten. Hez frankly replied, no, I did not know that rejecting someone also required a reply. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around Hez suddenly turned cold. Seeing that, Corey silently exclaimed, contrary to her appearance, she is quite straightforward, huh? The male student stammered, so that is it. Am I not your type? Hez innocently replied, that is right. My ideal type is someone like Shushu. Corey, hiding behind the wall, repeated, Shushu. The teacher's steady voice rang out. Because of that historical event, it can be said that black is considered a sacred color in our empire. Pointing to the board, the teacher continued, because it is the color of the dragon that contributed the most to the founding of the nation. You can easily find evidence of this in both music and art. Most of the students in the class were either nodding off or half asleep. Shushu, meanwhile, was enthusiastically doodling in her textbook. The girl excitedly thought, I have solved the Crown Prince problem, so the morning class is so peaceful. Looking at her doodles in the book, Shushu thought to herself, Hilly's current appearance is so different from the novel. She pondered, looking at how he fell for Hez at first sight, he definitely still matches the novel's setup. They were originally supposed to meet after graduating in their third year. Is it too early now? Shushu secretly commented, I can somewhat understand now that Hilly was normal when he was young. Suddenly, a teacher's hand appeared in front of her head. The teacher flicked her forehead hard. He then reminded her, Miss Shirena, what are you thinking about, instead of taking notes? Shurikyu stammered an explanation, oh, I am sorry. I will definitely take full notes by tomorrow. The teacher continued to remind her. Don't you know the proverb? Don't put off till tomorrow. What you can do today, Shushu could not help but feel indignant. Hey, so many other kids are obviously sleeping, so why are you staring only at me? The teacher continued to grumble. You rely on good grades and do other things during class. Anyway, sharp-minded kids. At this moment, she remembered, oh, right. This teacher is self-conscious about struggling for 15 years to finish his teacher's course, so he is jealous of smart kids. As soon as the bell rang, Shushu immediately pulled Hez along. It is lunchtime, see you next class, sir. Shushu happily told her best friend Hez. They say today's cafeteria menu is no joke, run quickly. He's replied wearily, sorry, I can't run anymore. The crowd in front was still pushing and shoving. I am first, my butt, get out of the way, beefsteak. Seeing that, Shushu just sighed, it is okay. We will just eat slowly. Is this a school, or a market? Suddenly, Hilly called. Hey, Orangehead, wait a moment. Shushu immediately asked, Crown Prince Hilly, what is it, he stammered. Talk to me for a bit. Hilly politely said to Hes, young lady Hestia, may I borrow your friend for a moment? Hearing that, Hes immediately asked back, only Sharena, you have nothing you want to say to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Hilly's face immediately flushed, his voice stammering, words to say. That. Then he turned his face away. No. Seeing that, Shushu just sighed, that fool, he missed a golden opportunity. He's turned and walked away. I understand. You two talk. Hilly stammered, enjoy your meal. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, are you kidding me? Hilly gazed infatuatedly at Hess's retreating back. Even her back is beautiful. Witnessing that scene, Shushu secretly assessed, this appearance is definitely before his crazy temper awakened. At this moment, Shushu sternly reminded the boy, hey Crown Prince, stop that annoying laugh and talk, will you? Hilly turned to scold her. That is right, what trick did you pull during sparring yesterday? Anyway, she immediately teased him. What trick? What trick? It was just sparring. The young Crown Prince further explained, no, I mean, what magic did you use during swordsmanship sparring? It is so annoying. Shushu chuckled smugly. That is it. What is so annoying about that? She recalled the previous practice session. I just used a little magic to increase my body's strength and speed, as well as my equipment, and at the same time, I slightly reduced Hilly's speed and weakened his wooden sword. That is all. Hilly immediately retorted, You did it on purpose, did not you? I saw your lips twitching with a smile. Shushu smiled smugly. You are seeing things. Hearing that, he lowered his voice. I helped you train, but you acted despicable. If that is the case, then I also... As soon as Shushu unexpectedly got close to him, Hilly was surprised. What is this? She asked Hilly, her voice serious. At first, Hilly, did you think someone weak like me would charge at you with just one sword? Wasn't that a bit too careless? Shushu continued loudly. When you become a knight, you do not know what will happen in real combat. I am just training seriously like it is real combat. Hilly stammered. Is that so? Seeing that, she gloated. So easy to fool. He bowed his head and continued. Well, actually, I kinda guessed it already. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, ah, yes. Hilly further explained, your personality is already bad and annoying. There is no way you would not use magic, so I was already prepared. Hearing that, Shushu looked irritated. He is even emphasizing it. The young Crown Prince continued, his voice slow, I was arrogant about having faced magic controllers recently, so honestly, I underestimated you. Your magic is truly something I have never seen before. Hilly analyzed her magic. It has no rules and is extremely artificial, so it is very difficult to deal with. Noticing Hilly's dejected expression, Shushu thought to herself, it seems he was hurt by losing to me for the first time. She recalled the past. It reminds me of the times I comforted my gloomy little brother when he did not do well on tests in my past life. Shushu thought to herself, I only intended to tease him a little, but I ended up making someone feel weak. Then she patted Hilly's shoulder. Cheer up. Your Highness's skills are not bad at all. Shushu then praised, the boy, I even think you are very outstanding. She spoke loudly. There are many talented people in the world, but there are not many who praise their opponents, acknowledge their strategies, and reflect on themselves. At this, Hilly's face seemed to have just awakened. Then he laughed loudly. That is right. I am good too. Shushu suddenly called out, Your Highness, he jumped. Huh. The girl said loudly, compared to other swordsmanship students, my muscles and power will certainly not be equal. Therefore, please help me overcome those shortcomings. Hilly confidently replied, All right, leave it to me. Hearing that, Shushu left. All right, see you this afternoon. I am going to lunch first. Suddenly, Hilly called her back. Ah, wait a minute. Hilly gently said, It is late, so the good food is probably gone. Let us eat what the head chef cooks together. Shushu exclaimed in surprise. Eat the crown prince's meal. Hilly immediately replied, that is right, follow me quickly. Hearing that, she thought to herself, if it is royal food, it must be super delicious, right? Shushu was visibly delighted. No matter what, I have a super gigantic umbrella now? Do not I? She thought to herself, if it continues like this, who knows? I might even get along better with Hilly. The next day, Hilly handed her a piece of paper and instructed, here, this is the muscle development program I personally wrote for you. The young crown prince smiled smugly. All right, no need to be too touched. As soon as she read the first few lines, Shushu frowned. 1. 1,000 push-ups. 2. 5,000 sit-ups. 3. 2,000 times lowering. 4. 2,000 times lifting. 5. Stand up and sit down, 3,000 times. Shushu trembled, asking, is this really something a human can follow? Hearing that, Hilly casually replied, what? I used to do that when I was 9 or 10 years old. Doesn't everyone train their muscles like that? Then she turned away, annoyingly innocent. He even thought if he could do it, everyone else could too. The intellectual development age of boys during puberty. Shushu then complained, hey, that is right. If you hate me, just say you hate me. How can an ordinary person like me follow this anyway? Hearing that, I idly immediately retorted, isn't the training program you, Sharena, designed even more outrageous? He held Shushu's paper in front of her and yelled back, get punched 200 times with magic-enhanced fists. Get hit 200 times with weakened body functions. Get hit 200 times normally. Predict attacks from a wooden sword with enhanced functions, and get beaten 200 times. Do you have a conscience? Hearing that, she explained, it is all for the Crown Prince's shining future. Perfect, actually. If you want to awaken your intuition to avoid secret magic, getting hit is the most optimal way. Hilly immediately exposed her. You want to bully me, that is why you are agitated, are not you? Shushu immediately denied, no way. The young Crown Prince held the wooden sword in his hand and said, forget it. You can slowly figure out your intentions while sparring. Hilly provoked her. Come on, pick up the wooden sword, Sharena West. At this moment, Hazel lay on her bed, counting each beat, 9, 10. She was trying to do leg exercises, 20, 21, 20, 22. Finally, Hazel gave up. I can't do any more. The senior told herself, I will probably have to ask Shushu for easier exercises. My stomach hurts so much. Looking out the window, she asked herself, but when will the kid come back? It is already late. Hearing a strange sound outside the door, Hazel immediately looked out. As soon as she saw her, Hazel exclaimed, Shushu. Shushu weakly replied, I am back, here. Hazel anxiously asked her, You look so tired. Let me help you, okay? You are dragging your feet. She immediately replied, I am still fine. I am not hurt. Before she could finish speaking, Shushu collapsed onto the floor. I am done. Seeing that, Hazel screamed, Shushu. At this moment, Hazel gently wiped Shushu's hair. Shushu then said to the senior, thank you. You can let me wipe it now. Hazel still did not stop. All right. You are struggling so much from muscle pain that you can barely walk, so what else can you do? She lowered her voice, but Hazel squeezed the towel in her hand. My dear, cute Shushu, if you are tired, shut your mouth and sit still, okay? Hearing that, Shushu immediately replied, yes. The senior kindly asked her, You got hurt today too, did not you? Give me your hand, I will put some medicine on it. Shushu obediently held out her hand. Yes. As she rubbed medicine on her, Hazel complained, What is wrong with your hand? You should train moderately. Shu thought to herself, I have been bothering Sister Hazel too much these past few days. Because that damn Crown Prince kept increasing the training intensity. 200 more, run again, run faster, 50 more times, stand up, Sharena West. Hilly's shout echoed in her mind, stand up, Sharena West. Shushu recalled the past few days. For the past few days, I have been coming back covered in injuries, so tired that I almost fell asleep without bathing. And Hazel kindly took care of her. No, absolutely not. I have prepared the water. Bathe first, then sleep. Shushu thought to herself, she always takes care of me. Is that how I am able to maintain my human form? Hazel rubbed her hand while scolding highly, but the Crown Prince is being too much, making our Shushu like this. Doesn't he know when enough is enough? He does not look like that at all. His personality is completely different from his appearance, is not it? Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, we have not known each other for long, but she is treating me like this. She is truly a good person. Then Hazel immediately ran off. Come on, now that the medicine is on, let us put on a face mask too. Shushu immediately refused. That, I do not need to put it on. Hazel held the mask in front of her. Oh, I just used it, I love it. Shushu immediately waved her hand. Sis, wait a moment. The two sisters Bedroom lights had been off for a long time. Hazel was fast asleep on her comfortable bed. Seeing the senior sleeping soundly, Shushu thought to herself, it was hard for her to sleep after talking so much. Now I can probably sleep, she told herself. Anyway, thanks to this, I will sleep very well tonight too. Shushu thought to herself. Who knows? The luckiest thing that happened to me since entering the academy might be sharing a room with Sister Hazel. While still half asleep, Shushu suddenly heard a strange sound. She told herself, I am so tired that I am hearing strange sounds now. How could anyone be here at this hour? A voice called her name, Shushu. Shushu immediately sat up. Hez, what are you doing here at this hour? You scared me. Hez did not answer, but gently climbed onto Shushu's bed. Shushu anxiously asked her best friend, Hez, what is wrong? Is something the matter? Hez replied concisely, Number. Hez continued, it is just that I had a nightmare. I was so scared, so... Shushu repeated her words, nightmare, Hez tearfully recounted, Shushu appeared in my dream. She continued to tell about the dream, but it was not the Shushu I know. You were surrounded by everyone, constantly laughing and talking. Hez's voice was still a little emotional, but even when I called, you did not answer, and you did not even look at me. Hez lowered her voice. Without Shushu, I am just a lonely person. Hearing this, Shushu called softly, Hestia. As she comforted Hes, she told herself, that is when I noticed. I have been so busy with training that I have not been able to pay attention to Hes. It seems she is very insecure and finds it hard to adapt to dormitory life in a strange place. Suddenly, Hes moved closer to Shushu. She whispered to Shushu, by the way, Shushu, I am scared to grow up. Hes continued, her voice sad. I want to act spoiled like this with you my whole life. That is not possible, is it? I am sorry, Shushu. Even if I look childish now, please overlook it a little. Hearing that, Shushu just silently looked at her. Then Shushu comforted her best friend. Don't worry, just sleep now. I am fine. It seemed Hes was very insecure. Saying that, Shushu told herself, tomorrow, I must help Hes clear her mind a bit. The next morning, at the academy campus, Shushu flexed her arm muscles, her biceps. She continued, triceps. Seeing her best friend showing off her muscles, Hes whispered, oh my goodness, amazing. Then she chuckled lightly and asked, Shushu, really? What are you doing now? As soon as she saw her best friend smiling, Shushu excitedly replied, luckily, she is cheerful again like usual. What else am I doing? I am showing you how hard I have been working on my physical training. All this time. She tilted her chin towards Hes. How is it? Are my muscles firm? Hes immediately replied, it seems so. Then Hes asked her, but today you stayed late and did not go to the training ground early, did you? You said you had a lot more to practice. Shushu immediately replied, it is okay today. Sometimes I have to rest. She secretly calculated, because I have thought of a new way to get revenge on the crown prince. Shushu smiled smugly. I should make him try lifting a sword that has been enchanted to be 100 times heavier. Hes told her, anyway, you should go now. You still need to change, and lunchtime is over. Shushu immediately replied, I have to go, but wait a minute. Shushu took out an ice cream and gave it to Hes. Here, a gift for you. Hes was visibly delighted. Grape ice cream, the one I really wanted to eat. Hes thought to herself, it was so expensive. I was too stingy to buy it myself. Shu, you bought it, she added. It is so expensive. It is a rip-off. Shushu continued, her voice proud. That is why I personally put grape juice into an ice cream bag and brought it to you. Hearing that, Hes was moved. Shushu made this ice cream herself. Amazing, I will eat it deliciously. After that, Shushu instructed her best friend. All right, you enjoy your meal. See you later at dinner. Hes replied concisely, Saying that, Shushu ran off. See you later, love you always. He still stood there, waving after Shushu. Then she looked thoughtfully at the ice cream in her hand. Hes thought to herself, so you really just keep running forward? Shushu's figure was still moving forward. Hes's hand began to tremble. What if I am the only one left behind? She quietly called, Shushu. Hes wondered, what should I do? At the swordsmanship department building. Outside the changing room, a wooden sword stood neatly beside the long bench. Shushu was finishing putting on her practice attire. Done! She shouted loudly. Ready! Saying that, Shushu looked into the large mirror in front of her. As she flexed her arm muscles, she pondered, I was just joking around to cheer Hes up, but my body is clearly better than before, is not it? Shushu told herself. Although the method is a bit annoying, it is more effective than exercising on my own. She subconsciously recalled Hilly's words, do 50 more push-ups. Your posture is not right. Swing the sword 100 more times. She thought to herself. Anyway, since it seems to have some effect, I should probably use a little magic during today's training. At this moment, Shushu was the only one sitting on the bench, waiting. She sighed. I am alone. Did I arrive too early? Catching sight of the group of friends in front, Shushu immediately recognized them. Ah, the 3 traffic light guys, red, yellow, green. The red-haired boy whispered. Oh, it seems it is just us here. Hearing that, Shushu secretly replied, No way. The yellow-haired boy said excitedly, Great, I want to do something. The green-haired boy asked, What? The yellow-haired boy recounted, Yesterday, I learned in magic class there is a kind of magic-enhanced air in our bodies that creates fire. But they said it is our farts. Saying that, all 3 boys burst into laughter. Farts, farts. Seeing that, Shushu wondered, Are they kids, for goodness sake? The red-haired boy said loudly, Hey, let us try it right away. I know a little fire magic. This will be fun, the yellow-haired boy chimed in. Fart fire, I will be in charge of enhancement. Come on, prepare. Hearing this, Shushu felt a little worried. No, wait, prepare, could it be? Then there was a loud explosion. Fire. The group of boys laughed loudly. Oh my god, my stomach. That is fart fire. Shushu secretly complained. I should have left a trace that someone was here. How disgusting, seriously? As she turned her face away, she saw Hilly sitting beside her. Hilly asked Shushu, Did you perhaps look at me with this kind of feeling before? Are you recording? Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, Is he talking about his own dark history? She did not answer, just nodded, and thought to herself, Of course, what else, you idiot? Seeing that, Hilly growled, Damn it. Hilly continued, Anyway, that file was deleted as you promised, so it is a good thing. It almost became a big deal. Hearing this, Shushu suddenly turned her face away, with a cunning look. Seeing that, Hilly immediately yelled, Hey, orange head, you, could it be? She shrugged. Well, the promise has not been fulfilled yet. Hilly immediately chased Shushu. Sharena West, you are going to die today. Seeing that, the group of boys from before asked each other, Look at His Highness Hilly. Where is he going in such a hurry? The faucet was turned on full blast, water gushing out. Hilly quickly splashed water on his face. He turned the faucet off tightly. Then Hilly gently wiped his face with a towel. He lifted his shirt in front of the mirror and sighed. He really did not hold back at all. Hilly recalled Shushu's words. You can't even block a sword enchanted to increase its gravity this much, can you? And you just lay there taking the beating. Ah. As Shushu dodged all his attacks, she teased him. Oh, so slow. How can you avoid magic attacks if you are like this? Hilly trembled, thinking, How long has he been hitting me like this? Although it is irritating, his magic ability is definitely outstanding. He rested his hand on the table and pondered, he might as well go to the magic department. Why does he insist on coming to the swordsmanship department and bullying me? Hilly recalled Shushu's declaration during the first class, Therefore, I must become a knight, gaining status and a manor, and also guaranteed salary and pension. Indeed, money is king? He growled. That strange girl. Hilly told himself, he should have pretended not to know anything when he found out my identity. He recalled, Actually, taking the dwarf sword was indeed my fault. Give me back the sword, and I will let you go. Hilly thought to himself, At that time, I even thought I had the wrong person. I just got involved with him out of nowhere. Finally, he asserted, No, at this point, there is no other way. I can only continue training him. Hilly silently exclaimed, His way of applying magic is also special, so it is good to learn many ways to deal with it. He recalled Shushu's words during practice. Hilly's skills will improve immediately. You can easily break through the attack patterns I painstakingly set up for days like this. Hilly told himself. He even praised me. It seems okay to use him as a training subject. He suddenly remembered, but sometimes he treats me like his younger brother, does not he? Or am I mistaken? He noticed Shushu kindly brushing dust off him. Oh my, you are covered in dust. Get up quickly. Go wash your hands. Finally, Hilly chuckled lightly. And my mood is not bad at all, that is true. Noticing his friend's strange demeanor, Corey suddenly spoke up. Our crown prince, he is even cleaning up on a rainy day. Why is he smiling now? Hilly jumped. Oh my, I am not the only one in the room. He replied coldly. Mind your own business. Corey replied. Okay. Saying that, he poured the entire bag of snacks directly into his mouth. A few pieces of cake fell clatteringly onto the floor. Corey's desk was messy with snacks and books everywhere. Seeing that, Hilly frowned. He is eating sloppily again, and he won't clean up immediately. He secretly judged the eldest son of the prestigious Voas Marquisate, but his words and actions are superficial. Compared to the orange head, this Corey is more annoying. Suddenly Corey called him, That is right, Hilly. He immediately replied, What? Corey lazily asked, Do you know anyone named Shushu? Hilly thought to himself, Could it be Sharena's nickname? But I have never heard it. Then he replied, "Huh, I do not know." Hearing that, Corey replied, "Oh, is that so?" Corey continued, "I know. Good night." Seeing his roommate about to go to sleep, Hilly immediately shouted loudly, "Hey you, Corey DeVoas, clean up this trash of cakes and then go to sleep." Hearing that, Corey lazily looked at Hilly. Shushu held out the application form in front of Hess and said, "Here, you just need to fill out this application form." Seeing that, Hess hesitantly looked at her best friend. Finally, Hess refused her. "I am sorry, Shushu, but the Magic Formation Creation Department, I really can't use magic." Hearing that, Shushu could only sigh. As expected, it won't work. His wondered, "But they said that even with just 2 people, you can form a club, really?" Shushu immediately replied, They said as long as you have achievements, you can maintain it after forming." Shushu continued, her voice cunning, "If the achievements are good, the support money will also be a lot." He's continued to refuse. "I am truly sorry, I can't help you." Then Hess left quickly. "I have something to do with the friends in the horticulture club, so I will go first. I am really sorry." Shushu lowered her voice. "It is okay. Do not worry about me. See you later." Then she excitedly entered the classroom, asking other friends should be fine. However, the classroom was currently empty, not a single soul. Suddenly, a voice called, "Excuse me." Corey stood at the classroom door and asked loudly, "Is there anyone named Shushu in this class?" As soon as she saw him, Shushu immediately became alert. Shushu spoke up. Corey immediately repeated the question. "I asked if there is anyone named Shushu." Corey answered himself. He is in the swordsmanship department, so he is probably at the swordsmanship committee. Seeing that, Shushu wondered, "What? He is looking for me." She thought to herself, "Who is he anyway, looking for me? His sharp eyes make him look a bit scary." Shushu told herself, "But he is quite handsome, so if I would met him once, I definitely would not forget him." At this moment, she spoke up. "Shushu is not on the swordsmanship committee." Corey asked back, "Then where is he?" Shushu immediately probed, "But who are you? What do you want with Shushu?" She thought to herself, "I want to live quietly. Did not I accidentally get targeted by someone?" Hearing that, Corey just silently looked at Shushu. Then he rummaged through his pants pocket. Corey took out a lollipop. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Corey peeled the candy wrapper and threw it behind him. "It is just that," he continued, "I am curious what he looks like." Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, What is he saying? Seriously." As he left, Corey instructed Shushu, "All right, I am going first. You seem to know him. If you see him, tell him Corey DeVoas was looking for him." Okay, Shushu immediately repeated, "Corey DeVoas." She suddenly remembered. He is also one of the important characters in the novel. He was the son of the prestigious DeVoas Marquisate of the Empire. Shushu recalled the image of Corey's family, and he was one of the main characters who fell for Hestia. He was described as dedicating all his efforts to studying magic, so compared to other male leads, his passion for the female lead seemed relatively weak. But in reality, he was the character who cared about Hestia more than anyone else. "But why would such a character be looking for me?" Shushu chased after Corey. "Corey, wait a moment." She honestly said, "Actually, I am Shushu." Corey repeated, "Oh, you are Shushu." He chewed on his candy and said, "I thought he was a boy, that it was just a nickname. Turns out it is a girl." Shushu immediately explained, "My full name is Sharena West." Shushu then asked, "What do you want with me?" Corey immediately replied, "Nothing. I heard Hestia's ideal type is someone named Shushu, so I was just curious." Hearing that, she immediately silently looked at the boy in front of her. Shushu secretly complained, "What, Hess, this child? What on earth have you been saying everywhere?" She recalled Hess's words when she was little. "Shushu is the best. I only have Shushu. Shushu is the greatest." His calls constantly repeated in her head. Shushu, 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 shushu. Shushu secretly sighed. "Oh, my head, even though he was good at joking around like that since he was tiny, he is still talking like that now?" Then she suddenly froze. Shushu remembered. Wait a minute. So, Hess and Corey have already met? When exactly did they meet at the library? Like, in the original plot? She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Just like when I met the Crown Prince, the timing of their meeting also happened too quickly. Corey told her, "I am leaving now. It was nice talking to you." Shushu immediately replied, "Yes." Then she told herself, "If this continues, won't all the events start before I graduate from the academy?" Shushu secretly asserted, "No, that is not the important thing now. If I want to form a club, I need to find at least one more person." She remembered when she invited Hailey to sign the form. "Club, I am in the swordsmanship committee, of course. I will practice there, every day." Sister Hazel was not much different either. "Oh, our Shushu, I am the head of the makeup committee, so I can't." "I am sorry, dear. I have magic hands, after all." Shushu secretly complained, "Everyone I know has already joined a club." Or maybe I should borrow Hailey's video of the traffic light group and threaten them to join. Just thinking about it made her hate it. Suddenly, she remembered, oh wait. Shushu immediately chased after Cory, that is right, Cory Devoas. She was secretly excited. In the original plot, he was a character proficient in magic. I absolutely must not miss him, since it is a magic-related club, as long as I persuade him well. He will join. As soon as she saw his figure in front, Shushu silently exclaimed. Luckily, he has not gone far. At this moment, Cory bumped into a male student walking in the same direction, making him drop his lollipops. Hey! The other male student immediately spoke up. That hurts. Watch where you are going, Cory growled. My candy. He continued with a terrifying face. I can't eat it anymore, can I? As soon as he saw him, the male student trembled. Cory? The student apologized and ran away. Sorry, I did not know it was you. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself. Using those eyes to look at others, it is terrifying. No joke. She told herself. But then again, if I talk to him now, he is not a scary person, so asking him once should be fine, right? Then she called out loudly. Cory. He immediately replied. Oh, what is it? With an artificial smile, Shushu continued. What is it, Cory? I heard you are very interested in magic. Cory immediately replied. It is my major, but why? Shushu handed the application form to Cory and replied. Would you like to try immersing yourself in the world of magic with me at the newly formed Magic Formation Creation Department? Cory repeated. Creation Department, Magic Formation. Shushu further explained, her voice proud. Yes, it is a club that applies magic formulas and theories to research and compile magic formations. Cory nodded. Sounds interesting. She immediately chimed in. Interesting, right? Just Cory's preference. He continued. But I want to join a club with many people, not just a few. Hearing that, Shushu immediately continued. If there are fewer people, the activities will be freer. Cory hesitantly said, I just need a place to kill time. If there are few members, my role will be big. Hearing that, Shushu explained. I can fill up the numbers for you. My goal is financial support, so forming the club is enough. Cory coldly replied. Really, a very impure motive is not it. Anyway, I am not joining. Shushu immediately pleaded. Hey, think about it one more time. Cory replied concisely. Don't want to. Shushu lowered her voice. Please, he repeated, number. She pleaded with him more. Please, just this once. Seeing that, the teacher reminded Cory, hey, student Cory, do not bully Sharena, okay? Cory was startled. Huh? Cory stammered. Oh no, I did not do anything. Seeing that, Shushu secretly assessed. It is the same this time too, this guy. He's misunderstood again? Shushu hesitantly asked. Could it be that because you look fierce, you are often misunderstood? Then she thought to herself. Well, to verify. Let us see. Cory stammered. Well, not often. Shushu immediately suggested. Can you smile at me? Cory hesitantly replied. You will regret it. She stammered. No, it is okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Cory immediately smiled at her. His smile made Shushu's skin crawl. She hugged her chest, thinking, he really deserves to be misunderstood by everyone. Seeing that, Cory asked her, are you all right? Shushu continued to ask, Cory, you do not have any friends, do you? Hearing that, Cory just silently looked away. Later, both of them were arranging their belongings in the club's activity room. Shushu sighed with relief. Done. It seems all the necessary things have been brought. Looking around the room, she quietly said, but we only managed to get 2 members with great difficulty, and they gave us a club room like this. Shushu then praised. Indeed, a rich school is really good. She thought to herself, if there are no achievements, the club will be suspended, so I just need to focus on that. Suddenly, Cory opened the door and entered. Ah, Cory, you are here. Looking at the box in his hand, Shushu asked again. Oh, is that all your stuff? Cory replied concisely. Mm-hmm. Shushu stared intently at the small box in Cory's hand. She told the boy, Cory, this is just snacks and a soft blanket, and strawberry patterns too. Cory immediately replied, that is enough. Do you want some cake? Oh, no. As he took out the blanket, he instructed Shushu, is that so? I brought a lot. If you want to eat later, just take some. She immediately replied, yes. Cory sat down on a long chair nearby with the blanket. All right, everything's moved in, so I am going to rest for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully shook the blanket in his hand. After that, Cory read a comic book, then lay down and fell asleep. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be surprised. Oh, is he really sleeping? She thought to herself. Although I only asked him to join this club to get enough members, is he really just planning to come here to sleep? Shushu remembered the conversation in the hallway. Cory, you do not have any friends, do you? She continued. You feel uncomfortable meeting people, right? Shushu probed. So you want to join a club with many members, really? Hearing that, Cory immediately snatched the form. I know, give it here. I will fill it out. Shushu was secretly smug. All right. She told herself, it is only because I happened to see his weakness that I was able to form the club. My time has come. Unstoppable. Seeing that, Shushu turned away sharply. Alright, anyway, I achieved my goal. I will just leave him be. As she left, Shushu heard a shout. She anxiously asked Corey, "What is wrong, Corey?" Corey replied excitedly, "This is amazing." Shushu looked confused. Huh. Corey immediately explained, club activities twice a week, and class hours are shortened. In other words, I am free all that time. He then smiled smugly. I can freely rest comfortably in a spacious room like this. Seeing that, Shushu shivered slightly. Is he really happy? His expression is a bit. Shushu replied to Corey, luckily he likes it, or maybe I should tell him to practice smiling. Suddenly, Corey lowered his voice. But, Shushu. She immediately replied, yes. Corey then stepped closer. You can drop the honorifics. He suggested to Shushu, and talk to me casually, like friends. Shushu thought to herself, because the difference in status is too great, a single mistake could ruin my life. Why should I do that? She stammered. Ah, about that. Shushu hesitantly replied, I do not know. That is a bit. Before she could finish speaking, Corey threw a piece of cake at her. Shushu continued, how dare I? Speak informally? With Corey, as soon as she finished speaking, the cake immediately fell into her mouth. Corey grumbled, I said drop the honorifics. Seeing that, Shushu jumped. Cake. Shushu lowered her voice. But Master Corey. As soon as she finished speaking, Corey continued to throw sweets into her mouth. Hey, you! Corey growled. I will keep feeding you cake until you call me Corey. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, as expected of a main character in a tragic romance novel that has potential. The next morning, at the academy building, during music class, Shushu secretly complained, so boring, can't we just skip classes like music? It would be better if this were club activity time. Corey and I get along very well, so that is the most fun time. Shushu looked towards Hess. Even in this choir, Hess's voice really stands out. I am so jealous. Someone was sitting, looking towards the classroom door. Shushu immediately realized, oh, the green class kids are already waiting. Then she complained to herself, hey, teacher, the students are waiting. It is time to end class. Let us stop, okay? The teacher suddenly called her name, student Sharena. Shushu immediately replied, yes, yes. She asked, Shushu, are you really singing properly? It looks like you are just opening and closing your mouth. Shushu thought to herself. She found out. Then she stammered. No way, you misunderstood. The teacher then ordered, then you will have to practice more. Sing the song Noirel's ending by yourself. How dare you think you can fool me? Hearing that, Shushu immediately shivered. What? How did she know? The teacher continued, class won't end until student Sharena finishes the song. Just so you know, it will be better if you sing quickly. The whole class immediately looked at her. Quickly, for heaven's sake, hurry up. Shushu cleared her throat. There was only one reason I hated music class. She explained, it is because the singing that Hestia acknowledged as superb, actually. While she was singing passionately, she heard the suppressed laughter of the male student behind her. The whole class waiting outside the door also suppressed their laughter. She secretly complained. It sounds like the mournful wail of drunk old men. Finally, Shushu asserted, I do not care. If you want to listen, listen. At this moment, the whole class burst out laughing. The students waiting outside the door also contributed to the laughter. Shushu told herself, Sharena West's brilliant life plan now has a dark history. Inhei still praised her, Shushu, you sing super well. Everyone in the class also responded, he really sings well. Sharena West, amazing, top-notch, indeed so cool. After that, Shushu was forced to sing that musical piece a few more times. Ever since the last music class, during lessons, her classmates suppressed their laughter. During break time, some other students taunted her. I heard it was amazing, huh? During sword practice, Haile kept holding his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. My stomach. Shushu stomped each step firmly onto the floor. She thought to herself, not just the green class kids, but even those I do not know, are looking at me and laughing, becoming a catalyst for their dull school life. How lucky, my friends. Shushu wondered, why does the teacher always insist on making me sing? At that exact moment, she secretly prayed, it will probably be fine in a few days, right? Please, time, pass quickly. Shushu calmly opened the door. Still, I can't ignore club activity time. The sight before her surprised her. Oh. Shushu thought to herself, he is here, but why is he curled up like that? Then she called out, hello, Corey. No answer came. Shushu looked up at the tea table. She saw a lavish afternoon tea spread, and a letter. The letter read, sorry, I am going to sleep for a bit. Enjoy your meal. Seeing that, Shushu silently exclaimed, how thoughtful. He laid everything out and told me to eat it all. Saying that, she frowned. Wait. Shufei Shu secretly assessed. Upon closer inspection, all of this is good for the throat, is not it? Do you think I will jump up and thank you? She angrily walked over and pulled off Corey's blanket. Corey DeVois, you are not sleeping, are you? Get up immediately and explain this. Corey stammered, hello, so anyway, throat. He covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh. Singing voice. Seeing that, Shushu angrily shouted, you might as well laugh out loud. Corey handed her a candy. Here, this one. Saying that, he laughed loudly. I am sorry, Shushu, but looking at you reminds me of your singing. Shushu could not help but scream, get rid of all these classes like music class. After that, Corey often gave her sweets. Shushu, cake, eat a lot. Even when they just passed each other, he would give Shushu some sweets. Hello, this is really delicious. Try it. In the classroom, Corey also hand-delivered food to her. Shushu, eat when you are hungry. The frequency of Corey giving Shushu cake increased day by day. Shushu, newly bought chocolate. Shushu, take this. Shushu. At the academy campus, Hess whispered, Shushu, why does Master Corey keep coming to give you snacks? Shushu sighed. Because he laughed too hard after hearing me sing, he probably feels guilty. He's wondered, is that so? But I do not see him today, do I? Shushu immediately replied, it has only been a few days. He is not going to keep coming to find me forever. Shushu asked her best friend, but why are you so interested in Corey coming? You said he looked scary, so you kept your distance. He stammered, I thought so, but seeing him take care of you, he is probably not a scary person. She happily continued, besides, he gives me delicious things every day. Seeing that, Shushu lowered her voice, so you changed your mind because of the food, huh? As soon as she finished speaking, Corey immediately appeared. Shushu, so you are here, Hess cheered. Master Corey. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, at this rate, those two will probably become even closer than in the original plot. She looked at the two people in front of her. Before her, Hess and Corey were intimately chatting about pastries. Seeing that, Shushu pondered, wait a minute, could it be? At the club activity room, Corey glanced at the chair where he usually slept. Looking around the room, Corey spoke up. I have always thought this. Your stuff is quite a lot, is not it? And it seems like it is not even magic items, but machinery. He hesitantly asked, Shushu, are we perhaps going to assemble magic devices? She immediately replied, we have to show achievements to keep the main room. Magic alone is not enough achievement. It lacks a unique selling point. Corey said sternly, that is right, the club room is very important. I will help you. Just tell me what you need. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, good. He tasted the sweetness and comfort that the room brings, so he is willing to cooperate. Corey continued to ask, so, what is the plan? What are you going to do? She immediately replied, I am still planning. First, I will impart my knowledge to you. He immediately replied, disassembling the magic formation formulas and rearranging them, huh? The formation you developed must be amazing. How did you even find me anyway? Corey continued, I know the basics. Magic formations are related to mathematics, but it is still hard to understand. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, I am applying my knowledge from my past life, so of course you would not understand. He continued to discuss, but especially the formula for the formation you showed me last time. Shushu thought to herself, playing with him, I realize Corey is quite a good person. When it comes to magic, he is a genius himself, but he is very humble and eager to learn. He also listens to my stories and is thoughtful, so being with him is very comfortable. It would probably be better for Corey to be with Hess instead of Hilly. Shushu thought to herself, sorry Hilly, but honestly, you are not doing well. Everyone rush in. Charge, he used to be a nobody, but now he is also. She suddenly remembered. Shushu told herself, that is right. Maybe I misunderstood all this time. She called out loudly, hey, Corey. He jumped. Huh? Shushu asked directly, Corey, you like Hestia, right? Corey immediately replied, why are you suddenly asking about that? Shushu immediately explained, I am just curious. At first, when you came to find me, it was also out of curiosity about Hess's ideal type, right? She secretly speculated, or maybe every time he comes to give me sweets, it is actually just an excuse to see Hess. Corey immediately replied, that is right, that is exactly it. Saying that, he fell silent. As he sat down on the chair, Corey slowly recounted, at first, it is true I could not take my eyes off her, but I have not even had a proper conversation with her yet. So saying, I, like her might be a bit too much, he continued. Thinking back, I realized that I could not take my eyes off her, probably because her appearance suited my taste. Shushu repeated, your taste. As he drank tea, Corey explained, well, she is candy-colored, and cute too. Corey continued, I heard recently that people do not find me scary anymore, which is pretty good. Although it is just a reaction from getting too used to me, honestly. If they obviously avoided me, I would be hurt too. Shu secretly worried, So is that good or not good? So frustrating. She silently pondered. Maybe he does not want to answer, so he is avoiding the question. But if I insist on asking, would that be weird? Seeing her silence, Corey gazed intently at her. He lowered his voice. It is not because I wanted to see Hez that I came to find you. Corey continued. Is that enough now? Hearing that, Shushu immediately changed the subject. When did I say I was curious about that? I asked if you liked Hez and you are answering nonsense. Shushu immediately said loudly. Besides, even if you do not say it, I know everything about how you do not have friends. That is why you are playing with me. Corey muttered in response. How can I not have friends? I have the crown prince, Shushu nodded. Yes, yes. And you too. She continued to tease him. Yes, yes, plus Hestia, who is perfectly your type. Corey immediately reminded her. You, really, do not tease people. Seeing that, Shushu smiled, thinking, seriously, have I gradually gotten used to that face? Corey awkwardly asked her, why do you keep smiling? Shushu immediately replied, nothing. Shushu secretly praised. Corey looks so cute. The children cheered. Cheesecake. Han replied, Mom and Dad said they are buying it now, so wait a little bit, okay? Her younger brother immediately retorted. You ate so much at the restaurant and just came back, and now you are eating again. Hearing that, Yi-an immediately explained. My friends begged me so much, so I just had to go. It is not like I ate much. Yi-an shouted loudly. What are you talking about? I do not know how much you ate, but you smell strongly. Hey, Hansei-yu, have you finished your homework? Bring your workbook here. Suddenly the phone rang. An unknown number. Who is it, I wonder? Yi-an immediately picked up. Hello, that unexpected call brought bad news to Han Yan's family. She screamed, what? Yi-an's voice trembled. Accident. Traffic. Her whole body trembled, uncontrollably. No. At this moment, Shushu suddenly woke up. No. She sighed with relief. It was a dream. He's gently asked her, Shushu, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shushu replied listlessly, huh. He's continued, her voice worried. Your complexion has not been good since this morning, and you just ate a little at lunch. She immediately replied, I am fine. I guess I am just not well, because I did not sleep well. His continued to ask, why did not you sleep well? Are you worried about something? Shushu awkwardly replied, number. Recently, the dreams related to her past life have become increasingly vivid, although having more information about the original plot is convenient, as the words are clear without trying to read them. But the problem is that even the unpleasant memories are vividly recreated. Shushu wondered, is it because it is so real that my heart hurts, as if I just went through it? She wearily thought, if I stay in this mood, I won't be able to do anything. How can I lighten my heart? Suddenly, she heard a greeting. Young lady, hello. His greeted Hallie back. Crown Prince. Hello. Seeing that, Hallie awkwardly replied, ah, well, you do not need to bow. What is wrong with his expression? He gently said to Hes. We are all students, so just act naturally, young lady Hestia. Witnessing that scene, Shushu secretly grumbled. What is this? Why is not he greeting me? Who is he? Is he really that crown prince? Shushu spoke up. Hey, you, don't you see me? There is someone else here too. Seeing that, Hilly replied indifferently, hello. As soon as he finished speaking, Hilly unconsciously chuckled. He immediately explained, sorry, I am still struggling a bit when I look at you. It reminds me of the last music class. Seeing that, Shushu angrily thought, only you have such a long memory. Only you, please forget it for heaven's sake. She secretly thought, all right, I have decided. You are the one who has to sacrifice for me, to relieve my mood. Just wait until swordsmanship class. In the club activity room, Corey told Shushu, the formation has been enlarged, so it is much clearer now. All we need to do is analyze the formula. He continued, and if we add the excluded formulas into this empty space. Corey asked her, I tried analyzing it based on your reasoning. What do you think? Is it okay? Shushu immediately replied, excellent. Now, try consolidating it back to its original size. Hearing that, he waved his hand. All right, combine them using the modified and simplified formula. Gazing at the result, Corey lowered his voice. It is a success. Shushu immediately praised. Amazing, Corey learned so fast. Corey humbly replied, you are better. There is probably no one else in history who thought of rearranging magic formations besides you. Thanks to that, I have understood magic formations quite well. Thank you for teaching me. Shushu awkwardly replied, it is nothing. Anyone can do it if they know the principle. Seeing this, she asked again, what is wrong with you? Corey continued, if you are so talented, why did you choose the swordsmanship department? After all, if you had chosen the magic department, you would have been lectured about magic with me. It would have been much more interesting. Shushu frankly replied, because being a royal knight pays more than being a royal mage. Corey stammered. But, he continued, The club's financial support too. Why do you care so much about money? Shushu froze. That, to ensure my future. Corey continued to ask why. Your family's not that poor, is it? Is there any reason you are insecure about the future? Shushu thought to herself. As expected, he is smart. No one has ever probed me like this before. She secretly pondered. But I can't answer that, my future. I will take care of it myself. Shushu explained to Corey. You are still young, so you do not know anything. No matter what the current situation is, the future is not guaranteed. She told herself, this should get me past, right? It is not a lie. Hearing that, Corey chuckled. What? You are still young too, but you are pretending to know everything, she retorted. Oh, what I have been through is not like yours. Saying that, she thought to herself, I have all the experience from my past life. Actually, in my past life, when I was little, I also enjoyed a rich life. Misfortune began to strike after my mother died in a traffic accident. Because I decided to inherit the assets while still young and unaware of the situation. I had to bear my father's business debt. I had to worry about my siblings' livelihood and live a hard life in a single room in the basement. To the point where I prayed to heaven just to endure today. Every day was a struggle because of money. Shushu clenched her fists. Therefore, even if I do not know the future of my family, I would probably still do what I am doing now, because misfortune can strike at any time. And I do not want to live like that ever again. Her eyes suddenly welled up. She suddenly missed her siblings. She left behind in her past life. Shushu told herself, it is all because of that dream. On days when I have such dreams, I can't control my emotions. Corey asked her, are you alright? He immediately apologized. Did I speak too freely? I am sorry. Shushu immediately replied, no, I did not want to show such a vulnerable side in front of Corey. My mood is too unstable. Saying that, both fell silent. Corey pointed at the chair. You would be better off sleeping for the remaining time. Shushu was surprised. Huh. She looked up at Corey. Huh. At this moment, Corey had cast a spell, making the blanket curl around Shushu. Thrown onto the chair, Shushu cried out in alarm. Corey, what is this? What are you doing? He gently stroked Shushu's head. Corey lowered his voice. Relax your mind a bit, then wake up. Seeing that, Shushu could not help but be moved. Corey, she quietly said, thank you. Inhaling the scent of the blanket, Shushu thought to herself, there seems to be a sweet scent lingering in the blanket. Shushu said loudly, excellent, the magic formation is engraved beautifully. She told herself, now to add my signature. Shushu said excitedly, mana adjustment earrings completed. She told herself, it is also more suitable for side activities than I thought. Since it is a gift, I should wrap it, right? Gazing at the wrapped gift in her hand, Shushu thought to herself, because I am grateful for what happened last time, I want to reciprocate. Relax your mind a bit, then wake up. She told herself, it would be great if Corey liked it. At this moment, Hailey smiled smugly, looking at the piece of paper. He secretly calculated, Sharena West, attacking me randomly without discussion to relieve your mood on sad days. Hey, what is wrong with you, seriously? You have to block it, you need to block the attacks. Hailey asserted, I have decided. I am going to get revenge with this new training method I have written. Corey asked him, Hailey, next is club time, are not you going? Hailey immediately replied, you go first. Corey lowered his voice. All right, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dropped a bag of candy. Seeing that, Hailey reminded him, it seems you are carrying more snacks now. Eat in moderation, Corey immediately replied. I eat them in portions, don't worry. Hailey unexpectedly asked Corey, you still have not returned that magazine. It was a magic magazine, sitting neatly on the table. Corey explained, oh, I bought this because it has a special article about a character I am interested in. Hailey remembered, that super famous person in the underworld. I do not know why you would admire such a suspicious person. Corey immediately replied, because the Crown Prince is not interested in magic, he would not understand. Hearing that, Hailey irritably said, why am I not interested? Oh, fine, never mind. Corey continued, well, I am going now. He replied coldly, suit yourself. As he walked, Corey exclaimed, that person is truly a genius. He secretly admired, I can't believe they can invent even remote communicators that can reach the Eastern continent. Anyone interested in magic must surely want to meet them once, right? As soon as he arrived, Corey thought, it seems Shushu is already here. He gently opened the door. Shushu, hello. Shushu immediately called him over. Corey, come here quickly. Corey instructed her. I brought some new snacks. If you want some, just eat them. Shushu immediately replied, thank you. Looking at the model in front of him, Corey exclaimed in surprise. So, it is almost complete, right? Shushu happily replied. Thanks to Corey's help, I was able to finish it so quickly. Thank you so much, Corey vaguely realized. This completed shape looks familiar, does not it? He continued, could it be Mount Ogren, near our Ogren Academy? Shushu replied. Exactly. Corey asked again. But why did you make that? Hearing that, Shushu lowered her voice. Explaining this would take a while. Corey immediately changed the subject. Oh right, I heard the swordsmanship department has their final exam at Mount Ogren. Shushu replied in surprise. That is right. I heard it is a practical exam to eliminate monsters. How did you know that? Corey further explained. My magic department will also participate with you all. Shushu continued. Is that so? So we can meet during class now, huh? Hearing that, Corey chuckled lightly. That is right. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself. Now he smiles quite naturally. Corey continued to ask, but let me tell you, is this model related to the practical exam? She immediately replied. Yes, it is for the club project. Shushu continued, I will explain the rest to you after the exam. He replied concisely, okay. Saying that, Corey reminded her, but do not overexert yourself. The magical beasts have been very aggressive lately. Hearing that, Shushu thought to herself, the more I look, the more I see Corey as a good person. Even if he has questions, he never presses too hard. She recalled the last time. I told him not to make a mess on the sofa, so he handled all the small things in midair. Although it looked a bit odd, I felt that he always paid attention to everything. In his own way. Shushu smiled smugly. He is definitely worth comparing to that foolish crown prince who only knows swordsmanship. Suddenly, she remembered. Shushu handed him a small gift package. Corey, a gift for you. A gift? As he opened the gift, Corey was surprised. Earrings. He then asked her, what day is today? It is not my birthday. What is this? Shushu happily replied. It is a thank you gift for helping me every day. It is about helping adjust mana. Looking intently at the earring, Corey quietly said, making this must have been difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Then he slipped and fell to the ground. Corey? Corey anxiously asked her, where did you buy this? Shushu immediately asked back, do you mean the ruby or the earring? Corey immediately replied, no, I mean this earring. Didn't you buy it? Seeing that? Shushu immediately replied, no, I made it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, Corey immediately jumped up. What? Seeing that, Shushu screamed, what? What is wrong with you? What happened? So scary. He anxiously asked Shushu, the owner of the signature engraved on this, is it really you? There was a special signature on the earring. Shushu immediately replied, that is right. As for that, what, he does not like my signature? Corey hesitated. Then asked, if so, are you Shunivalain? At this, Shushu was surprised. How does he know that name? Corey quietly said, the special article about Shunivalain. Shushu humbly said, I am not famous enough to appear in such places. Hearing that, Corey excitedly replied, what do you mean, not famous enough? The things you create are incredibly groundbreaking. Besides me, there are probably quite a few people who admire your outstanding abilities and have become your fans. Seeing that, Shushu thought to herself, I wore a cloak to change my appearance and carefully left no trace of myself. Yet, someone secretly found out about me. Losing all these articles like this is too dangerous. She told herself, from now on, when I am in my original form, I probably should not sign my name carelessly anymore. I have to be careful. Meanwhile, Corey was still muttering in joy. It is Shunivalain. Shunivalain is right next to me. Anyway, you are definitely Shunivalain, right? Having no other choice, she decided to ask him to keep it a secret. Shushu asserted loudly, that is right, I am Shunivalain. She stammered, I am only telling you. So in return, before she could finish speaking, Corey extended his hand towards her. Here's my hand, she stammered. Saying that, Shushu awkwardly shook his hand. Handshake? Corey immediately screamed and ran away. What do I do? I have used up all my luck for my entire life, so I might just die right now. Seeing that, Shushu called out to him in a panic. Corey, where are you going? Shushu told herself. It is the first time I have seen him like that. It seems he is a true fan of Shunivalain. She thought to herself, I guess we won't be awkward with each other after this. Corey quietly walked in. Shushu, I am sorry. I acted out of control, did not I, Corey? I went outside to calm down a bit. Shushu asked him, is that so? Are you all right now? Corey awkwardly replied, I really like these earrings. Thank you, Shushu. Shushu lowered her voice. All right. She happily continued. Luckily, you like them. As soon as she finished speaking, blood gushed from Corey's ear like a fountain. Seeing that, Shushu cried out in a panic, Corey, how did you pierce your ear? Corey stammered, at the Nobles' school. The students were on break, gathered together and chatting excitedly. Inside the classroom, it was just as lively. All the students were noisily talking to each other, but there was one girl diligently studying. His was diligently writing, very engrossed. Suddenly, someone walked over and called, "Our Hess is on break, and you are still studying." She heard that and was startled. She looked up and quickly closed her notebook. "No way. Studying? I am just doodling." Shushu happily leaned over to look. "Is that so? Anyway, if you need to organize important points from your lessons, let me know. Have you finished organizing the exam scope?" She giggled, her eyes full of gold coins. If you want to get a scholarship, you always have to be prepared. Someone walked over, arms akimbo, and called, "Sharena West." Rose stood there with her hands on her hips. "How did you do it? Tell me your secret." She turned to look, wondering, that is Rose, the famous gossip. She does not usually talk to me, but she is asking me for something. Shushu turned to look. How to organize main ideas. Well, I am not sure about Hess, but why should I tell someone I am not close to, like you? Hearing that, she awkwardly covered her face. "Oh my God," she blushed and said loudly. "Who asked you to tell me those things?" She said arrogantly, "Corey, I heard you are close to that scary person. So how did you do it?" Hearing that, Shushu glanced over, annoyed. "I knew it. It is always pointless gossip. He looks scary, but he is actually a very gentle person. If you want to get close to him, just approach him and start a conversation." She cried, biting her handkerchief. "You think I am stupid? I tried talking to him, but I was ignored immediately." She looked bewildered. "It is possible he was not ignoring you." Rose recalled Corey's expression and trembled in fear. "No way! Clearly, his expression was as if he would kill me if I kept talking to him." But in her mind, she thought differently. It must have just been a stare. He was not thinking anything. Even if I tell her, she probably won't believe me. Poor Corey, it is so unfair. She did not want to talk, so she pulled Hez away. I do not know. Hez, let us go buy snacks," Rose quickly called out. "Also, your business. You handle it yourself. Hey, wait, tell me the secret before you go." She still tried to shout loudly. "You look so disgusting, seriously. Are you being arrogant because Corey likes you?" Hearing that, she immediately got angry. "What are you saying? You little girl. Liked, am I a pet?" Shushu walked quickly towards her. Rose saw that and jumped in fear. What? She approached and whispered in her ear. "If you want to know that badly, I will tell you." She blushed shyly. "Really, what is it?" Shushu gently blew into her ear, making her shiver and scream loudly. She quickly ran, pulling Hez by the hand, out the door. The girl saw that and chased after them. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop, aren't you going to stop there?" As she walked, Hez wondered, she is really impossible. She says she is afraid of Corey, but then she wants to get close to him. Does she have some other motive with Corey? She happily turned to look. It probably is not necessarily like that. Corey is actually very popular. She immediately startled and turned back. What popular? Isn't everyone afraid of him and staying away? Hez's eyes sparkled. Even though he is a little scary, he is handsome. She remembered his face. Besides, his family is rich, and his magic ability is excellent, so he is top tier. She continued, he is popular now too, but at the beginning of the semester, female students liked him as much as the crown prince. Hearing that, Shushu showed a bewildered expression. That popular, so... She sweated and looked away. Seriously, what is this? This confused feeling, like being silently betrayed. Everyone was standing at the foot of the magnificent tall mountain. Everyone gathered, talking noisily. Corey turned to look, wondering. She was standing with her arms crossed in front of him, slowly approaching, staring intently into his eyes. Shushu glared with annoyance. "Corey DeVoas, you traitor," she pondered. "He seems to not have many friends like me, but he is actually a popular person. Even with a scary appearance, he is still popular. It must be because he is handsome, huh?" Suddenly she looked at his face and found it sparklingly handsome. Looking at the sparkling light in front of her, Shushu looked bewildered. It must be because we are outdoors that he looks even more dazzling. That is right, he is one of the original male leads. So of course. She turned away and rubbed her head. All right. I am jealous of the male lead's popularity because of his visual standards, okay? Never mind. Shushu. He wondered, calling her name Shushu. Shushu continued to rub her head, her face dark with melancholy. Thinking back, it turns out I had short hair when I was little and was mistaken for a boy. That is why I was rejected. He looked at her worriedly. Shushu, what is wrong? Are you okay? She turned sharply to look, startling him. Why do you keep staring at me like that sometimes? Do you have something to say? Shushu sighed and looked away. No, it is just that I suddenly find you too handsome. Hearing her say that, he blushed all over. Corey awkwardly covered his face and turned away sharply. She saw that and widened her eyes in surprise. He was too embarrassed to look up. Don't say things like that. It is hard enough for me to pretend to be nonchalant when looking at you. I can't stare. She saw that and turned to smile. Ah, that is right. You are my fan, are not you? Shushu then thought. That is right. I do not need to be discouraged. Corey is my biggest fan, Shunivalan's fan. She looked down at him, who was embarrassed, and smiled cruelly. He is embarrassed by his idol's praise, so he does not know what to do. So cute, I will make you even cuter. Shushu happily pulled him up. I will sign it for you. Okay, how about a hug? Or a handshake? He awkwardly pushed her away. All right. I said it is all right. Get out of here. Hilly walked over, annoyed. As expected, you are eccentric. This is the first practical exam. Are not you too nervous at all, Hilly? She turned away, annoyed, forcing a smile. I am trying to stay calm, to the point where I am thinking about how to tear Hilly apart and eat him. He replied indifferently. Ah, is that so? How lucky? A teacher said. Students of the swordsmanship department, magic department. It seems everyone has arrived. Please gather this way. He kept pushing Corey away, and she saw that, annoyed. Lately, I wonder if Hailey has gotten used to my jokes, but his reaction is so boring. A teacher stepped forward to read the test instructions. First-year students will take the test here, at the foot of the Ogre Mountain Range. Monster elimination will be conducted in a total of 3 rounds. Round 1, Round 2, and Round 3. There were many slimes piled on top of each other. Round 1 will score based on the number of cores collected by catching slimes in 30 minutes. Hearing that, Shushu clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Finally, I get to catch real monsters. This will be fun. The teacher continued to explain. If you get injured, you will be automatically transferred to the Academy's infirmary, so do not worry. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing, bewildered. No wonder I feel magic in the combat attire. It turns out there is teleportation magic in here. Corey turned and said, But your magic department seems to have fewer people. This practical exam in the magic department is an elective, not mandatory, so those who are not in the offensive ranks have been eliminated. He heard that and was surprised. So Swanhaden was eliminated. Is that why I do not see him here? He then asked in wonder, What are you talking about? He is not even enrolled yet. Hearing the two of them talk, the name Swanhaden came to her mind. Hailey turned away. Ah, I forgot. Swan went to study abroad in the southern continent, did not he? But he wondered. Yes, but is not there a war there? Why did he go to study abroad in such a dangerous place? She kept muttering the name. Swanhaden, Swanhaden. Could it be the Swanhaden? I know. She remembered a boy. I do not like him. That boy stood there, clenching his fists. Damn it! Then the boy shouted, Go away! Thinking of him, Shushu's face darkened. Why did this memory come back to me first all of a sudden? She remembered his face. So I realized I had forgotten him in my current life, Swanhaden. She still pondered. He was originally as beautiful as an angel, so I should never have forgotten him. She turned her head to look at the two of them. But these two have known him since childhood, have not they? Well, anyway. Luckily, I won't run into that Swan. Corey glanced at him. I heard Swan transferred as a first year. He immediately froze and looked down, thinking of that kid's brutal behavior. I do not want to meet him at all. He turned and chuckled. What? The Crown Prince is afraid of the young Duke? That is right. You and he get along. Well, that must be fun, huh? Shushu pondered. It seems Hilly also has some unpleasant memories with that guy. Now that I think about it, the two quickly turned to look at her. Sharena, are not you very close to Swanhaden? She wondered, pointing to herself. Huh, me. He immediately replied, That is right. I heard the Blanche family and your West family frequently visit each other. She immediately explained, That is just for family business. It has nothing to do with me. It is true we meet often, but her eyes became unhappy. Meeting often does not mean being close. It is easy to understand anyway. She continued to recall the past. When he was little, Swan often visited my house with his father. Swan practiced swordsmanship there. When the adults were working, he mainly came to my family's training grounds. She continued to think. So I often met Swan there while practicing. She remembered his beautiful face, a face that was beautiful but infinitely cold. Shushu thought of his wounded hands, a child who always wore long pants and long-sleeved turtleneck shirts, covering his entire body. I once accidentally saw his hands and feet covered in horrifying wounds. After recalling those images, that is right, I do not know the others, but I remember that image very clearly. She closed her eyes, thinking with annoyance. He always looked like that every day, so it was very difficult for me to get close to him. Anyway, even if I tried to talk to him, he would ignore me. So how could we possibly be close? Shushu suddenly opened her eyes, silent. She suddenly seemed to remember something. Thinking back, it turns out when Hez tried to talk to him, he used to pretend to listen. That is right, I remember now. She continued to think. Although it is a bit sad because he is one of the original male leads, I probably just acquiesced. She thought of Swan hugging Hez from behind. She annoyed him with a humph. It would be better if we were not close, perhaps. Among the male leads, none of them are normal. She suddenly turned to stare. No, it is possible they are mentally stable children. Shushu looked directly at the two people in front of her. Just looking at Hailey or Corey, they are already worlds. Apart from the novel's description, how can I even say they are normal? She continued to think, who knows, maybe the novel is wrong. Hailey turned to look. Orange head? Why are you staring at me like that? Are you falling for me? What are you saying? Seriously, she uncomfortably grumbled. I am not only staring at His Highness. Hailey, sir. She frowned in anger. No, it is true, they are just still young, so they have not revealed their tendencies yet. Don't be fooled, Sharena. The teacher began to speak. All right, from now on, round 1 of the practical exam will begin. Start, the students happily said, let us go. The students scattered, searching every corner. Shushu watched everyone happily rush off. Everyone is so eager to run. She happily shrugged, but why run so tired and troublesome? You should focus on the main part, right? If your mind is not good, your hands and feet will struggle a lot, right? She happily glanced over. Besides, I have amazing members. This is just a test of time. The two were diligently searching every bit. Found it? This is it, right? Yes, these are definitely traces of a slime herd passing by. In Shushu's heart, she was smiling cruelly. From today, the scholarship and club support money are mine, everyone. She then happily turned and called. Corey, I have gathered the slimes in one place. Can you burn them all at once? He turned to look at her, confident. That is not difficult. She walked straight up to him. I heard that Hailey also participated in monster elimination before. Hailey immediately replied. That is right, I did. Hearing that, she happily asked for a favor. Then can you help me find the alpha slime and do not kill it? He heard that and wondered. You mean, you want me to catch it alive? Yes. Hailey then put on his hat and walked away. I understand. All right, see you later. She waved her hand. Yes, I am counting on you. We will also catch slimes for Hailey on this side, so do not worry. Corey immediately turned to invite her. Shushu, let us follow the traces before we miss the slimes. She immediately refused. Ah, no need. I will lure them here. He walked over and asked. Here. She then drew on the ground with her hand. Wait a moment. She then used her power to make the drawing glow. Bright yellow energy streams flew out all around. After that, a few slimes quickly crawled towards the two. Corey saw that and was surprised. They are really coming. Hearing the rustling sound, the two quickly turned to look. Many slimes crawled one after another. They are coming in huge numbers. He saw that and was surprised, turning to ask, Shushu, how did you do that? Can illusion magic do this? She chuckled lightly and explained, I created an illusion, magic formation, and made it emit the slime's favorite scent. Corey turned, amazed, exclaiming, I can't believe you can do that. You are really good, she humbly replied. Oh, really? It is nothing special. Corey has learned how to manipulate it, so he can do it too. The two looked straight ahead at the piles of slimes. Excellent, it seems we have gathered enough now. Hurry before they wake up and scatter. Shushu then turned happily. Corey, it is your turn. He confidently turned away sharply. I am counting on you. Trust me. He raised his hand, and his hand glowed. He opened his mouth and quietly said, Fire. Corey extended his arm directly in front of him. He extended his hand, summoning a magic circle. His firepower killed all the slimes. Shushu looked at the burning blue flame in front of her. Blue fire. The talented one is not me, it is you. How high is the temperature, anyway? It is hot even from here. He quickly turned to look directly at her. Corey created a water barrier around her. Sorry, it is a bit hot, is not it? You stay behind here until it is over. Water barrier? She saw that and smiled happily. As expected, Corey is very thoughtful. Thank you, Corey. He turned back and smiled, nodding slightly. The slimes were packed into 3 bags. All right, enough slime cores for 3 portions are ready. Shushu then took a bag and placed it in his hand. If everyone gets more than 10 cores, it should be enough to get a high score, right? But Shushu. He then turned to ask her. There is still 20 minutes left until the end of the exam. What should we do now? Shushu placed another pink ball in his hand. I will show you how to use this. Huh. He held up the ball and looked at it. What is this? Did you make it? She replied. She then threw the ball straight at a slime, explaining, this is a monster catching ball. Just use it like this, and that is it. The slime then exploded with a boom. The slime was trapped inside the ball. Shushu quickly picked up the ball, looked at him, and exclaimed, amazing. He then held the ball tightly, treasuring the item. This. It even has Shunivalin's signature on it. This. Can I keep it? Give me this. Which one will you give me? This is so good, is not it? It is for you. Take it. Shushu looked at his happy face and thought, that kid Corey. He is getting cuter and cuter indeed for Hess. Compared to Hailey, Corey is more thoughtful, intelligent, and capable. Amazing. She asked, wondering, is this for the club project? Right. Shushu stood there and said, I will catch monsters and release them into the Mount Ogren model we created, and then study their action patterns and movement paths to improve the club's performance. He heard that and just smiled slightly, saying nothing. Seeing him smile, she wondered, why are you smiling? Corey chuckled, replying, because being with you is really interesting. I do not know what I have been doing with my life until now. Hearing that, she did not understand. He said, interesting, my whole life, I have only heard people complain that my personality is bad-tempered and boring. Suddenly, a voice called, Sharina West. Corey turned sharply and walked quickly. Hilly's voice. It seems he caught the alpha slime. Let us go quickly. She quickly ran over. Hailey, you caught it already. Hailey caught a large slime. You are here, are not you, of course. He confidently continued. A low-level monster like this. I caught it in one go. As he turned, he suddenly froze. Hilly shouted, Sharina, stand still. He quickly ran over. Don't move. Stand still. The two looked around cautiously. Are there signs of a high-level monster? What kind? He pointed directly at her. It is you. You are even more formidable than a monster. Come on, try coming closer to me. Hearing that, Shushu wondered, what is wrong, for heaven's sake, huh? She turned to ask, hey, Crown Prince, what exactly is wrong with you? He replied annoyingly, what is wrong? You do not really know, so you are asking, huh? He pointed with his hand. Why did you bring that here, huh? Shushu looked at the pink ball in her hand. What is it, Corey turned, wondering, monster ball, what is wrong? Is there a problem? She forced a smile, nothing. Wait a minute. He annoyed stomped on the slime on the ground and yelled, what do you have against me? I did everything you told me to. Shushu's eyes glowed as she looked at him. He suddenly startled. You? Could it be that you intend to use that thing? Then I won't let it go. She clenched the ball in her hand. After all, Shushu raised the ball in her hand. Are you saying? She then threw the ball straight at him. What the heck? Hailey closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The ball rolled under his feet. He opened his eyes and looked down at his feet, seeing the slime trapped inside the ball, crying out. Shushu sighed, sat down, and picked up the ball. She turned and whispered, if I injured or trapped the Crown Prince in a monster ball, I would be accused of offending the royal family. I am not a fool, am I? I just said that. I absolutely did not mean to say the Crown Prince is foolish. He heard her words and blushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly turned away. Sorry for misunderstanding you. Why are you smiling? Hilly, blushing, turned and said loudly, could it be that you recorded or filmed this too? She chuckled. Who knows? She remained calm. It is fine. I have also recorded your dark history. Could it be the scene where I sang? Really, who knows? The two continued to argue back and forth. I did not say I filmed the Crown Prince. Delete it immediately. I also replied, who knows? I know you are the one who filmed it. Delete everything. He stood in the middle, bewildered and speechless. Corey chuckled lightly. It seems you two argue every day. So you were actually close, huh? The two immediately turned sharply and said in unison, not at all. The two continued to turn back and glare at each other. Delete it, you delete it, you delete it first. Everything in order. The Crown Prince goes first. He looked at them and just grunted. Corey squinted and muttered, quite close, huh? The teacher walked over and said to everyone, dear students, we have finished the first round. Please submit the number of slime cores you collected and move to the round 2 location. At everyone's school, there were students sitting and studying. Students were diligently working on their assignments. After finishing their assignments, the students happily threw their papers around. Shushu smiled happily and confidently. The teacher called her into the room. Congratulations, Sharina. What? You received a scholarship for your excellent performance in this final exam. She recalled it with smug satisfaction. Although the result was as expected, receiving the notification still made me extremely happy. He's walked over from somewhere. Shushu, what is wrong? Are you happy about something? She startled. The two walked and chatted happily. Well, the holidays are coming, so I am excited to go home. That is right. I am excited too. Finally, going home. She happily hugged her arm. At school, we can't play together often. But on holiday, I can play with Shushu every day, right? So much fun. He smiled and turned. Oh, that is right, Shushu. You will help me pack my luggage this time too, right? She heard that and remained silent. She thought to herself, I wish she would fix that childish reliance of hers a little. He looked at her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She hung her head, lost in thought, wondering if it was all her fault. She remembered how he used to run up to her, full of joy. Shushu, read me a fairy tale. Shushu, help me with this. Shushu. She suddenly clapped Hez on the shoulder. Perhaps it was her fault for remembering her younger siblings from her past life. Whatever it was, she always helped him. Hez, listen carefully. Shushu said bluntly and seriously. From now on, you are going to pack your own luggage. Got it? She confidently held out her hand. We are not kids anymore, Hestia. Don't rely on me so much. Become independent. Hearing that, she was stunned. Independent? She continued. In the future, if you want to do things you like, you have to be able to manage on your own, right? He fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He rubbed his hands and muttered, but she cheerfully patted Hess on the shoulder. Okay, if you understand, then start by packing your luggage alone. Got it? She ran off, waving goodbye. I am going to the clubroom now. See you later. She could only stare blankly after her. Hess sadly hung his head. Independent. What is the point of that? He said to himself. My parents said that is not necessary, Shushu. Inside the chemistry lab at school, the slimes are cuddling together, Shushu. It looks like the third slime colony is in its breeding season. Corey pointed at the model. It seems like a new colony is forming over here, towards the valley. I am observing it too. She wrote while thinking about what happened earlier. Hess's expression was not good. Was she too straightforward? No, those were words that had to be said. She could not always be by Hess's side. She kept thinking, at some point, we will have to separate for our own work. Corey noticed she was lost in thought for a moment and looked over, puzzled. He asked, Shushu, what is wrong? Did I say something wrong? She startled and looked up. No, I am writing down the results. He lowered his eyes sadly. Sorry for letting you write the report alone. She cheerfully smiled. Your handwriting is chicken scratch. You not helping is already helping me. Shushu complained to Corey. But I am suddenly a little hungry. Corey, I am going to eat a cake. He quickly ran to get her a cake right away. He ran so fast that his foot hit the table leg. I will use both hands to feed Shushu. He tripped, and the cake flew out of his hand. A pair of quick feet darted over. Shushu quickly tossed the cake into her mouth. Corey was stunned. What was that technique? He clapped his hands in admiration. Amazing, truly incredible, wonderful. She proudly raised her head. This is nothing. I could do even more in my past life. Corey started throwing cakes around for her to catch. Well done, well done. How about this one? Catch it. She angrily shouted. Hey, stop it. It is a waste if the cake falls. That is why I keep catching it. Sorry. Corey finished writing the report and cheerfully raised his hands. Finally done. Project report complete. Thanks to the monster samples Corey and Hilly collected for me. Thank you. Corey seemed to remember something. That is right. The club advisor said the monster extermination data is extremely valuable and he is very interested in it. He continued. Maybe we can look forward to our club's ranking next semester. She was puzzled. Next semester. She fell into thought. Corey reluctantly joined the club because I asked him. Could it be? Suddenly, Shushu turned and called, Hey, Corey. Corey became serious. Next semester, you are still staying in the club, right? The school bell rang. Class is over, let us go eat. The students chattered happily. Did you hear? Today's lunch is a meat buffet. Let us go, meat, hooray. Someone came and called, Corey, wake up. Hailey stood there. Class is over, let us go eat. He had just woken up, and his hair was a mess. He slumped back on the desk. Hey, are you going to sleep again? Hilly grabbed Corey's shirt and pulled him up. You do not eat properly? You do not get enough sleep. How can you be so lazy? Get up, you? He continued. It seems like Sharena's laziness is contagious from you. Hearing that name, he immediately woke up. Corey immediately jumped up, startling him. That is right, today is probably the club activity day. Because today is an even day, so probably. He wearily rubbed his head. Sorry, I wanted to welcome the club activity time with the most sincere heart. Hilly was puzzled. What are you rambling about? Corey immediately shoved a bunch of candies into his hand. What is what, telling you to eat alone or something? Here, take some candy, have it for dessert after you eat. Corey dusted his hands and left. I am going to the clubroom, see you later. He threw all the candy on the ground in annoyance. I wasted my time waiting for him. He walked quickly forward. He thought as he walked, but when did Hailey become so attached to me? We were not very close to begin with, so he would not care if I ate or not. Corey remembered Hilly's face from a few days ago. Didn't he hate me talking to him before, so I thought we could never be close? Don't bother me. How did we become so close? He suddenly realized something. He remembered when Hilly said, what? Sharena too, she is really weird, scary, and negative, right? Corey also remembered Shushu's appearance. How is it, Corey? This is the second part of my Hilly beating project, which I just planned. This is truly a masterpiece. Yeah, it is amazing. He remembered when the two of them argued. Corey, what do you think? The Crown Prince is wrong, right? What are you talking about, Corey? I am right? Corey is on my side. Right. What I say is right, so it is right. What sides? Don't sway, Corey. Corey remembered and suddenly smiled. Thanks to Shushu, maybe? He opened the door to the room. That is right. Besides that, there is another reason. Corey entered the room. He is already here. He came here right after school, like me. He saw Shushu sleeping on the sofa. She was very pretty, even when she sleeps, making Corey speechless. He gently sat down and looked at her. She is a little strange after all. He thought about Hes. Everyone praises Miss Hestia for being beautiful, and they can't take their eyes off her, but why do I? Then he thought about her. I am more attracted to Shushu, huh? Corey stared intently at her. I want to keep watching her sleep. Shushu was still sleeping soundly, unaware of anything. He stared intently at her sleeping, mesmerized. Am I addicted to Shushu's face? When she woke up, her hair had been tied up in a ponytail, pointing straight up. Shushu stood in front of the mirror, puzzled. My hair. How did it become like this? He was sweating, sorry. He trembled. Your hair kept falling down and covering your face, so I helped you tie it up to make it easier. I should not have touched it in the first place. When Shushu was sleeping, he was fidgeting and messing with her. It is because she looked so cute that I wanted to touch her hair lightly. He worried and trembled. When I came to my senses, I had already tied her hair like that. It is funny, but since I touched her hair without permission, she is probably annoyed. I have to endure it. Corey went over to untie her hair. I am really sorry about this. Shushu, I will untie your hair right away, okay? She frowned. Corey, Why do I look so plain? Shushu was gloomy and unhappy. Is it because my face is swollen? I look so ugly, huh? Hearing that, he quickly untied her hair. It is all my fault for doing something unnecessary. No, that is not it. Your face is just swollen because you just woke up, and it is also because of this hairstyle. I will take it off for you right away. He fixed her hair. Okay, it looks better now. Shushu turned away. I do not know. Corey touched her hair and turned his head back. It does not seem any different. Making Corey blush and freeze for a moment. She pouted and looked at him. He smiled. Corey's eyes became gentle. Shushu, you are incredibly adorable right now. Hearing that, she widened her eyes in surprise. Then she subconsciously blushed in embarrassment. Shushu was shy and flustered. What are you saying? I am not hurt. You can be honest, really. Okay, bye. She glanced away in confusion. As expected, Corey is very kind. If it were Hilly, he would have teased me. He rummaged in his pocket. That is right. I have this for you. Corey attached something to her ear. Excuse me for a moment. She turned to look. A gift. Put it on first. She exclaimed happily. It is so pretty. It is an orange-shaped earring. Shushu turned back, puzzled. But why are you suddenly giving me a gift? It is not my birthday today. He replied. It is a return gift for the earrings you gave me. And that question from last time. She asked at that time, next semester you are still staying in the club, right? He answered her question from that time, even though I said I would continue to stay. You are still worried? Maybe I need something to prove my answer. He took a step back and bowed slightly. Please take care of me from now on, Magic Circle Creation Club leader. He smiled softly after answering. She looked at him and subconsciously blushed again. She turned away shyly and hugged her chest. What is wrong with him today? Is he not content with making people feel touched? And he is abusing my heart with that smile. It is so dangerous, that heart-abusing thing. Calm down, my heart. No, since when did Corey's smile become so natural? He wondered, does it hurt somewhere today, that, Corey? Shushu's stomach suddenly rumbled. Thank you, Corey. But, as expected, you did not eat lunch and came straight here, huh? He said, there's probably still something to eat. Let us go to the cafeteria. Over there, she shyly hugged her stomach. Why does it have to be at this time? It is okay if Corey does not eat either. I will just skip a meal, it is fine. He thought of when Hilly sighed. It seems like Sharena's laziness is contagious from you lately. Why is it like that? Corey panicked and grabbed her shoulders. No, we have to go eat immediately. He used magic to make her float in the air. I am really okay. Lunch break is almost over. We have to go quickly. He used magic to pull her along, so Corey's weakness is being overly concerned. Suddenly a bell rang. The sound of a sound transmission device. Could it be a call from home? Shushu called out, Corey, wait, I will take a call through the sound transmission device for a moment. He let her down. Now, if we are late, there won't be any food left to eat. I will catch up right away. You go ahead and get a sandwich for me, okay? Hearing that, he hurried away. There is no other way. Call quickly and come, okay. Shushu took out the sound transmission device. Yes, hello, this is MS. Shunavalen. She suddenly looked around cautiously. Cal. What is it? All of a sudden, I told you that if there was something, I would contact you. I am sorry, it is because I sent a message but did not get a reply. The person continued. The thing is, someone of extremely high status insists on meeting MS. Shunavalen. What should we do? Shushu thought about what the person said. Someone of high status. Outside, everyone was noisy and lively. She stood with her hands on her hips in front of the two of them. Have a good summer and see you next semester. Yeah, you too, Sharena. He smiled and continued. Oh, and also, do not forget the promise to explore the food scene. Shushu happily held out her hand. Don't worry, I have already made the menu. And I will eat the strawberry tart at Miss Bakery. He also said, I will eat the apple tart. He was puzzled but still followed. Then I will eat the grape flavor. The two continued to argue, sparks flying between them. No matter what the prize for the game that day is, I will win it anyway. Prepare yourself, don't start so early. Corey stood in the middle, puzzled. It is still a long way until the date, but they are already fighting. Someone came and called, Your Highness, everything is ready. Well, I will go ahead, see you later. Okay, he waved, go ahead, be careful. Corey turned to look at her. Shushu, you should go too. I have something I need to do. So I will leave a little later. What is going on with you on your day off? He walked away but still looked back. I have an appointment, do not worry. Go ahead. If you need anything, contact me, okay? She stood there and replied, Okay, I will go ahead, see you later. She touched her hair, smiled and thought, Everyone is scattering, so it is a little sad, huh? She suddenly realized, but is this okay? According to the original story, I have to stay away from Hilly and Corey. It seems like I have become too close to them. Shushu cheerfully ignored it. I do not know. It is vacation time now, I will have fun and then think about what to do. She glanced over and got annoyed. His was coming towards her from somewhere. Haroon smiled wryly. The carriage is shaking too much, you okay, Shushu? She looked at the shaking luggage uncomfortably. If this luggage falls on my head, you are done for. What kind of luggage is this much? If that is the case, you should have sent it ahead by mail like I did. Is that head of yours just for decoration? He still smiled. No, I also thought there was a lot of luggage, but... Suddenly, he changed his attitude and leaned against the door. Shushu, why do not you ever visit me? I have been waiting for you every day. It is so unfair. I miss you so much, so I can just come see you. Haroon frowned unhappily. Do you know how many times I have come looking for you? Are you deliberately avoiding me? She stiffly turned away. No way. He's innocently raised his hand, Shushu said. Haroon is annoying. I feel like daggers are piercing my head. So that is how it is. He suddenly smiled happily and held out his hand. But our Shushu is still beautiful no matter what she does, so I like Shushu's appearance like that. Come here, my little sister. She annoyedly pushed him away. What are you doing? Get away from there. That is too much. Give your brother a hug. Haroon complained. When you grow up more, you won't be able to hug like this anymore if you have a fiancé. So, I have to take advantage of hugging a lot now. I am a little sad in my heart. She crossed her arms uncomfortably. Even if I do not have a fiancé, you will be the last one to get a hug from this Shushu. You do not know anything. He clenched his fists seriously. Anyway, those wolfish boys probably won't leave my Shushu alone. What should I do? If Shushu has a boyfriend, I will really be sad. How will I live, huh? Before anything, this brother is already sad and tearful. My heart is aching. Shushu looked at him uncomfortably. Here it comes. This crazy brother is starting to fantasize again. She continued. Anyway, I live alone. Do not worry. Regardless of whether Haroon's worries were real or a joke, she would definitely not have a boyfriend. She suddenly remembered her past life. She had never once flirted in her past life. In this life, at most, she would only play the role of a bridge for Hestia. A boy gave her a love letter. Please give this to Hestia for me. She frowned and sighed. That was when I was 5 years old. It started from then. His innocently smiled. Did you hear that, Haroon? There is no way Shushu will be seduced by boys. Do not worry. Hey. Do not talk. It is not like you have to speak up. It is all because of you. He also smiled and covered his face. Is that so? Well, that is good. If Shushu does not have a boyfriend, her brother will live with her for the rest of his life. I already like imagining it. Shushu thought uncomfortably. Stop it. What are you saying is so terrible? Who are you planning to ruin's life? The two started arguing back and forth. No way. Haroon, Shushu will live with me. What are you saying? Even if it is Hes, I definitely won't give in. She wearily complained. I am so tired. I wish I could go home early. Corey was walking on the stairs. He continued to move forward quickly. He looked around. The school was quiet because the students had all gone home. Corey stood in front of the door and sighed. But busy is busy. Why did he ask me to stay back on my day off to get something, and he insisted that I come to his classroom? He opened the door and walked in. Anyway, I came on time, I guess. Eve looked at him and smiled. Junior, you are here. But he was indifferent and did not care. Where is it? He quickly stepped forward. Oh my junior, you are not greeting me and going straight to the main point. He patted his head. I am sad. Nice to meet you, Junior, nice to meet you. Corey annoyedly pushed his hand away. He held out his hand. Here, I brought the magic stone you wanted. Let us trade quickly. Seeing that, he only smiled. Eve picked up the cloth and looked at it. As expected, the magic stone created by Mr. Pa. Corey is extremely wonderful. Every time I look at it, I can't stop admiring it. Amazing, amazing. He was annoyed. Okay, hurry up and give it to me. He placed the item in his hand. What is the rush? Here it is. Eve smiled brightly and walked around him. It was so difficult to find Shunivalan stuff. There is only one of these at the auction, so it was very difficult to get it. I did a good job, huh? That is right. I did a good job. Hearing that, he covered his face smugly. Hearing my junior praise me makes my heart beat fast. I am in a great mood. Well, I will go ahead. Eve suddenly called him back. That is right. There is something I want to tell you. Hearing that, he stopped. He smiled and said, Will you listen to my story for a bit? He only turned to look, but did not say anything. Corey remembered when he was tempted. Is he going to spread rumors about Shunivalan again and tempt me to buy a useless item like last time? At that time, he gave him many items. Corey, it is Shunivalan. Let us see, this book is the one at Shunivalan's house. He lowered his eyes. As expected, he has a scary business talent. There's a reason why he is the substitute for the merchant group owner at that age. He continued to think. That smile is also used for business, right? Seeing that, Eve asked, Why are you standing there? Don't you want to know? He turned sharply. No need. I am leaving. I am sad. Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, I will be forced to buy it again. Corey went out and slammed the door. That is too much, Corey. Is he really going like that? He smiled happily and narrowed his eyes. He opened his eyes and immediately changed his attitude. As expected, his intuition is better than before. I was still planning to take a little more from the product money. Eve slumped into the chair. Anyway, I wish he had stayed and listened a little more. He continued to think I was going to tell that kid. He rested his chin and smiled mischievously. I finally got to meet Shunivalan, the junior's favorite, directly. Eve suddenly shook his head. No. Then he grinned. Maybe. He rested his hand on his chin, slyly. That kid knows everything. Morning sunlight streamed into the castle. Shushu and Haroon slowly stepped out of the carriage, when suddenly a call rang out, attracting both their attention. Young lady, young master. The butler, Mrs. Lita and Emily were standing respectfully in front of the castle gate, warmly welcoming them. Come on in, welcome home. Kareem suddenly ran out from inside, his face cute and excited. Brother Haroon, sister who? He rushed over and jumped on her. Shushu quickly hugged him affectionately. Kareem. Haroon slowly came behind Shushu with a smiling face, gently saying, Kareem, me too. But before he could finish, Kareem ignored him and turned to ask her, Sister, why are you so late? I missed you so much. Hearing Kareem's gentle reproach, Shushu quickly coaxed him. I am sorry, because I waited for Sister Hayes to come home before coming back. So I was late. Being ignored by Kareem, he could not help but feel embarrassed, his hands slightly outstretched, his mouth trying to smooth things over. Hey Kareem, do not you see me? Don't you want to hug me? Come on, rush into my arms. Kareem and Shushu turned to look at him, silently watching Haroon's strange behavior. He bluntly refused his invitation. I do not want to. Haroon was petrified. His heart felt like it was shattering. She stood next to him and sneered. How embarrassing. Haroon was truly humiliated this time. He changed the subject, quickly making an excuse to escape. Okay, I do not want to either. I will go inside first. Do not cling to me. Lida trembled with joy when she saw Haroon and hugged him tightly, affectionately saying, I missed you so much. Please come inside. This old woman made a lot of your favorite apple pie. Haroon pretended to dab at his tears, bashful and pitiful, as expected. I only have Mrs. Lida, thank you, Kareem, and Shushu stood behind, helplessly watching. She heard his voice and released him bluntly. Oh, it turned out to be the young master and not the young lady. She released him, then turned to the side where she was standing, raised her hand and stroked her face. So it is this way. Your parents are waiting, so let us go inside. Young lady. He stood behind, casting a disappointed look at the three of them, unwilling to say, Even Mrs. Lida, that is too much, really. How bad has her eyesight gotten? Shushu did not care about his expression and turned to Kareem. Kareem, ignore Haroon. Let us go inside and devour all the apple pie, he happily and quickly replied. Yes. When Harun heard the two of them say that, he immediately ran after them, yelling, You guys are really something? Kareem, Shushu, stop right there. She and Kareem were not willing to lose and ran ahead. Lita stood behind, trembling as she watched the joyful scene before her, secretly admiring. Youthful energy is really good. Stop there. Run fast, sister. Baron West sat at the dining table and joked with Harun. It really almost became a big deal, huh? He quickly replied, That is right. Luckily, there was Tom, so it ended smoothly. He closed his eyes, his face gentle. Okay. I am glad to see that you seem to be having fun at the academy, Baron West. The lady sitting next to him speared food with a fork and smiled, asking her, Shushu, how about you? Do you like the cafeteria food? Shushu replied to her, Yes, I can eat it, Mrs. Baron West. Then she spoke again, her tone teasing her. Mom, you did not ask me those things. When I enrolled, hearing Shushu say that, the lady raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled. Oh my, is that so? She silently picked up and drank the glass of orange juice, secretly enjoying it. It is good to be home. Shushu secretly smiled bitterly, her eyes slightly lowered, looking at the glass of water, remembering the things from her past life. Unlike my past life, perhaps because I have a sense of warmth and stability, I feel more comfortable in my heart. Very quickly she looked up, her eyes showing a clear smile. Of course, all the high-end food on the table appeared. There was always a suspicious element that broke the peace of this house. She looked at the food in front of her, her face sweating as she wondered, what exactly is the meaning of all these delicacies that do not fit this family's circumstances? The lady smiled brightly, raising her hand to cover her mouth. No matter the circumstances, she was still very beautiful. Her hair was fluffier and glossier than before. Her skin was radiant and smooth, the accessories she saw for the first time, and the high-end dress. Shushu stared at the lady's face, secretly examining her in her head. What exactly is the meaning of that appearance, of definitely spending money to shop and touch up herself during the time I was not home? She glared at her, secretly asking, Mom, how much money did you spend in the end? The lady was startled, looking away. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? She seemed to sense her eyes looking at her, and quickly changed the subject. It has not been long since I last saw you, and my Shushu has become even more beautiful. You and Mom go to the city center, let us go shopping. Shushu calmly replied to her mother's invitation. I have enough clothes to wear, so I do not need to, Mom. The lady's smile stiffened. Okay. Seeing that, she could only sigh helplessly. Well, let us just let it go for a day like today. She picked up the glass of water, looking at the lavish dining table in front of her. This dining table, it has probably been a long time since the family was all together. So, Mom cares a lot. Harun sitting next to her was still happily chatting with the Baron. That is why I asked what is going on. Shushu felt the atmosphere around her and secretly thought, there is no need to ruin the harmonious atmosphere. Lita clumsily held the cake and brought it to the dining table, offering it to her. Young lady Shushu, you asked me to bring the sweets up first. Right, I brought the apple pie. Shushu smiled brightly, accepting it. Thank you, Mrs. Lita. She happily picked up the cake on the plate and took a big bite, praising, Lita's apple pie is the best. It must be very delicious. Before she could finish, Shushu seemed to have eaten something terrible. Her whole body stiffened. Lita, are you trying to poison me? In the evening, the castle was still very bright. A cheerful voice rang out. Oh dear, it seems that Mrs. Lita mistook the jar of salt for a jar of sugar. Emily sat on the ground, raising her hand to rub her legs for her, smiling. No wonder. The young lady suddenly took all the apple pie and did not let anyone eat it. I was wondering why you did that. Shushu sat on the chair, her eyes closed in enjoyment, but she did not forget to respond. Has Mrs. Lita's eyesight gotten that bad? This is a big deal. She even mistook Harun for me just now. She raised her head to respectfully reassure her. I will observe carefully so that she does not make any serious mistakes. Please do not worry too much. Emily continued to rub her legs, saying, The young lady cares about her so much, Mrs. Lita must love the young lady the most. She probably knows very well that she was not fired from West Manor, and can continue to work, is all thanks to the young lady. Hearing Emily say that, she glanced away, using her hand to pull down the scarf on her head and thinking deeply. Anyway, even if they say that my family's circumstances have worsened, so they have to reduce the workforce, they can't let Mrs. Lita go. She is the one who has worked the longest in the West family. It is difficult for someone of that age to apply for jobs elsewhere. How can I let her go so easily? Hearing her say that, she smiled and praised her. Young lady Shushu is really very mature. The only flaw is that her height is a little short for her age. Even though it was praise, the words still unintentionally caused Shushu to have an arrow stuck in her little heart. Emily looked down at her legs, her face indecent and her smile strange as she confidently massaged. But do not worry, I have prepared a massage that will help with development. A secret weapon that can help increase 10 centimeters. Shushu frowned, feeling anxious. She kept massaging her legs while continuously praising, "Oh my, the young lady's calves already have so many muscles. This also needs to be stretched out, but Shushu seems to be in quite a lot of pain." She had to quickly steer the topic. To distract Emily, I have to quickly change the topic. Emily, while I was away, did anything happen at home? Shushu remembered her mother and asked worriedly, "But why? Could it be that Mom spent too much money again?" She heard this question and stopped her actions. She stammered, answering her question. "That is a matter outside of my authority, so..." Shushu seemed to realize something and vaguely guessed. This reaction, could it be? She tentatively asked Emily, could it be that she even touched the savings that I set aside and told her not to use? How could she? Emily sat on the ground, her face worried and already covered in sweat, stammering and hiding it. "I do not know, probably not. How could that be?" She looked at her joyful expression and already guessed. "It looks like it is true. Did Mom tell her to pretend not to know? But the reaction is a little..." Shushu did not know what to say and sighed, giving up. "Never mind, it is late, you go back first. Anyway, if I ask Kareem, I will know everything." Emily almost wanted to cry, as she replied, "I am sorry, young lady. Good night, young lady." Shushu went to the door of Kareem's room, raised her hand, and knocked. "Kareem, can I come in?" She gently pushed the door open and walked in. Kareem was sitting on the bed and called when he saw her walking in, "Sister Shu." He put the book down on the bed and asked, "Did you come to tell me some interesting stories?" Before bed, Shushu sat down on the edge of the bed and replied, "Of course, but I have something to ask." She turned her face and asked seriously, "That thing I asked you before coming to the academy." Kareem quickly remembered what she had asked. "That thing about secretly changing the clothes you bought of Mrs. Lita burned Dad's clothes when Shushu was not here. Mrs. Lita had ironed Baron's clothes and burned them. Ironing clothes. Ironing clothes." He hid behind the wall and shouted in panic, "Mrs. Lita." Kareem confidently affirmed to her, "Don't worry, sister, I handled it very well. Mom and Dad definitely do not know." Shushu happily stroked his head and praised him. "Well done, but not that thing. As expected, I asked you to monitor Mom's spending while I was away, you remember, right?" But her question immediately made Kareem startled and worried. He teared up like he was about to cry, stammering, "I am Thori, Thither, I-T-H." Seeing that, she panicked slightly and asked, "What is wrong?" Kareem leaned forward slightly, tentatively asking her, "After I tell you, do not get too angry, okay?" "You know right." Shushu fell silent when she heard his question. Shushu walked quickly to her room. She closed the door forcefully, making a loud noise. She stood, leaning against the door, hugging the documents in her hand, panting as if she had just run back. Shushu's face seemed to be angry as she looked at the pile of receipts in her hand, trying to suppress her anger as she remembered Kareem's words. "These are the receipts for the things Mom bought with the family's money, and this are the income reports and financial status reports I got from Dad's secretary." The more she remembered, the angrier she became, and she threw the pile of receipts in her hand, causing them to fly everywhere, yelling, "I am going crazy, really." Shushu raised her two hands, her face angry and complaining. "Mom spent all the savings to beautify herself. My dear mother," looking at the financial report, "the income is still the same while the debt is increasing." The papers lay quietly on the ground. She worried secretly. "It is dangerous. At this rate, it will be difficult to pay the interest, let alone the principal." Shushu said to herself wearily, "I can't trust Dad's money management skills either. In the end, I can only try to work harder, huh?" She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at her desk, and said to herself, "I guess I have to immediately start operating under the name Shunavalin in the secret office tomorrow." I wanted to rest more. Shushu slowly walked closer to the purple orb on her desk, saying, "Let us see. First, check the message orb to see if there are any commissions." Some words appeared inside the orb, surprising her. "This." The words came out of the orb, appearing in front of her. Shushu read the words and remembered. "Ah, I completely forgot. Cal said that a trading company wanted to meet me. Huh." The letter was sent with the following content. MS. Shunivalin, please schedule a meeting with the trading company I mentioned last time as soon as possible. The end of the letter was the name of the person who requested the meeting. The person requesting the meeting was the trading company. Shushu saw the name on it and unconsciously read it again. Lunasha. Her face became sly, thinking with amusement, "It is the big boss. What good timing. I definitely can't miss it." Early the next morning, sunlight shone down on the magnificent castle. Shushu walked while humming music. She called out, "Mom!" She walked happily along the castle corridor, her hands going up and down continuously, calling, "My mother, where are you?" The lady was admiring the scenery when she was suddenly frightened by her call. "Are you here, Mom?" Shushu stuck her head in and called in a terrifying voice, "Mom?" She quickly hid behind the curtain in fear. "I am so scared." She hummed and guessed. "Not here, huh?" Or maybe in the living room the lady hid behind, anxiously clutching the curtain. When Shushu's voice is like that, it is definitely not a good thing. My heart. She saw that it was silent for a while and slowly stepped out, peeking around to find a reason. I should pretend that I am too busy to have time to talk to her. Has she left? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out from the side. I checked Mom's schedule. She is free. The lady jumped in fright and shouted, Shushu, are you deceiving me? Her face angry, she asked back, who deceived who first? Shushu stood with her hands on her hips, her face dark, her voice somewhat murderous. Let us talk for a bit, my mother. She leaned against the curtain in fear, foreboding, I feel like death is coming, okay? The lady pulled out a new dress in front of her, saying, Shushu, look at this. She continuously tried to dispel the scary atmosphere, her face smiling brightly as she praised, I thought it would suit my daughter very well, so I bought it. It is beautiful, right? I chose well, right? She sat opposite her, silently saying nothing. Shushu replied to her mother's excessive praise. It is very beautiful, thank you, Mom. She continued to praise endlessly. I saw a dress that suited our beautiful Shushu. So, she brushed it aside and said, getting to the main point. But that is not what I want to hear. When the words were said, both the lady and Shushu fell into silence. She tried to laugh, trying to ask, our Shushu wants to hear, what is it, honey? She was scared and surprised, huh? After that, Shushu picked up a pile of receipts and put them on the table, asking, these receipts, Mom, do you really have nothing to say? She said calmly and darkly, even the savings that I said you absolutely could not touch, you spent it all. Seeing the huge pile of receipts, the lady was worried and stammered to herself. I spent it all. This much. Shushu sighed and calmly leaned back in the chair, continuously attacking her psychologically. You even said that you were not that pathetic of a mother and told me not to worry. You are really too much. She jumped up, trying to defend herself. No, The lady teared up, raising her hand to cover her mouth, her face remorseful. I am sorry. She could only watch helplessly. She pretended to take out a handkerchief to wipe away her pitiful tears, continuously saying pitiful words. After you and Haroon left, I felt too depressed and lonely. So I relieved my mood by shopping. Forgive this useless mother. What kind of mother am I? Shushu backed away from the light from her, a little wary of her. She is putting on a show to make people feel sorry for her again. Oh no, Mom's ultimate move. But her original intention did not change. Her eyes narrowed. But I can't stop here. Maybe I should try changing the method slightly. Shushu felt lucky that her mother was the same in both her past and present lives. It is good that my mother in this place also loves her children, like my mother in my past life. So I will try to stimulate her maternal love as much as possible. She launched her ultimate move, turned on her acting mode. Seeing that, the lady stopped her performance, asking worriedly, Shushu, what is wrong? All of a sudden, Shushu looked at her with big, teary eyes. Do you love me, Mom? The lady quickly replied to her question. Of course, I love you so much. You are my only daughter. She hugged her face and cried loudly, denying her words. I do not believe you. If you keep being like this, you will end up selling me off. The lady panicked and stood up. Sell me off. What are you saying? Shushu looked up, raised her hand to analyze and manipulate. You know, the West family's financial situation is not good. If you do not help, the savings will soon run out. What will happen to a young lady of a family without money, you know very well. She frowned, hesitating in fear that... She wailed and put her face on the table, crying miserably. In the end, I will be married off to a rich family, like being sold, not only me, but also brother Haroon. Kareem, all three of us siblings. The lady jumped in fright and shouted, No, there is no way that will happen. She quickly went to her, patting her gently to comfort her. Shushu, this mother promises you that will never happen. Something like that must never happen to my daughter. She tilted her head to the other side, grinning slyly. Very good, she took the bait. Well then, let us end it now. My acting is too amazing. She suddenly stood up straight, hugged her, and cried loudly. I am so scared, Mom. I even dreamed that we were evicted and had to hand over the house to someone else. I do not want to go hungry because I do not have money. She was moved with pity for her daughter, my poor daughter, Shushu. She pretended to be scared and called. Mom, hug me. She hugged her tightly, saying, Sharena, my daughter, I will do whatever you say, so do not worry anymore. Trust me this time. Having achieved her goal, Shushu grinned. Then, Shushu broke free from her hug. Her face contorted as she asked, I will return all the things you bought and get the money back, okay? Her face became emotionless for a moment, waving her hand dismissively. Well then, my mother, I will go ahead. She took a step back in fear. Okay. Shushu said, pack everything up and give it to me later. I am too tired from squeezing out tears. Shushu walked along the corridor, her head still continuously thinking. It is a little too much to have someone without much shopping experience like me return the goods. I should ask for some tips from Senior Hazel. She is an expert in those things. Her eyes drooped slightly, planning step by step. First, extinguish the small lamp. Her feet still made echoing sounds of heels, her head constantly thinking. Next, The image of Shunivalan appeared in Shushu's head. It is time for Shunivalan to appear, huh? The sky was still and blue, with sunlight shining down on the green trees. In the heart of the kingdom city, the people were still busy and lively working. Shunivalan wore a hood, secretly looking around cautiously. As expected, it is crowded since it is the center of the capital. That is why I do not like going around in crowded places after transforming. Like this. She kept reassuring herself, that probably won't happen, but I am suddenly scared that someone will recognize me, but there is no other way. Shunivalan picked up the paper to look at the map, searching. The meeting point that the client wants is here, let us see, turn right here, huh? She put the paper away, following the instructions. Turn into the corner, and it is right there. She stopped in surprise, and looked up. In front of Shunivalan was a magnificent and huge castle. Shunivalan thought with amusement. This is the headquarters of the Lunasha Trading Company. She looked up from below, unable to help but admire. I heard it is the tallest building in the empire. The overwhelming feeling is no joke. I knew it was the strongest trading company, but to this extent. But suddenly, Shunivalan felt anxious. Her face immediately drooped. Suddenly, I am nervous. She walked inside, and a man invited her in. Welcome, Ms. Shunivalan. The man quickly led the way for her. Please come this way. Shunivalan looked around while walking, secretly admiring. The inside is extremely glamorous, as expected. Food was prepared on the table, the man said respectfully. The representative will be here soon. Please wait here for a moment. Saying that, he left the room, leaving her alone sitting on the sofa. Shunivalan lowered her eyes, feeling uncomfortable. I came all the way here, but I feel a little uneasy. She thought about this place. It is certain that Lunasha is the top trading company in the empire. With a focus on achievement-based compensation, they gather all the talents from across the country and continuously build on their success. As a result, this place has achieved a lot. This kind of trading company has recently become almost monopolistic, gathering all the money in the empire. And of course, there will be someone who holds everything, and the key figure in that success. The man with the orange hair standing with his back turned is that person, the one who was recently promoted to representative of the trading company. Shunivalan felt extremely anxious. But no matter how much I secretly investigate, I can't find out who that is, as if he knew that I was secretly investigating and acted first. Extremely cleanly. She raised her hand to tap her chin, feeling flustered, and trying to reassure herself. I suddenly feel uneasy about accepting a commission from the opposing faction of the Lunasha Trading Company. Before, I probably was not exposed, right? I conducted that completely in secret. Shunivalan brushed aside her worries, saying to herself, that is right. What am I thinking? It is just a simple client. Thinking of the treasure-filled scene, her eyes lit up. One client will give me countless riches. But she quickly felt uncomfortable and raised her hand to pull her collar slightly. Why is it so hot in here? Shunivalan sat on the chair, constantly hesitating and thinking, I keep sweating. It is because I am wearing a coat, so I am even hotter. Should I take it off? No, this is the headquarters of the Lunasha Trading Company. It is better not to reveal any of my identity, even if it is not like that. This is a dangerous place. She quickly looked around and saw many surveillance cameras, thinking, I checked with magical tools when I came in. Surveillance cameras are installed everywhere. As expected, this is not an ordinary place. I have to be careful. One over there, one on the table. There is also one at the entrance. Definitely. This is not a normal commission. Shunivalan's face darkened. She closed her eyes uncomfortably, trying to endure. Well, I will just wait. Time passed slowly, but to her, it was very fast. Shunivalan's whole body was burning hot, but she still patiently persuaded herself. Well, just wait. Finally, she could not stand it anymore and took off her cloak. I can't stand it anymore. Anyway, they are not free to monitor me. I will just take it off. Just as Shunivalan took off her cloak, the door suddenly burst open. Eve said loudly, You have arrived. She jumped in fright at the sudden appearance. He cautiously stepped in, saying softly, I apologize for being late, Ms. Shunivalan. Shunivalan looked at him, sweat constantly pouring out, confused. What is this, the situation? She looked at his gloomy face and secretly guessed. Could it be? Is he targeting this moment? Eve slowly approached her, gently pulling out a chair to sit down. She looked at his actions, thinking, could it be? He waited for me to take off my cloak before coming in? Shunivalan remembered her past, how much she had tried not to reveal her face, but was easily discovered like this. She felt disappointed that she had been deceived, and uncomfortable after being tricked. She glanced at Eve, who was happily sitting down on the chair, regretting, I should have brought more money to buy transformation potions to drink. Shunivalan kept staring at his smiling face, slightly suspicious. But is this person really the representative of the trading company? He still looks young. Eve seemed to sense something, calmly replying to her secret question. Yes, I am the representative. Everyone reacts like this the first time they meet me. She was startled by him. He could know everything. just by looking at her face. He sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, calmly introducing himself. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am the representative of the Lunasha Trading Company, Ivesne as Lunasha. Hearing him introduce himself, Shunivalan unconsciously called his name back, Yves. Eve happily replied, yes, that is me. Her eyes narrowed, secretly saying, no wonder this name seems familiar. She remembered the plot of the original story. It is Yvne, one of the male lead candidates in the original story. Shunivalan looked at his smiling face, trying to remember the original story. The original story only vaguely wrote that he was the son of the trading company owner. She glanced at him, not believing this, and he is the representative of Lunasha. I did not have any information, so I could not guess it. Shunivalan secretly observed him. Let us see, what is Yvne's personality like? Suddenly, he called her in a puppy-like voice, sister. Shunivalan stopped and openly disliked it. What sister? Eve had an innocent face, propping himself up on the chair, continuously praising her. I did not expect Shunivalan to be such a beauty. If I am not being rude, can I call you sister? Being troubled by him, she did not know what to do. His eyes suddenly narrowed, his voice still begging, okay, sister. She suddenly saw his eyes and stopped, feeling a little scared. Cold sweat suddenly fell. Shunivalan pursed her lips. It is too cold. Eve's eyes were very different from his smile. Although he was smiling friendly, it was not his original appearance. She felt that something was wrong and quickly urged herself, he seems to be a dangerous person. I have to quickly finish this and leave here. Shunivalan did not hesitate and interrupted his teasing. Let us get to the main point. She looked at Eve seriously and asked, what do you want to commission? Shunivalan looked at him worriedly. Seeing that demeanor, it seems that he really deliberately targeted. When I revealed my face, Eve smiled brightly, raised his hand happily, and continued his previous appearance. Let us get right to the point. As expected, you are very flexible. I really like you. He took out a contract and pushed it towards her. Here, please take a look at this. Shunivalan picked up the paper and looked at it, asking curiously, this is a contract. She looked at the contract in front of her suspiciously, saying, you are requesting a contract from the first time we meet. I thought it was a simple commission. That is why I came. Eve stood up, still with the same expression, replying, you are really something. Are you rejecting it without even reading it? He quickly walked towards her, standing behind her and coaxing, don't be like that, please read it once. Eve leaned close to her ear, whispering ambiguously, it is an extremely sweet condition. She was annoyed and uncomfortably suggested, yes, I will read it, can you please move away from me a little? Shunivalan picked it up and looked at it carefully again. Let us see. He stood behind her, happily propping himself up on the chair. I am so happy. Today is very interesting. She was still carefully studying the contract. It is the first time I have seen a contract from a large trading company like Lunasha. Suddenly she exclaimed in surprise. Eve, who was standing behind her, also stopped, opening his eyes and asking, what is wrong, sister? Are you not satisfied? She replied a little surprised, no, I like these conditions too much. There were many things on the contract that were very good for her. Signing a contract to work for the trading company, you immediately get paid 1,000 gold coins and an additional 100 gold coins after each mission. The more achievements you have, the higher the basic salary. Thinking of this, Shunivalan imagined herself sitting on a pile of gold and diamonds, enjoying herself. With this much salary, filling the hole for the family is no longer a problem. If I do well, I might even sit on a pile of money. Really, the pain of having too much money and managing it? Diamonds? How much money is that? How boring. Maybe I will just buy a company. She looked at the contract and smiled. Moreover, most of the conditions in the contract are beneficial to me. I am very satisfied. Before she could finish thinking, Eve's kitten eyes next to her stopped her. Her smile suddenly disappeared. He folded his arms and leaned against the chair, happily asking, it seems you are quite satisfied with those conditions, so let us quickly sign the contract. Shunivalan avoided his eyes, trying to persuade herself. No, do not make a hasty decision. Who knows what is behind that smiling face? I should not stamp my name randomly. Shunivalan seriously refused. I am sorry, but this is too sudden, and my current situation is not suitable for working for any place. She secretly thought, anyway, after the end of the vacation, I have to go back to the academy. Eve silently stared at her when he was suddenly rejected by her. He stood up straight, turned his back and said, it seems that you are indeed rejecting me, huh? Seeing that, she quickly replied, yes, well, it is a bit of a pity. Shunivalan glanced at him, thinking, as expected, he knew I would refuse. The more she stayed, the more uncomfortable she felt. The more he is like that, the more uncomfortable I feel. I have to get out of here quickly. Shunivalan stood up, holding up her cloak, and saying to him, well then, if there is no commission, I will take my leave. Eve called her back. Sister! She turned sharply, putting on her cloak and saying uncomfortably, please do not call me that in public. I do not like it. Shunavalen walked very quickly, the sound of her heels hitting the floor along with her goodbye. Please take care. She reached out and pulled open the door. When suddenly Eve's hand propped up from behind, causing the door to slam shut, Shunavalen jumped in fright. His voice was no longer cheerful, instead, it was very deep. It seems that my call from admiration is offensive to you, I apologize. Shunavalen turned back worriedly and asked him, Hey, what are you doing now? She suddenly looked into his eyes. There was no emotion in Eve's eyes. What is this? She angrily cursed him secretly. This person has completely turned into a different person. Eve leaned to the side and said, That is strange. I thought you would like being called that by someone younger because they seem weak, hearing him say that. She was confused and wanted to escape from this situation. What are you saying? Could it be that because he could not call me sister, he became like this? Her face froze, her mind constantly cursing Eve. You crazy person, a true crazy person. Have I finally met a male lead in a heart-wrenching tragic story? But why does it have to be at this time? Shunavalen reached into her bag, hoping to find something useful. Escape. I have to escape quickly. If I had known, I would have brought the monster capture ball. Things that can help. She tried to find something, anything. But there was nothing useful, only some things like a magical device detector and a camcorder. Oh my god, Shunavalen hesitantly spoke, attracting his attention. Well, hey. She pulled out a round ball from her pocket. There is no other way. The camcorder has a highlight output, so I will temporarily blind him, and then run away. Shunavalen quickly waved her hand towards Eve's, shouting, I am a little rushed, so I have to go now. The ball in her hand lit up. She used all her strength to distract him, so please get out of the way. Eve calmly took out a hairpin with a cold expression, raised it high, and spun it around. He accurately aimed and forcefully pinned the ball to the door, causing her to stiffen in horror. It shattered into pieces. Shunavalen was afraid to look. It is shattered. It is all shattered. She looked at Eve's drooping hair, still holding the hairpin in his hand, secretly asking, Hey, why are you wearing such a scary hairpin? He quickly and in the blink of an eye put it back on his head, causing her to stare in amazement. The hairpin is too fast. As expected, he is not normal. Dangerous. Very dangerous. After fixing his hair, Eve propped himself up on the door, trapping her. Shunavalen was startled. He looked at her gently, his face no longer as scary as before, saying, It seems. She became increasingly annoyed and irritated when she heard him say, Calling you sister is really not effective. Eve leaned closer to her face, smiling and asking, Is it because I am older than you? Hearing that, she was startled in surprise. What? He slowly reached out and gently held a strand of her hair, asking, Is that right? Eve raised her hair high, calling out her full name with amusement, Sharena West. Shunavalen felt like she had been struck by lightning, looking at the person in front of her in fear and worry. She was in a difficult situation that she could not escape, thinking, He knows me. Eve leaned closer to her face, smiling and asking, Is it because I am older than you? Shunavalen was constantly worried because her secret had been revealed, thinking, He knows me. She unconsciously swallowed, her face a little hesitant. How could you? Shunavalen stood leaning against the door, asking tentatively, Could it be that you knew from the beginning, that is why you wanted to meet me? Eve continued to smile, crossing his arms and tilting his body slightly, replying, I do not know. His face was smiling again, his eyes closed, implying, Curious? Huh, you are curious, right? Shunavalen looked at his expression and guessed. Definitely, he secretly investigated and then demanded. To meet me? Did I do something wrong? She suddenly realized. The Lunashaw Trading Company has the ability to find people that surpasses others, because they do not bother considering the aftermath and have the financial resources to take revenge. They could pay a large sum of money. A hand gave the invitation to her, but Shunavalen still refused. She felt frustrated, raised her hand to rub her forehead, thinking, did I accidentally accept the wrong commission? Think about it, focus on Shushu. Shunavalen looked over, her eyes flashing. I do not know. First, I have to leave this place, and then think about it. She quickly slipped to the side, pushing him away, causing Eve to stagger and fall. She grabbed the door, opening it. If I take this opportunity to quickly get out. Shunavalen muttered, Get out! But the door still did not budge. Why? Why won't it open? Door. He wrapped his arms around her and stood up, happily saying, That door can't be opened without me. Eves hugged his back, complaining, Oh my, that hurts, you have to be gentle, miss. Shunavalen. She became angry and pulled out his hairpin, looking at his smiling face with disgust. Really, I will use my strength a little for you, okay, since we are at it. Let us exercise a bit. Eve looked bewildered and hugged his head. My hairpin. Shunavalen turned around and lowered herself. She hooked her leg, making him unable to react and fall down. Eve lay propped up on his head, worriedly saying, This is a little dangerous. I wonder if my head is injured. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. Huh. She sat on top, raising the hairpin to threaten him. I am not going to let you go. Open the door immediately. He was threatened by the hairpin close to his neck and became silent. Eve smiled, his face wanting to be hit, saying, "Sign the contract, and I will think about it." Seeing that, she could not help but frown, thinking, in this situation, he is smiling. He is really a weirdo. Then he tilted his head to the side, clasping his hands together, pouting and whispering, "Anyway, I am a senior at school, threatening someone's life like this. Are not you being a little too much? Well, I do like this kind of competition." Shunivalan leaned down a little worriedly. "With someone like this, even if I am lucky enough to escape from here, I will probably still have problems." She suddenly thought of the vision of him taking revenge on her. He is calculating. He is the one who, the kid who dared to piss off my big brother, that is her. "Stomp her flat, do you remember me? You have been discovered by the revenge specialist representative of the trading company." Or he would make a mess at school, but that trading company representative is a senior at school, so my school life will definitely be completely ruined, everyone. Listen to my story again. Shunivalan frowned. Resisting him and running away from here would lead straight to the path of destruction. Thinking of this, she released Eve. Then the only way is to compromise. After that, she held out her hand towards Eve lying on the ground, saying, "That is right, I am sorry, senior." Shunivalan stood up straight and requested, "I will listen to everything you want to say, so first, please get up." He smiled more at her at this time. Shunivalan was worried about this smile. A voice suddenly rang out in the clear sky. "Shushu, that child said she had something to do in the city, so she went out." He's asked, "Will she be back soon?" The voice replied, "I do not know. She did not tell me everything." The voice from the phone screen continued, "Hess, if you are bored, just come here to play. I will play with you." She replied, "The person I want to play with is not you." "But Shushu," Harun said, deflated and puffing out his cheeks. I know. Saying that, he said goodbye to Hess, then tried contacting Shushu again. "I will hang up." "Okay," she replied. "Yes, goodbye." After speaking, the contact stone fell to her hand. He's clutched the stone, sighing slightly, asking herself, Since when did it become like this, that I can't contact Shushu sometimes? What exactly is she doing alone?" Shunivalan exclaimed in confusion. "Hestia?" He happily nodded. "That is right. Because I found that child pleasing, I paid a little attention, and it turned out that I paid attention to you too." Eve held out his hand, saying, "So I secretly investigated you a little. I did not expect you to be the person we were always looking for." She secretly thought, if it is because of Hez, it turns out that he wants to use me as a bridge, so he investigated me. Shunivalan frowned worriedly. "I tried so hard to avoid that, but in the end, I still have to take on the role of a bridge." She turned to ask him, "So what? You know my identity, so what are you planning to do now?" As expected, it would be the same as what I thought. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders, replying, "I am not planning to do anything." Shunivalan was stunned. Eves hugged his face, confessing shyly, "The current me really likes Sharena. That is right." Hearing that, she got goosebumps. What is wrong with him? He closed his eyes and said to her, "Among the businesses you messed with, there is one that my father runs for fun as a hobby." But suddenly his eyes turned cold. For a while my father was very miserable. Then he bent down, hugging his face and laughing maniacally. "But I felt so refreshed," she said, a little scared. "Your father is miserable, but why are you happy?" Eve looked up, smiling as before. "So I am going to give you a choice. How grateful are you?" She looked at him in confusion, muttering, "A choice." Eve stood up, walked away, and said to her, "Actually, my father once said to pay a high price for your abilities and invite you to work for the trading company. His theory is that in order to receive benefits, even someone who has a grudge against you must be used." He picked up the paper, ensuring, "I guarantee, if you do not sign this contract, your life may be in danger, but then he hesitated. He tore the paper apart and said, "Don't sign a contract with the Lunisha Trading Company." Eve's turned to gently say to her, "Once you sign a contract, as you can see, you will be tattooed somewhere on your body. That way, you will have to be the face of the Lunasha Trading Company for the rest of your life. The people in it are very mysterious, although I can't explain everything. Because my family's trading company has many connections with illegal matters, you will be very tired." Saying that, he released the pieces of paper in his hand with a soft tone. "I like you, so I do not want to abandon you like that." Eve looked up at her, asking, "In exchange, you pretend to sign the contract and only do the things I tell you to do. How is that?" Shunivalan also looked back at him, stunned by his actions just now. He continued, "If you do not like me, I can just let you go home like this. But I am making this suggestion because I am thinking of you. Consider it carefully." She looked a little hesitant. "Because you are thinking of me. Senior is not planning to use me for the rest of my life like Senior's father, is he?" Shunivalan remembered. "I remember Eve in the original story has a habit of stabbing people in the back." Suddenly, the tattoo on Eve's neck began to spread, causing him to wince, hugging his neck and forcing a smile. "I am being honest. Trust me a little." Too painful, he could not stand it anymore and staggered, falling down. Eve fell down. She jumped up and shouted, "Senior!" His face turned bad, muttering curses. "Damn it!" He looked up at her, tremblingly, calling her name, Sharena West. Eve's face was painful, his eyes pleading pitifully, "Save me!" At a high-rise building, the light shone down. Eve was holding a glass of orange juice and drinking it. She drank it in one gulp and exhaled refreshingly. The drink is so delicious at a random store on the street. It seems like Shushu also has an eye for those stores. Ah, I am so happy. Shushu replied, "I just got lucky. I am glad Hez likes it." He leaned over and asked her, "But, Shushu, why is it so hard to meet you these days? I thought that since it is vacation, we could meet more often, but you are going out every day. Where are you going?" She tilted her head and smiled awkwardly, stammering, "No, Mom keeps telling me to go, to do some errands." Thinking of something, she put down the glass of orange juice, hesitating. Could it be? His eyes became sad, her words a little hurt. "You, leaving me behind, and going to play with Corey and Hilly's group." Hearing that, she quickly coaxed her. "What? No way, no way," Hez replied. "But you said you would explore the food scene with me during the vacation." Shushu said, "Well, it is true that I promised that, but there is still a long time." She heard Shushu say that, and hesitantly asked, "When will we meet again?" Hez suddenly saw Shushu looking somewhere, while drinking water, and called softly, "Shushu." She slammed the table and shouted, startling, "Shushu, Shushu! Are you listening to me? What are you thinking about?" Hez puffed out her cheeks angrily. "What is wrong, really? It has been a long time since we have been to the city together, but you do not care about me. You do not even look at me. You are just thinking about other things." She quickly explained, No, I really only thought about other things a little bit." Shushu secretly looked at her. "I am sorry. I am very busy, Hez." She was still puffing out her cheeks angrily, asking, "If you are like this, what is the point of meeting?" She felt a little guilty, thinking, "Although I feel bad for constantly rejecting her invitations to come to my house, that is why I asked her to meet me. She is also beautiful even when she is pouting." She glanced behind her towards the man behind her. "But in fact, I am now carrying out Eve's commission." Time passed quickly since the day she pretended to sign the contract. "It has been 3 days since I first went to the trading company and signed a secret contract with Eve. No matter what I think, it is because I have been targeted by the Lunisha trading company owner." Shushu thought of her own miserable future. "So if I do not agree to Eve's proposal, my stomach is hungry, I will work hard, who will let me work? Then I will only die a double death from having all paths blocked, or from being assassinated, or the scene of herself being accidentally assassinated by an assassin. Those who do not follow the trading company owner will only die," she exclaimed in horror. "I can't die like this. Today is the day the public announcement of the civil service exam results, because I have no other choice." And when she saw his painful expression, Shushu could not bear to refuse. "Save me." Shushu stirred the glass of water with her hand, thinking, "Although there is an antidote, I was so surprised when he suddenly rolled over." She remembered Eve's words, "Because I revealed the secrets of the trading company, the poison in the tattoo will activate. If you do not want to be like this, then absolutely do not sign a contract with the trading company." Shushu felt scared when she thought, he actually tattooed such a scary tattoo on his own son, the trading company owner, and Eve's are definitely not a normal rich family relationship. She calmed down leisurely, propping her hand on her chin. "Compared to that, the punishment I set in the guarantee is just a cute level." Shunivalan asked, placing the paper on the table. "If you sign the guarantee, you will get a small orange tattoo on your butt. How about the punishment of the tattoo?" She thought of the image of her butt being burned, a blazing butt. She saw him bewildered and asked, "Do you have any complaints?" Eve quickly replied, "No, I do not." Shushu smiled unknowingly, not noticing the man behind her had started to get up. "It is very merciful. I am generous." She saw it and was startled. The target is moving. Shushu looked and thought, the route of movement is not much different from usual. I will just follow a little more, and it will probably end. She stood up suddenly, happily saying to Hez, "I am too full. Let us take a walk." She hugged the glass of orange juice, her face confused. There is still so much food. She tried to make up a reason, a little worried. It seems like lunch has not been digested yet. My stomach is still very full." Hez said regretfully, "I wanted to eat more cake. Too bad." Shunivalan sat using binoculars to observe. "That is strange." She kept looking at the distance with it. "He is not doing anything in the office today." Eve sat cross-legged next to her, holding a piece of paper. "Keep paying attention. According to my investigation, he is the most targeted target," she said, sweating. "I will turn on the magical movement sensing device and rest for a while." She pulled away from the binoculars and complained, "I can't even eat my rice properly from monitoring him. I am starving to death," he replied. "Eat." She raised her hand to fix the binoculars. "I have to fix it first." When conducting the commission, Eve would turn into Shunivalan. She took out a piece of cake and gave it to him, saying, "Here, I also bought a share for Eve. Eat a little." Eve turned to look for a moment, and then turned away, refusing. I am okay. He kept flipping through the reports, praising her. But you are really excellent. You finished all the things you were assigned in such a short time. Shunivalan looked at him and felt something was wrong. Strange. She ate the last piece of cake, replying, I am just trying to be worthy of the money I received. It seemed like she had just seen a different expression on his face. The expression disappeared. It must have been. Shunivalan could not help but stare at him. The more times we meet, the harder it is to see him smile. She asked herself, is this Eve's true appearance? She turned and leaned against the wall, curiously thinking, what kind of life did he live? What exactly did he experience? She chewed on the cake while staring at him, puzzled. And he is determined to avenge his father with that expression, huh? Suddenly she called him, hey, you'll... Shunivalan asked, exactly what method are you planning to use to avenge the trading company owner? This question made Eve stop. He lowered the paper he was holding and asked back, I said I will take care of it myself, right? She replied angrily, why are you like that again? I have to do something to advance and retreat at the right time, right? You said it was okay when we were drafting the guarantee. Eve asked her confusedly, stammering. Advance? What? What retreat? Shunivalan gasped, realizing she had said too much. I unconsciously said some things from my past life. She did not let him react and turned to blame him. What I mean is, when you need to be proactive and intervene, you intervene. When you need to avoid, you avoid. I have to know what I am getting involved in to avoid it at the right time. Senior is tricking Junior. Are you planning to secretly exploit my labor? Do you know what the so-called labor law is? Eve could not hear any more and sighed. Ah, my ears hurt. Finally, he had to sigh and tell her. I organized a fake project using a temporary business. She sat there listening attentively as he told her. In that, I will collect my father's weaknesses and then make him invest all the money he has accumulated. Thinking of the image of her father going to jail, Eve was even more determined, saying, then he will have to bear that project and the illegal things he has done and live in prison. Shunivalan turned to ask, is that the end? He replied, no way. How could a trading company owner of that level just stay in jail? Eve leaned down, his hand raised, looking with a ferocious face. He smiled and affirmed, while my father is imprisoned, I will rob him of everything he has. I will make the damn trading company owner have no one by his side when he gets out of jail. Eve clenched his fist, saying in a low voice, from then on my revenge will begin. Shunivalan looked at him and was a little scared, asking herself, from that part, but it is just the beginning. How much does he hate? Suddenly the binoculars glittered. She stood up and looked, shouting, ah, it seems that person is moving. Eve stood up and asked, he is finally moving. The binoculars moved continuously, observing, wait, it seems he just left the office. He is over there. He has left the building. Shunivalan looked and announced to him. He turned into the alley on the left of the slum area. He stood up quickly and said, quick, pack up, chase after him. She quickly packed up everything and replied, everything's done, now let us go downstairs. Shunivalan turned to look at him, seeing him standing there frozen, and asked confusedly, Eve, what are you doing? Hurry up and act. She kept saying, if we keep this up, we will lose track of him. Before she could finish, she was suddenly picked up by him in a princess carry, startling her. Excuse me for a moment, eh? Shunivalan widened her eyes in a panic, shouting, what? What are you doing? Put me down right now. Eve looked down and replied, no matter what, we probably won't be able to keep up if we take the stairs. He stepped onto the rooftop ledge while holding her. Shunivalan looked down and was terrified. She clung to him, her face pale, stammering, hey, Senior, please, why are you stepping on the rooftop railing? What are you doing? Eve looked down at her, comforting, endure a little. Hearing that, she realized something was wrong, and advised, endure what? No way, absolutely not. Before she could finish speaking, he had already stepped off the railing and jumped down, holding her. Shunivalan was in Eve's arms, constantly trembling, extremely scared, not having time to recover. He and she fell freely downwards. She shouted in fear, hey, you crazy person. Shushu continued to shout in fear. I do not want to die. I said I do not want to die. Eve was speechless. My ears hurt. Immediately after, he let go of his hand, leaving Shushu floating in midair. Whoa, she thought in surprise. Did he let go of his arm holding my legs? Could it be that he has used me enough? So he is planning to eliminate me, is that true? Eve calmly took out a piece of magic paper, rustle, while Shushu was scared by what just happened. No, please do not let me go, Senior, save your Junior. He bit off the paper. Rip. A sound rang out. The paper formed a light that supported the two people in the air. Seeing this scene, Shushu was surprised. Oh my. Immediately after, she and Eve gently landed on the ground. Thump. While Shushu was still trembling with fear, he urged, come on, let us go quickly. We might be able to catch up with him. She replied tremblingly. You go first. Wait for my legs to regain strength, and then I will. Eves looked at Shushu with a strange gaze. Being stared at, she asked, What? What is wrong? Suddenly, he picked up Shushu on his back. Shushu was startled by this scene. What? What is this? I am very heavy. Eve sighed. What kind of negotiator tells the client to go alone? Hold on tight. Footsteps rang out, he asked. Which alley did you say just now? She replied awkwardly. The left side, Shushu quickly said. There, it seems to be the person who just turned into that alley. Thump, thump. Just turning into the alley, Eve was out of breath in fear. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he said wearily, Damn it, I can't see anything. Did we lose track of him? At the same time, that group of people was gathering to talk about something. I do not know. That is why I did not go. Seeing Eve's expression, she asked, What should we do? Or should we follow him again another day? He replied, Number. Eve said softly, Pretend to sleep for a while. Okay, Shushu complied. Okay. The people in front were still happily talking. Really? She does not know about dating Tom. She pretended to sleep, secretly thinking, What exactly is he planning to do? Pretending to sleep is easy. At the same time, Eve's sweet voice rang out. Hey, beautiful ladies over there. Shushu shuddered, thinking, Here it comes, his ultimate move. He had a smile. Can you help me with something? On his back, Shushu was still pretending to sleep, seeing Eve's handsome appearance. Those people shouted. Hearing that, the group of people laughed and said, Are you talking to us now? This kid, I am going crazy. He looked at us and called us beautiful sisters. Hearing that, Shushu thought, It would be strange if I could see it. Eve has put on a mask of falsehood again. After a while, they asked suspiciously, It seems you are still a minor. What are you doing here? What do you need help with? And who are you carrying? Aren't you tired? He replied. That. Eve showed a pained expression, saying, As you can see, my sister is drunk. Dad took the keys and disappeared, so we can't go home. In the meantime, she was still acting very well. He took a breath and smiled, continuing, My sister. I can't let her sleep on the cold ground. Hearing that, the people praised, What a good brother, adorable, so adorable. The siblings' relationship is also very good. Eve asked, I saw my dad going this way. Did you see him? Hearing that, they were very enthusiastic. Really, describe his appearance to us. Hearing that, he smiled and said, Dad wears a black hat, has a hooked nose, and wears a red jacket. That is the general feeling, they exclaimed. That old man raises his children well. The woman with brown hair spoke. If it is that uncle, I think I saw him go into Yasser's hut just now. Hearing that, the woman with purple hair also remembered. That place, but that place. Can minors go there? At this time, the woman with brown hair directly skipped over. So what? You are just going in to find your dad and come out. Right, right. And there is also her sister. Seeing that, he smiled, replying, That is right, so how do I get to that place? The woman with brown hair enthusiastically pointed. Turn at that building and go to the second building. You will see Yasur's hut, Eve sweetly replied. Thank you. Beautiful ladies, hearing that, they cheered again. What an adorable kid. Come play again when you grow up. In another place, Shushu said, You are sure to be able to become a stage actor. She praised mockingly. You act so well that I got goosebumps, Eve replied calmly. That is right. If you could do as well as me, you would not have had your identity revealed. Hearing that, Shushu angrily thought, What are you saying? You made up your mind to dig up information behind my back? What is about acting skills? I act very well. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The two had come to a house. It seems to be here. Eve said, Let us go in. From inside the house came music. Noisy and lively. Inside, everyone was having fun, dancing and grooving. Seeing the surrounding scene, Shushu thought, Here. Compared to that world, it is like a club, huh? They moved and looked around. Eve said, It is bigger than I thought. Where is he? She continued to walk. Let us find him. Seeing everyone moving, Shushu stopped, thinking, Everyone is so excited. Drinking, dancing, and singing, partying is the same in every world, huh? She thought helplessly of her past. Except for dancing at events when I was working part-time, I have never danced anywhere. Everyone gather here. A huge discount of 2+1 here. Ladies, come look. Gentlemen, come see. Free admission, so everyone gather here. At this time, Eve called, Shushu. She turned sharply, replying, Ah, yes, did you find him? He pointed towards the man, replying, he is sitting at that table. Eve said, But there are too many people around. If we approach him like that, it will attract too many eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea again. I do not know. Can you cause a commotion? Shushu was surprised. Huh, Eve added. Just a little, that is all. She thought helplessly. He is telling someone who lives as quietly as possible to avoid people's eyes to cause a commotion. Is he having an identity crisis, huh? Looking towards the three people, the target, the person hindering, Shushu continued to consider. Moreover, there are people sitting at the same table, causing a commotion. Just a little won't work. Shushu secretly calculated, Is it possible? It is something I took money to do. It would be a little if I can't do it. She looked at the dancer dancing up there, along with the music. Shushu turned and said, okay, I will do it, but Eve reacted, huh? She said red-facedly, the thing I am about to do now is a very big blow to my self-esteem, so please reward me more. Shushu had a serious expression. He glanced at her and replied, what is this expression? Okay. Eve walked towards the target. Well then, I will leave it to you. Shushu turned her back and left, replying, yes, yes. Walking towards under the stage, she had an uncomfortable expression. Shushu glanced back. He nodded as a signal. She stepped onto the stage, reassuring herself, it is okay, Shushu, you can do it. Shushu thought, the first time I worked part-time, dancing at the event, I was also shy to death, but you overcame it and earned money. Just think about the money that is about to come into your hands. Then she stepped onto the stage, wedging herself between two dancers. Excuse me, Shushu thought, just consider this as dancing at a different event. What is the big deal? She put her arms around the two dancers, saying, beautiful ladies, what kind of boring dance is this? We came here to party and have fun, but you are making everyone's spirits drop. Saying that, Shushu stood in front of everyone and shouted loudly, everyone, pay attention. From now on, I will show everyone what true fun is. She said loudly, those who want to dance with me, everyone take off their pants and scream. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and speechless. Standing in front of this situation, Shushu threw her coat off, startling everyone. Immediately after, she danced wildly while everyone below laughed. Then she wiggled, transforming into a fish, going with the flow, like the movements of a strong salmon, swimming upstream in the green river. At this time, everyone below could not hold back their laughter. What exactly is that dance like a newly caught fish? Who is she flopping around? Oh my god, I am dying of laughter. Well done, my friend. How can you dance like that? At the target at this time also laughed. What is wrong with that girl? What kind of dance is that? He did not notice that Eve had disguised himself as a waiter and was very close to him. On the stage, Shushu cried shamelessly, I am so embarrassed, I want to bury myself. Wiggling, dancing, but I can't stop struggling and submitting to capitalism. She thought, the bonus is very precious. She thought, let it flow, the power of capitalism. Then she shouted loudly, what are you all doing? Immediately take off your pants and scream. At this time, the two dancers also integrated with Shushu. The audience below also responded, screaming, take off your pants and scream. Eve chuckled. Looking at her appearance at this time, he could not help but laugh out loud. Eve also looked very handsome when he smiled. In the middle of the quiet night sky, at the bar there were sounds. Thump, thump. A blond man who had just arrived asked, what is going on? Why is it so crowded today? In the middle of the music, a white man replied, you should have come earlier. The living fish dancer stirred up the atmosphere and blew the roof. It was so funny. The orange man was confused. Living fish dancer, what is that? Who is she? Where is she? The white man swayed, replying, I do not know if it is because she had an urgent matter. But she suddenly ran out, hey, since you are here, learn that dance. This year it will become a trend. Look closely, remember. Bend like this. Go with the flow, go with the flow. What is this? Go with the flow. Outside the bar, Shushu sat huddled in a corner. She cried, secretly thinking, bury myself, just die. I danced very happily, Sharena West, you idiot. Why did you have to choose the dance thing? It would have been better to start a fight. Shushu thought back to the past. Thinking back, I used to wear animal costumes when I worked part-time. It would have been less embarrassing if I wore an animal costume. Go with the flow, go with the flow. According to her memories, Shushu adjusted her memories. What if someone recognizes me? I am doomed. I want to bury myself so much. At this time, Eve came, so you are here, thanks to you. I got the information I needed. You worked hard, Shushu shyly covered her face, replying, yes. He said, let us go. Shushu was depressed, staggering, yes. Suddenly she felt something. Eve also noticed. She fell to the ground with a thud. Standing in front of this situation, both of them were stunned. Shushu hurriedly explained. It seems I was too busy dancing, so I ran out of energy. How many hours did I dance for? Eve leaned down and said, I will carry you. She waved and hurriedly refused. It is okay. Staggering, Shushu thought. I can't let him carry me all the time. Suddenly, Shushu twisted her ankle. She cried out in pain. He was leaning over to put her on his back. Shushu's foot was still throbbing. Eve said again, I will carry you, okay? She had no other choice. My foot, yes. Lying on his back, Shushu said, sorry for bothering you. He replied, it is okay anyway. It is better for us to maintain this image until we get out of here. Eve continued, we can maintain the concept of a younger brother carrying his drunk sister, wandering around the slum area. She was helpless. Well, that is right. Shushu comforted herself. Okay, let us think positively. Today is ruined, so let it be ruined. I am only being carried twice. Then there was a faint scent, she said. Oh my, there is a faint smell of grilled meat. Looking ahead, Shushu thought. It seems to be at the roadside barbecue stall over there. There are many dishes, huh? Finding delicious food, she exclaimed. Vegetable skewers? Bacon skewers? Bacon is a basic... Oh, is that chicken skewers? Drooling? There are also other dishes. Let us see. And that. Grilled fish skewers. Oh my God, a whole one. At this time, Eve suddenly chuckled, seeing that. Shushu was surprised. He had a hard time saying, there is a big problem, fish. Seeing that, she asked understandingly, what is wrong? At this time, the image of Shushu doing the wave appeared in Eve's mind, struggling. He laughed and said, that thing. I remember it as soon as I forget it, muttering. She tightened her grip on Eve's neck. What is wrong? What is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly laughing to yourself, making people uncomfortable? Immediately after, Eve said with a smiling face as if nothing had happened. It is nothing. Are you hungry? Let us eat grilled chicken skewers, Shushu said angrily. He is putting on that fake face again. I am not hungry. Do not change the subject. Like at this time, her stomach betrayed her, rumbling. A moment later, she had 2 skewers of grilled meat in her hand. On his back, Shushu was confused. He bought 2 skewers for me. Why is that? She thought, is it because he is carrying me and does not have a hand to hold it, so he is asking me to feed him? There is no other way. Shrugging, Shushu held the skewer of grilled meat in front of Eve's. Here, eat it, come on. He said I bought those 2 for you. Hearing that, she was surprised. Huh, why? Eve's calmly replied. Because it seems like you have to eat that much to be full, Shushu thought. What is he saying? Does this mean I look like I eat a lot? Is he carrying me and feels very heavy? He continued. You are at the age where you can eat a lot, so eat a lot when you can. Hearing that, she started to get angry, thinking, wait, is he teasing me about my height now? How many years apart are we? Then Shushu said angrily, I said it is okay, eat it, quickly open your mouth. She brought the skewer of grilled meat to Eve's mouth. He replied, I am not hungry, she shouted. You have not eaten all day. Eat it, quickly. She struggled angrily. Eve said, it is okay, can you please sit still for me? It seems like sauce is falling on my back. Hey, if you wave your feet like that, Shushu stubbornly said. You can clean it up with magic, so do not worry about it. Just eat it, come on, please, eat it. Suddenly, he glanced his eyes. Eve's put her out in front. Thump! Shushu was surprised. She looked at him, thinking, oh dear, did I force him too much so he is angry? Look. Then Shushu said, Eve's, hey, you. He unexpectedly brought his face closer, Shushu thought. I was wrong. Eve stared. Shushu smiled confusedly. He opened his mouth. She blushed unconsciously. Eve leaned down, brushing past Shushu. He was gently biting a piece of meat before her embarrassment. He wiped his mouth, chewing, saying, is that okay? Shushu blushed, yes. Her heart beat, thinking, I was so scared. Why did he bring his face so close? She sat eating the skewer, thinking, eating just a skewer is also different from other people. Is it because he is a character in a novel? If he ate a skewer like that twice, I would have a heart attack, at least. Shushu glanced at Eve. But he does not like to eat, huh? He only took out the vegetables to eat from such a delicious skewer. Looking at his expression, thinking about it again, it seems... Shushu remembered. Besides drinking water or milk, I have never seen him eat anything. Moreover, remembering a type of medicine, she thought, every time he drinks that strange powdered medicine. After eating all 2 skewers, Shushu secretly speculated he looks healthy, but could it be that he is addicted to those strange medicines? Suddenly, Eve's call cut off her thoughts. Shushu. She quickly replied yes. He hesitated. Seeing that, she said, just say it. Eve said in a low voice, actually, I was planning to force you to work until I achieved my goal, even if it was a job that was too much for you. Shushu looked helpless, so it was just written like that in the contract, but he did not intend to follow it. I knew he would do that. Then she asked, but then what? He was silent for a moment. Then Eve said, I changed my mind. Just with the information you have collected so far is enough, so if you want to withdraw, just tell me any time. Then he smiled, saying, you are not suitable for dirty things. This sentence was like a gust of cold wind passing by Shushu. The next morning at the mansion, Shushu was squeezing oranges. She thought about what Eve said. No matter how important money is, what is the point of destroying yourself by doing dirty things for it? You have a warm family. You are still young. Just enjoy it. Shushu thought again, thinking about it again. Evesna does not seem as terrible as in the original story. She began to speculate. Did the author short circuit? Why would they write stories distorting the characters like this? According to Shushu's thoughts, I do not know the author. I write what I like. Haha, is it like that? Because I am still young, I am not sure. But Hailey, Corey, and Evesna, I all feel very different from the original story. Haroon appeared behind her. You are also small, cute, and lively today. Shushu, are you making fruit juice for this brother? as expected of my sister. She was startled by him. Haroon naturally picked it up and drank it. What is this? What is this? Healthy juice? I will drink it deliciously, Shushu shouted. Hey, what are you doing, you? Kareem on one side also wanted to drink. Me too, she thought. I was planning to give it to Eve, that is why I tried so hard to make it. Why are you drinking it? This damned brother. She was helpless. I looked for all kinds of healthy things and squeezed them out. It was so hard. Suddenly, Haroon trembled and spit it all out. Kareem shouted, Sister, sister, he has been assassinated. Shushu called worriedly, Haroon, Haroon. He cried, Wake up, brother! Suddenly, Haroon responded. The two of them shouted in unison, You can't die. Hey, what are you saying, you jinx? Haroon, if you are going to talk properly, then get up right now, I will punch you. In the city, people were noisy. Shushu brushed past the lively crowd. She walked up the stairs, step by step. Shushu knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The person inside replied, Yes, come in. Before Eve could speak, she forced herself in. Door, I am coming in. He said calmly, You said you needed time to think. But you decided so quickly, huh? Eve continued, It is always better to withdraw when you can. As expected, deciding is as easy as eating porridge. Huh? Shushu pulled down her hood. No, I am not withdrawing. Out of habit, he replied. That is right, do not withdraw, Eve reacted, extremely surprised. She said, You begged me to save you, even without Shunivalan. Would the trading company owner let Eve go for sure? Click. Eve scratched his neck, saying, How could a person like me die so easily? I was just saying that to hold you back. Hearing that, Shushu was angry. What this person really is. He continued, I was originally someone who had to do what I had to do to be satisfied. She angrily took steps, barging in. That reminds me, for a long time there were so many discount coupons and shopping flyers sent to my house. Shushu slammed the table, asking, Could it be that Eve also played a trick to use my mom to recruit me? Eve smiled, replying, You know now. After that, he said sincerely, Even so, do you still want to work with me? Shushu hesitated. Clearly, standing from my point of view, I have to avoid Eve's, a person who does not hesitate to do dirty things as the representative of the Lunasha Trading Company. The further away, the better. Remembering yesterday but continuously observing, I see that he is not as trashy in the original story, to the point where there is no chance of revival. She decided, of course, because I do not necessarily have to cancel the contract. Shushu pointed her finger, saying, There is no client who pays as much as Eve. Money, 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 money is the best. Ta-da! She continued, Money worship? Gold is the premise, do you know? Eve looked helpless, replying, He replied, seeing that. Shushu looked confident. Resources, to the funds. Of course, the biggest reason I do not want to withdraw is this. Where else can I get paid that much? Then she smiled, saying, You have made my family's financial situation even more difficult. I have no choice. Shushu continued, The matter of withdrawing from those dirty things will have to wait until Eve's revenge is complete. Hearing that, Eve was stunned. Then he smiled. Immediately after, Eve said, Good. Then I will announce the things you have to do today, Phi, Shushu said confidently. Just tell me. He started assigning tasks. First, help me check these documents and classify them. She was confused. Why are there so many? Each file was piled into mountains. Shushu wearily slumped on the table. It is all over. At this time, Eve placed food on her table. Eat and go. Eat this. Shushu happily opened the food, a high-end sandwich. I will eat it deliciously. She looked at him, thinking, Eve would eat that. Shushu suddenly remembered. That is right. I put it in my bag and forgot about it. She put a bottle of water on the table, saying, Drink this. Eve asked, This, what is it? Shushu replied, Food. She said confidently, Don't eat that strange thing and drink healthy juice. It seems you do not like chewing food, so I cut it up and squeezed it all out. 10 points for nutrition. He reached out, saying calmly, What strange thing? Besides headache medicine, stomach medicine, stress medicine, I also have supplements from time to time, especially this carbohydrate powder. This much is enough. Look at this silver light. Is not it very glittering? Hearing that, she went crazy. That is food. It is medicine. Wake up for me. Eve silently looked at the bottle of water. He asked, You squeezed it all out. You made it yourself. Shushu angrily grabbed it. That is right, but my chest hurts too much. Give it here. I will drink it all myself. Suddenly, the two fell silent. She thought, He is very cold. Even if I pretended to take it back, he would not stop me. Shushu slammed the bottle on the table, saying, Never mind. If you do not like to drink it, then throw it away yourself. She left grumbling, thinking, I am the idiot for thinking about him. I am an idiot. Eve saw this scene, stunned for a moment. Suddenly he spoke, Thank you. Hearing that, Shushu stopped. Eve continued, But in the future, do not bring food here. I am embarrassed about these things. He picked it up, drinking while saying, The people who show me kindness for no reason either have their own agenda or are perverts. It is only one of the two. You are probably the latter." Hearing that, she was helpless. "What? Then you brought me food, carried me, and even stopped me from accepting the trading company owner's evil commissions. Is not Eve more of a pervert?" After drinking, Eve complained, "Why is it so bitter?" Hearing that, Shushu was startled, thinking, "Even so, he did not faint like Haroon. It is good that I listened to Emily's advice and made another one. Thanks to Emily." Then she said, "In short, reduce your medicine intake. If you keep taking medicine, you will become resistant to it, and your body will be damaged. It is not good at all." Afraid it was not convincing enough, Shushu continued, "You have to live a long life. Source of funds. Now my source of funds is only Eve, before I get the money in my hands. You can't die. Be a little careful." "Got it." Eve laughed, saying, "You really see me as a money bag." Shushu raised both thumbs, replying, "You are a boss with top financial power, who gives bonuses. I am so loyal. My loyalty is only for the boss. Loyal, loyal. I love my second-generation rich boss." "Thank you, table brother," he replied helplessly. "Okay." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. A voice rang out, "Mr. Evening, I am here to convey a message from the trading company owner." He frowned. "Come in." Two people walked in, bowing, saying, "You must be very busy, I am sorry. He said he wanted to discuss the contract of the Vanatasha business with you, so he told us to escort you there immediately." Eve's immediately changed to a smiling face. Shocking Shushu. "I know. I am going right now." He smiled, saying, "Ms. Shonivalin, I will be away for a while, okay?" She replied, "Yes," thinking, "Every time I see it, I can't adapt. How many masks does he have to welcome people?" Eve whispered, "Listen carefully. Lock the door and absolutely do not leave the room until I return." Later, everyone had left, leaving Shushu alone in an empty space. She thought in fear, Why did he suddenly scare people like that? In the middle of the vast mansion, Shushu sat dazedly on the chair. She thought, when will he be back? Then she went to the bookshelf. I have nothing to do. Maybe I should read a book. Let us see. The Beginning of Tragedy, a title that does not fit the office at all. The content in the story wrote, the swordsman went to find the merchant, who was willing to tell him how to obtain the power of the dragon. The poor swordsman promised to give the merchant the body of the dragon in exchange for information. Shushu was disappointed. I was hoping for a romance story, but this is just a story about a dragon. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. Eve leaned his head on Shushu's shoulder with a thud. She was startled by the action and screamed. Shushu turned sharply, saying, "You scared me to death. If you are back, please show some trace of humanity." "What are you doing?" he replied. "Sorry." Suddenly, Eve hugged her tightly. "Thanks to you. Just a little." The book fell to the ground. Shushu asked worriedly, "Eves, are you okay?" He did not answer, and was still hugging her tightly. Suddenly, Eve pushed Shushu away, using a fake innocent face, saying, "I was gone for too long, so the things I needed to deal with were postponed." He sat down at the desk. "If you are done with everything, you can go now." She was helpless. "Yes." Suddenly, Shushu noticed something. She thought, Eve's hand is still fine until now. Why is it like that? Looking at his arm full of wounds, Shushu speculated. Could it be? Thinking that, she had a cold face, the trading company owner. At a morning at the mansion, Shushu sighed. She hesitated right in front of the door, her face full of hesitation. Could it be that today will be like that again? Shushu tiptoed, pushed the door open, and greeted, "Hello, Eve." She had not finished speaking. "You came." Eve had come and hugged. Shushu, come in quickly. Hugging, she thought. I knew it. Shushu was helpless. How many days has he been like this? She thought back. When he received the summons from his father, the owner of the Lunasha Trading Company, I do not know what dangerous things happened. She was also curious, but since that day, every time he keeps me by his side and feels uneasy, he will cling to me tightly. Shushu, nice to meet you. We see each other every day. Eves leaned his head on Shushu's shoulder, saying softly, Shushu, stay still like this for 10 minutes. Seeing the current situation, she thought, if it were Heli, he would have punched him away. Shushu thought, Eve is cold, but he is like this, so he must be really tired, so I will let it go. Then she patted him and comforted. Let us work. Cheer up. He smiled, replying, Seeing that, Shushu thought, he looks his age at times like these. A moment later, Eve said, Think for a while, I will arrange the things you need to do and bring them over later. She replied, Yes. Looking at the silent arm, Shushu thought, as expected, he is back to his usual cold expression. She slumped onto the chair, but he showed me all kinds of appearances. Does that mean he has opened up to me? Shushu was still thinking, if that is true, then good. Then her hair suddenly had a light touch. Eve was sitting, playing with her hair. Shushu asked uncomfortably, Hey, what are you doing now? He replied calmly, I am playing with your hair. She snapped angrily. Who does not know that you have to ask? Shushu was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. Why does not he bring me the work he said he would? And also, wait, is he uneasy about something again, so he is like this? She thought, considering that he is more serious than usual. Could it be that there is something important, to the point that he is wavering like this? She tried to keep calm, lowering her voice, and still playing with my hair. Seeing that, Eve was silent. Then he said, "It is fun to play with," his hand still caressing her hair. He continued, "It is like dog hair." She replied, "Oh, I see." Hearing that, Shushu shook Eve strongly, angrily. "I keep letting it go, so you are getting cocky. What did you say, dog hair? Fluffy, it is nice to touch, so you are praising it. Forget it? Never mind, I thought something was wrong, making me worry for nothing." He acted shy, saying, "Fluffy, it is exciting to touch, so I am praising it." Hearing that, she angrily clenched her fist, saying, "I am showing my discomfort, forget it. Never mind, I thought something was wrong, making me worry for nothing." Suddenly, Eve thought of something. Then he said, "You do not need to worry, because now is the last time." Shu had a surprised expression. Eve continued, "Let us go follow him one more time." He said with a heavy face, "If we succeed this time, then we can end everything." Witnessing that appearance, she was speechless. Another morning at the mansion, Shushu was standing in front of the mirror, remembering Eve's instructions. "This time, when you go to follow him, change your appearance." He also said, "Change your face so that no one can recognize you. 9 or 10 years old is best." She looked at herself, changed to a completely different appearance. Eve added, "To do that, it takes a lot of magical power, so I will give you a magic stone." Holding the magic stone in her hand, Shushu thought, "This stone has a lot of magical power, but why does it feel familiar?" She lightly touched her ear, touched it lightly. Shushu realized, that is right. This earring also contains magical power, huh? She remembered Cory. What kind of magic is on the earring? It is a secret. A secret. Shushu smiled, clutching the magic stone, saying, "I am naturally reminded of Cory. Cory is a genius, so he can completely create it and sell it. If that is really the case, then that is great. Is he doing well?" Suddenly, she stopped. Shushu looked around. "That is strange. What is it? I feel like I forgot something. Did Eve have any additional requests?" Then she brushed aside the magic stone floating in her hand. "I do not know. Before I am late for the appointment, I will just transform first." Shushu closed her eyes tightly, focused her mind and sketched a completely different appearance in her head, then cast the transformation magic. A beam of light flew past, but I have never imagined a completely different appearance. She worried, "Will it be okay? What if I transform into a strange appearance?" Shushu's appearance was completely different now. "It seems I have finished transforming." She slowly opened her eyes. "Let us see." Suddenly, the appearance in front of the mirror made her stunned. "Eh?" Shushu thought, "This appearance, it is Han Ye-an." Her heart beat rapidly. Thump, thump. Shushu came closer to the mirror, reaching out to touch it. She smiled, thinking, "My appearance during the happiest time in my past life." Then Shushu clenched her fist. She thought, "Why am I suddenly sentimental?" Shushu took her cloak and left. "For me, the present life is more important." At some place in the city. She panicked. I remembered. The thing I completely forgot. Shushu awkwardly hid behind the gate. The date to do a food tour at the beginning of the vacation is today. I completely forgot. Seeing Hailey and Cory talking in front, what should I do? If I pretend I do not know them, then they will probably wait there forever. Shushu thought, meeting each other is also lucky. I have to tell them, so they do not have to wait. Now my voice is also different, so I can't contact them with the sound transmission device. She rushed to the two of them. There is no other way. Shushu said hesitantly, "Excuse me, could it be that you two are waiting for Sister Shushu?" Seeing that, Hailey asked, "That is right, we were supposed to meet here, but she still has not appeared. But who are you?" She replied. "I am Ye-an. I work under Sister Shushu." He stared, saying, "Ye-an. That is a strange pronunciation. Are you from the Eastern continent?" Shushu smiled, replying, "Yes. She asked me to tell the two of you that she has something urgent, so she can't come." Hailey kept staring at her, saying, "I see, but hey kid, you?" Shushu was startled, replying, "Yes." He said, "If Shushu is making things difficult for you, then you must tell me. This is child abuse, got it?" Hearing that, Shushu was dissatisfied. "What are you saying, you idiot? If Shushu can't come, then we have to go together. Do not bully the child. Let us go." "Hailey, thank you for letting us know, Yan." Cory picked up Hailey, saying, "Who is bullying? Don't say strange things. Come here quickly." On the other side, Shushu was saying goodbye to Cory. "Please be careful, sir." He ruffled her hair. Cory smiled, reminding, "Don't do anything dangerous, okay?" Hailey impatiently shouted, "Cory, are not you coming here yet?" He smiled and left. "I am coming right away. I am coming right away. Take care, Yan. If you want to play later, you must contact us." Shushu lightly touched her head, thinking, because I transformed using his magical power, so it was easy to be recognized. As expected, it is hard to deceive a magical genius. Suddenly remembering, she quickly left. This is not the time. I am late. Hurrying. Shushu quickly ran through the town, behind the 5th house on street number 3, turned into alley number 3. Is it around here? Suddenly, someone stopped her. Hey, kid. The person waved. He grabbed Shushu's clothes, saying, meet me for a bit. He asked, you are Shinovalin, right? She was surprised. The man continued, I mean, are you a spy for the Lunasha Trading Company's vice president? Shushu answered fearfully, I do not know what you are talking about. She thought, has Eve's plan been exposed? But this is the first time I have transformed into this form. How did he recognize me? She calculated. It might just be a stab in the dark, so I will pretend I am not first. If that does not work, then I will have to think of another plan. Then she said pitifully, I am just going to do errands for my dad. Why are you doing this to me? He continued, stop acting. You are Shinovalin. Shushu acted very realistically. If I am late, I will be scolded. Please let me go. The man released her, saying, you are really not. Shushu replied, yes. He continued, you are definitely not Shushu, the one with the orange hair that looks like a fluffy dog. Then he removed his hood, saying, it seems you are not Shushu, the one who made healthy juice for the trading company's vice president to drink. At this point, Shushu also recognized, it is Eve's. Is that really Eve's? Really? He said calmly, what is wrong? As expected, it is Shushu. Your appearance is too different, so I could not confirm it. She shook Eve, saying, confirm normally, you scared me to death. He said, but I admit, this appearance is beyond my imagination. It is exactly like people from the eastern continent. Eves asked, is this appearance your preference? Shushu asked back. Is it strange? It is because I used magic to transform without imagining anything, so it turned out like this. He was surprised. If you did not think about anything, then this is a reflection of your unconscious. Is there someone important to you? Hearing that, she thought, someone important. Shushu smiled, replying, well, sort of. Hearing that, Eve was silent. She urged, hey, we have to get to work quickly, he replied. That is right, huh? The sound of a carriage passing by. Clop, clop. The carriage quickly passed by Shushu. She sighed, saying, it passed me again. Hurry up before another carriage passes us. Wait a bit. Eve said, let me try to find it in this corner one last time. He sighed. There is nothing. Could it be that the information about the documents being transferred to the trading company's specialized carriage was wrong? Hearing that, Shushu asked, it is the investment evidence documents of the Lunasha Trading Company, right? Why do we have to find them? Eve said coldly, it is not just a normal investment. He continued, it records the investment in another trading company, the one that operates the slave market. Hearing that, she was stunned. Slave market? Shushu asked, why would a large merchant like Lunasha invest in that place? If the violation of the slave abolition law is discovered, they would have to pay a heavy price. It is the most ostracized thing in the kingdom, so they have to be careful. The risk of exposure is very high. Hearing that, Eve smiled brightly, replying, that is why I am the one leading the investment. He firmly clenched his hand, saying, I will create profits for the trading company and show benefits that are so great and attractive that they will accept the risk. I will bite the prey. Hold on tight. The moment humans slowly step into the trap will take them to hell. What a joyful feeling. Seeing that, she thought, Mr. Eve, do you want to smile or be angry? Pick one. It is too scary. I must not become his enemy. Shushu continued to ask, but why are you looking for those important documents in this carriage? Hearing that, Eve replied, because not long ago, I heard that they were trapped and hid the documents away. She was surprised, so it was exposed. Could it be that the last time I was summoned and injured was like that? He denied. Number. Eve continued, luckily, I did not know it was a fabrication. That day, you got angry because of this and vented on me. He sighed, telling, I heard that the documents were hidden in the mansion. Then this carriage was deliberately arranged, but I could not find anything. Shushu worried. What should we do now? Suddenly, Eve's face turned cold. He said, no matter what, I can't trust anyone, so I have to bring it directly. If so, then. Saying that, Eve kicked the person inside out. As expected, you did a very good job of changing your appearance with transformation magic. Let us go to the mansion. He continued to throw a person out. Shushu, wait inside. Let me take care of the rest. This surprised her. Eve jumped down. On the other side, Shushu asked, it is okay to leave now. What else are you planning to do? He walked towards the two of them. Anyway, the fate of these people will be to die under torture, so let them leave comfortably. She was surprised, huh? Eve picked up a knife, saying, you have never seen a murder scene before. Quickly go inside and close the door. Shushu thought, it is really strange. The appearance makes me realize that Eve is living in another world. She stepped into the carriage. The underworld is so cruel, completely like a different person. The sound of a knife stabbing down, Shushu covered her ears, thinking, it is already brutal from the start, she worried. This infiltration, will it be able to succeed well? At a mansion at night. On the wall hung the head of a fierce wolf, appearing. Shushu stepped into the mansion, swallowing her saliva, saying, the atmosphere is a little scary. She wondered. Moreover, even if you take the trading company's carriage, how could two children driving a car be allowed in so easily? Something is strange. Is this really a mansion? Eve smirked. There is no other way, because it is a mansion just for my father. Shushu asked confusedly, what does that mean? He turned away. It is not good to stay long, let us go quickly. Hearing that, she thought, it seems he is grinding his teeth. He does not want to say it. His mood does not seem to be very good. Shushu replied, yes. Walking in the corridor, she asked, do you know where to find it? Eve replied, there is an office in the basement. The shady things are mainly stored there. Shushu worried. What if they have already been burned? He said calmly, it is a large investment. I do not think it will be burned right now. They were brought to this mansion to hide in order to find a plan to recover them, even if it is just a little. Hearing that, she thought, so the vice trading company owner is so good at grasping things? Shushu was dissatisfied. But why did not he tell me what this place is? She considered, he said it is a mansion, but it is clearly a suspicious mansion. There are a lot of guards outside, but the inside is so deserted that there is not a single person. Eve walked in front. Moreover, what does he mean by saying this mansion is just for my father? Shushu was full of curiosity, thinking, as a helper, I also have the right to know the truth. Then she said, but hey. Shushu asked, what exactly are we doing here? She accidentally stepped on Eve's back. Shushu said, why did you suddenly stop? You should have given a warning. He turned around, saying, it is not too late now. She was surprised. Eve continued, once you step down there, you will see many things you have never seen. If you meet the trading company owner, something terrible might happen. He sighed a long breath. Seeing that, Shushu thought, Eve, he is really worried about me. She patted his shoulder, saying, I am pretty professional. Do not make it so I can't keep the contract. Let us go down. Standing in front of the way down to the basement, Eve rubbed his back, saying, okay, well, let us go down. It is the body of a kid. But the hands hit really hard. Shushu laughed in reply, yes. The two slowly stepped down. Shushu thought, we have gone down pretty deep, although the sound of footsteps is quite loud. The atmosphere is still chilling. She was thinking wildly, the trading company owner boss, I am so scared. It is like going down to the dungeon to catch the top boss in the game. Suddenly there was some noise. Shushu was startled and turned. What is it? Is a monster really coming out? She was shocked and surprised, Shushu thought. What exactly is happening in this place? In front of her were two people locked in cages. There was a noise coming from inside. Shushu was startled and turned sharply. She was scared, her face pale, asking herself, what is it? Are monsters really appearing? She was surprised when she discovered something in front. In front of her were iron frames chained together with sturdy chains. What exactly is this place? What kind of ghostly place is it? Inside those iron frames were all pained moans. In front of her were underage children, their clothes torn, their spirits like they had autism. The children muttered, crying, I do not want to, I do not want to. I was wrong, it hurt so much. Some were full of injuries. Shushu was stunned by this terrifying scene. She trembled as she came closer to look, thinking, there are even people my age. No, there are even children who look younger than me. Her whole body trembled. She looked at these children, unable to suppress her surprise. Everyone is full of injuries. There is not a trace of vitality. Could it be that they were tortured? Shushu stammered, turning to ask Eve, Eve, what exactly are these children? What is going on? He just silently looked at her. He unconsciously raised his hand to scratch her. Finally, he could only sigh and explain the reason. This place is the Lunashaw Trading Company. No, it is the headquarters of the organization. He looked at the injured children in front of him. And the main purpose of this building is to nurture talents for the trading company. Shushu did not believe what she just heard. Wait, does that mean those children? Eve understood her meaning, frankly replying, that is right, they are children from all over the country who were brought here to run for membership in the organization. She was shocked and sweating from fear. But who would nurture talents like this? That is the appearance of being tortured in prison. He said bitterly, explaining why the children were nurtured like this, because the trading company owner is a pervert. To become a member of the organization, you have to pass the exam. The process is quite cruel. He could not help but remember the image of that cruel person. They call it an exam, but in reality it is a battle to the death, where they have to betray and kill each other until only 3 people are left. The children who survive will become puppets under his control. Shushu's face darkened when she heard that, feeling sorry for the poor children. How? Trembling. How can he do such crazy things to children? Suddenly, she was surprised to realize something. worriedly looking up at Eve, thinking, wait, if that is the case, could it be that Eve also... He noticed she was looking at him. Eve looked into her eyes and realized. He smiled brightly. That is right. I was born and raised in this place. Shushu thought that he had supernatural powers. He can read minds, she hurriedly reminded. It is not a joke. He still happily continued, you do not know how terrible it is. Moreover, when the trading company owner gets angry, he will torture us. She looked at him helplessly, calling, Eves. Eve told all the hardships he had to endure, but his mouth was still smiling. He forced me to eat food that contained harmful substances. That is why I do not usually eat rice. Shushu called him many times, wanting him to stop smiling. Hey, you! She looked at him dissatisfied, speechless. The content you are telling is a bit off from the expression. Eve continued to smile, saying, I endured tenaciously, with the determination to take revenge. Afraid he would laugh himself silly, she quickly covered his mouth. She complained uncomfortably. Stop it. I am getting angry just listening. How can you talk as if it is not a big deal? Eve just hugged his face, smiling wryly. At this point, his expression changed. Becoming gentle, he asked. Could it be, you are afraid I will be terrified? Shushu denied confusedly. Why would I be? He could not help but remember the cruel image of himself, his body covered in blood. To leave this place, I had to become the ultimate winner. Tattoo this damn tattoo. And join the organization. Can you guess? How much blood has stained my hands? Her mood became complicated when she heard those terrible things. Although it is like that, but... Shushu gathered all her confidence, saying to Eve, that is not what Eve did because he wanted to. She went crazy, constantly cursing Eve's father, a great evil person. It is really scary. How can he force children to do those things? He was surprised by her words. Shushu clenched her fists, her face full of disgust. Moreover, Eve is his son. How can he be so cruel to his own flesh and blood? It is extremely, extremely angry. Her whole body trembled in bursts. Now I clearly know why Eve hates him so much. She was determined to support Eve's revenge. You must not forgive that kind of trash. I will help you to the end. He looked at her, supporting him like that, a little surprised. Unconsciously, a joy welled up. He smiled gently, He suddenly turned away, avoiding her eyes, scratching his head, saying, the more you say, the more guilty I feel for bringing you here. Shuti was confused by his words. Huh. Eve looked at the door in front, his heart filled with unease. Once we get to that place, something terrible might happen, bringing the person who supports me to a dangerous place. My heart does not feel at ease. He frowned, secretly praying in his heart. How great it would be if that person was absent, grumbling. Thinking of something, his heart was a little complicated. Shushu looked at him worriedly. He has been like this since before going down to the basement. Because of me, he is. She thought, no, this is Eve's lifelong plan. I can't become a stumbling block for him. Then she asked, do you have glasses? Seeing her ask about glasses, Eve rummaged in his pocket. I brought them to use as a disguise, but why? She did not care what he asked and urged, give them to me. Shushu received the glasses, saying calmly, if you do not want me to see terrible things, then I won't see them. Eve looked at her, a question mark appearing in his head. She read the incantation on the glasses, roar roar. She seriously put on the glasses. I have used magic to filter out the terrible scenes, turning them into cute scenes, okay? She lightly pushed the glasses up to fix them. He looked at her, only sighing helplessly, but he did not forget to praise. This magic is quite interesting. Eves led her to the door. Okay, let us go. If the trading company owner is there, I will attract his attention for you. Shushu also replied very sensibly, yes. The two stood outside the door, whispering. He instructed her. Use search magic to find the documents for me. There will be a file wrapped in red leather. She remembered his words. Yes, I will be careful. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. A voice rang out from inside. Come in. Hearing that there were people inside, Eve became tense. There is. Shushu also swallowed nervously. He pushed the door open and walked in. The Lunasha Trading Company owner was a little surprised to see him. He said in a perverted tone, what is this, new kids? Shushu carefully examined him. This person is the Lunasha Trading Company owner. Suddenly, he changed his tone, becoming gentle. There have not been any new recruitments recently. Were you introduced? Eve pretended to smile friendly, walking closer. You are the trading company owner, right? Hello, sir. He bowed politely. I came on Ron's recommendation because I heard that I would be provided with work and accommodation here. She looked at him, admiring, as expected. He is a master of acting. Eve's acting does not reveal any flaws. Shushu pushed her glasses up slightly, carefully chanting the incantation. Now is not the time to admire. I have to quickly find the documents, activate the search magic. Eve was continuously acting in front of his father. It is truly an honor to work under the trading company owner. Behind him, she was actively searching. He said it was a file wrapped in 3 colors. Looking around, he not only used words, he also raised his hands and feet, waving his hands. I really admire you. Our path is vague. You are our savior. swinging his feet. Her magic found the document. It stopped at a cabinet. I found it. It is in there. A loud noise rang out in front. She quickly turned to look. The scene before her made her jump in fright. The Lunasha Trading Company owner was stepping on Eve's head, saying calmly, chattering is deafening, I only want someone who is obedient and listens. He was hit unexpectedly and fell. Shushu covered her mouth in shock, stopping herself from making a sound. In her heart, she looked at him worriedly. Eves. He turned to tremble and reassure her. It is okay. Quickly find the document, he mouthed. She still had not recovered. Even though he was hit, Eve still showed that joyful expression. I am sorry, Mr. Trading Company owner. I will be quiet. Shushu quickly went to the cabinet. Hurry up. The trading company owner kept hitting him. What is so great about rambling on? If you want to work for me, then shut your mouth tightly. She heard those cruel sounds. Her heart could not help but be afraid of him. There is such a terrible person in the world, so vulgar with a child he just met for the first time. Shushu had reached the cabinet, carefully preparing to take out the file. Suddenly he stopped, turning to look at her. Eve tried to stop him. Trading company owner. Please, wait a moment. She was stopped by the noise behind her, startled. The Lunasha Trading Company owner coldly asked her, I just noticed. Who are you? Were you also introduced? Shushu turned her head slowly in fear. Dangerous. Seeing him, she suddenly froze. Thanks to the ability she used on the glasses, now the evil person in front of her turned into a huge teddy bear. Shushu was dissatisfied with her ability. I thought he was a terrible person, so he turned into a bear. The glasses feature is amazing. There is no sense of tension in a dangerous situation. I am confused. Are not I only supposed to see cute things when needed? In her eyes, he was a teddy bear, holding a magic wand pointed at her, saying, This is a person from the Eastern continent. Very rare, huh? Bringing it back to stuff and decorate as scenery. Is the best. Even so, she was still scared because this thing in front of her was not as cute as it seemed. Wow, it has become a horror movie with a crazy teddy bear. What is this cute stick? Could it be a sword? He glanced at Eve, who was struggling to stand up. That kid looks useless. What to do? He is about to run out of energy. The bear in Shushu's eyes fiercely held the stick, preparing to chop Eve's. It is a waste of money to take in something useless, so I have to deal with it. Seeing the dangerous situation, she could not help but scream. To protect him, she kicked the bear with all her strength. No! It cried out in pain. It flew far away, hitting the bookshelf. Shushu stopped, staring at the bear she had just kicked away. Eve was frozen in shock. The Lunasha Trading Company owner was now unconscious. She looked at him flusteredly. I am sorry, I slipped. Is it all for nothing? Eve replied helplessly. Probably. She stood still confused, thinking, I was too hasty, so I caused trouble. What should I do now? Just thinking about how to defeat him. I guess the only way is to knock him down, then quickly find the documents and run away. Before she could act, that bear woke up. He is getting up, staggering. He looked at Shushu with murderous eyes, interrogating. You have good skills. It seems you are not a normal child. Who sent you? What is your purpose? She stood frozen in fear, thoughts echoing in her head. I used all my strength to kick him, but it did not do anything. I saw the bear talking, and the weapon in his hand was strange. So I was a little chaotic. Seeing her distracted, the bear rushed forward. Whoosh! Shushu finally woke up. If you do not answer, I will torture you and find out. Shushu did not hesitate, taking out the small sword from her bag. Blocking his attack, the sound of weapons colliding was very ear-piercing. That bear looked at her in surprise. This brat knows swordsmanship too. He said smugly. Even so, you are skilled enough to become my opponent. He kicked her hard. Shushu was in so much pain from the giant bear's kick that she winced. The force of the kick was very strong, causing Shushu to crash into the shelf. Eve finally said in fear, Stop, let that child go. He shouted uncomfortably, You shut up and wait there. I will turn that brat into pieces and then deal with you. He could not bear it, clenching his fist on the ground. Shushu shouted, Don't come over here. Eve looked at her in surprise. She propped the sword down, trying to stand up. Me is enough. Even though she was not very strong, she was still thinking about him. If it were Eve, he would probably be able to face him, but because of the contract tattoo, he might be seriously injured afterwards. Shu just said softly, Don't move, stand there and wait for me. She kept pointing at herself, desperately signaling to stand there obediently before getting hurt by the tattoo's punishment. Eve also understood her meaning. Ah. The ferocious bear held the stick, rushing to attack again. You alone are enough. How arrogant. Shushu was also a little unconfident about herself. I shouted loudly. But can I knock out that awkward body with the body of a child? But Shushu could easily slip. At this time, when flying up, I felt the power of magic rather than the power of a normal human. She seriously prepared to fight him. It seems I have to change the target of the search for magic items. The trading company owner rushed forward aggressively. She looked at him boredly. Damn bourgeoisie. He is really a rich man. His whole body is equipped with magic items for defense and to boost his power. Honestly, you just plastered items on your body with money, right? Shushu carefully took a gold stone from her bag. This is not good. I brought this with me because I used transformation magic. I do not know how much magic power is left. I also have a mysterious item. She put it in her mouth, biting it to pieces. First, I will smash it to pieces. She begged in her heart. Corey, help me. At this time, a power enveloped her. Shushu regained her confidence. Very good. She was no longer afraid of him and directly rushed to attack. Let us fight again. Rush. In her heart, she calculated. The magic power won't last long. I have to finish it quickly. The sound of weapons colliding was chaotic. Clang, clang. Yves touched the back of his neck. His mood complicated. He remembered those painful memories. Yves. A friend who can be willing to kill me to achieve his goal. Friend, what is the point of those things if you are dead? You can resent me too. I want to live, Yves. I want to live. Let me go. I was afraid you would ruin our friendship first, so I did that. Or the painful faces fearing death. Let me go, Yves. Those pains always haunted him, closing his eyes until a voice saved him from those memories. It is okay, Yves. Yves gently opened his heavy eyes, remembering the scene in the iron frame. There is a person who can sacrifice herself? I do not want to ruin a friendship like them. I was originally weak. Just act on me. He painfully hugged his head, pursing his lips tightly. At Shushu's place, the two were still fighting fiercely. Shushu felt the power from just now gradually disappearing. She could not help but worry. Damn it, the magic power has decreased significantly already. If this continues, then... That bear had caught her. He caught her, then said very smugly, continuously taunting, I caught you, this little mouse. What, are you not arrogant now? He held the stick, preparing to stab her. But you are too arrogant, so it is difficult for me. Let me make it so you can only be arrogant with your mouth, okay? Shushu was close to death, but she could not move. Dangerous. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come to her. Closing her eyes, I can't escape. In this dangerous moment, Yves had managed to save her in time. Don't touch that kid. That bear was attacked unexpectedly, unable to react. His hand squeezing Shushu's neck gradually released. She was released unexpectedly and fell to the ground. The glasses also fell off. At this time, the bear had become the trading company owner. Blood constantly flowed from his mouth. You disguise. Shushu looked up in surprise. The glasses also fell to the side at the same time. He was angry, veins popping on his face, but unable to do anything. It was difficult to say each word. I had a hunch. You traitor, how dare you, Yves, you? Yves had returned to his normal appearance at this time. He coldly pulled out the knife. You should thank that kid, because I was planning to return all the pain I had experienced to you, but at this moment, I will just stop here. The wounds on his body tore open, screaming in pain. He fell in front of Shushu with a thud. She was a little scared, startled. She still sat there, staring at Yves' father, hesitating. Yves quickly ran over, picked up the glasses, gently putting them on her. Shu, you have to wear glasses carefully. Now let us get the documents and get out of here quickly. Okay, she was pulled back to reality by his gentleness. Shushu shouted anxiously. Wait, this is a plan you had been planning for a long time. Just because of me, you let it fail like this? What should I do? He looked at her appearance and unconsciously chuckled, laughing. Yves gently comforted. What is the point of everything if I lose my people, haha? She was still hesitant, Yves, but... He collapsed wearily on her shoulder. Okay, it is all over. Collapsing, Shushu worriedly supported him. Huh, Yves. She noticed the tattoo on his neck. The poison was spreading quickly. Yves said weakly, but what to do? The antidote. All fell. Lost it. Thud. He slipped and hit his face on the ground. Shushu was panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. She worriedly shook his hand gently. Yves. Shufri was confused, only knowing how to shake him. Oh my god, he lost consciousness. There is no antidote. What should I do? Wake up? You can't just die like this. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. She turned back in shock. Someone walked in slowly. If you were going to do this, you should have done it sooner. Swan leaned in, criticizing. Anyway, you are really stupid. He was angry and flustered. No wonder. I waited at the meeting place for so long. But he did not come. Thump. Shushu looked confused. Who is this? He heartlessly slapped Yves' face continuously, cursing. So annoying, making me have to come all the way here. It is all people who make others annoyed, hey. Get up, she spoke, stopping him. Hey, you, it hurts. Swan still kept hitting. You won't get up. You are asking for it. You know, Shu looked at him from the side, dissatisfied. He does not even look at me. He seems pretty close to Yves. So I will just endure it for now. She looked at him, examining. But why does his face look so familiar? At this time, Yves tried to wake up from the pain, saying weakly, this... Voices. Oh, is that you, Red? Seeing him wake up, Swan finally stopped, Mr. Eve, it has been a long time. You have become a lot cooler. Eve turned around with difficulty. Release, the antidote I gave you all fell. Shushu, from beginning to end, just sat there silently, watching the two of them. He heartlessly said, then enjoy your death. Smiling, she heard, and put a big question mark in her head. Eve looked at him wearily. Shushu looked helplessly at the young man in front of her. He is really cruel, it seems. He is serious. Eve spoke, calling, Swan Hayden, if you are here, then quickly heal me. I am dying of pain. She looked at Swan in surprise. What, Swan Hayden? He looked at him and sighed. Why do you keep trying to live? She remembered when she first met him as a child. No wonder he looked so familiar. It turns out it is him. Shushu remembered him back then. The young master used to play with Hestia and me a few times. He was a child who barely spoke and always showed a cold face whenever we met. She looked at Swan now, assessing. But now he talks more and is more lively, quite different from before. He pulled the sleeve of his cloak over his mouth, still muttering. How annoying, Eve impatiently urged. Hurry up. Shushu carefully watched the power from his hand treat Eve's. Even so, that temper. Swan brought his hand closer to Eve's tattoo, gently. His power strongly radiated, shining. He felt very comfortable being treated by the power. Shushu carefully watched his handsome face, unable to take her eyes off him. She looked so much that her face turned red, sighing. And that angelic appearance is still the same. It is too dazzling. The power began to fade. After treating him, it also turned off automatically. Shushu looked at Swan with admiring eyes. Amazing, the poison that was spreading just now disappeared in an instant. She looked at him and suddenly remembered. That is right. Swan Hayden is from the Blanche family, huh? He also had the characteristics of the people in the family, which is the famous family with many white mages. She continuously assessed. An angelic appearance and healing abilities. It is a perfect match. Extremely perfect. Swan helped Eve up. It is done, she asked worriedly. Eves, are you okay? He was better, but still affected. He hurriedly said, well, can you give me the thing you promised? Standing up, seeing him so hurried. Eve did not delay, of course. Swan turned to look at Eve's father's body, lying there. Anyway, it is over, thank goodness. Disgusting, Shushu thought. So he knows Eve's situation. They are really close. Although his expression was very gentle, his words were very brutal. It is a waste to let him go to the other world just like that. Why do not we embalm him and send him to a pervert? Smiling. In her heart, she could not help but cry. Hey, that face does not fit the dialogue at all. Suddenly remembering something, Swan turned to inform him. That is right, I will probably enroll in the academy a little earlier. He was a little surprised hearing that. Isn't it originally 2 years from now? Hearing him mention the academy, her heart wavered. The academy, could it be? While speaking, he pulled up his hood, because the process of inheriting the Duke title ended earlier than expected. Although his words carried a warning, Swan's emotions were completely opposite. At the academy, if there is nothing, then do not act like you know me. I am annoyed. Bright, cheerful, Shushu and Eves also looked at him helplessly, extremely mismatched. He smiled very brightly, saying, and there is one more thing. The two turned to look in unison. Swan's face changed like a little devil, continuing confidently. While I was sneaking in, the guards found me, so I knocked them out. They will probably rush in soon. Everyone run quickly. Eve was speechless with him. That is why I said, what is the point of letting you come all the way here, Shu? She was shocked. She looked at this person, thinking, he just said that and does not plan to help. What a strange personality. Swan happily said goodbye. Well then, I will go first. She was not very surprised. When I read the original story, I already thought he was like a psychopath, the kind who can't be revived. I did not expect him to be exactly the same in real life. Suddenly he stopped, looking at Shushu. She was worried about being stared at. Why is he suddenly staring at me? Did he only realize I am here now? Swan looked at her, briefly surprised, startled. Shushu thought in her heart, am I looking wrong? It seems he was surprised. Suddenly, he glared at her. She was confused by this action. Then he naturally turned and left, Shushu thought. Is this guy sick? What is wrong? Making people uncomfortable. The alarm of the guards made the two jump. There is an intruder. Search the basement first. Eve turned to say, before things get more troublesome, let us get out of here quickly. Shushu only now came back to her senses. Ah, yes. He asked suddenly, Shushu, what about the documents? Where are the documents? Frantically, she quickly replied, I will take them with me. Let us escape. Ignoring the circumstances of the two of them, someone, stop, running away. Swan still walked leisurely. Suddenly he stopped, stopping, observing carefully around to make sure there were no other people here. At this time, he secretly thought, why is that kid there? At this time, in the residential area, oh my god, did you hear the news? They discussed noisily. In an uproar, the Lunashaw Trading Company owner is dead, huh? In an uproar, they said the rumor that he invested in the labor trading company is true. The upper class also quickly received the news. The royal family issued instructions to inspect the trading company. I heard that the trading company has been doing illegal things in the underworld all along. In another place, there was an irritated voice coming from inside. Oh my god, how can you do that kind of thing? The servant inside the villa gently reported. Young lady, I heard that the Lunasha Trading Company has been completely dissolved. Click. Such a large trading company turned out like this in one morning. The young lady lying on the bed spoke. Emily, besides that, are there any other news? The maid tried to remember. Yes, well, besides that news. She replied happily. Probably the news that the sloppy young lady Shushu has been lying on the bed for several days straight. Shushu was also tired of this maid. Haha. At this time, she had also taken off her disguise, wearily lying on the bed. I do not know if it is because I experienced something so intense at that villa, but I am exhausted. On the first day back, I really slept like the dead. Although she was also very tired, she was still thinking about Eve's. Anyway, it seems Eve is still okay, like he said, so it is good. He comforted her, saying that he had prepared everything carefully. You asked if handing over this pile of documents as evidence is really okay. Of course, do not worry. I have prepared a perfect retreat. Shushu thought, as expected, Eve's is very cunning. I can't turn against him, Emily said gently. Then I will take my leave, young lady. Shushu, get up slowly. Not forgetting to instruct her, the school is about to start. If you keep being so listless, it will be a waste of time. Hearing that the school was about to start, she suddenly woke up. She stood up on the bed, shouting, No way, get up! Emily was startled by her shout. Shu said to her, Emily, help me prepare to go out. She was a little surprised. Yes. Shushu smiled slyly, full of calculation. I have earned a lot of money. I can't just bury myself in work and end the vacation like in my past life. I am going to let loose. In the neighborhood today, the sky was very beautiful. The air was fresh, very suitable for going out. She held Hez's hand, walking around the stalls in the market together, talking and laughing very happily. In the following days, she ate and played very comfortably. She gave Kareem a very delicious cake. His eyes brightened. She also ate sweets with some of her friends. She argued with her friend next to her. The chocolate strawberry cake is what I ordered, he replied tremblingly. You only ate one bite, but you are acting so dramatic. And that girl sat there enjoying. So delicious. Haroon happily skipped over, inviting, Shushu, let us later, but she refused him bluntly. I do not want to. Do not come over here. Get out of here. All the activity memories were recorded in the diary. Shushu smugly closed the notebook. Very good. The list of partying and going wild during this vacation has been almost completed. She praised herself for doing a good job of planning. Carefully putting it into her bag, preparing to leave. So now I should go meet that person, She remembered that person's words, because he said that when he is finished arranging everything, I should come to play. She searched for that person's house around. The address is nearby. Stopping in front of a house, she thought, Here, right? Shushu stepped forward, knocking lightly on the door. A voice echoed from inside. Come in. She was a little surprised. He did not even ask who it was, and just let me in. She opened the door and stepped in, just speaking. Eve, did you know I was coming? She saw him excitedly running out like a flower, calling her, lovingly, Shushu, making her get goosebumps. She ran out in fear, slamming the door shut. Seeing you are healthy, I will go first. Eve said dejectedly, I won't hug you. Come in. Shushu asked suspiciously. Really? He replied sadly. Really? She asked him in surprise. But how did you know it was me? Eve explained the reason. I have not officially started working yet, so the only person who knows this address is you. He was eating and telling, my slush fund is quite enough, so I am still planning whether to establish a new company or reorganize the trading company. Munch munch. He asked uncomfortably. But why are you staring at me? Staring. Shushu smiled gently, replying, Because it is the first time I have seen you eat proper food. Are you okay? Eve chewed while thinking about the answer. Since that person died, I feel like I have been liberated. He felt comfortable, floating. No longer bound by the chain that haunted him. That tattoo seemed to be fading away too. He looked at the dishes in front of him, wondering if it was because all the shackles that had been holding him captive had disappeared, that he suddenly felt hungry. Hearing him say that, Shushu felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, seeing her worry about him, Eve unconsciously smiled. He said cheerfully, but the amount of food he ate did not increase. He is full, so she should eat the rest. She was so annoyed she wanted to punch him. Then he should have bought less. Even though she was annoyed, she still tried to eat, constantly scooping up food. This food was so expensive, what a waste. There was no other way, she would eat it all. Munch, munch. Eve propped himself up and sat watching her eat heartily. Suddenly, he called out softly, Shushu. She glanced at him, stopping eating, He sincerely made a request to her. Can I hug you? Shushu had just taken a sip of orange juice and had not swallowed yet, but upon hearing him say that, she spat it back out. Anticipating her action, Eve had quickly raised the tray of food to shield himself. She carefully wiped her mouth, but her eyes were still fixed on him. Although she'd promised to play with him, this was a bit awkward. When she first arrived, he was about to hug her too. Wipe. Eve, rejected, put on a gloomy face, so it is really not allowed, huh? What a pity. HMPH, Shushu irritably grumbled at him. If he wanted to do that, then he should find someone else. He babbled on, treating her like a small puppy. He wanted to hug her. She was like a cute, soft puppy. How soft? Woof woof. She looked at him speechlessly. What? Then he might as well raise a dog. Eve replied with a bright smile. He was already looking into it, even if she did not say so. He would name it Shushu. Hearing this, she slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Jumped up. Do not name it that. She angrily pointed her finger at him and scolded. Why would he name a dog after her? What if it pooped everywhere? Then he would say, Shushu, no, not there. You know, and what else? Absolutely not allowed. He pretended to be pitiful. It was only because she would not let him hug her that he was doing this. Shushu clenched her fists, trembling as she said, ultimately, why her again? Why did she have to accommodate him? What if she could not date because of this? She reminded herself inwardly, endure it, Shushu, do not hit him. He stubbornly did not care, so what if she did not date? At this point, she was already furious, boiling with anger. Why does he care? Eve crossed his arms and calmly replied, a noble lady would have many restrictions on her actions after getting married. It would be a waste of her talent if she were restrained by those things. Shushu put her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow, and looked at him. Eves, why did he care about that? A talented person like her would be free. He could not stand it and stood up, slammed the table, jumped up, bang. He arrogantly pointed down at her and said, she should bring a decent guy back here. At least someone as fierce as a dragon. Pointed. She could not understand this person anymore. More and more. She thought to herself, heavens, were there really people as stubborn as this, dragons and whatnot? They did not even exist. Eve still stubbornly argued, no. Do not date, please. She was tired and wanted to go home. Eve, she would played enough, she was going home. He could not stop her in time, so soon. No. Do not go. Shushu ran away, leaving him with only one sentence, he should stay safe. She stood wearily in front of his house. Ha! Eves reminded Shushu of her clingy brother at home. Play with him. Where was she going? Do not go. No, no, it felt like there was another Haroon. But seeing that he was healthy, she was also very happy. Anyway, she was glad that he seemed quite well. She looked up at this quiet sky. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, so she felt much more relieved. Shushu's pocket suddenly vibrated. A sound transmission device. Who could it be? This was the time after she took revenge with Eve's. She connected to the sound transmission device. Oh, hello, Corey. Were they all going to watch fireworks together? Shushu agreed to Corey's suggestion. Okay, she will bring Hay along too. She was a little embarrassed and quickly disconnected. She knew. She was coming right away. She happily enjoyed those happy moments. She had the idea to enjoy the student life a bit more. That being said, it was probably because she was horrified by death. Shushu took Hess's hand and ran towards everyone. Corey, Hilly, Shu, what is up? They came too. She gently helped Hez onto the flying carpet. If she kept pushing forward with the plan and then ruined things herself, what was the point? Magic carpet? Let us go. The four of them played together on the carpet. The night breeze was very cool, making people feel comfortable. She always remembered Eve, words. As Eve said, she was still a child, so she should live peacefully for a while. The four of them happily watched the brilliant fireworks in the sky together. It was so beautiful that everyone was amazed. Shushu happily enjoyed these moments until she was a little better prepared. Hopefully, nothing would happen to anyone like before. After a period of time, 6 months later, the new semester, the new school year's opening ceremony, the sound of horse-drawn carriages was busy on the road. Hilly jerked and staggered. PFFT, haha, what is this? Why did he get shorter? He spoke up to defend her. Shorter? Why did he tease her like that? Shushu was full of disappointment. Was she the only one who did not have anything happen? She turned to hug her and said to help. Even so, her Shushu was still very cool. Hilly still did not intend to stop, a little kid. She observed him and Corey, tall. She cried painfully. What to do, her growth cells? What did she do all this time? Shushu burst into despair. She did not want to look like this. After entering her residence, she was busy arranging her belongings, this over here and these over there. Carefully tidying everything up, putting this book on top too. She stretched wearily. Her luggage was all unpacked, finally done. She had to arrange her luggage every new semester. Shushu thought to herself, she should study automatic arranging magic. She paid attention to herself in the mirror, a flat body. She was not convinced and groped to check. Sure enough, nothing, secondary sexual characteristics. That guy, would he not work properly? She ate so much, why? Fumble. Shushu cried her eyes out when comparing herself to Hess. His was also taller, bowing his head. Sister, he changed so quickly, it was like he always looked like this. She carefully recalled, it was not just Hez. There were also the other two. Corey, who used to be about her height, had also grown taller. The person who often caused trouble with her was the same. Illy's height developed to the fullest, to the point where he had to look down at her. Shushu vaguely imagined the humiliating scene. At this rate, was not she the only one who had to live her whole life in the body of a child? Tall, long legs. Kid, here's a candy for you. Future prediction, 5 tall friends and 1 little kid. She thought about it, and painfully collapsed on the bed. No way. Clearly, until the end of the second semester, there was not much difference. They had changed so much in just a few months. Could she believe it? While she was immersed in thought, what were there any secrets? If she had hung out with them during the whole vacation instead of disappearing under the guise of training, maybe... Someone opened the door to look for her. Shushu. It was Hazel. She rushed forward and hugged Shushu tightly, her lovely little one. She had disappeared, so she had been so worried. But it seemed she was still very happy and carefree. Right, she missed her so much. Tight hug. She greeted happily. Sister Hazel, hello sister. She sadly blamed, she was too busy, was not she? What was she busy doing every summer vacation, that she did not have time to hang out with her? She was shaken by her sister until she was about to faint. Shushu quickly replied, no, anyway, they would meet each other when school started. Hazel was still sulking. It would not be easy to see her face even after school started. She dragged out all her reasons to blame her. She said she was doing club projects, and then she said she was busy training almost every day, and she did not return to her room until late at night. Shushu could only remain silent and could not defend herself. She quickly apologized. She was sorry. This semester, she would definitely work hard, so that the two sisters could hang out together. Hazel pointed at her mouth and reminded her, remember that if it was too difficult after school, she could come to her class during break or something. She replied repeatedly in fright. Startled, yes. After speaking, she said goodbye and left. Great, then she should rest now. Suddenly, Shushu called her back. But, sister, seriously, she had a question to ask. Hazel turned her head back in surprise. She remembered Corey's answer. She did not know. Floating, probably because she ate a lot of vegetables. She was a little disappointed in her head, and did not know what to say. Shushu remembered her conversation with him. She angrily shouted, she also ate vegetables. If the vegetables she ate could help her grow taller, she would poke a hole in the ceiling. Corey was still flying in the air, calmly answering, floating, but the only thing that was different from my usual routine during the vacation was that he said as he ate. If not, then maybe it was because he was growing up. She was annoyed. TCH. She was the same age as them, but why was she the only one? Hazel scratched her head embarrassedly. Was that what she wanted to ask about? How to grow taller. Let her think. Probably drinking milk. Even Hailey was asked. Why was he so tall? He was still the same. Was not she getting shorter? He's also comforted her, managing her diet. He had not changed anything. It was, okay, Shushu was still very cool, like this. Ha. Shushu did not have an answer and gave up wearily. Life was impermanent. She knew that even with diet or exercise, genes still played the most important role. She remembered her conversation with Haroon. How to grow taller, she could not just say it. She should go to the building of the third years, and he would show her. She thought impatiently. Please just tell her. It seemed that he and Karm had grown a little taller. Could it be that the only hope left was the guidance of bloodline? Shushu put her hand on her chin and thought, but going all the way to the third-year building was a bit much. Corey suddenly landed, spun. He put his hand on her head. Looking at it this way, he was really small. Hit in her sore spot. She did not hesitate to punch Corey into the ceiling, activating strength magic. The bell rang, ping pong, and at the same time, he landed on the ground, upside down. She said happily, it is break time. Shushu annoyedly wrapped his blanket around him. She was borrowing his legs for a bit. Corey tremblingly raised his hand, waved, okay. At the third-year building of Ogren Academy, during break time, the students were all out playing and talking, noisily, noisy. Shushu hid in a corner of the wall, spying. She said the third years were always busy day and night. She did not see any difference from them, peeking. She carefully moved, wrapped tightly in the blanket. It would be troublesome to run into an acquaintance, so she should find Haroon quickly, to get instructions on how to grow taller, and then leave, quickly, tiptoe. Someone had noticed her. Hazel happily raised her hand to hug her. Shushu, she came to see her, her lovely little one. Seeing her sister, she froze on the spot. Sister Hazel. She did not hug her, but introduced her to everyone. This was the roommate she was talking about. Her Shushu was so cute, right? She said shyly, hello everyone. The beautiful sisters surrounded her at the same time. Where? Swarming over. Oh my god, so cute. What was this? She was completely a baby. Shushu tiredly thought. Their energy was no joke. Could she escape? She asked weakly. Did the sisters know Haroon? Hazel asked back. Oh, Haroon West. So he was her brother. She was planning to go see him since she was here. She smiled embarrassedly. Yes. She could not tell her sister that she had come here just to see Haroon. She was remembering where he studied. Wait a moment. Which class was he in? Then suddenly, someone else came over. Let him lead the way. Eve was very excited to see her. Hello, her, Eve, Shushu. Shushu stuck tightly to the blanket on her body. She had met someone she should not have met. What was wrong with him? Not paying attention to those love-struck eyes. Hazel knew and pulled her group of friends away. Shushu liked it. They had to prepare for the next class, so they were leaving first. Bye-bye. She desperately clung on, no. Eves smiled happily, looking at her. Hee. Shushu felt chills all over her body. Shushu carefully turned her face to warn him. Serious face. Do not say any of those huggy things. Lead her to her brother. He gently patted her head. What to do at his brother's place? She already had an older brother here. Stare, pat. She almost vomited on the spot. Gross. Don't joke anymore. Quickly lead her the way. Suddenly, he pulled down the blanket covering her head. He was not joking. He was telling the truth. Pull down. A hint of surprise flashed in her heart. Eve suddenly raised her chin and leaned down close to her. If she was shy, the matter of her treating him as an older brother in place of Haroon, he would keep it a secret. Shh. Shushu felt her heart waver. His hair brushed lightly against her face, fluttered. Her mind was sinking into sweetness. Was it because of Eve? Hair? Naturally, it felt ticklish. At this moment, a voice rang out from somewhere, startling her awake. Startled. Haroon angrily clenched his fist and looked at him. What was he doing with his sister right now? And right in the middle of the hallway, Eve looked at him disappointedly. Shushu was terrified, brother. The people behind them were also gossiping. Eve put on a happy expression and replied, what was he doing? He was advising her to treat him as an older brother in place of him, who did not look like an older brother at all. Bright smile, elbowed. He was provoked by his words and his veins popped. What? He confidently turned to Haroon and said, sell me that older brother, right? How much did he want? How much was enough? He asked her, confused. Shushu, what was this guy doing? Why did he say that he did not look like an older brother? Shushu stammered, not knowing how to answer. Well, the thing was, two people kept competing with each other in the hallway, Eve said arrogantly. Shushu needs a cool older brother. Haroon refused to give in. What about me? He criticized. To be honest, you do not look much like Shushu. I have orange hair, he argued back. Shushu still likes me more anyway. Ignoring the two of them arguing loudly, she took the opportunity to sneak away quickly, tiptoeing. Haroon, good luck. The argument is interesting, but the attention is all on one side, so I probably can't stay any longer. Suddenly, Eve punched the wall next to him. Bang! Scaring Haroon half to death. He said unhappily. No way! Shushu is closer to me than you are. She suddenly felt goosebumps. He smugly mocked, you do not have things like matching couple tattoos with Shushu, do you? Haroon was surprised and did not understand what. Hearing him mention the tattoo, Shushu was scared and sweating profusely. I am going crazy. Do not bring up the tattoo from when we made the contract to win the argument. Are you sane? Haroon stiffened and turned to look at her. Shushu, really? A couple tattoo? Where is it tattooed? Eve provoked further. You are curious, huh? That is right. She secretly cursed him, praying he would not say it. Stop. He smugly revealed the location of the tattoo, tattooed on the butt. It was like a bolt of lightning to Haroon. The entire hallway fell silent. He was petrified on the spot, while Shushu was like a stone about to shatter. Haroon went crazy and yelled loudly. Shunena West, she stammered, wanting to explain. On Haroon. It is a misunderstanding. He chased after her with a gloomy face. You stop right there. Explain. She fearfully sped up. As expected. I should not have come here. Tears were already streaming down her face. Damn it, I am never coming to the year 3 dorms again. The quiet night suddenly echoed with a loud shout. Everyone pay attention. From now on I will show you what real fun is. Shushu shouted excitedly. Those who want to dance with me, everyone take off your pants and scream. She danced enthusiastically. The music around her boomed. The disco ball captured all the comments from people around. That is pretty cool, really top notch. 10 points, sis. 10 points. Eve could not stop smiling. The image disappeared, and everything became quiet. He leaned back and sighed. That was really interesting. If I knew it was so short, I would have asked to copy all the images from the surveillance recording device. Eve's eyes narrowed with interest, because being around Shushu is really fun. He thought silently. He suddenly remembered the times they worked together. And the times they ate and had fun. Shushu's care and attention, too. Eve sighed. As expected, I have to keep her by my side for the rest of my life. There was a knock on the door outside, and he immediately stood up. Eve thought to himself, normally no one comes to my dorm to find me. Who is it? Then opened the door. Who is it? The outside was filled with cardboard boxes, and the people there said, hello, your roommate asked me to bring the luggage over first. He was surprised. Roommate, aren't I in a single room? A friendly person came forward to help carry the luggage, explaining, according to the rules, it is 2 people per room. Your roommate enrolled late, so they are only arriving now. Eve was curious, so who is it, finally? The person excitedly said, Swanhagen Blanche, his face immediately wrinkled. Damn it, I guess I have to leave the dorm. Several bottles of milk were placed on the table, full to the brim. Shushu was confused. Milk? Her friendly friend stuffed another bottle. Here, drink mine too, Shushu. Occasionally, idle classmates would come and try to help her grow taller. Shushu, we will help you. 1, 2, 3, pull. Even the cafeteria chef paid special attention. Student Shushu, eat more of this. It is good for your bones. The male students from the swordsmanship department cheered loudly. Swordsmanship girl, go for it. Our Shurena is so impressive. Making her very uncomfortable, Shushu is short but full of strength. So cool, Shurena. Shushu could only sigh. Hes smiled happily. The rumors are spreading so fast, right? She scratched her head in frustration. Asking around, she found out that because she kept worrying about her height, Hilly told everyone, asking them to support her. He's comforted her. Even so, it is good that you're getting everyone's attention. Shushu knew that. She was grateful, but they were going a bit too far. She suddenly asked her, Shushu, why do you want to be taller? Male friends often have a protective feeling towards petite female friends. Shushu mumbled, either way, I probably won't be in a relationship, so I do not need those things. Hes was surprised. What? You were not serious when you said you would not date? She did not know how to explain it to her friend, so she had to shake her head. Because of the original setting, as long as I am with you, I won't be able to have a relationship in this lifetime. My dear friend, you probably have no idea what I want to say. It is so frustrating. Shushu made up an excuse. Students should not be dating. You said your grades last semester were not good. Focus on your studies. Hes was confused. She glanced at her best friend. Shushu thought to herself, now that I think about it, what if the male lead suddenly came and asked me to help set them up with Hes? She frowned in difficulty. Whose side should I be on? Because she was thinking so much, Shushu stopped, considering that so far, none of them are bad kids. Eve is a bit bad, right? Hes hurriedly asked, what is wrong? Are you worried about your height again? A figure carrying a pile of things walked in the opposite direction of the 2 of them. He's unintentionally grabbed Shushu's hand and spun her around. Oh well, do not worry about it anymore. Play with me, okay? And then bumped into the other person. She immediately fell down. Shushu worried. Hes. She helped Haze up. Are you okay? But compared to me? The person opposite her sighed softly. Hes hurriedly said, I am sorry. She was about to ask if she was hurt, when suddenly both of them were shocked. The person opposite them was an acquaintance, Swanhagen. Shushu thought to herself, he really came to this academy. The other person just muttered, how annoying. Why do I keep missing luggage? Suddenly he glanced at the 2 of them. Shushu stood behind Hes, thinking to herself, is he looking at Hes? Swan smiled happily. Hello, Hestia. Long time no see. But Hes was not happy at all. Shushu was surprised. It seems Hestia still remembers him. Swan just walked past the 2 of them. Well, I am busy, so I will go first. Shushu was confused. What about me? Her face was incredulous. Is he ignoring me now? A while later at school, the students of the swordsmanship department were practicing hard. A small branch hung high in the air, then was shaken by someone jumping up. Shushu's face was full of thoughts. When I met him with Eve, I was in my child form, so he probably did not know. But now I am in my real form, and he is still acting like he does not recognize me. We were childhood friends. How can he only recognize Hes? She angrily jumped up with force. Then landed on the ground. No, it has just been so long, so maybe he does not really remember. Shushu wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhaled. Usually in novels, the male lead only sees the female lead. That is right, I am just a supporting character. She thought to herself, no need to be sad. His personality's not that great anyway. I have to figure it out, then get hit in the head with a sword. Hilla said sternly, why did you stop? Shushu was annoyed. Do you really think this is effective? He glanced at her. You want to be taller? This is the training method I personally created for you. Work hard. Shushu did not believe it. Then you try it first. If I see results in 6 months, then I will practice. I need proof. Hilly immediately refused. I am tall enough. Why bother practicing? The 2 began to argue. Even you find it tiring, and you want me to jump 1,000 times. You are bullying me. What? I wasted my effort caring about you? Did I beg you? Really, everyone, the prince is bullying people. The teacher suddenly shouted, attention. The students gathered around. The teacher began to introduce. Today, our swordsmanship department has a new student. Because he enrolled late, there will be many things he does not know. Please help him as much as you can. Hilly's face looked like he had swallowed a fly. Enrolling. Now, it can only be that kid. Why does he have to be in this department? Shushu was also curious. Who is it that makes him like that? At the teacher's call, the other person slowly walked forward. Come on, introduce yourself. Shushu was shocked. Why is he in the swordsmanship department? The person in front of them was Swan. The crowd began to stir. Everyone talked about the new student. He is Swanhaden Blanche, right? Blanche is the famous duchy that trains white mages. His family's been working in the healing field for generations. Why would he come to the swordsmanship department? They glanced to the side. What can we do if we know? It is already hard enough to understand why the female students are flocking to our department. That is right. It is getting more and more crowded. Shushu happily thought to herself. Because in the past, this department only had male students, so even if they wanted to study, they would not dare to enter thanks to me, right? The teacher did not keep the person any longer. Well, now that you have introduced yourself, everyone continue practicing freely. Shushu was quite confused. But if it is him, I really do not understand. His future is already set. Why would he choose to come here? That is right. He used to practice swords at my house when he was little. He must really like swords. She had to turn to her friend. Healy, let us continue practicing, but he had disappeared, huh? Hailey was hiding behind a tree. Shushu was speechless. What are you doing there? He came out, his face so tense that he was biting his nails. It seems like it would be troublesome if that kid saw me. It is like he has some kind of scheme. What is it? Shushu was curious. It is like, you are afraid of him. You are not usually like this at all. It's highly weaker than Swanhaden. Healy immediately retorted. Who is weak? It is just that he and I are incompatible. He remembered every time they practiced together. Just that swordsmanship style was annoying. Healy trembled with anger. He just swings his sword around recklessly without thinking. He does not bother defending. He only knows how to attack. It is such a headache. He crossed his arms, expressing his dislike. I do not know about you, but I do not want to mess with that guy. Shushu did not know what to say. Me neither. That is a pretty strong reaction. But Swan seemed very happy to see Hailey, long time no see, making him jump. Ugh. He smiled brightly like a flower. You are not avoiding me here, are you? But the sword in his hand spun very skillfully. If so, I would be very sad. I am so happy to see you. The other two were petrified. Why are you spinning your sword so dangerously? Hailey quickly ran away. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Swan excitedly ran after him. Hailey, I will go with you. Do not follow me. Shushu turned around in confusion. She looked incomprehensibly at the two people playing happily in the distance. But compared to not remembering me twice, he completely does not see me when he met me with Hess. It was the same. He did not even look at me. I am too worried. However, Shushu kept running into Swan. He often lurked in a corner. When she was with Hess, she would also happen to see him in the distance. Shushu began to feel uncomfortable, I am sure. She stood in front of the mirror and thought to herself, Swanhaden likes Hez. He is almost always hanging around Hez every day and just staring at her. Shushu picked up the sword. One more thing that makes me sure. She angrily tightened her grip on the sword. It is that Swanhaden is ignoring me. Shushu was a little annoyed. He comes every day to look at Hess and does not even glance at the person next to her. That is what is so infuriating. She walked outside with jumbled thoughts, but would not someone who likes you try to be nice to the friend next to you? All the other male students who want to get close to Hez pretend to be friends. With me first. Shushu noticed laughter and teasing in the distance. This is suddenly stirring up my competitive spirit. Hey, you! Stop right there, stay still, I do not like that. Swan was chased around the field by several boys. What is wrong? You guys told me to compete with you, I competed, and you went crazy. What is wrong? They said angrily. Is that what you call competing? Who asked you to make us like this? There was a hole in the chest, making the boy annoyed. How am I supposed to go to school like this? Pay me for the shirt. Shushu was also speechless, cutting clothes with a sword. What is with that position and that shape? But Swan was extremely annoying. You said you were going to confess after school. I was helping you, was not I? Making him angry. If I wore this shirt, I would be rejected before I even opened my mouth. Hey, you are going to be rejected sooner or later with that tattered beggar appearance. Do not blame others. The others could not help but join in. What did you say? This guy is really, we were just passing by. Why did you make our clothes like this? Who told you to pass by? Pay me for the shirt too, you villain. Stop right there. Shu also had to give up. It is true. The more I look, the worse his personality seems. Swan saw the teacher and hurriedly ran over to tattle. Teacher, they are bullying the new student. He put on a pitiful expression. I am so tired. Please help me. The others were immediately scolded. You guys, you are already late, and what are you doing to your tired friend, bullying such a weak friend? Shushu thought to herself, even the acting of a cunning person like Eve probably would not be comparable to him. The poor boys tried to plead, follow me, I have to confront you. No, it is not like that, teacher. Shushu could only secretly pray for them. You guys are doomed. Poor things. She suddenly realized, now that I think about it, there are only 2 of us left at the practice area, right? Shushu glared at Swan. Come on, there are only 2 of us, try ignoring me. He was still busy laughing. It is true, teasing idiots never gets old. Swan turned around. What should I tease them about next? Shushu began to tense up. He is turning around. He is turning around. The two made eye contact. She smirked. I see you. Shushu confidently thought to herself, come on, what kind of expression will he make now? Swan was silent and said nothing. He said softly, damn it. Shushu was surprised. Swan suddenly shouted, then ran away in her astonished gaze. Huh? Shushu was speechless. She seemed to realize this. It is not ignoring me, it is hating me. Why? A new day began again. Everyone was talking noisily. Shushu sat silently in class. She was still concerned about yesterday. He hates making eye contact with me that much. He has been nowhere to be seen all day. He came over. Shushu, I want to drink water. Will you go to the cafeteria with me? The two quickly left. He's kept talking and laughing. She is so funny. Shushu suddenly stopped her. Hey, Hess, huh? She was curious. What does Hess think of Swan Hayden? He suddenly froze. Then she asked softly, why do you ask? Are you interested in Swan Hayden? Shushu laughed. It is not like that. He seems to have feelings for you. Her best friend's face was incredulous. What? Shushu was confused. Why does she have such a surprised expression? Everyone can see it. He comes almost every day to see you. His was silent, and then spoke Shushu. She looked at her very seriously. No, Swan Hayden is absolutely not allowed. Shushu. That attitude confused Shushu. What? A while later at school, Eza was happily chatting with everyone. That is why I said he was so funny. Oh, really? Suddenly, she noticed something behind her. His waved, Shushu. She also waved back, thinking to herself, she is back to the Hez that I know. Remembering Hess' strange serious face before, Swan Hayden, absolutely not allowed Shushu. Shushu rested her chin and thought. I was very strange because that expression of Hess was the first time I witnessed it. She did not understand anything, moreover, I asked her, and she did not even answer what she meant by that. It is nothing. She made a stern face, and then said it was nothing. That is even more unusual. Shushu stood up. Although I am also annoyed with Swan, even Hess is acting suspicious, so I will definitely feel uneasy, so tiring. Then she happily left. I have to go to Cory and Hailey to change my mood. It is definitely not to steal Cory's snacks. She opened the door, Cory. Before she could finish her sentence, I am here to play. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. Give it here. No, he will kill me if he finds out. Shushu was confused when she saw the two of them playing around. Hailey and Swan Hayden, I told you to give it here. I do not want to run into him. Why is he here? Swan looked at Hailey sternly. Hailey Ordianis, do not you know that I can kill you before that? Give it here when I am still talking nicely. He threw several paper cranes over. Hurry up and give it here before I block all your air. Hailey was immediately startled. Hick! He was pushed back towards the wall behind him by the cranes. Swan angrily blocked Hailey. The two wrestled. I caught you. I won't let it go again. Give it here. No, no way. Oh my. So you choose death. Cory stood to the side and sighed. He got the wrong person. That is why I said, why bring things like recording devices? Then he saw Shushu admiring from the side. I should have bought popcorn. What a pity. He did not care about behind him anymore. Shushu, you are here, right? But the movements of the two of them were very eye-catching. Cory led Shushu away. I am bored now anyway. Let us go out, Shushu, okay? She thought to herself, but just now he heard my name, so he fell, right? Whoa, it seems he really hates me. A while later, Shushu comfortably ate and drank. She was very satisfied. Cory is the best. I wanted to eat sweets, so I came to find him, and he knew right away. Immediately remembering Cory, Shushu, put your hand in my pocket. At that time, Shushu was very surprised, using space magic in your pocket. Then she pulled out so many things. Cory gently said, just tell me how much you want to eat because I always have it ready for you. Shushu ate and thought, I do not know how much he gives me. But because I am too full, I will just have a sandwich for lunch. Cory is the best. After eating and drinking her fill, Shushu left. Thanks to that, the stress accumulated over time disappeared. Okay, do not worry about Hess or Swan anymore. Just live comfortably. She was still a bit curious, but what were Hailey and Swan holding that made such a mess? Suddenly Shushu saw someone sleeping on the bench. Someone came earlier than me, and I did not eat lunch. It is not time for class yet. She began to speculate, looking at the way he left the recording device and expensive magic stones lying around and slept. Shushu confidently walked over. Then it must be the wealthy prince. Hailey, the figure is also similar. That is right, it is him. She patted the person. Hey, Mr. Hailey. But there was no movement. He's sleeping deeply. Shushu pulled the person's shirt again. Hailey, wake up. Then she threw the shirt off. Did you eat lunch? Why are you sleeping? She was immediately stunned. The person under the shirt was Swan. Shushu was flustered. His face wrinkled. Shushu cried without tears. You idiot, Shushu. It hurts so much to keep making these mistakes. Swan snatched the shirt from her hand, then calmly covered his face, and continued to sleep. Shu sadly thought to herself, anyway, he hates me, and I casually touched him, so it is right for him to be angry. I am. She awkwardly spoke, I am sorry, I thought you were Hilly. I am sorry for being rude. Swan suddenly sat up. He muttered, rude. Shu confusedly looked at Swan, trying to stand up. What is it? Does he hate me just for saying sorry? He suddenly tripped and fell flat on his face. Oh my god. Shu silently thought. That is what I am saying, even if you hate seeing me. Who told you to stand up while covering your head with your robe? It must sting a lot. She put her food next to Swan. It seemed like he had not eaten anything yet if he was going to continue sleeping. He should eat this first. It is my lunch, but I am giving it to you, so I will go first. He suddenly angrily kicked the chair. Shu had no choice but to leave. That temper, I know. I will disappear from your sight right away. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. But it was too much. What did she do to make him hate her so much? She felt wronged. Evening at the dormitory. The two of them said in unison, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. From hands to feet, the legs also stretched straight. He's asked curiously, Shu, will doing this really increase our height? Shu said confidently, of course. Nothing is better than stretching. She thought to herself, if she focused on exercising, she definitely would not think about that annoying Swan anymore, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The two of them exercised until they were exhausted. I also took Eve, height-enhancing pills. Combined with exercise, I will definitely get taller. Yeah. I will try to help you. But, can we take a break today? Shu asked, in confusion. Why, we can do a little more. His told her, I just noticed that the lights on the 2nd floor classroom are still on. It seems like someone is still there. Shu had no choice but to let her rest. You do not want others to see you stretching, right? Then you rest. She jumped even more enthusiastically alone. That is right. Maybe for Hez, this kind of body exercise looks a bit strange. It seems like Hez is also trying hard to play with me. I should take this opportunity to do the starfish jump that Hez probably can't do. He suddenly spoke, hey, Shu. Shu suddenly staggered when she heard the question. Has Swan Hayden ever said anything to you? Her leg immediately tilted to one side. Seeing her friend fall, Hez immediately worried. Shu, she hurriedly asked, are you okay? Can you stand up? Shu rubbed her leg. I do not know. I landed on my foot, so maybe it is quite badly sprained. He's trembled. What to do? Should I call someone? This is a big deal. It hurts so much. I can't stand up. Shu cried silently. Hes, why did you suddenly bring up Swan Hayden? Suddenly, someone jumped down beside them. Looking again, it was Swan. She was immediately surprised. Shu looked at the person and thought, even though he is covered in a robe, no matter how I look at him, he seems familiar. A scolding voice rang from the floor above. Hey, Swan Hayden, where did you take my robe? Come back here immediately. Shu was confused. It really was Swan Hayden. Why was he scaring people, jumping down from up there and causing trouble? And why was he covering a classmate with a robe? He suddenly became silent. She stood up. Shu, wait a moment. I will go get the first aid kit right away. Shu did not pay attention to her attitude, but why is he just sitting here motionless? Swan stammered. Show me your ankle. Shu did not have time to react, He pointed to her leg. It is injured there. I will heal you. Quickly show me your ankle. Shu was shocked. It is okay. I will be fine soon. Did he jump down from upstairs to heal me? She immediately rejected the thought. Impossible. He hates even making eye contact with me. Or does he have other intentions? Swan suddenly raised his hand in front of Shu. A light flashed, startling her. Shu immediately realized, this is healing magic. She felt very comfortable. It seemed like not only her leg felt better, but also the fatigue throughout her body disappeared. A warm feeling deep in her heart. This is Swan Hayden's magic. Before long, Swan stopped. Is it over already? I suddenly feel a pity. He bluntly took off the bandage on his arm, then gently wrapped it around Shu's leg, even bandaging it. Swan stood up and rummaged in his pocket, then threw a few jars at her. He turned to leave. It is done. Be careful in the future. Shu was confused. Even the highest grade healing potions. Her face was incredulous. What are these? What is this? Why is he suddenly treating me like this? Swan ran into Hez, who was coming over as he left. The two silently passed each other. He suddenly spoke. Show off. Swan stopped, then coldly retorted, you are no different. The two walked past each other as if nothing had happened. Shu then returned to her room. The small jars were arranged in a straight line. Shu looked at them warily. She clearly thought that Swan hated her, so he ignored her, but considering his actions just now, it did not seem quite like that. Shu jumped up in confusion. Could this be a new type of bullying? She started to fantasize, planning to demand that she pay back 10 times the original price. Later, she heard that high-end potions are extremely expensive. In the end, she could only sigh. He is really unpredictable. What is that swan thinking? Shushu poked the jar as she could not figure it out. By thinking alone, she should ask for everyone's opinions. Consultant 1, Highly Ord Iannis, commented, "That is really suspicious." Shushu was confused. Suspicious? What is? Haley then recounted, "The fact that Swan is a crazy person who likes to bully others has not changed at all. She heard that recently. Strangely, he has been smiling a lot." She asked, curiously, what is wrong with him smiling? He pointed to the person who was torturing a classmate. "He does not usually smile. Swan is smiling. It gives me goosebumps. And also..." Haley stepped forward and whispered, "That kid is paying attention to you these days. He is collecting information about you. It is very suspicious, so you better be careful." Opinion 1. Very suspicious. Be careful. At the club office, Corey was braiding Shushu's hair. Swan Hayden. Consultant 2, Corey DeVoe spoke, "But at least you do not have to worry about Swan Hayden." She was confused. How does Corey know that? He said, "In my opinion, he is just like my classmate. Or maybe he is..." Shushu looked up. "I do not understand. Explain it more clearly." Corey suddenly smiled. He happily praised, "All done. Our Shushu is so beautiful. Shushu did not fall for it. Do not beat around the bush. Quickly explain it to me properly." Corey simply commented, "Well, Swan is definitely not a kind person. He is very suspicious. You should be careful." Shushu looked in the mirror and thought. She thought he would give a positive opinion, but in the end it was no different. Corey's braiding skills are getting better and better. Opinion 2. Not a kind person. Be careful. Consultant 3, Yves and Lunasha, was very serious. "No, immediately stay away from that kid." Shushu was speechless. "We have not even gotten close." He rubbed her head. "In short, that kid is very dangerous. If he talks to you, you must tell me." Shushu was confused. "Really, it is amazing. Everyone is warning me about him exactly the same way." "But what is the problem?" Eve's face gradually became serious. "Listen carefully. The image that Swan Hayden is showing these days is really strange, so..." His attitude made Shushu nervous. "That kid." Swan suddenly appeared behind. "Hey, do not talk nonsense there. Take your stuff out of the dormitory." Eve immediately fell silent, making her angry. "What is it?" "I wanted to hear the whole sentence. Where did you suddenly come from?" Swan friendly patted Eve's shoulder. "Come on, let us go to the nursing home. I will see you off." He was terrified. The person who should go is someone with hair as white as yours." He grabbed Eve by the collar and dragged him away. The two started arguing. "Can you call that beautiful platinum hair? Oh my god, you want to be close to me, but you are still being stubborn." "So cute. Who wants to be close to you? You said you would beat me up if I pretended to be close. Let us have a cup of tea together, tea. Or are you going to use a new type of water torture?" Shushu could only laugh awkwardly. She secretly prayed for Eve's, Sr. "Please come back alive." Opinion 3, dangerous. Run away. Shushu thought to herself. As expected, he does not need to change his mind just because he helped me once. She decided, Swan Hayden definitely does not have any feelings for me. From now on, I have to avoid him decisively. A panicked cry rang out on the school grounds. Shushu scratched her head in confusion. Corey, am I hearing things? Is Hilly telling me to go to battle with someone now?" Corey looked at Hilly with difficulty. "You are not hearing things. I think so too." He said frankly, "Do not take the intermediate monster extermination test with us this time. Team up with Swan Hayden." She was stunned. "What?" Shushu was confused. "What are you suddenly talking about? Are you two ditching me to form a team?" Corey had to explain. "Do not misunderstand. It is not that. It is because neither of us is participating in the monster extermination test this time." She became even more confused. "Not participating?" "Why," Hailey answered, "that is obvious." He flipped his hair confidently. "It is because our skills are too outstanding." Shushu was speechless. "What the heck, huh?" Hilly calmly explained, "For Corey, it is because the school's magic equipment has a problem, so he is being called to maintain the equipment." "What? Why are they calling students to do that?" "The teacher said they would automatically give me full marks for all my practice classes for a whole year, so it is okay." He reached out to rub her head. "And I have to go take the official Elite Swordsman certification test held in the Empire. It would be fun to take it together. But the gap between you and me is, after all, very big, so I probably can't wait for you." Shushu angrily slapped Hailey's hand away. Even though she knew he was good, he was already going to take the test. She thought to herself, if she had known this, she would not have worked so hard to help him practice dealing with monsters. She actually wanted to bully people with the highest level monsters. Corey advised, "So, Shushu, exterminating monsters alone can be very tiring, so you and Swan should team up." Looking at their worried faces, Shushu also wavered a little. It seemed like they were genuinely worried about her. Should she just give a perfunctory answer first? She answered vaguely, I know. I will think about it. Anyway, even if I wanted to, I can't team up with him if he does not want to." Shushu's eyes slightly avoided theirs, because Swan Hayden extremely hates being with her. On the day of the test, the teacher began to announce, the test method is still the same as usual, but because the opponents are intermediate monsters, you must be more careful. Safety first. The teachers need to catch the number of students, so we hope that after you finish exterminating them, you will quickly return to this place, not the academy. After the announcement, everyone quickly dispersed, so from now on, the test will begin. The students were divided into small groups, easily defeating each wave of monsters. A figure flashed by quickly. Shushu shouted, activation weight reduction magic. Then jumped the monster, increase gravity, fire. With just one slash of her sword, she easily defeated it. The monster let out a final cry. A monster core fell out, rolling on the ground. Shushu quickly picked it up. She observed for a while, completed the collection of Shahal's core. This alone is enough for the test quota. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, she was more than capable on her own. She told Hailey and Corey to worry too much. She had to sit still and wait, but it was over sooner than she thought. Everyone had to gather before going down the mountain. How long would she have to wait? Shushu sneezed. Her period came today, so her stomach still hurt, and she felt like she was catching a cold. She wanted to go back and rest quickly. She suddenly held her head in dizziness. Shushu's whole body was burning hot. She had a high fever. She felt inexplicably depressed. She began to tremble. She was shaking all over. Her magic power had hit rock bottom from fighting monsters, but maybe she could try using magic to help warm her body. Shushu thought to herself, no, starting fire magic in this state. If she made one wrong move, the whole forest would burn down. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. A group of students was surrounded by monsters. Do something. This is my first time fighting monsters. I do not know what to do. I am so scared. Shushu stepped forward to investigate. They were the new female students who just entered the swordsmanship department. She sighed softly, and they were surrounded by intelligent monsters. Shushu muttered, then drew her sword. That is why I said, why are newbies teaming up to fight monsters? In an instant, her figure disappeared. Shushu rushed forward and reminded, hey, you guys get out of the way so you do not get in my way. The sword in her hand shone slightly. It would be difficult to fight for a long time, so she should put all her magic power into one attack. Shushu worked hard to slash the monster. It was quickly defeated. The students exclaimed, oh my god, we are saved. It is Shurena. Shurena came. The monster corpse was thrown in front of them. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. She caught them all. She did not have much magic power left, luckily. Those people suddenly ran over Shushu. They surrounded her, started expressing their gratitude. Shushu, thank you. You are really cool. I was so scared. Thank you for helping us. Shushu was confused. You guys can pick up the cores and take them back. The three were overjoyed. You are giving us the cores. You are helping us escape the fate of 0 practice points? Really? How can we repay your kindness? She was forced back by the students. If you want to repay my kindness, buy bread for me later. They still had not realized. Is that all? I will buy you the whole cafeteria? No, that is a bit much. Suddenly Shushu lost her balance. The 3 female students shouted, Shirina. Shushu sighed inwardly. The stupid oversight. She hurriedly summoned magic. Levitation magic. Shushu's hand shone slightly. Her magic power was at rock bottom. Would it be possible? It has to work. It has to work. But it quickly dissipated, causing her to be stunned. Shushu started falling straight down. Was she going to die like this? It was so speechless. She closed her eyes and accepted reality. If she had known this, she should have followed Corey and Hilly's advice and teamed up with Swan for safety. Shushu's vision gradually fell to the bushes below. A figure appeared in her vision. Shushu was dazed. What was going on? It did not hurt at all. Was it because she was dead? But who was breathing so heavily? While she was in a daze, was an angel coming to take her away. A loud voice woke her up. Shirena, get a grip. Shushu could not see clearly. Oh, it seemed like an angel really came, sparkling. Her heart was pounding. That person was very worried. Why did you suddenly fall from the cliff? Swan trembled. If I was not nearby, what would I do? Shushu regained consciousness. Oh, wait a minute. She looked in amazement at the person who was supporting her, Swan Hayden. A sigh echoed everywhere. Today's exam is a disaster. What is the answer to question 3? Everyone just went through a difficult exam. Do you know question 1? The swordsmanship and magic departments are so lucky. They only need to pass the practical exam. They are always teasing. If you are jealous, switch majors. Outside the school's infirmary, Shushu lay wearily on the bed. She struggled to open her eyes, then sat up and rubbed her eyes. Shushu looked around the infirmary. Why am I? The previous images suddenly appeared. Shuraina. She immediately remembered she fell from the cliff. Suddenly Shushu was stunned. And also, a voice echoed in her head. Shuraina, wake up. She remembered Swan's worried face. That is right, Swan Hayden. Shushu clutched the blanket in confusion. A few hours ago, Shushu spoke up. Thank you, I won't forget this favor. She was a little embarrassed. I am fine now. Can you put me down? Swan supported Shushu. Come on, can you walk? She replied, yes, thanks to you. My limbs are all intact. She looked up. How can I get back from here? Shushu thought to herself. I created a model of this mountain, but I do not know the specific route. She had to ask the person next to her. Hey, Swan, do you know the way back? I do not know. He sighed, then turned around. Yes, follow me, Shushu thought. Another unpleasant face. She suddenly remembered the extremely worried face from just now. Shushu was confused. When he saved me, did I misunderstand? It was the same when I injured my leg last time. I can't understand what he is thinking. Her mind started to become a mess. He does not like looking at my face, so he avoids my gaze. Why does he only help me when I need it? I want to grab him and ask him what he really thinks. Shushu felt dizzy and quickly supported herself on a tree. The more she overthinks, the more it hurts. She thought to herself, I use magic power, so the situation could not be worse. I should tell the teacher and go back to class first. Swan turned back to point the way. Here, go straight this way, and you will reach the training ground. He was curious. What is wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Shushu was dizzy, but still rejected him. I am fine. You are making my head hurt more. Please do not care and leave me alone, okay? Swan suddenly stepped forward, then pressed his face close to her face. He frowned. It is not okay at all. Your complexion is terrible. Swan reached out his hand, then placed it on Shushu's forehead. He started to ramble. Your head is as hot as a coal. Are you planning to go back to school in this condition? Swan's face was full of worry. Idiot. If it hurts, you have to tell me it hurts. Shushu was confused. She pursed her lips tightly. Shushu suddenly pulled on Swan's sleeve. Hey, you. The next sentence stunned him. Do you remember me? We met a few times when we were little. Swan lowered his head sadly. The answer was, beyond Shushu's expectations. I remember. We were very close back then. He turned away embarrassedly. So you do not need to be so polite with me. It is embarrassing. Swan started to mutter. Am I being too sharp-tongued? Shushu was shocked. It does not seem like he is lying, no matter how I think about it. In her head, she started to choose how to call him. Swan, 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 Swanhaden. That guy, the Shushu, is helpless. In my heart, I even call him nothing at all. It does not feel awkward at all. She frowned and made up her mind. Okay, if that is the case, then... Shushu asked frankly, Swanhaden, it seems like you are always avoiding me, or am I mistaken? She sighed inwardly, finally asked, I feel so relieved. Seeing Swan fidgeting made Shushu angry. He can't even answer, so he really is avoiding me. He turned away abruptly. Let us go quickly. She quickly stopped him. Wait, tell me the reason. Clear up the misunderstanding. Shushu trembled and stepped forward. Did I do something wrong? If not, tell me you hate me or something. Swan immediately retorted. What? That is absolutely... Before he could explain anything, Shushu suddenly tripped. She staggered and fell. Swan immediately exclaimed, Shushu! He hurriedly reached out to catch her. After a small sound, Shushu fell into Swan's arms. His face flushed red. Swan trembled and muttered, Someone, save me. His arms were frantically pulling grass. Shushu was shocked. Why is he suddenly pulling innocent grass? Is he that scared of me? She then supported herself and sat up. I am sorry. I owe you 2 favors, thank you, but... Then reached out towards Swan's face. Your face is also flushed. Do you have a fever like me? He avoided her embarrassedly. Do not compare to that. I am really about to die here. Get off me. I can't push you away. Shushu's head was spinning, and she did not realize. Just tell me to get away. Why are you saying that? She mumbled, sorry. I do not want to either, but I can't get up. Shushu fell back again. It hurts too much. Let me lean on you for a bit. Swan's cry echoed. Shushu. Returning to reality, Shushu was confused. I only remember that much, so Swan took me all the way to the infirmary. She then left the infirmary, considering that I was not injured, and my body is conscious. The teacher asked, Student Sharena, are you really able to walk now? She replied, yes, I am fine. I am leaving. Goodbye. Shushu guessed. It seems Swan used recovery magic on me. She turned to close the door, even though I was actually so dizzy that I vaguely thought I misheard. She suddenly saw Swan sitting outside the door calling her, Shoo, Shoo, Shoo. Shushu was surprised. Swan. He suddenly hugged her tightly. Swan's face was full of worry. Do not get sick anymore, please. Shushu spoke up to reassure him. Now I am verifying that we used to be very close is true. I am fine now, do not worry, but... Her mind was in a mess. Why can't I remember anything? Swan gave Shushu a bag of medicine. Here, vitamins. Then a pile of bottles and jars, and this is tonic, to help recover strength, thank you. He instructed, they said you can drink it every day, tell me if you run out. Swan seemed quite worried. From now on, you really can't get sick anymore. Shushu raised her hand to reassure him. I know. I do not hurt at all right now. She looked at Swan and thought, This is clearly the first time I have seen this expression. But it does not feel strange at all. How could I forget this handsome face? Shushu sighed. How long is he going to be teary-eyed? I have to help him calm down. So she decided to step forward and hug Swan. Stop crying, I am really okay. His face flushed red, and he groaned. Then immediately pushed Shushu away. Swan hurriedly ran away. I am leaving. Remember to be careful. A familiar sight. Shushu chuckled. He is too embarrassed about avoiding me, right? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. She looked back and immediately became happy. Shushu, Hez. But suddenly startled in fear, Sharena. He's ran over worriedly. Shu, you fainted? How did it turn out like this? Haley even drew his sword. He and Corey said in unison, What monster dared to beat you up? Tell us. Shushu helplessly looked at the three people going crazy. She explained briefly, exhausted from being sick. The three people then calmed down, so she was not seriously injured. That is a relief, Shushu said softly to Hess, and you are standing right there. I thought I was going to die. Haley wondered, Where's Swan Hayden? I told you two to go together in case something unexpected happened. Shushu honestly recounted. He helped me and then left. He took me to the infirmary and even treated me. She comforted Hess and then advised the three people, so everyone, just finish what you were doing. I am fine now. They suddenly stared at Shushu. The three people simultaneously stepped forward and questioned her. Are not you the one who should go back and lie down first? You are fine now, but you might hurt again later. Shushu was confused. I am really okay, someone suddenly called out. Sharena West. Highly pointed. I order you to immediately return to the infirmary now. The other two quickly grabbed Shushu. Do not abuse your power on this matter. She tried to explain. I am fine now. I can even run to the stadium. There is someone coming from behind again. Shushu. Shushu hurriedly begged for help. Eve, Brother Haroon, help me. I am as healthy as an ox, but Lord Hilly and they keep making me go back to the infirmary. But before she could finish, Lord Ho helped. Eve started to shout loudly. Emergency situation. Go, Haroon. Quickly ask for permission. He kicked through the wall next to him. Haroon took the opportunity to rush in. Thank you, Eve's teacher. Please allow my sister to use the infirmary. The teacher was terrified. What are you doing? Shushu was helpless. She cursed inwardly. Does everyone have a hobby of being overly protective? In the end, she still had to go back. Hez brought books to visit. Eve showed his resourcefulness by helping Shushu clean up. Corey and Hailey also came to visit with a pile of sweets. Shushu wearily jumped onto the bed. She sighed inwardly. Tomorrow will be the end of my days in the infirmary. Shushu rubbed her face into the pillow. I thought I would be bored lying in one place, so I did not originally plan to rest. But everyone came to visit every day. So I did not expect time to pass so quickly. Resting was indeed the right thing to do. She suddenly laughed when she remembered, thanks to that, we understood each other a little better. Expert in eliminating insects, mold, and dust. Leave it to me. Suddenly, the communication stone lit up. Who could it be? Shushu picked it up. Hello, who is this? A sad voice echoed. Shushu, my dear. She was immediately shocked, Mother. The Baroness started to ask Shushu about her condition. I heard you fainted. You should have told your parents right away. Why did not you tell us? Were you too sick to remember? Even so, you should have contacted us as soon as you woke up. Are you better now? She reassured her, Yes, I am sorry I forgot. I have completely recovered. Do not worry, Mother. Shushu's mother spoke reproachfully. Never mind, it was lucky this time. But do not make me worry again, she laughed. Mother, really, have I ever made you worry or bother? Shushu's mother said sadly, Do you know how many times you have made my heart skip a beat? When you rubbed your eyes with a hand that had touched insects and then got sore eyes. Remembering the past when her daughter was little, your eyes were swollen. She started to reminisce, and when you held a sword and ran back and forth and got hurt, I was so heartbroken. Shushu stammered, I am sorry, hey, is that all? Her mother suddenly revealed a piece of information. When you were missing, my heart almost stopped. Her voice was extremely worried. Oh my God, you still do not remember anything. Suddenly one day you disappeared, everyone looked everywhere for you, but suddenly found you had returned to your room. Shushu's mother said, Do you know how panicked I was at that time? But she was extremely confused. Did that ever happen to me? The next morning at school, the bell rang. Everyone immediately shouted, It is lunchtime. The students rushed to leave. Today's lunch is fried pork cutlet. Run, I can't miss the meat. A finger poked Shushu, who was sleeping. Shushu, wake up. He's worried. You slept through the whole class. How about you rest for a few more days? Shushu sat up drowsily. No need. I could sleep whenever I wanted these past few days. So my habits are a little messed up. She thought to herself, not to mention I stayed up late last night, looking for information about my disappearance. Hez then pulled Shushu away. Get up quickly. All the pork that Shushu likes will be gone. She suddenly cried out, Hez, my hair is caught on something. She hurriedly let go of Shushu. I am sorry, I forgot I had a fountain pen clipped to my pocket. He's quickly removed the caught area. Shushu was curious. You have been using that for a long time, it seems. You cherish that pen very much. He suddenly became silent. She gave a smile. Then cherished the pen very much. Of course, this pen is a gift Shushu gave me. Shushu's face was blank. What? Me? Shushu took a sip of milk from the carton. She sat and looked at the students below and sighed. I planned to come early and practice quietly, but I did not expect so many people to come before me today. Shushu was frustrated. I suddenly lost interest. I will just rest and wait for class to start. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Shufit remembered Hes's words from just now. Of course, this pen is a gift Shushu gave me. She frowned. That is strange. That fountain pen, if you look closely, even has the initials of Shushu's name. It is definitely a gift I gave, but why does Shushu have no memory of it? She still remembers her past life and her childhood very clearly. Shushu was very confident in her memory. I remember Haroon wetting his pants when he was 7 years old. She guessed, could this also be related to my disappearance? Shushu squeezed the milk carton in her hand. Her face was filled with confusion. How could everything be erased so cleanly from my head? Suddenly, a loud shout from below startled Shushu. A student holding a sword rushed over. Take my sword. Swan Hayden. She was surprised. They came early. Today is not an exam. Why is everyone here so early? She silently observed. But Swan does not usually spar. Why is he doing that now? The person was very enthusiastic. Today I must win against you. Let us settle this. Do not avoid me. Shushu realized, so he is Jimmy, the #1 swordsman in the blue class before Swan came. The Empire has already announced talent recruitment. Having his #1 spot taken seems to have hurt his pride a lot. Jimmy attacked with all his might, but did not hit once. Take it, I beg you to lose a little. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Shushu laughed. He is even wearing attack enhancement accessories and begging people to lose. How hilarious. Swan casually dodged. His face was very calm. Shushu thought to herself, he is so relaxed, you can tell the difference in strength is no joke. Stop being reckless. Swan suddenly yawned. Hey, this is boring. Let us end this. What? Jimmy was angry. You go fight properly. I have to beat you today. Swan smiled. Is that so? Then he suddenly glared. Jimmy still had not realized the danger. Take my sword, Swan Hayden. Swan simply poked his sword, making him scream. Jimmy panicked. What a fierce killing intent. I almost got cut in half. Swan smiled happily. There is a hole in your stomach. That is death. He rushed up friendly. You invited me to spar, but you are not determined at all. Just die. Shushu was shocked. Crazy. Jimmy quickly knelt down. I surrender. I lost. He thought to himself, he is not ordinary. If I continue to fight like this, I will really die. Swan was bored. How dull. You were just begging me to fight properly. Shushu clicked her tongue. I knew it would be like this. Swan calmly spoke. I won. Remember to keep your promise. Jimmy hesitated, of course. But can you say it again to be sure? Swan repeated. That most beautiful girl in the gold class. The most beautiful in the school. Shushu was surprised. Jimmy mentioned a name below. Hestia. Swan squatted down and criticized. Is your eyesight that bad? Not her. Then who is it? He said, the girl who was with her. Shushu was stunned. Did I mishear? Jimmy was annoyed. Just say the name already. Swan kept hesitating. I am too embarrassed to mention her name. He had to guess. The girl with Hestia. Could it be? That short, smelly, orange-haired kid. As soon as he finished speaking, Swan stuck his sword straight between Jimmy's legs. Swan glared. If you do not shut your mouth, I will kill you. Jimmy was scared. Long live the orange-haired goddess. Swan stood up and warned, now that you know who it is, if you find any photos or videos related to her, bring them all here. If it is hard to bring, smash them. Just erase everything that is circulating in the school. Jimmy, obediently, yes, I obey. Shushu was confused. No way, there must be other orange-haired people besides me. She suddenly remembered Swan's worried expression. Do not get sick anymore, please. Her face was pensive. Could it be? In the afternoon, in a forest, a stone was thrown onto the surface of the water. Swan was bored and repeated the action of throwing stones. His face was full of thoughts. Shushu happened to pass by. Swan. She hid behind a tree. It is the right time to ask something. Suddenly, Swan lay down. Is he going to sleep? It would be weird to wake him up if he is asleep. He even covered his face with a blanket. It seems he is really going to sleep. No way. Shushu hurriedly ran over. Swan, he flinched slightly. But he did not react. Shushu was confused. Are you asleep? Swan insisted on remaining silent. She was a little helpless. Hey, are you pretending to sleep? Suddenly, Shushu smiled. She leaned down and whispered to Swan. Swan, you like me, right? He immediately jumped up. Swan's face flushed red. What did you say? The blanket that Swan threw up flew for a while, then landed straight on his head. The two were silent for a long time. Swan shyly tightened the blanket on his head. What did you say? His face was flushed red, his voice stammered, that... But Shushu did not realize he seems a little annoyed. So the orange hair that was mentioned earlier was not me. I made it up to stop him from pretending to sleep. Does he have to frown like that? She spoke. I am sorry. I was just joking to wake you up. Because I have something to say, so do not be angry. Swan then lowered his guard. You need to say. Shushu was flustered. First of all, I want to thank you for helping me, time and time again. She remembered, from when my leg was injured. Her voice was full of gratitude. Even during the practical exam, you saved me. Shushu calmly looked at Swan. I have always thought you hated me, were wary of me, so I could not say thank you properly. He pulled the blanket down. It is nothing. Shushu thought to herself, look, he pulled his jacket down and caused static electricity? How cute. So she naturally reached out to stroke Swan's hair. Wait, your hair. He hurriedly bowed his head, hiding his face in his arms. Shushu sighed. I was too casual in touching him. Swan suddenly spoke. Hey, Shushu. He explained softly. I am not a suspicious person. Do not be too wary of me. Shushu was shocked. Swan slightly raised his head. I can't do anything in front of you. She was very surprised. When she heard him say these words, I tried very hard in the time you were gone. Shushu brushed back her hair that was blown by the wind. Her face was flustered. I do not know how to react. Swan's words were related to the past that Shushu had forgotten. It seemed like she could see herself with Swan. Shushu was confused. Can't do anything. What did I do to him? Swan did not notice, so, praise me, I really tried hard. She quickly stopped him. Swan, wait. Shushu had to be honest. I do not know if you will find it rude when I say this. She spoke hesitantly, but I am very sorry. I do not have any memory of being close to you. Swan was silent. So I do not understand what you are saying. His eyes widened. Then awkwardly turned away. That is right. Shushu approached. Hey, Swan. That is why I said. She asked frankly, do you know why I do not remember you? Swan was suddenly startled. He swallowed softly. Shushu had realized what she was most curious about from the beginning. There was a truth she inadvertently discovered while researching information about the Blanche family. White magic does not just heal physically, but it can also heal mentally, like this. Does that mean they can tamper with other people's memories? Shushu thought to herself, for now, the most plausible reason for my lost memories is this. Swan suddenly patted his head, making Shushu a little confused. Swan, he suddenly stood up. It is too late. It is almost time for roll call. Let us go back to class before we get a penalty point. Shushu panicked. Wait, are you just gonna leave like that? He really does know something. She tried to call out Swan, and he paused slightly. Then he sadly turned around. Sorry, I can't tell you the reason. Even if you remember what happened back then, nothing good will come of it. Shushu frowned. Not remembering does not have a big impact either. Swan bluntly told her. You just need to worry about the present. However, his face looked like he was about to cry. Shushu was worried. He looked so sad, so asking more would be a bit. Swan suddenly smiled. Shushu, let us be close again in the future. They both skipped over the previous conversation. Talk to me often like this in the future. Then, you start the conversation first. Swan was embarrassed. I am too shy. I can't start a conversation. Shushu was incredulous. Were we that close before? It has been a while since we met again. Why are you still shy? He was too ashamed to look at her. I still can't look you in the eyes now. Shushu thought to herself. That is why I am saying. Why are you only shy with me? You would probably turn to stone if you met. My gaze. Swan quickly left. Then I will go. Now you should go back to class quickly too. Shushu did not try to stop him. Okay, go ahead. She stood still, watching his back as he left. Shushu thought to herself, why did I even ask if he was not going to tell me? It just made me even more curious. What on earth is he hiding so much? Swan returned to the school very quickly. He walked to the front of the dormitory. Swan's footsteps were extremely hurried. He slammed the door shut. Then he leaned against the door, letting out a relieved sigh. Swan muttered, I almost said it. The words from years ago echoed in his head. Duke, save someone. Please save this child. His eyes closed tightly. Swan sadly lowered his head. As expected, no, I can't let him know. Swan sighed and rubbed his head, feeling troubled. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Hey, roommate. Eve waved. Hello, you are back. Get lost. He smiled friendly. Why are you telling me to get lost? Besides, we are roommates. Where am I supposed to go? Swan did not bother to be polite. Yes, please get lost. Eve pointed to the documents on the table. You are more irritable than usual today. Did you check the thing I asked you to? He glanced at Swan. Since you are back at school, this is probably the last time I will ask, right? He did not hide anything. Anyway, there probably won't be any useful information from now on. Swan's face was cold. What is this? Yves happily walked over and put his arm around him. What is what? Shushu? What else? You told me to bring everything related to Shushu? He explained friendly. I decided to adopt the baby. The fluffy orange fur is so cute, right? Swan was furious. These pictures are actually pictures of a dog. He went crazy. Do you want to die? Yves wisely ran to the window. A roommate told me to get lost, so I have to get lost, right? He tried to say a few more words. In short, after this, the transaction is over. Okay? And also... Yves' voice was serious. Can you stop paying attention to Shushu? Swan frowned uncomfortably. Yves sneered. Aren't all the Blanche family members emotionless? I heard that although their appearances are no different from angels, their minds are a mess. Swan was suddenly startled. Yves continued. I do not know what your intentions are, but please stay away from Shushu. Swan lowered his head. What are you, huh? He coldly retorted. You have no right to tell me what to do. Yves chuckled softly, holding his head. You do not know. He raised his hand and flipped his hair back. This body. Then he proudly introduced himself as Shushu's most amazing, sexy, and cool older brother. Yves' face was extremely pleased. The atmosphere in the room suddenly stiffened. Swan picked up a book. Then, he threw it straight at Yves. Die. Ignoring the screams outside the door, he sat down on the bed, dejected. Swan silently lowered his head. His eyes were as cold as ice. Swan thought to himself, I am not happy, but that is the truth. Because, in history, the Dukes of Blanche, none of them were normal. The picture was cracked, and its content was not very bright. The reason is the disgusting way to cultivate the successor of the Blanche family, with tools such as swords and poisons, in order to obtain the healing power that people often praise as being able to save someone who has lost half their life. The successor is almost tortured every day. Repeated abuse to increase the limit of innate healing ability. Swan gently clenched his arm, only making the successor more angry and hateful, to the point of creating a precedent where the previous generation would be killed as soon as the successor was enthroned. He thought to himself, honestly, how can anyone be normal after enduring that for so many years? Swan gently touched his bandaged arm. He gently stroked it. Speaking of which, then His face was expressionless. Maybe I will do the same things as the previous generations. Swan rubbed his wrist. But maybe I am a little luckier. I do not necessarily want to do that. His eyes narrowed slightly, because of my father's infrequent, erratic behavior. The image of the friend he longed for day and night appeared in his head. I just met Shushu. The first meeting 7 years ago was when the Duke of Blanche, who had never said a word to Swan, suddenly brought him to the West's house. The butler briefly guided, this is the martial arts arena. Then bowed, I will pick up the young master after Baron West and the Duke finish their meeting, so I will be excused. After the other person left, little Swan clutched his arm tightly. I do not know why he dragged me here when it hurt so much. I am so annoyed. The little boy looked up at the sky. But it is better than being locked up in one place, right? Suddenly Swan noticed the wooden sword in front. The sound of impact quickly echoed in the space. Little Swan worked hard to chop the wooden figure. The little boy's face wrinkled. I wish everyone who hurt me would die. Suddenly there was a shout. Shushu. Swan was startled. Is learning magic that interesting? Turning around, there were two unfamiliar girls. Of course, lately, I am combining the spatial magic matrix with the teleportation magic matrix to create an instantaneous teleportation magic matrix. I do not understand what you are saying. Those two girls chatted happily. I will teach you magic. No, my parents said girls do not need those things. The little boy turned around. The children of Baron West, huh? At this time, the two girls noticed the strange boy. Ah. Who is that? Little Shushu whispered. I heard that the Duke of Blanche's son came. It seems to be him. The girl remembered her father's words. Shushu, have fun playing with the Duke's son. So she said to little Hez, let us go say hello. The two quickly approached. Hello, hello. Swan was still practicing hard. The little boy completely ignored the two girls. Shushu awkwardly introduced. I am Sharena West. Then she pointed to Hez, and this is Hestia Plowwood, my friend. Swan did not stop at all. He's worriedly pulled Shushu. It seems like he wants to be alone. Let us play with each other then. Yeah, okay. The two quickly went to another place to play, so that is why I said, the magic matrix has to be like this, and then like this. Shushu is so smart. I do not understand anything at all. Swan suddenly secretly looked towards the two girls. The little boy's first impression was obviously very bad. The two were happily chatting. This is your face. What is it? Because seeing the two of them playing freely made Swan suddenly feel angry. The little boy gritted his teeth. Is everyone living so peacefully? Why am I the only one? His hands clenched the sword so tightly that it hurt. Damn it. Blood began to seep out. The magic power is chaotic. so the wound has opened again. Shushu immediately noticed. The girl quickly ran over. Blood. Hey, are you okay? Shoshu worried. What is with this bandage? You are practicing swords with an already injured hand. Just like that, the first greeting Swan said to Shushu. The little boy angrily shouted, Get lost! Shushu was stunned, also extremely bad. At the Duke of Blanche's mansion. Little Swan did not understand. What is it? Lionel Blanche, Swan Hayden's father, repeated the announcement. I told you to prepare. We will go to Baron West's mansion. The two fell into silence. A small argument broke out again. Going there again, why? I told you to go, just go. Anyway, he leave me alone in the martial arts arena there. Lionel sighed. Leave me alone. Swan was angry. What exactly is it for? He rubbed his head. If you do not like listening to the head of the family, then quickly inherit the title. Just take this position. Swan snorted coldly. I thought it was just a one-time erratic behavior. The butler took the little boy there and quickly left. I will pick up the young master when Baron West and the Duke finish their meeting. Leaving Swan alone. The little boy could not understand why he had to go with his father all the time. What is he planning? A new experiment. But what made Swan even more incomprehensible was the Duke. A voice rang out. Swan. Two girls came forward. Hello, hello. It was the girl Shushu who kept lingering around. Swan did not answer, pretending to know each other. Ugh. Troublesome. Shushu thought to herself, father's guest. Have to endure. The girl friendly invited, let us go play together. But Swan was extremely cold. Get lost. Another time, Shushu gave Swan cake. I brought cake, do you want some? Get lost. Trying to push the girl away. Another time, Shushu was knocked to the ground. You're really good. Thanks for sparring with me. Has worried. Shushu, are you okay? You are awesome. Swan angrily trembled. Get lost after you are done. At that time, the little boy could not understand Shushu, who always approached him. Every time she met him, she waved, hello. Swan was angry. Why is that little one so stubborn? Does not she listen to what I say? Ugh, have to eat? The butler took the little boy there again. I will pick up the young master when the Duke is done. I know, go ahead. Ah, yes, I will take my leave. He quickly left as usual. Swan clenched his arm and cursed inwardly. Today is extremely bad, and he still dragged me out here. What does he want, you damn thing? The little boy trembled all over. Has the intensity of training been heavier lately, or am I having a hard time controlling my magic power? Swan wanted to rest. I should lie down until I go home. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Hey you are here. Shushu looked puzzled at Swan, who was angry in the distance. Why do I see an illusion of an angry cat growling at me? He's hid behind the girl in fear, Shushu. I am so scared. Let us just leave him alone today. Yeah. The two played by themselves again. Do you want to see the instantaneous teleportation matrix I created for training? You really succeeded in making the matrix yourself. Shushu directed. Yeah, you stand far away, about this far. Ignoring the two. A little further, okay, further, about this far. Swan staggered away. The little boy sat down on a nearby chair. I feel like I am about to fall apart. I want to lie down so much. Shushu shouted. Hess, that far is okay. Hess happily replied. Then she was very impressed. It really succeeded. He's admired. Shushu is so good you can do it yourself without any adults helping. Shushu humbly said, It is just this little bit. What is so great about it? I will show you the magic matrix from a distance later. Swan frowned at the two girls. Can I see it now? They talked intimately with each other. I have to fix the formula a bit first. I will show you as soon as I fix it. Then, can you show me this mortar again, okay? The little boy angrily clenched his fist. Blood flowed out again. Annoying. Swan immediately calmed himself. No. The wound is opening. Focus on the wound. The little boy was in pain. Focus. Shushu suddenly appeared in front of Swan. The girl panicked. Sorry, did the magic matrix malfunction? I was supposed to go to Hess. Why did I end up here? Suddenly Shushu discovered. The girl's eyes narrowed. Shushu rummaged in her small bag. Hey, I know you do not want me to interfere, but because it looks more serious than usual, I am saying this. She put a roll of bandages next to Swan. You apply medicine and change the bandage. You do not want to stay in that state until you go home, do you? The little boy threatened with a serious face. If you go gossiping, you are dead. Shushu silently nodded. Swan thought she definitely would not care anymore, but at night, at the Blanche mansion, a painful groan rang out. After a while there was a shout. Everyone stop. The butlers left one after another. You have worked hard, young master. We will take our leave so you can focus on training. Swan curled up and trembled. The little boy's eyes were full of anger. Magic began to envelop Swan. The healing power was surging. The condition was not good all day, so the pain was even more painful. The little boy bit his teeth. Endure, have to endure. Swan did not dare to relax his whole body. Carelessness would cause a backflow. The little boy's eyes began to be dazed. If I let go of everything. Thoughts gradually drifted away. It would not be bad to escape the pain forever. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Swan immediately became alert. What is it? An intruder, you? The little boy rushed forward to control the other person. Who are you? Shushu hurriedly spoke up. That voice is Swan. Hello. The girl sadly said. Sorry. Shushu awkwardly scratched her head. I wanted to show Hez the instantaneous teleportation from my room to the martial arts arena, but it seems like there was an error. Can you let me stay here until the magic power recovers enough to restart the magic matrix? Swan wearily leaned against the bed. Get lost when it is time to get lost, damn it. I do not have the strength to chase him away. Shushu silently looked at the little boy. It is more serious than usual, huh? The girl persuaded. You look like you are in a lot of pain. Lie down, right? If you do not have the strength, I will help you. Swan scolded softly. Shut up, stop meddling. Shushu pouted. I want to stop meddling too, but you look like you could breathe your last breath at any moment. So the girl bluntly grabbed the little boy by the collar and dragged him away. I do not expect you to thank me. Just stay still. The two struggled. Are you letting go or not? There is a fishy smell of blood. Let us change the bandage. What are you doing? Get lost. Do you have any bandages? Under Swan's resistance, each layer of bandage was still removed. I told you to stop. Hey. After finishing, Shushu put the little boy on the bed. There, it is done. Much better, right? Swan was contemptuous. Stupid. You want to do something even though you vomit when you see my wound. Shushu's face was pale, and she worked hard to wipe the floor. No, it is. Because I ate the wrong thing tonight, I will clean it up and leave. Do not worry. The girl hurriedly covered her mouth. I am going to throw up again. A stone suddenly fell next to Shushu. Swan coldly chased people away. I made that magic stone. You are disgusting. Use it to get home. The little boy strongly threatened. Try to appear again. I will tear you apart, you know. Even when uttering the perfect threat. Shushu did not flinch. Then try to kill me. Shushu still returned to Swan's side. The little boy looked at Shushu speechlessly. The girl was wearing defensive magic accessories, Swan scorned. You came to challenge in that form. Do you really want to die? Shushu ignored the little boy. Are you hungry? I brought cake. Swan was annoyed. You, this little one. The little boy rushed over. Are you ignoring my words? Do you want me to kill you immediately? But she was easily dodged by the girl. Swan fell straight to the ground. That must hurt. The little boy trembled with anger. Damn it, I just finished training and my body does not have any strength, damn it. Shushu reached out her hand. Swan, let us change the bandage before playing. The girl looked at Swan with a smile. Okay. After that night, Shushu kept visiting the little boy, occasionally helping Swan change bandages. I brought a bunch of sweets. Let us eat together. Sit still. Tell me if you are letting go of me right now. Conveniently treating the little boy's pickiness, here, the plane is flying, sometimes coaxing Swan to sleep. Sleep well, baby. After a while, Swan removed the bandages on his hand. The little boy observed for a while and commented, It seems like the natural healing ability is much better. The small wound from just now has disappeared without a trace. The familiar figure appeared again. Shushu waved her hand. Hello. Swan no longer resisted. You are here. The little boy naturally reached out his hand. Here. Swan calmly ordered, Do it quickly. You are going to ask me to change the bandage anyway. Shushu laughed. Then she also came forward to change the bandage for the little boy. There are fewer wounds than before. Huh. Your healing ability is on a new level. Do you know what to do? The girl teased. So it is thanks to me taking care of you, the other hand. Swan suddenly asked, Do you like it a lot? Shushu was puzzled. Huh, like what? The little boy angrily mocked. You like to pretend to be kind, right? That is why you came here. Shushu bluntly retorted, That is not it. Then what is it? The girl thought for a while. Then she did not answer. Let us finish the work that is still unfinished. Hey? Conveniently taking out snacks, arranging the tea and pastries I brought in the space bag. Shushu also brought toys, preparing a chessboard to have a good time. The girl arranged the seating positions for the two. Everything is done. Let us play. Swan questioned. Are you going to answer me properly yet? Why do you keep coming here? Shushu confidently said, I am here to win at chess against you. Before I met you, I had never lost to anyone. Swan angrily shouted, Hey! Shushu was immediately startled. The girl had to tell the truth. I see that you seem to be locked in the room alone every day, so I am just concerned. Swan silently listened, his eyes narrowing. Although I do not know why you are injured like that, but when you are sick and alone, it is sad. At least, that is what I think. Shushu shyly rubbed her head, and the deciding factor is that I am easily soft-hearted with you, a young friend with injuries all over your body. Swan rested his chin and curiously asked, You also feel that way about your pink-haired friend, so you take care of her like a younger sister, huh? You are an only child. But you are so arrogant. The girl was flustered. Hess, no she, enough. Swan scornfully knocked over the chess piece. In the end, you are just sympathetic. Shushu silently could not refute. The girl stood up and pointed. You just ignore that matter, and now I am here to win at chess against you really. Swan calmly turned away, and lose every day. Shushu angrily flipped the table. Not every day. The girl was dejected. Boring. I am leaving. I am going home. Okay, go ahead. Shushu sighed. Can't even say, take care, say it out loud will make the illness worse, huh? Swan suddenly sternly reminded. If you want to come, you can only come at this time, absolutely not earlier. Shushu hesitated. Okay, I got it. The girl said goodbye. Then farewell, friend. See you again. Swan did not understand, farewell, friend. Why am I your friend? Shushu touched the gate and answered naturally, playing together, knowing each other's secrets. Then we are friends, right? Swan picked up the teacup and drank. Secrets. I do not have any of your secrets. Shushu slowly stepped through the teleportation gate. That is right. Then I will tell you one thing. The girl calmly said, maybe you are misunderstanding. I am actually a girl. Swan was so shocked that he choked on his tea. Before the little boy could calm down, Shushu had left. Swan was incredulous. What is that? What did he say? If short-haired Shushu is a girl, then is Hess a boy? Oh, the Duke's hair is also long. Then what am I? A child who distinguishes gender by hair. Length all this time. The little boy suddenly paused. Swan slightly blushed. I am definitely a boy. Then that is it. Conclusion made. The little boy calmly put the teacup on the table and laughed. Unconsciously, Swan had opened up to Shushu. Although the little boy pretended not to, thanks to Shushu, he could endure the training. Swan also thought that if the two of them continued like that, the little boy could endure any pain. But reality is not as easy as Swan thought. Swan was struggling all over. Pain. Shushu appeared on time. Today I am going to teach you how to play stone. Skipping. This body has arrived. But today the little boy could only groan. Pain. Swan. Shushu worriedly ran over. Are you okay? Wake up? Swan muttered. Why do I have to? It hurts so much. Shushu panicked. Swan, look at me. You have never been this badly injured. What is going on? The little boy began to sob. Kill them all. Swan bit his lip tightly. I will kill them all. Then he fell to the ground, scaring Shushu. Swan. After a while of unconsciousness, Swan finally opened his eyes. A familiar voice rang out. Swan. Shushu sat next to the bed, looking at the little boy. Do you feel any better? Swan sat up. I am okay, because the wound backflowed more violently inside, so it will probably leave a lot of scars. The little boy examined his body. More intact than I thought. On the contrary, it looks even better. The floor was full of blood-stained bandages. Shushu definitely treated the wound for me. Swan thought to himself. But usually after bandaging, it is not this intact. How could it be? Suddenly noticing the bloodstain on Shushu's shoulder, the little boy was curious. What is that wound? Did you bump into something? Shushu laughed. So you do not remember the times when you were half awake. If you do not remember, then so be it. Could it be because of me, huh? Swan reached out. Put the wound here. I will heal it for you. Shushu suddenly panicked. Don't. Then she strongly pushed the little boy's hand away. Swan did not understand. What are you doing? Sit still. I will heal you. Shushu resolutely refused. Don't. I do not need that kind of treatment. The little boy was surprised. The previous images began to flash by. Am I a trash can? Why do I have to stuff the pain of others into myself? Those cunning humans. I will make all of you experience my feelings. Swan's hand brushed past Shushu's shoulder. Why do I have to sacrifice for those who do not even care about my pain? The little boy covered his mouth in horror. Oh my god, I woke up halfway and said that. Really? Swan worried. How much did that little girl know? I was not conscious at the time, so I do not know if I said anything else. The little boy sighed. Hurry up before I erase your memory and heal you. Shushu still resolutely refused. No need. Shut up and come here quickly. The girl turned around. I said, I do not need it. I am fine. You do not need to worry. Swan gritted his teeth in anger. The little boy shouted, Anyway, No, my whole family was born to do this. Shushu was startled by the sudden shout. The room suddenly fell silent. Shushu hesitated. As expected. The reason why you are always injured is... Swan did not answer. The girl then asked. So now my wound will transfer to you, right? A new wound immediately appeared on the little boy. Yeah. But it quickly faded and disappeared. Really, it disappeared without a trace. Swan explained. It only takes a blink of an eye to deal with a wound that small. Shushu gave the little boy a jacket. Put this on. It is really magical, so if you want that ability to be so great that it can save someone who is dying, Swan calmly said, surviving several near-death experiences during training is enough. The little boy calmly put on his jacket. I am already in so much pain now, but maybe I won't be able to escape it even later. Shushu sadly said, even if you are training the successor, you are still young. They said that at this age, I have to start training to transfer other people's wounds early. Swan lowered his head, because among the successors of the Blanche family, my innate ability is the strongest, so I am progressing so quickly. The girl was extremely uncomfortable, but they did not say they were just training that. Swan suddenly stared at Shushu. The little boy spoke up, I have something I am wondering. Get rid of that ugly face, what is it, what is it? Swan hesitated. You enhanced my healing ability while I was unconscious, huh? The little boy explained, too much magic power rising will cause the wound to backflow inside, but my condition is too intact. Shushu guiltily turned her head away. I did not, what did I do? Swan bluntly questioned, so you used the magic stone I gave you last time to research white magic, huh? Shushu avoided, because the stone contained the magic power of the Blanche family. I was too curious, so... The girl muttered. He does not even realize I am a girl, but he is so perceptive about these things, ugh. I heard everything. Shufula quickly regained her confidence. Anyway, it is useful in times like this, it is good. I have created a type of magic matrix that can be used as a power-up technique. Just say the word if you need it. The girl smiled happily. Do you see how reliable I am? Swan was happy. When there is a friend to share dark secrets. But besides that, the little boy was afraid that Shushu would be drawn into the Blanche family story and be harmed. So Swan decided to erase her memory and send her home. The little boy lay down on the bed. Don't research it anymore. Swan warned. It is dangerous if something unexpected happens. I do not have the compassion like you. I won't save you if you are in danger. Shushu silently looked at the little boy. But all she could say were those hateful words. The girl dejectedly stood up. I am going home. Good night, Swan Hayden. Wait. Swan peeked out from under the covers. I can't sleep. You stay here until I fall asleep. Shushu did not understand. You usually chase me home early. The little boy was embarrassed. It is all your fault. I thought there was no way around it if I was in pain. Who told me to be born in this family? The voice was weak. But now I feel sad and lonely, so stay here a little longer. Making Shushu surprised you. Is that really the Swan? I know. Swan put on a pleading face. Please, the girl was immediately defeated. His face is too damaging. Shushu lay down on the bed. I know. How do I coax you to sleep? Swan thought. Sing a lullaby. The two talked that, I do not recommend it much. Sing. I will give you a magic stone. As soon as the singing started, Swan had to ask, Shushu, is your vocal cord injured? I will heal it for you. I am going home. The room quickly became quiet, with only small snores. Swan sighed, said she was going to sing me to sleep, but fell asleep first. Shushu also talked in her sleep. Great, I won this time. The little boy stared at Shushu. Swan did not want it. The little boy reached out his small hand, then gently grabbed the girl's sleeve. Shushu forgot all the moments with Swan. But it was not long before the little boy regretted his choice to the core. Yulinel announced, prepare to go to Duke West's house. But this time Swan was very obedient, okay? He stared at Swan. Yulinel started teasing. You are so obedient. Did you just wait for that sentence? No way, you will drag me along anyway. At the West Mansion, the butler spoke up. Young Master Swan Hayden, let me take you inside. Swan interrupted, then walked in by himself. No need, I can go myself. Do not follow me. Ah, yes. The wooden figure had already been taken by someone today. He sat on the chair and coaxed. Shushu, stop practicing. Come to my house to play. Shushu refused. Sorry, just a little longer. They said SDEN is coming. SDEN. The little girl did not understand. SDEN, who is that? Then panicked. Could it be Swan Hayden? Are you two so close that you have nicknames for each other? Shushu hesitated. Maybe. But maybe only I think so. He was very dissatisfied. You even clung to him. You do not cling to me. Swan walked over at the right time. Shushu, hello. Swen, you are here. He's ran over and took the girl's arm. Shushu, are you really close to him? You are closer to me, right? Swan ridiculed. Why are you holding an umbrella when there is no rain? Please move so Shushu and I can practice swords. What? The girl angrily turned to tell tales. Shushu, he is bullying. No way. Haha, what is it? Swan continued to tease Hess. So the pink hair is a boy, huh? That strength has the potential to be a commander. The two started pulling. Shushu, do not play with him. Sharena, is he sick? Need to be healed. Shushu, who are you closer to? Me or him? It is me, right? The girl hurriedly ran away. I am going to the bathroom for a moment. Shushu, where are you going? He's quickly chased after. Answer me. I told you to answer me. Although Swan did not like the little pink-haired one much. But the little boy remembered that he had spent a fairly happy time. Swan reached out and rubbed his neck. Before that happened, a few drops of blood fell on the ground, along with an unbearable cough. Swan wearily supported himself on the bed. The little boy trembled. The phenomenon of the wound flowing back has been happening a little too often recently. Swan thought to himself, this time it seems very dangerous. The little boy struggled to climb onto the bed. It won't stop right away. I have to lie down. Then he collapsed. Swan's mind was hazy. Shoo, when will you come? Suddenly the little boy remembered what happened in the afternoon. Swan, maybe I can't come tonight. Shoo whispered. Hess has been inviting me to his house, but I have not gone, so now I have to visit before he gets angry. Swan sighed. What are you going to play with that pink blob for? You are always being cutesy. The girl retorted. What are you saying? Hess is so smart. Shoo explained for her friend. I accidentally found out. He likes to read imperial history and contemporary political systems and write all sorts of things. What? In my opinion, maybe it is because his parents do not like it, so he hides it from everyone. The girl smiled happily. So today, when I come to play, I will give him a fountain pen, to support him openly doing what he wants to do. Swan opened his eyes, gasping. That is right. She said she was going to that little one's house, so she did not come to me. The little boy lamented inwardly. What is so good about that pink blob? I am in so much pain. His small hand clutched the bedsheet tightly. Tomorrow, she will probably come, right? Swan told himself, yes, she will come, just endure a little bit. Shoo will definitely come tomorrow, so it is okay. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck unexpectedly. Groans, accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding. Plus, echoing screams. The pain of that night was still painful, the terrible sound when the wounds all over the body tore apart. Even louder than the screams and groans. Swan had no confidence that he could handle that pain. The little boy began to lose control, could not control it, and it would definitely be like this again in the future. Negative thoughts jumped out. Don't want to, so scared. Swan curled up sobbing. It hurts so much. The little boy trembled. I can't stand it anymore, completely unaware of Shoo's arrival. The girl worriedly ran over. Swan Hayden. Swan startled and looked up. Shoo, but was interrupted by a sudden pain. The little boy collapsed again. Shoo panicked. Swan, I was just going to check it out, but I did not expect. The girl did not dare to touch anything. Why is it so serious this time? Wait a moment. I will change the bandage for you right away. I am going. Suddenly hearing Swan mutter, please. Shoo was horrified. Kill me. What are you saying? Swan's breath was weak. Please. The little boy slowly spoke. Help me end this pain. I am too tired. Swan's blood soaked the bedsheets. You said we were friends, so it is okay if I die in your hands. Shoo pleaded. Please, do not say that. You will get better soon. So in your bag, there is a knife. Right, Swan? The little boy struggled to sit up. Now is the chance. My wound won't get better. Do not move. Do not say those weird words anymore. Swan was covered in blood. Cut my throat. I can only die if you do it now. Shoo was angry. I do not want to. I told you not to say those words anymore. Swan suddenly shouted. Do you know how terrible this pain is? The girl was immediately stunned. Swan tremblingly pleaded. Please, Shoo. The little boy sobbed. Please do it. Kill me. Shoo lowered her head sadly. The girl bit her lip tightly, then suddenly shouted, as expected, hateful. I won't kill you. Why? Shoo calmed down and smiled happily. Are you asking me to have nightmares with that? Do not make me responsible. Swan was shocked. What responsibility? Shoo grabbed the little boy's collar. The girl bumped her head against Swan's head. I can't end your life, but I can help you not be in pain alone anymore. A light rose up. Wait. Quickly covering the two of them. Could it be? No. Swan screamed. No, stop it, Shoo. The dark room suddenly lit up. The hand holding Swan's collar suddenly let go. Many wounds suddenly appeared on it. Swan was horrified. Hey! Shoo started bleeding all over. It is successful. This was originally a magic matrix simulated after your ability. It seems I cast it correctly. The little boy trembled and gritted his teeth. You! What the hell are you doing? Shoo forced a smile. Sorry, I have not stopped researching white magic. It just so happened. Hess' house had some related books that I referenced. I saw that it was possible to build a magic matrix. So, the girl muttered, but your wounds are really terribly painful. How can you endure it? Swan grabbed Shoo's shoulders and shouted, Are you crazy? Immediately give it back to me. You will die. The girl smiled lightly. The wound is temporary. I am fine. As long as the magic power gushing from the wound settles down, I will give it back to you right away. Shoo offered a stone. It just so happens I have a magic adjustment tool here. It will be less painful than you. Swan worried. It is not that simple. Quickly return everything to the way it was. I told you I am really okay. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? The little boy was incredulous. Really? Suddenly, Shushu vomited a large mouthful of blood. Swan's eyes were full of horror. Shoo. The little boy reached out. Shushu. Swan held his head in self-blame. What is this? Pain is something I have to bear alone. Why are you? Tears began to flow down. Even I have a hard time resisting it. What can you do? The little boy did not know what to do. At this rate, you will die. You will die. Suddenly, Swan woke up. No, I can't let Shushu die. The little boy trembled and took the blanket to press on the wound. I have to stop the bleeding quickly. And then heal. It is difficult to heal myself. That is why it has turned out like this. Swan sobbed. Can't heal? Why can't I heal? The little boy thought to himself, could it be that I... His face was full of helplessness. Is there no way? Swan gritted his teeth. If only I reached the level of the Duke earlier. The little boy suddenly remembered his father. Yulinel was looking at documents when someone came. Swan hugged Shushu and ran in frantically. Duke, save someone, please save this child. He was shocked. You, what on earth? The hand stretched out and gently healed. Yulinel reassured the little boy. It is done. The magic power you took back is not gushing anymore. The Baroness needs to rest more before her magic power fully recovers. He looked at the girl lying on the bed with admiration. It is amazing. The fact that you have been coming here every night since you were little is also amazing. Yulinel glanced to the side. Memory. He coldly reminded Swan. You know you have to erase it, right? Yulinel sighed. Erase it yourself. Just erase the memory related to the healing ability. Leaving the other memories is fine. The little boy suddenly spoke up. No, I will erase everything. Yulinel was silent for a moment. Then he calmly said, whatever. Swan did not want Shushu to remember his scarred appearance anymore, because he knew that the girl would get involved in things like this again. Perhaps Shushu would be terrified of the one who was still clumsy in embracing the pain, the little boy. Swan gently closed his eyes. The little boy's mind fell into a different space. Swan gently landed on the ground. The lights carry memories. I did not expect to be able to enter Shushu's mental world to erase the memories about me. The little boy tried not to look around. Although I am quite curious about Shushu's memories, I can't just come here, find what needs to be erased, erase it quickly, and get out. He quickly saw the target, found it. Swan picked up the lamp, holding the memories of the two. His eyes closed again. Then gently blew out the flame inside. Finally, he put the lamp back. The extinguished lamp gradually sank deep. Swan muttered, Done. This is fine. The little boy decisively turned around. I am going back now. Suddenly kicking a lamp. Oh dear. Swan felt guilty. The lamp is tiny. The memory is probably tiny, so it is okay. The little boy scratched his head worriedly. If it is pink, then it is probably a happy memory. I feel guilty. Should I soothe the painful memories for her and then leave? So Swan started looking around. Painful memories are wine-colored, right? She is originally a bright child, so she probably does not have any. Suddenly, a place caught his attention. Swan's face was extremely confused. Who is that woman? Night falls in the palace. Swan gently pulled the blanket up for Shushu. He raised his hand, and suddenly a light flashed. Swan then fell asleep next to the girl. In another room, piles of documents were stacked on the table. A voice rang out. The family said she is fine. Yulinel wearily scratched his head. I came to see her an hour ago. She had nothing unusual. Swan questioned irritably. Then why has not she woken up yet? He only sighed. It is probably because of the pressure of you sticking to her every day. The boy angrily glared. Isn't it because you are a quack? Yulinel did not want to argue and calmly asked, surpass my ability and then talk. Swan left annoyed. I do not understand what you are saying. I am going to visit Shushu. Suddenly he looked up. You, I heard you are about to reach the level where you can go on pilgrimage. Will you go? Hearing this, he immediately turned his head, pilgrimage, to the battlefield for healing. Yulinel explained, that is right. As long as you finish the pilgrimage, you will have the qualifications to become a duke. He stood up and said, normally it takes about 10 years. But if it is you, it will probably end sooner. Quickly go on pilgrimage and come back to take this duke position for me. Yulinel glared and pointed to the pile of documents behind him. Then I will let you into the academy that girl attends or whatever. Swan hesitated a little and pondered. He turned around and asked, You, I have been curious about it before. Why did you bring me to the West's house? Why did you let me learn swordsmanship? The magic world does not need it. Yet he calmly replied, Because I thought that if you could go get some air, you would kill me less painfully. The previous Duke of Blanche imprisoned me until the pilgrimage. I was too bloodthirsty, so I tore him apart. While speaking, Yulinel raised his hand and touched his neck to illustrate. And swordsmanship is for you to take this head cleanly. Swan frowned with a disgusted expression. He uncomfortably raised his voice. Old man, you are so dramatic. He also continued. Enough. Quickly snatched this Duke position. At that time, the Duke was the person I hated the most. After that, Swan just left. But after talking to each other, the malice towards him had gradually disappeared. I did not expect there to be that kind of person. He said it so lightly that the will to kill people also disappeared. He returned to the room and gently opened the door. No, my hatred for everyone is gradually subsiding. Shushu is still lying unconscious on the bed like that. It must be thanks to the only friend who shares the pain with me. Swan worriedly looked at her attentively. Although she is okay, she has not woken up yet. He closed his eyes uncomfortably. As expected, the Duke lied. Suddenly, at this moment, Shushu finally opened her eyes. She glanced to the side. Swan was stunned and startled. He was so surprised that he stepped back. It is true that I wanted her to wake up quickly, but it is too sudden. Shushu moved her mouth and asked, "Who is it?" Swan was shocked and widened his eyes to look at her. He gritted his teeth. Could it be a sequela, after erasing a part of the memory? Swan's hand clenched and told himself, I did not erase my existence, so she will probably remember soon. Shushu still looked at him intently and wondered, where is this? Why am I? But Swan immediately raised his hand and cast his magic power. Good night. She fell asleep just like that. At this moment, he could finally let out a sigh of relief and smile. Thank goodness, he could go home now. Swan even leaned in and gently kissed Shushu's forehead. Sweet dreams, Shushu. He kept thinking, when Shushu wakes up, even though I will just bitterly smile because of her guarded look. Time flew by, and now Swan had followed his father's words and embarked on a pilgrimage. At this time, there were injured people lying on the ground, but I did not want to immediately greet them enthusiastically and restart our relationship. He did not hesitate to go to them, because I did not want to see Shushu suffer again due to my incompetence. Everyone rushed towards Swan. Instead, I poured all my energy into being worthy of meeting her again. He immediately raised his hand and used his abilities to heal, no matter how great the pain was. Even though Swan was also heavily injured all over his body at that time, I persevered and endured, and I just waited for the day I could legitimately meet Sharina again. The next morning at school, everyone was cheerfully noisy, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Only Swan was bored, but he did not expect it to be so hard to pretend to know each other. A lock of his hair even curled into a small heart shape. Swan blushed continuously, looking at Shushu. I know she is a girl, but I did not expect her to grow up so beautiful. He could not help but bury his face on the desk. She is really too cute. Is she even human? She is dazzlingly beautiful. I can't look at her directly. Swan was lost in a jumble of thoughts, not knowing what to do, which is why he could not greet her properly when they first met. Recalling their first meeting, he was carrying boxes in his hands and accidentally bumped into Shushu. Reina, wait. I am not mentally prepared. I am so nervous. No, I have to pretend not to know her and just walk past. Suddenly, the box was bumped and fell. Swan was so flustered that his hands and feet were clumsy, not knowing what to do. Pinkhead, what do I do? What now? It is over. No, I can't do it at all. Thinking back to that, he could not stay calm and yelled. Even now, it is still embarrassing. Swan sighed in annoyance. First impressions are the most important, and yet it has to be like this, making those around him give him confused glances. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he remembered something. Wait. Swan recalled again that was not the first time he had met her again. He crossed his arms and muttered to himself, even though it was a child's form. It was indeed the face I saw when I erased her memories. Back then, when he was still young, Swan witnessed something that made him reach out helplessly. A deep, painful memory that brought back his power. The image of Shushu curled up in a corner in sorrow, even though I did not touch that part of her memory again because it seemed impossible to force it. That still made Swan wonder. But what exactly was their relationship? Recalling that figure, he wondered, why did Shushu turn into that person's form? Swan hurriedly sketched it on paper. He really had no idea. Just then someone approached him and spoke. Hey, I need to see you for a moment. Swan frowned and replied, What, you pink blob, can't you see I am busy drawing Shushu? He calmly said, All right, I will wait for you. Shushu is very precious, is not she? When you are done drawing, go beat up that Patrick from that class for me. Hearing that, he sighed in annoyance. Why should I do that? However, only when he heard her words did Swan get so agitated that he broke the pen in his hand. He said he liked Shushu. He is notorious for treating girls casually. And he also said that girls like Shushu are easy, saying that a baron's daughter can be treated, however. A chain was pulled taut. Swan went crazy, holding a weapon and coldly questioning, Where is that bastard? I will make him experience the depths of reincarnation. He's remained very calm. I will leave it to you. I will lead the way. Follow me. He then smiled eagerly. Indeed, transferring to the academy was the right choice. From now on, I will protect you, Shushu. Aside, Yamuna Blanche's Diary 1. After the incident with the Baron's daughter, I started talking to my son. Suddenly he used honorifics. It sent shivers down my spine. Yun Linnell Blanche's Diary 2. My son hit the Crown Prince the first time he met him. What if he hits me? Yun Linnell Blanche's Diary 3. My son always mentions that name. Maybe I should erase his memories of Sharena. Back to the present. On the chessboard, 2 consecutive wins. Yun Linnell was checkmated and annoyed. Play again. Swan leaned back and asked, Are you working, Dad? Nah, I will do it late at night. But you said you hate staying up late. Last game, then. His face darkened as he demanded, You go first, Dad. All these games you play with me, the Baron's daughter taught you back then, right? He calmly replied, Well, yes, that is right. Yun Linnell continued, You once said you were better than that young lady, right? So if I fought her, who do you think would win? But Swan did not answer and questioned, Dad, you want to win, so you are trying to distract me, huh? No, I mean anyway. I, the bystander, will still win. As he spoke, he threw the chess piece in his hand at Yun Linnell. Checkmate. He trembled with anger. Play one more game. I am too annoyed to work, but Swan rejected him dejectedly. Number. He quickly stood up, waving his hand in refusal. I just stopped by for a bit to get some high-grade potion for Shushu. Yun Linnell grumbled irritably. She is mentioning Shushu again. He turned away in annoyance and sulked. Then just leave after you have done what you need to do. Why suddenly invite me to play games? Suddenly Yun Linnell seemed to realize something. He looked up and asked, Could it be that you are unhappy? Yun Linnell recounted, puzzled. Ever since the Baron's daughter incident, whenever you get furious from training, you kick open the door and invite me to play games. He rested his hands triumphantly. It seems you use my reaction to losing games to vent your mood. Swan frowned as he was hit where it hurt. He recounted dejectedly, While I was away, some bugs tried to lure Shushu. Yun Linnell frowned and commented, Those students, huh? Don't cause any strange trouble that'll involve me. Swan flared up, I know my limits, so please shut up. He even intentionally provoked. And you claim you want to be a gentleman? It is all talk? Do you think using more honorifics is everything? In retaliation, he immediately retorted, Do you think it is easy for me to attack old people? Swan thought irritably to himself, everything. He deduced the source of the problem. It was that pink blob hindering his relationship with Shushu. At the academy, Swan walked quickly, still annoyed, no matter how much he thought about it. He recalled, before the pilgrimage ended, he had met Shushu a few times at parties. Hez at that time leaned close to her and whispered, Shushu. Unexpectedly, she badmouthed Swan to Shushu. Remember him? His face is terrifyingly scum-like. He is notorious for being rude to adults. Absolutely do not play with him. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he clenched them in anger. Shushu's memories of me were erased, and she is still brainwashing Shushu with nonsense all day. I diligently studied etiquette and morals for fear that Shushu would hate me when we met again. Just then, Swan saw her coming towards him on the road. Anyway, luckily she is not avoiding me now. There is Shushu. He could not help but exclaim. She is so beautiful today too. When she was little, she looked like a boy. But I did not expect her to blossom like this when she grew up. Swan gazed at her, captivated. How can she look like a goddess? He shook his head and said, But she is too thin. Since I have met her, I have to give her some medicine. But a voice rang out, making Swan stop. Shushu, really, but it is very interesting. It turned out to be Hez walking beside her. Damn it, that unlucky pink blob is with her too. Swan irritably gave up. I hate looking at his face. I will give it to her next time. But Shushu had noticed him and called out, Swan. However, he did not hear her words and quickly walked past. Shushu frowned in confusion. Why did he say to greet each other later? Swan just turned back and gave a slight nod, she thought to herself. Is that how he says hello? Both watched his retreating back. Hez tilted her head and called to her. Shushu. She coldly asked, Are you close to him? Since when have you two been close? Shushu replied, flustered. I do not know. Hez then scrutinized, Why did you greet him? She could only scratch her head and say because he said we should greet each other and get along from now on, and asked me to greet him first. Hearing that, she questioned angrily. Swan Hayden Blanche told you to greet him first. Don't let him take advantage of you. Shushu also did not understand Hez's attitude at the moment. That is funny. She bit her hand, looking annoyed. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I get, that psycho. Shushu stood looking, wondering. Hez always scolds people. She then spoke up, Hey you. Hestia. Shushu asked unexpectedly, Are you doing all right lately? Hez immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Every now and then she surprises me. Could she be going through puberty? She just hesitantly replied, Of course, hearing that Shushu sighed in relief. That is good then. At this moment, on the fencing practice ground, 2 wooden swords collided loudly. Shushu charged fiercely at Hilly. He coldly swung his sword, causing her to fall forward. Shushu's whole body hit the ground hard. Other students watched and commented, It is terrifying. Those two are not at our level. That is why the teacher said they should practice separately. After a while, the teacher's voice rang out, "Today's class ends here. Everyone dismissed. Good work." The students joyfully left. See you next time. Shushu poured water onto a towel and threw it directly at Hilly's face. "You worked hard. Here's a wet towel." But he retorted without mercy. "This kid is insubordinate as usual. Since I knew that, I also prepared something for you. Take it." Then both of them foolishly burst out laughing together. Shushu even purposely jumped up to tease. "Looks like you are not wet enough. Let me pour the whole bottle on you." Hilly could only yell, "Hey, kid, do you think I am easy?" Suddenly, someone approached and held out an envelope to her. "Hey, Shushu, this..." His eyes lit up with excitement. Anyone can tell that is a love letter. A blue-haired classmate shyly held the letter and handed it to Shushu. Hilly stood nearby, continuously teasing. "Shushu, you are secretly famous, huh?" The friend blushed and retorted, "Number." Then he grabbed her hand and quickly shoved the letter. "Hey, what are you doing? Take it quickly." The blue-haired friend finally managed to explain. I'm sorry, this letter is not for you. Please give it to Hestia for me." Shushu just sighed, looking at the letter in her hand. There is a lot lately. It is the 18th at school, is not it? She thought to herself, "It is bothersome. I will just accept it casually," but Hilly looked unhappy and stepped forward. "Hey, you," he questioned unhappily. "Why do not you deliver the letter yourself?" The person flinched and stammered. Oh, that. The blue-haired friend even pointed at Shushu and shouted, Hey, I am shy, that is why I asked you. You also deliver for other boys, do not throw a fit, just deliver my letter too." Hilly turned his head and asked, "This is not the first or second time you have been treated like this, is it?" Shushu replied indifferently. "Well, yes, that is right." He clenched his lips in anger. Hilly could not bear it and blurted out, "How disappointing, Sharena West." Shushu's face darkened, glaring. "What did you say?" He was annoyed. "You just let them treat you like that." She frowned and explained, "This kind of thing happened often since I was little, so..." Hilly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing. "This has happened many times. What about your own letters? It seems like you also get confessed to a lot." Shushu's eyes widened and she growled, "If you are pretending not to know, to tease me, then please shut up." Hearing that, he flinched. "No, I am sorry." Hilly hesitated and said, "You have charm, I just thought you got confessed to a lot." She unexpectedly glanced over. Shushu then innocently showed off her strength. "What? I have plenty of muscle. Want to see? How could he say I have charm? He must have eaten something wrong." Hilly then had to say, All right, in short." He pointed directly at the blue-haired friend and criticized, "Suddenly you are being bossed around by some random nobody. As an observer, I find it annoying." The friend panicked. "Me?" Hilly snatched the letter from Shushu's hand, then quickly shoved it back into the friend's shirt. After that, he did not forget to remind, "Your letter, deliver it yourself. If you can't, then give up." Seeing that, she squinted, speculating, could it be that because it is a letter for Hez, he is blocking his love rival? Hilly then kindly launched into a defense of Shushu that infuriated her. Change your attitude before asking others for favors. Do you think Shushu is easy because she is a bit short and plain-faced? She looks like that. But she is really greedy, at least bring some sweets or something. Hearing that, she angrily threatened, "Do you want to die at the hands of this short, plain-faced, greedy person?" He stammered in reply, "No, I mean..." Unexpectedly, Swan appeared, startling everyone. "Don't throw the water bottle on the ground," Shushu quickly explained. "I am sorry, I dropped it by accident, I did not throw it away." Hilly fearfully hid behind her. "Why is that guy suddenly dressed weirdly like this? I heard he was caught bullying a classmate, so he has to clean after school." Swan even nonchalantly called out to the blue-haired friend, "Hey, open your mouth." The friend looked bewildered. Although his face was smiling, his words contained a threat. "Oh, I told you. Before I tear that mouth open." Unexpectedly, he picked up that letter and said, "Trash." Then he shoved it directly into the person's mouth. "You have to put it in the right trash can." Not only that, Swan even chased after the blue-haired friend to torment him. "Where are you going? You will choke. Let me pour water to wash it down. Come here." Witnessing the scene, Hilly instinctively asked. He is usually grumpy, but now, thanks to that, I feel satisfied. Shushu also added, "So you were really annoyed." He flatly declared, of course, who told that guy to disrespect the person who won against me in training. Hearing that, Shushu also became dejected. No wonder, it turns out it is an issue of pride. Hilly still reminded, "You also should not consider being underestimated as normal. I won't allow it." She did not care at all, just picking up the towel from the ground. "My goal is to become a knight, so I will probably be underestimated even more in the future. It is tiring to get angry about every single thing." Then she waved and turned to leave. "I am going home, see you next time." Suddenly he spoke. "Shushu, I am taking back my request for you to set me up with Hestia." Shushu flinched and turned back. Hilly bent down, picked up his sword, and said, I kept thinking about it because I felt a bit rude, and after seeing that guy just now, I am even more certain. He fastened his sword to his hip again and smiled. Actually, lately I find swords more interesting. Hilly corrected himself and said, the day I become a swordmaster is just around the corner. I do not want to bother with other things. Shushu watched intently without saying anything. Suddenly she turned pale, sweating profusely, muttering to herself, wait, did I perhaps block Hilly's destiny? Shushu covered her face, not knowing what to do. This is really a sin. She smiled eerily. One bite, instant death. It turned out Shushu was happily thinking to herself, so happy, the biggest shareholder in the role of matchmaker has disappeared. In the evening at the mansion, she stepped out of the bathroom. Shushu was comfortably cheerful. As expected, after training, you have to take a bath. She returned to her room, feeling comfortable and refreshed. Suddenly, Shushu looked ahead. She asked in surprise, what are you doing so diligently, sis? Hazel replied brightly, showing off countless other flower clips on the table. I am making hair clips, what do you think? Shushu raised her hand and exclaimed, flower hair clips, they are pretty, sis. Then she even tried one on, clip it on like this. Hazel also suggested, actually, I plan to do this style for the magazine our family business publishes. How about you be the model? But Shushu immediately refused. Perhaps Hestia, my friend, would suit it better than me. She calmly replied, let me ask her. Okay, that is great. Hearing that, she was delighted. If it is Hestia, I would be extremely welcoming. Hazel also held out a paper with an idea, and there is a strong style like this. Do you want to be a model for this? Shushu flinched, uncomfortable. She immediately ran away. I'm going to ask Hestia now, and Hazel burst into delighted laughter. I am kidding, I am just kidding. At this moment, in Hes's room, love letters lay scattered about. She trembled as she picked one up to read. Then she threw it down directly. Hes looked at the pile of papers beside her with disgust. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Shushu spoke up. It is me. Can I come in? Hes gleefully changed her mood. Shu, come in, I am all alone. She walked into the room. Hes rushed over. It is late and I still came, I am sorry. She hugged Shushu, surprising her. Hes. Shushu wondered. We met this morning, so why are you so happy now? Is something wrong? Hes just laughed and explained. No, nothing at all. Hes happily said, I was planning to come look for you because I missed you so much, but I did not expect you to come find me first, so I am happy. Seeing that, Shushu frowned. I see. Do not radiate main character aura in front of me, it is too blinding. She then brought up the subject. What are you doing if you are not busy? Shushu saw the pile of love letters on the bed. She then asked, are all those love letters so many? Are you reading letters? He's bent down to pick them up. I am putting them away. Wait a moment. Okay, Shu crossed her arms and sighed. I did not help deliver them, and there are so many. She unconsciously turned and asked, this time, you do not like anyone either. Suddenly Hes froze and looked. Then she picked up a letter. She handed it to Shushu and said, here, Shushu, do you want to read it? She flinched in surprise. I can read your love letters. He smiled and nodded. Shushu can read them. Shushu looked at her seriously. Hes. That night, in Hes's room. She was still intently reading Hes's letters. Shushu's face turned purple with anger. What is this? The person in the letter actually wrote, why are you playing hard to get? You seduced me first. Or some even confidently boasted, I will have you, even if I have to spend money to buy your entire family. After graduation, you won't marry anyone anyway. My family has a lot of money, date me. And there was one who even rudely cursed. Hes, just because you are complimented on your pretty face, you are putting on airs. Don't act arrogant anymore. Come to me. Shushu gritted her teeth and crumpled the letter in her hand. Crazy, is that a confession? She turned to Hes and comforted her. Are you okay? She sadly expressed, it seems like in their eyes, I am just an ornamental flower. Hes was also disappointed and dejected. Because I am an ornamental flower, they want to pluck and keep me. Shushu was angry. That is funny. Pluck what? Unable to hold back, she spoke up. Even if they see you as a mere flower, my Kareem is also cute and pretty, so sometimes you get similar compliments, but pluck. How can they say that? Who wrote it? I will pluck their head off, so they know. She unexpectedly hugged Shushu. Hes's face was mournful. It is disgusting. Shushu listened in silence. I kept thinking that if I just left home, everything would be different, but no matter where I went, it was still the same. She frowned in regret. I was thinking too superficially. Shushu thought to herself, I actually thought everyone loving Hes was a good thing. She told herself, if he receives attention from many people, then there can also be trash among them. Shushu glanced at the pile of love letters. Is the proportion of crazy people trying to seduce Hes that high? Then she spoke grimly. Hes, can I take those degenerate letters? Hearing that, she was surprised. Why would you take them? Shushu smiled and replied, you might get your hands dirty touching them. I will throw them away for you. Hez was delighted. Thank you. She then took her hand. Now let us go change our mood. Hez was surprised. Huh, go where? Shushu eagerly revealed. To this place, where someone will curse for us to our heart's content. A sharp voice yelled, Are there really so many evil people like that in this world? Are they crazy or something? Hazel got annoyed hearing the story. Looks like I will have to split their heads open and see if there is anything inside. If I met them, I would rip their mouths open. That beep, they deserve to be beeped. Shushu was excited. Doesn't that feel good? She immediately set out makeup. When you are unhappy like this, Hazel confidently introduced, changing your style can help relieve your mood. She then pulled the two of them out to be makeup models. Leave it to me, I will get rid of your bad mood completely. Hez was incredibly delighted. And Shushu looked in the mirror with this hairstyle. Feeling uncomfortable, Hazel then exclaimed, You girls are so stunning. Let us take some pictures. Hez could not help but say, Shushu, you are so cute. Just leave it like that tonight, okay? She could only helplessly obey, if it can help you feel better. Suddenly, a room next door shouted loudly, It is too noisy. Which room is that? Aren't you people going to sleep? I am sorry. A happy photo of Shushu and Hez. The next day, a voice shouted urgently, It is late. Wake up, kids. We have to go to school. Hez, hurry back to your room and get ready, dear. She quickly ran off. See you later, sis. Hazel waved goodbye. You go ahead, dear. I will call Shushu for you. Do not worry. Then she approached and shook her awake. Shushu, you wake up quickly too. Hazel had to pull the blanket off. Honestly, I do not have much time. Hurry up. She looked in alarm. Shushu was still half asleep. Everyone in the academy whispered amongst themselves. Others gathered together, chatting and laughing incessantly. Shushu walked irritably with her puffy, curly hair. Before that, Hazel had explained frantically. I am sorry, Shushu. Your hair is hard to style, so I used hairspray, but I guess I used an experimental type of hairspray that is still being researched. That is why it turned out like this. She could only cry silently to herself. It is no different from an orange cauliflower. Shushu quickly lowered her head and walked straight ahead. I rushed to school, without covering my head. I will probably have to borrow Corey's leg to cover it. Unexpectedly, she immediately bumped into someone. Oh my. That person spoke. Who is this? Who is this? Shushu was stunned. That voice is. Eves excitedly said, You changed your hairstyle. Oh my god, it is so cute. He hugged Shushu delightedly. She gasped and asked, Hey, why is a senior student so idle as to come all the way here? Eve patted her cheek and replied, Why else? Because I missed you, of course. It is so lucky I met you now. I almost did not get to see you looking this cute. He even acted shamelessly. My mind's reeling from how cute you are. Can you keep this hairstyle? Shushu unhappily requested, Please leave. Just then, a voice made Eve shiver. Brother Eve, what are you doing right now? He looked back nervously. No, Swan glared and raised a weapon, threatening, I told you to stay away from Shushu. Eve's face turned pale. He furiously chased after him. Swan Hayden, let us talk slowly. Talk slowly. Shushu could only watch in confusion. They are clearly close, but they are still pretending. They are so in sync. She was embarrassed. They have already seen this head. Shushu turned and left. Before I attract more attention, I need to go borrow a blanket. Unexpectedly, Haley and Corey were already standing behind her. Shushu was startled. The two of them laughed and teased. Your head, your hair. Is that the orange cauliflower style? Hello. At this moment, she was stiff, rooted to the spot. Damn it. I only meant to quietly call Corey out. It is over. Haley even mischievously played around. Your hair is so voluminous, it must be able to hold things. Here's chocolate. Save it for later. She was annoyed. Number. Corey could not help but laugh under the blanket. Haley shouted loudly. It really works, Sharena. Come here. Try some more things. Shushu shouted angrily. Let go of my hand, Corey. Stop laughing and give me the blanket. Hey, do not laugh. At this moment, in the fencing class. After a while, Shushu's hair finally straightened out to normal. Luckily, I covered my head, so my hair is better now. Otherwise, Haley would have teased me all afternoon. She smirked and stepped forward for revenge. Get ready, Hailey. I am going to torment you, like you tormented me just now. Unexpectedly, some people in front were whispering maliciously. Hey, that girl is really nasty, huh? Who? Who else? That foxy girl who always smiles so brightly at boys? Shushu was surprised to hear. Hestia applauded. They kept gossiping. She acts so girly with other girls. What should we do? Just like my grandma talking, she relies on her pretty face and being liked by boys, so she lives carefree, I guess. She glared unhappily. I do not understand how she lives like that. Her mind is empty, acting like she is an ornamental flower. Before they could finish their conversation, they flinched at a loud noise. It turned out Shushu had kicked one side of the locker, denting it. What did you just say? The others trembled and stammered. Sharena. One person quickly explained. We were not scolding you, so... She replied. I know, you were scolding. Hess, we're not you. How she lives has nothing to do with you. They lowered their faces, embarrassed. Shushu also frowned and added, who called her an ornamental flower. The two of them hesitated, glancing at Isabel, that. She glared and shouted, I asked who. They flinched in fear, Sharena, that. Isabel stepped forward and questioned. It was not me scolding you, why are you making a fuss? Hearing that, Shushu immediately asked, Isabel Twistle, was it you? She even tilted her chin. So what if it was me? I did not make anything up, I spoke the truth. Even if Hestia came here and heard me, I would still accept it. Shushu's face darkened as she looked up. Then she grabbed Isabel by the collar. Anyone can see that he only has a pretty face but nothing in his head. Shushu shouted angrily. So your head is fuller than Hess's? She even sneered, full of dregs. She could only grind her teeth in anger. Isabel swung her arm. Let go of me. She did not stop and shouted loudly. What are you doing? I wasted my good impression of you. No wonder you two get along so well. You are exactly alike. Shushu scratched her head casually. I am like Hess. That is a compliment to me. Isabel was furious, unable to do anything. You. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Hailey walked by, peeking. He stood outside the girls' changing room, wondering, class has already started. Why is he taking so long to change? Hailey chuckled to himself. I was planning to tease her about the orange cauliflower a bit more. I wish her hair was still like that. While still pondering, I can't go into the girls' changing room, so... Oh, suddenly a loud noise came from the changing room. Hey, Sharena, I won't let you off. Shushu's voice also rang out loudly. Isabel, you started this. Other male students also approached curiously. Are you going to let go or not? You are the one who needs to let go. Are they fighting? What, so noisy? Healy quickly pointed at the friend next to him. You, go call the teacher here immediately. This kid is really something. Inside the room, shouts continued incessantly. A long time later at the academy, he held the towel in his hand, secretly turning his face away to stifle a laugh. Shushu held her head uncomfortably. Too busy fighting, I did not expect Hilly to see my scalp. She recalled the incident just now. I did not want to brawl like that. However, Shushu seemed interested. It feels good to get revenge, but my hair feels so cool. Then she sighed, contemplating. I will have to quickly go to the magic battlefield to stimulate hair growth. Shushu was punished and dejected. I have never been home this early. I am being punished. Confined to the dormitory for the entire afternoon class. She still excitedly ran off. I have to go see if Hez has finished lunch and returned to her room yet. A knock on the door sounded. Shushu peered her head in and called, The door's open. Hez. She walked into the room and looked around. Looking at the school bag and uniform thrown on the desk like this, she must have been back to the room. Where did she go? I wonder how long she will be gone. Shushu then neatly arranged Hez's belongings. Is something wrong? She is usually so tidy, but she threw her uniform around and went out. I have to fold it before it gets wrinkled. Suddenly, Shushu froze. She saw a fountain pen on the table, the fountain pen she had given her. Shushu picked it up. Now I remember the reason why I gave her this pen. She suddenly recalled something from the past. In Hess's princess-style decorated room, Shushu was reading a book at the time. When she was looking around out of boredom, she suddenly discovered some books hidden under the table, imperial history and contemporary political systems. She read them intently. Those were books with quite difficult content for a young age. At first I even wondered if Hez would really read these books. Shushu kept thinking, in my opinion, the current problem of the Empire is probably all of it is hellish bondage. Created by selfish people. Is there really nothing I can do? She pondered. But after reading the thoughts Hez wrote in the notebook I found, along with the pile of books, I knew my suspicions were correct. Shushu was startled. It feels bad to secretly look at other people's things. But she left it so carelessly that I accidentally saw it. Looking closely, this also looks like that secret notebook. She opened it and left it there. I wonder where she went. She frowned, recalling. Well, anyway, I saw her true self that day. The image of Hez when she was little. She only pretended to behave like a weak, obedient girl at her parents' request. She was diligently writing, but in reality, she was in a corner of the room, nurturing big dreams and ambitions. Shushu lightly touched the fountain pen. That is why I gave her this fountain pen, to express my support. Suddenly she looked down at the book. Shushu turned her face away in a panic. She had unconsciously read it again. Why did it open? It seemed his writing had improved a lot since before. She had only read a little, but it was too captivating. She sadly thought to herself, if only Hez were brave now. Shushu muttered to herself, what a pity. Just then, a noise rang out. What was that stomping sound? It turned out to be Hess's angry voice. Those crazy B times TCHES. They dared to pull Shushu's hair. I am going to shave their heads and throw them up the mountain to become nuns. The whole lot of them. She could not hold back anymore and kicked the door open, so damn furious. He shouted madly, Shushu feels inferior to me. Pitiful, dead fish eyes. What do they think Shushu is? She stomped around, cursing. Did she have to call that annoying Swanhaven again, or should she just confront them directly, or tell Evenus and have them all form an alliance to deal with those girls? In the middle of her anger, she unexpectedly saw Shushu standing there. Extremely annoyed, she sat curled up in a corner, waving her hand. You are back. Hes was stunned. She hurriedly explained, No, Shushu heard wrong. She is hearing things now. It has never happened before. What are you saying? I did not say anything. Shushu also hurriedly reassured her. Hes, calm down. Hes gently took a little cream from the jar. Then she slowly rubbed it evenly on the spot where Shushu's hair was missing. While applying it, Hes worriedly asked, I heard you pulled hair and fought with them. Did it hurt a lot? She replied briefly, I am embarrassed. Don't mention it. She lamented with heartache. How annoying. They dared to make your hair like this. Shushu cautiously reassured her. It is okay. I beat them up the same way. He said angrily. Forget about them. That is not what I need to know. She laughed when she heard that. As expected, Hes was blindly devoted to her. Suddenly Hes spoke. Shushu, I have something to say. Then she blushed shyly and pleaded, Please forget what I look like just now. Shushu replied calmly, That is normal. You were angry? The image of Hes kicking the door open. She even teased. What is wrong with a few curse words? Hes hurriedly waved her hand. Number. She cautiously explained, because Shushu was cursed at and injured. I unconsciously. She continued, Forget it. That was not me just now. Shushu looked at Hes coldly. She propped herself up on the cushion and questioned. Not you. Shushu said coldly, Then who do you think you really are? He's turned pale in surprise, huh? She was flustered and did not know what to say. The thing is. Hes's mouth trembled with fear. That thing. Shushu continued to watch closely. Suddenly, she changed the subject, flopping down on her bed. I am so tired. Before roll call, can I sleep for a while and then go back? Shushu also waved her hand, inviting, Hes, do you want to sleep with me? She hesitated. How about this? Shushu coaxed her, pulling up the blanket. Come on, get in here. Looking at Hes's blushing face, she smiled. So cute. Shushu remembered. When she was young, she was also very cute. She always grabbed my sleeve and trotted after me, making me think she was a younger girl. Thinking about it now, perhaps that was not Hes's true appearance from the beginning. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. I wish that from now on, she would not be afraid to reveal herself because of other people's eyes. Because I can't stop the things that Hes fears forever. Shushu gently raised her hand and patted her head. She whispered, Hes, you know I always see you as family, right? Hes laughed brightly, I know. Then Shushu asked, seriously, what do you think of me? She replied happily, I am both jealous of Shushu in many ways and admire you. He snuggled up to Shushu. You are an extremely cool and amazing person, always helping me whenever something happens. She was a little surprised to hear that. I am embarrassed. I am not that amazing. Suddenly, Shushu sat up. I am still young, so I will sometimes be pathetic and make stupid choices. No, she retorted immediately. That is not true. She said thoughtfully, I know you rely on me. I also feel that sense of responsibility. Maybe I am the one hindering Hes's development, because I always take care of you in every little detail. Shushu expressed sincerely, but I hope from now on you won't depend on me too much. He's asked in confusion, what is wrong with Shushu all of a sudden? She frowned and confided, I can't fulfill your own dreams for you. You and I, what we aim for, is not the same. Hes was shocked. Shushu. She shared frankly, Hes, as you know, my dream is to become a member of the Royal Knights. Shushu also said that her ultimate goal was to receive a salary and live a peaceful and comfortable life. In her old age, very simple and cheap, but his dream in the future won't be simple. She really knew that. I think your dream is grander. He's immediately avoided the topic. What are you talking about? How do you know what I think? Shushu smiled and replied, it is called intuition, of childhood friends, I guess. She could not tell her the truth. She had once read Hes's diary, that she knew she was worried about the future of the country, and had read the secret handbook containing the detailed plan she had written. Seeing her start to think, Shushu thought to herself she understands. She left the bed. In short, Shushu got up and left. I just want to live for myself. I can't always help you. She turned around and did not look directly at Hes, saying, so before you feel like I have betrayed you, find your own pursuit. Hes did not understand. Shushu. She clenched her hands, stammering, I am not confident that I can do what you do. Suddenly, Hes sobbed, tears falling non-stop. Without you, I am so scared. I want to live like I do now. Can't I? Shushu remained cold and decisive. You can ask me, but I can't answer anything, because making a choice is your own business. She cried sadly like rain. But Shushu just stood there silently. She walked to the table and picked up the writing brush. Shushu held it up in front of Hez. Do you remember? She then recalled, I gave you this gift and said I supported you. Shushu put it back in Hez's hand. Here, I will give it to you again. Then she calmly turned around and left. It is time for roll call. I am going back. Reaching the door, Shushu stopped. Oh, and she revealed softly, I am also lacking in many ways, so I need someone to rely on. I hope that person will be Hez. He stopped crying and looked up. Me? Shushu turned her head and smiled brightly. Yes, you. She walked out of her room. At this moment, Shushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She pondered to herself. There is no other way. Have to say it sooner or later. Shushu thought to herself, I hope Hez will understand what I mean. Hez held the pen in her hand and looked at it. She recalled Shushu's innocent appearance when she was young. Here, a gift for you. I will always support you. He squeezed it tightly in her hand. She continued to sob, but this time she was smiling happily. Shushu. The next morning at the academy. Good morning. The students chatted excitedly. Did you do the magic assignment yet? Hey, let us go together. But they suddenly stopped and turned to glance at Shushu as she walked by. She glanced around. Is it my mood? Everyone seems to be talking behind my back. Shushu touched her head uncomfortably. Could it be that the thing Hazel tied for me to cover the bald spot is too weird? On the contrary, it is quite cute. She hurriedly ran off. Last night I was so worried about Hez that I could not think about bald spot covering magic. I have to use it quickly. Unexpectedly, Hilly came up from behind and teased, Hello, Gamecock. Hi. Huh. Corey also walked alongside. Hello, Shushu. She immediately turned back and replied, Yeah, hello. Then Shushu glanced at Hilly. Your hair looks like a rooster's comb too. Did you call me something strange just now, Game? What? He continued to joke. I really can't stand by and watch. You should treat your friends a little better, okay? She looked at Hiley with disgust. I did not do anything. Shushu frowned and looked at him sarcastically. Just consider you famous for being a tone-deaf person who tortures eardrums, or a poop expert, or a orange cauliflower or something. Hilly smirked and mocked her. But being famous in school for being a gamecock who bullies weak female friends is a bit too much. Shushu asked in surprise. Two sides fought. Why is there that rumor? So that is why everyone was talking. He even deliberately sighed and criticized. You even dare to say you want to become a member of the Royal Knights. Doing that, I do not know if you still have the qualifications. Shushu was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. Finally, she subtly chased him away. Hey, you, can you scram after teasing me? Hearing that, Hilly turned around and left. Shushu trembled with anger. He is so excited to have the chance to pick on me. Just you wait. She thinks, see you later, but why am I the only one rumored to be the bad guy? Suddenly, Corey brought a lollipop to her. He comforted her gently. Don't worry. We believe you. Shushu accepted it and felt happier. Thank you. After saying that, Corey waved goodbye. See you at club activities. She thought to herself, as expected of Corey. Shushu hurriedly stuffed the candy into her pocket and pondered. Actually, thinking about it, maybe other people's evaluations are correct. I will save it for later. She recalled the previous brawl. Although they are now students in the swordsmanship department, their level of training is not as high as hers, and she used all her strength to fight back. Recalling 1 vs 3, Shushu had to remind herself not to be angry about Isabel pulling her hair anymore. But then her eyebrows rose. I really can't suppress my vitality like this. Shushu smiled slyly, calculating, I am also in a period of burning enthusiasm. Oh, the black dragon inside me. Immediately, the murmuring of the people pulled her back to reality. Shushu was annoyed. Damn it, I caught the childish disease from Hilly. She walked quickly to class, having been absent-minded and forgetting everything. Shushu hovered outside the door, not daring to go straight in. The important thing today is not my rumor. But has she gone to school yet? What if she is depressed because of yesterday's events? She continued to peek and observe the situation. Just then, a voice spoke. We are sorry. Isabel and her group stood hesitantly in front of Hez, stammering, We were wrong yesterday. We are really sorry, Hestia. She coldly crossed her arms and stood watching. Shushu was surprised. The girls who fought with me are apologizing to Hez. She slowly walked in and called out, Hez, what exactly is going on? He smiled brightly and replied, Shushu, you are here. Seeing that, Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. Hello. I am glad she seems okay. Even more surprising, Isabel's group also turned to her. Hello, Sharena. making Shushu jump in surprise. Wait, why are all three of them bald? She wondered about the bald patches on their heads. What happened to your hair? I clearly only pulled Isabel's hair. That the three of them only dared to glance anxiously at Hess. You, what exactly did you do yesterday? She smiled kindly, but nudged the girl next to her hard in the stomach as a reminder. You guys, we have something to say to Shushu, do not we? Isabel could only awkwardly say. We are sorry, Sharena. We were wrong yesterday. The other two also chimed in. Sorry. We are sorry. Shushu was surprised by the scene. You are good at everything, and Hez is beautiful, so maybe I was jealous of you two. She was about to say more, but Hez, your head is empty. Before she could finish, Hez slapped her hard on the head. What are you saying, Shu? Shu did not dare to be afraid and thought, Hez, is she manipulating them? Isabel hesitated and expressed. Actually, I was not comfortable after fighting yesterday. Originally, I admired you, so I came to the swordsmanship department. Her friend interrupted. Didn't you say before you came to see the prince? Shushu could only helplessly listen to them. No, actually, shut up. It is exactly 50/50. I came here because of Sharena's coolness as well. At this time, Hez raised her hand to signal. Okay, you do not need to explain to me. She grabbed Isabel's clothes and squeezed her cheeks threateningly. Hey. Shushu turned pale in shock. Hez. Unexpectedly, he bluntly marked her territory. Even if you admire Shushu, Shushu is mine, and I am Shushu's. She was stunned and flustered. It seems Hez has decided not to hide herself anymore. But is this okay? She unexpectedly glanced over. Then Hez gave her usual friendly smile. Shushu was unconsciously dazed. She smiled slightly. That is right. Shushu thought to herself, she smiled like that, so it will be okay. She immediately stomped on the chair and announced, All right, everyone pay attention. Shushu raised her hand confidently to commemorate the day of making up. I will use magic to cover your bald spots for all of you. She used the magic she had learned and pointed it at them. Come on, bring your heads this way. Bald spot covering magic, here I come, Shushu, so cool. But little did she know that the people around her were uncomfortably whispering nonstop. How noisy. Did they pay for renting the classroom or something? I thought I was watching a play. Shushu then realized, it is always noisy around those people. Am I attracting too much attention? I wonder what strange nickname I will get this time. Paying too much attention to the comments caused her hand to stray. At that moment, the bald spots of the three people grew more cauliflower. Shushu stuttered in a panic. I am sorry. I was thinking about something else, so I deployed the magic matrix formula wrong. Isabel's group screamed loudly. Hey, Sharena West. She frantically pleaded, let me fix it. Wait, stop. In another room, laughter rang out. He has definitely changed a bit. I was surprised to see the boys come to confess and then retreat dejectedly. Corey turned to ask, Shushu, are not you surprised at all that your soulmate has changed? She sat back comfortably and replied, Well, I foresaw it somewhat, so it is okay, but... He tilted his head and repeated, but... Shushu frowned with interest. He is so bold that he even dares to challenge me. She thought of when Hez excitedly announced, Shushu, I have something to say. Maybe I can surpass Shushu in the next history and imperial language exam. Shushu's face darkened, and she growled. Absolutely unreasonable, she dares to covet my position. I have to teach her a lesson. Corey listened in confusion. What is wrong with you? You said it was great for Hez to be lively. She immediately changed her expression and laughed. I said that, but I have to accept the challenge if she provokes me. He's looked at Shushu blankly. Huh, Shushu and I are betting? She proposed with delight. The loser will fulfill one wish of the winner. What do you think? After hearing that, she smiled brightly. Okay, I bet. Shushu did not expect that reaction from Hez. Why do you look so happy to bet? I only suggested betting, because I was provoked by you. She looked determined and excited. It is an honor to have the qualifications to bet with the almighty Shushu. Get ready. I will definitely win, and then pray to Shushu. She sat thinking about that conversation. She said that confidently and decisively. Immediately afterwards was Shushu's blazing enthusiasm, since Hez has decided to bet with all her might. I can't be careless either. Corey looked worriedly. This competitive nature. Is this okay? A stack of books piled high on the desk. He's focused on writing nonstop. She rubbed her head, muttering each page of the book. The students there whispered to each other, What is wrong with Hez? Lately, she has changed so much. Yeah, she is more stubborn and is suddenly studying harder. The two of them were endlessly surprised. She only sits and reads books during breaks. Now it seems like she is studying history, the subject where the teacher is a master of inducing sleep, so all the students have given up studying, right? When Shushu walked over and heard their words, she really could not adapt. Is that really Hez? She also realized that in other people's eyes, Hez has changed 180 degrees, huh? Shushu gently pulled the chair next to Hez. That is right. Sometimes even I find it strange. Even knowing that Hez's true personality is far from the description in the original work, she tilted her head and looked closely. It feels like looking at a praiseworthy little sister. Shushu stretched her facial muscles and thought, on the other hand. She said to herself that, I feel too much of a crisis. This little one is too diligent. Shushu sat down next to her and asked, You do not leave the desk for a second. Aren't you tired seeing that? Hez quickly raised her head and looked up. I am fine. She also casually explained, I have to be this diligent to beat Shushu. She looked around and assessed. Messy hair, rough skin, extremely heavy dark circles. Does she want to win against me so much that she has given up her beauty? Looking at Hez's determination, Shushu felt excited. I also have to try my best. She did not hesitate and threw herself into studying like crazy. Even when they were strolling, both of them held a book in their hands and muttered as they read. While eating, while brushing their teeth, even when their noses were bleeding, the two of them still stubbornly studied diligently. Shushu, your nose is bleeding. A few days later, at the academy, a voice said, How about... Corey had to speak up and advise, take a break today. You two look so worn out that you are about to collapse. The two of them, haggard and sleep-deprived, looked up at him. Shushu said feebly, We are fine. If you are going to bother us, go somewhere else. Seeing that, Corey's face turned serious and he pulled out a ruler. You will regret it if you overwork yourselves like this. You do not seem to realize how serious the situation is. He picked it up and said, Then let me measure your danger level. The two girls looked blankly. Corey held the ruler next to Hez's face and measured, Hestia, 4 centimeters. And the same with Shushu 4.35 centimeters. She asked uncomfortably, Corey, what are you doing now? He frowned and warned, Let me tell you, the average dark circles are only 3 centimeters long. Shushu still did not care, so what? Corey clenched the ruler in his hand. The person with dark circles longer than mine will definitely faint. The two of them looked at him silently. Then they collapsed on the table and blamed, I am not kidding. Really? Unable to persuade them, Corey slumped down. All right, then from now on I will study with you. If you both faint like I said, you will need my help. Seeing that, Shushu gently reminded, Up to you, but can you be a little quieter? We are in the library. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Sorry. Then Corey said sternly, In short, I am confident in the natural sciences. Ask me if you have any questions. I will help you. But Hez replied to him indifferently. To be honest, my first impression of you was not very good, so I do not like you. But now, the more I look at you, the more pleasing you are. Hestia started talking to Corey. He was annoyed. Is that praise or sarcasm? Shushu looked on, confused. Since when have they been talking to each other like that? He's deliberately glared at Corey and declared, But even so, the person closest to Shushu is me. Remember it well, making her jump in surprise. Hez, why are you making such a random conclusion? He was slightly sad because of that, but it seemed Corey would not give in and even pulled out his earlobe. Let me show you this. Shushu made it for me herself. She was shocked. Why is he seriously responding again? He also turned to get closer to Shushu. Also, Corey lifted Shushu's hair to reveal the earring. I made this for him, in exchange of friendship tokens. Then he asked Hez sharply, What about you? Causing Hez to almost collapse, her face extremely shocked. At this rate, she is going to cry. She sobbed, Shushu. What about me? At this moment, she helplessly followed, as expected. Shushu could only coax her, Stop, do not cry. After the exam, let us go pick out friendship jewelry, okay? Hez beamed again. Really? She sighed and replied, Of course. Now, let us focus on studying for the exam. On the day of the exam, the students put all their effort into answering the questions. But then when the results were announced, they trembled with disappointment. I dropped in ranks. But then a cheerful voice spoke up. It is over. The exam is over. I am going to sleep like a log today. Anyone want to go eat something delicious? Corey suddenly appeared from behind, waving and calling out, Shushu, did you do well on the exam? She turned around. Corey. He ran over and asked curiously, What were the results between the two of you? Who won? Shushu hesitated. That. Corey was surprised. The sick bed. Perhaps it was because she had never studied seriously before that her body was so exhausted. She then recounted, right before the exam, she became too stressed and collapsed, right on the exam table. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dark circles longer than mine. Shushu continued, she finally fainted. Therefore, probably because I was only 0.45 centimeters away from you, I was able to endure it. She hurriedly bid farewell. It is too late now. I have to go visit her in a bit. See you later. Corey nodded. I know. Hez was lying on the bed, despondent and sad. She groaned. Shushu, you were right. Life is not easy at all. I have been too stupid. I am sorry for bragging and disappointing you. Shushu immediately comforted her. What's stupid? You've been more diligent than anyone else. I am sorry for focusing too much on winning and losing, which made you unable to take care of your health. Hes was still disappointed, but she immediately changed the subject. Oh, that is right. Do you know what? Shushu held up the result sheet. Thanks to competing with you, I moved up in rank. Thank you. Shushu is indeed amazing. Then she tilted her head and repeated. Anyway, about our bet. Hes nodded. Oh yeah, a bet is a bet. What is your wish? Shushu smiled, meaningfully. He stared blankly, not understanding. She gently revealed. Hes. My wish is... Shushu excitedly held it out in front of her. He's looked at it and read carefully. This is the application to join the journalism club for next semester. She suggested with interest, I want you to go there and advertise for my club. And also... Shushu also took out more thick books. Take this pile of books too. Hes was dejected. What is all this? She picked them up and looked through them. Explanation of the core family of the empire, and those related to supporting political parties, the history of the Ord Empire. Records of political meetings of the empire. She then requested, read them all and write a review. Hes was a little embarrassed after hearing that. How can I write articles like reviews? At this time Shushu said, Hes, actually, She could only be honest. Read your secret notebook. He's turned bright red in the face and jumped in shock. Huh? What did you say? Shushu scratched her head and explained. It is not that I did it on purpose. When I was little, I did not know what it was, so I tried reading it. And recently, it was because you went out and the notebook was open, so I accidentally read it. She covered herself with a blanket and cried out, How humiliating! How humiliating! Please forget about it for me. Seeing Hes like that, Shushu immediately encouraged her. Impossible? How can I forget such excellent words? She widened her eyes and looked up. Excellent. Shushu smiled and emphasized, You really write well, very well. Hes was stunned. She blushed shyly. Shushu is really... Hes quickly picked up the books. I know, I will try writing. Suddenly, Shushu realized, this has turned into 2 wishes. She also made another suggestion to Hes. To be fair, you should also say a wish. She held the books tightly and thought. Hes lowered her face and stammered. Then, she said with tears in her eyes, I hope you will never leave me, even if you gradually start to hate me. Shushu was shocked to hear that. She immediately hugged and gently rubbed Hes's head. Why are you crying like a fool? We will go get friendship necklaces later, okay? Don't cry anymore, stop it now. Shushu sighed and thought, so she really cares about what I said about separating from me. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Someone called out, Hestia, can I come in? She replied, Corey, you said you were busy, but you are already here, come in. He walked in. Shushu waved happily. Hello, I was feeling a little hungry. Did you bring the bread? Corey was stunned. I have not even asked about Hes yet. She asked confusedly, What is wrong? What happened to you? Hes panicked beside her. Shushu, shoo. Just then, blood flowed continuously from her nose and all over her mouth. You? Nosebleed? Shushu staggered and fell to the floor. Why am I suddenly dizzy? Hes and Corey shouted in a panic. Shushu, what is wrong? Shushu! He sat down and looked at her lying motionless and trembling. Indeed, dark circles longer than mine are very dangerous. What kind of curse is so strict? It does not forgive, even if it is only 0.45 centimeters longer. Corey threw Shushu straight onto the bed and ordered, First, both of you obediently lie still. I will go report you sick for both Shushu and come back right away. Yes. After that, he quickly left. The 2 of them obediently lay still like that. Then, at the same time, their eyes glanced at each other. Both Shushu and Hes burst out laughing foolishly. The 2 of them were happy as if all the fatigue had disappeared. At another large mansion, a woman slowly picked up a cup of tea and said softly, You have asked enough questions. Now tell me. Hes's mother calmly asked, What is the reason you suddenly came home without notice? She sat seriously in front of her. Hestia. Hes clenched her hands and said to herself, There is one thing I must do before fulfilling my promise to Shushu. She could not help but think of the words that always haunted her. Studying, what for, no matter what, it is unnecessary after you get married. When she was young, Hes had always had to listen to them, don't do useless things. Focus on taking care of your appearance. I will find a good son-in-law for you. Her face was full of boredom. My conservative father forced me to obey him. Hes also remembered, before getting married, my mother was full of confidence, but I do not know why she lost that appearance. Her mother became depressed and collapsed in front of Hes. You have to be beautiful to be loved, Hestia. You have to be obedient and obedient. She had to endure all this time, constantly reminding me to live like the daughter my father wanted, with a blank face. Because of that, I created a fake life. Until Hes removed her mask, fortunately I met Shushu and realized that it was not obvious. Shushu, when she was young, was lively. You asked me why a little girl is learning swordsmanship. I want to learn it, so I will learn it. I will also learn magic. Will you learn with me? A bright period also came to her. Shushu was always happy. Male or female, everyone eventually becomes a corpse. Why do you care about that? He's even blamed herself. A rabbit like me only knows how to be satisfied with sticking behind Shushu. She was pulled away from the sad times by Shushu. Then the thing that Hess was most worried about, but just like Shushu said, we can't be together for life. She decided that I have to completely become myself before it is too late. He's also bravely proposed to do that. At this moment she spoke, "Mother." He said seriously, "I have something to say." She said to herself, "I must escape the shadow of my parents." Outside, birds chirped on tall trees. Hesitantly walking steps, it was Hez slowly walking on the road. She gently swept back her hair and looked up. He smiled contentedly. Just then, Shushu ran over and called out, "Hez, Shushu." She asked blankly, "You said you just got home. Is there anything good? Why are you so happy?" Hayes then excitedly recounted, "Mother told me to leave the house after I graduate." Shushu frowned in confusion. "What are you talking about? Don't make strange jokes." But her mood was extremely happy. He said casually, "I am so hungry. Let us go buy some snacks to fill our stomachs." Shushu suddenly called out, "Hess, wait," she urged. "Shushu, what are you doing? Hurry up," she flusteredly ran after. "Wait for me." At the academy at this time, other students shouted in panic, "That is the application form for the newspaper club. You said you are only studying the cultivation club until the end of the year. You said before that cultivation is the basic of a proper lady." He could only announce embarrassedly, "I am sorry. After studying, I realized that cultivation does not suit me." Her friend was extremely disappointed. "Hestia, what happened to the pride of the cultivation club?" They asked in wonder. "Moreover, you suddenly switched to the journalism club. Hez, you have changed so much." She rested her chin on her hand and smiled. "So do you guys hate me?" The two of them quickly shook their heads in denial. No, that is not what I meant. We are just feeling strange." While saying that, they hurriedly ran off. "You are still participating in faculty activities, right? See you later." Hez still agreed, "Okay." He's looked down and thought to herself, that is not an incomprehensible reaction. Remembering the conversation between Hess and her mother, "What, you came back to say you want to study the journalism club?" She was angry and shouted loudly, "Have you forgotten what your father told you? He told you to obediently graduate and then get married." He still calmly retorted, "Times have changed. Mother, do not pay attention to father's expression anymore." Hiss's mother resolutely said, "Times have changed, but your father and I have not changed." She coldly declared, "I will study hard and help those who are like mother." His mother frowned. "What?" He's looked straight at her mother decisively. "I want to create a world where those with talent will be recognized and do not have to sneakily look at other people's faces." She was shocked and did not know what to say. At this time, Hess's mother bit her teeth tightly and trembled. "What can a kid like you do?" He also saw her mother's hand, clenching tightly. She quickly stood up. "I do not expect mother to understand or support me. I can't talk to father at all, so I came to inform you." He's turned and left. "Then I will take my leave." Mother Hess could only shout after her, "Your father will never forgive you. Once you graduate from the academy, you will have to leave this house immediately." But at this moment, she no longer cared. He's lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. She turned her head and said, "I am sorry I could not become the daughter you both wanted." Mother Hez sobbed as she looked at her daughter. She muttered, "You will regret it, Hestia." Back in the present, Hez was stunned. Even her family could not accept her change. Then, just a second later, she told herself, "Anyway, I am fine. I do not care about other people's reactions." His thought of Shushu, "I only care about Shushu's reaction." She sighed. "Even though he advised me not to hide my true self. His was a little worried, but my personality is not exactly good enough to show him everything." The scene of her frantically grabbing Isabel's group by the hair flashed in her mind. How dare you make Shushu bald, war chicken mode. Then there was the scene of Hez pointing and ordering Swan, "Go, Swanhaden, take care of that guy who is eyeing Shushu, throwing stones mode." But then she slumped down, looking dejected. If I confess that my personality is on par with Swanhaden's, will I get scolded? Suddenly, Shushu approached from behind. "Are you still writing your self-introduction?" Hess was startled and replied, "It is not quite right yet." She immediately reassured him, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You won't be able to write anything that way." He's nodded happily, "I know." But then a female friend walked over and pointed, "Hestia, there is some guy waiting for you outside." Shushu glanced at the door. "That guy, you can tell he is here to confess. Do you like him?" He sighed. No way. I have actually rejected him several times, but he keeps coming. It is so awkward. Just waiting for that. Shushu turned on cunning mode. Is that so? Let me chase him away for you. Without another word, she shot off. Hey, talk to me for a bit. They sat silently, watching Shushu. She suddenly thought, well, Shushu will fall in love someday too. Watching Shushu struggle with that guy, has commented, he is so gullible. I need to be careful. She turned around abruptly and thought, should I find a good person for him? I need to finish writing my self-introduction first. He's pondered. It is partly because of me that he has not been able to date. And it is not like it has only happened once or twice. She tapped her pen and said to herself, I am so worried. I should probably do that. Let us see who is around. Shushu. He's thought of Healy. He is a prince, so he is mature, but sometimes he is very childish. Let us keep him under consideration. Corey is pretty good, but there is something that does not make me 100% satisfied. And then there is that guy named Eves. He's irritably dismissed him. He wants to stick to Shushu, so I am not satisfied. Unconditionally out. She narrowed her eyes. Currently, the remaining person is... It was the image of Swan. He's face darkened without hesitation. Swan Hayden is automatically out. She remembered when she caught Swan and Shushu together. Although I do not like that he is so openly infatuated with Shushu, thankfully Shushu is oblivious. He's frowned, writing something. But it is definitely because of Swan Hayden that Shushu lost a part of his memories. Absolutely unforgivable. If it were not for that, the memories related to Swan Hayden in childhood would not have disappeared. She even mentioned at that time, Shushu even forgot that he gave me this fountain pen, which made me so sad. He's gripped the pen tightly in her hand. She glared wildly, muttering, that guy, who knows what he is doing to my Shushu. Ugh, you will be forever cut off from Shushu. Candidate for a moldy monkey. Even considering him is a waste of space. Suddenly, Shushu called. Hez, she excitedly bragged, I completely chased him away. Amazing, right? Hez enthusiastically responded, Shushu is the best. I am done writing too. Let us go submit our applications together, okay? The others looked at the two of them happily skipping away in astonishment. I think I saw a strange expression just now. Was I mistaken? Probably. They were excitedly happy together as expected. He's looked at Shushu and resolved, I still can't agree to Shushu dating. If it is a handsome, talented dragon with a good personality, maybe? She gently turned her gaze. He's even told herself, no, even dragons are too ordinary compared to him, perhaps. Time passed, and autumn came, with yellow leaves falling around them. Then winter came, and has continued to work diligently. Kareem had also grown up. The boy excitedly turned around to admire himself. Shushu remained the same, still studying magic seriously. At the academy, the students were talking incessantly. It feels like the third year is almost over already, huh? Yeah, I am still considering whether I should take some improvement classes this year. Everyone's like that. Did you think only we were not making any progress? One male friend looked bored. What are you talking about? There is him. Compared to him. Suddenly, Shushu appeared, causing them to freeze. What is wrong? She darkened her face. Hestia, you really are? The newspapers reported, special news, Shirena West. A picture of Shushu holding a sword was printed. Let us explore her charm. Holding the newspaper in her hand, she trembled in horror. Why would they write an article like this and publish it in the school newspaper? And what is this picture? Did I ever take one like this? Shushu stammered, I did not foresee any of this. She thought to herself, Hayes kept his promise and joined the newspaper club. Thanks to his excellent writing skills, he has gained the attention of many people. And Hez's articles were supported by many professors. The gossip about Hez in the bathroom was healthier than before. Whenever he wrote an article about bullying, Swan's level of punishment would increase. The image of Swan wearing protective gear and collecting trash was the real power of the academy. He was serious in his journalist outfit. Hestia has become an influential person in the school. Shushu helplessly thought, I am really proud that my friend has made so much progress in such a short time. She shouted, but... Shushu looked down, perplexed. The pile of articles written about me. Why would he write these kinds of articles? Shirena West. Let us explore her charm. Queen of Savings, Shirena. She collapsed to the floor. Swordsmanship and exploration, understanding Shirana's swordsmanship. Every time there is a special news story, it is about me. Shushu's face flushed red. He probably can't write all these articles alone. Who has been gathering information for him? Suddenly, a voice spoke, causing her to jump. Finally, there is special news. This voice. Corey asked, is the topic still Shushu? Hilly nodded. I heard so. She frantically hid behind a potted plant. Corey reached for a stack of newspapers. Thank goodness there are still many left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hailey, next to him, wondered, why are you taking so many? He casually replied, 1 to display, 1 to read, 1 to store, and the rest to keep as backups for those 3. Hearing this, Hailey did the same. Corey turned to ask, well, why are you taking so many, He grinned gleefully, 1 to read, 1 to tease, and the rest to keep as backups for the ones Sharena steals. Hailey also announced, that is right, the next special news is an article one wrote about Shushu. Hestia is editing it right now and will publish it soon. Shushu collapsed, lamenting, hey, you are a prince, are not you? Do you have so much free time? Hailey was happily smug. He hates being praised by me, so I am praising him all over the newspaper. He will definitely be embarrassed to death. She clenched the newspaper in her hand angrily. Corey was also at a loss. Hailey, I suddenly feel sorry for him. Unable to endure it any longer, Shushu rushed out and growled. So you two are the ones who have been constantly gathering information about me. Corey was stunned. Shoo. Since when? Hailey was startled but still tried to force a teasing smile. You heard everything. Shushu furiously cast a fire magic circle. You two give me the stack of newspapers in your hands. I will burn them all to ashes. Hailey shouted. No way, I have not used it to tease you yet. She threw fireballs at them. What did you say? Give it to me now. Corey covered himself with a blanket in a panic. No, Shushu, you look great in these. He flew away. See you next time. Corey also immediately teleported. Shushu gasped for breath, helpless. Seriously, Hailey runs so fast, and Corey even used teleportation. What is wrong with them? Unexpectedly, Eve skipped happily from behind. I have already signed a contract to buy the exclusive rights to this special news. I have to bring it all home. She turned her head abruptly and shouted, Hey! But before she could act, Swan rushed over from somewhere, snatched the paper, and held it in his mouth. Exclusive rights, who allowed you? He was stunned. Swan Hayden, the contract is right there. Are you going to return it or not? Eve screamed, Give it back, and was kicked in the face by him. Dream on. The two of them started fighting. You, give it back to me now. Get out of the way. Shushu stood watching, with a darkened face. She had no choice but to turn and leave. I am so hungry. I will go to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, after class, the teacher's voice rang out. Students, you have worked hard today. I have also worked hard. See you tomorrow. The students were noisily chatting. Class is over. What should we eat tonight? Shushu walked slowly. She was exhausted after class. I am so tired. I should go back to the dormitory and change clothes. Shushu looked down at her trembling legs. My legs. She quickly plopped down on a nearby chair. I will rest for a bit. Shushu sighed. I was too excited this morning when they announced the recruitment for the Royal Knight Squad 3. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. I know I am qualified to participate, but I did not expect my age to be a problem. It is frustrating, so I ended up training harder than usual. Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up. What are you doing here, sister? It turned out to be Kareem approaching Shushu. Is class over for you? Seeing her younger brother, she immediately changed her mood and became cheerful. It is my Kareem. As expected, you are my well-behaved, lovely younger brother. Just looking at you is enough to heal my soul. You really look like a student now. He shyly sat down. What are you saying, sister? I have been enrolled for a year. Shushu laughed. Maybe it is because you are my darling brother, so I see you that way. Suddenly Kareem looked up ahead. He pointed ahead. Brother Swan is over there. It looks like he is practicing magic. She casually said, is that so? I think he seems to be bullying someone. Shushu suddenly thought and asked. He calls Swan's name so familiarly. Kareem, are you close to Swan? Kareem gently replied. Compared to being close, he treats me very well. It is probably because he always helps me with this and that. Last time, the senior in my dormitory asked me to make his bed. Suddenly, he hesitated. I will stop there. Shushu thought. I can roughly guess what kind of help he is giving. Kareem excitedly boasted. In short, my friends are very jealous of me because I have many older brothers taking care of me. Brother Corey and Brother Hailey take care of me a lot. And sometimes Brother Eve, who is a senior, shows concern for me too. Shushu was surprised. Since when? She immediately changed the subject and asked, how are your studies going? He became dejected. Well, you know, I do not have a talent for magic, and I am physically weak, so I can't exercise either. Seeing this, Shushu hurriedly reassured him. What is wrong with you? On the other hand, my Kareem is very smart. Besides, what can you do if you are only good at studying textbooks? She glanced at him with a sad face. Is this puberty? He must think magic or swordsmanship is cooler right now. Kareem. Shushu then asked, if you could choose between magic and swordsmanship, Which would you choose? Kareem blankly looked up. He looked toward Swan and replied, Magic. Shushu unexpectedly probed why the beaten-up guy screamed. He was flung high into the air. Swan Hayden, just you wait. I want to use magic to fly into the sky. Kareem excitedly recounted. It would probably be extremely fun. Last time when Brother Corey made me float in the air, it was also very interesting. Shushu silently glanced at him. She immediately told herself, okay, I have something to do today. For my Kareem, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Returning to the dormitory, she busied herself doing something. Shushu, covered in sweat, chuckled. As expected of me, creating this in an instant. She had personally crafted, installed a saddle, and completed a flying broom. The teacher frowned in annoyance. Unbelievable. While sleeping, Shushu kept muttering, it is just a misunderstanding, headmaster. Swan was the same, eager to beat each other up, on the contrary. The two embraced closely and intimately. Our relationship is extremely good. The teacher dropped the book in his hand in confusion. 30 minutes earlier, in an open area near the dormitory, Shushu looked around. Good, practicing here should be fine. She looked up at the sky and told herself, I am just checking if the magic broom is working properly. I do not need to attract attention. Shushu looked at the broom and told herself, you have to work well. Although I made this for Kareem, but actually, the image of her sitting on the flying broom like a witch flashed in her mind. Shushu giggled. I also want to fly into the sky like the witches I used to watch on TV in my previous life. Witches only appear on moonlit nights. With that, she gently pressed on the body of the broom, using the magic stone Corey gave to activate the magic matrix set on the broom. The stone shone brightly. Very good, it has started. As expected of Corey's stuff, the magic power is quite abundant. Shushu was pleased. The drifting magic is also pretty good. Should I try riding it? After that, she jumped up and tried sitting on it. Unexpectedly, the broom turned upside down. Shushu struggled to find a way. No, turn around, upwards. But the broom remained the same, constantly tumbling. Shushu became frustrated. It is so difficult to control. I need to add more magic matrices before I can give it to Kareem. He will get hurt like this. She still had intentions. Since I am already out, I want to try flying. Maybe I should practice a bit. But flying was not easy. Keep balance, I can do it, again. After a while, Shushu was ragged and panting. As expected, she trembled, holding the broom tightly, and pondered. I made the flying broom to move. According to the rider's thoughts, there's no way I can't ride it. Finally, after a struggle, Shushu was able to control it and fly high. I did it, my will has triumphed. She looked down below. Shushu smiled contentedly. I am in such a good mood, I have to take Hez for a ride later. She slowly controlled it. First I need to practice riding the broom more. I still can't ride forward and backward as I want. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. Shushu was unexpectedly tilted along with it. A whirlwind. She was frightened by the force of the wind. It will be dangerous if I get swept away like this. Shushu was spun around like a seagull. Her face turned pale with worry. I am done for. I can't keep my balance anymore. I have to quickly escape from here. The stone on the broom flashed. It unexpectedly controlled the broom and shot off. Shushu screamed in fright. Stop, stop, why won't it stop? She flew straight ahead. That is the men's dormitory. No, I can't. I am going to crash into it. With a whoosh, Shushu crashed straight into the window. The wall cracked from the impact. She was suspended in mid-air. After a while, she fell with a thud. Shushu frantically scrambled out. I almost died, but at least it dampened the impact of the magic power. Swan and Eve looked at her in surprise. Shushu, she stammered, is this Eve and Swan's room? Sorry, I was flying and experimenting and it failed, so. Swan and Eve rushed over. It is okay, are you hurt? You flew over so fast and crashed into the wall. But Shushu forced a reply. I am fine, I am not hurt, I think I bit my tongue. Eve impatiently urged, Swan Hayden, heal her quickly. He felt uncomfortable hearing that. I will heal her, even if you do not tell me to. Get out of the way, you are in the way. The two of them started arguing again. Are you looking for trouble? Who told you to order me to do this and that? That is not an order at all, do not talk to me. Shushu was helpless on the side. How can they live together when they argue like this every day? Suddenly the teacher's voice rang out. What is all the commotion? What is going on in there? Eve panicked. The dormitory supervisor. If we get caught, it will be a big problem. Shushu's face turned pale. If I intrude into the dormitory, I will be suspended, right? He quickly said, Swan, cover it up. Understanding, Swan rushed towards Shushu. The supervisor ran over, scolding. You two broke something again and are fighting. Unexpectedly, the scene before him was, you two, what are you doing hugging each other so tightly? Swan smiled and made excuses. Just like you said, I and Eve had a bit of a heavy-handed fight. Eve also chimed in. As you can see, we are making up. The supervisor was shocked and confused. You two are always on the verge of killing each other, but today you are hugging and making up. His face became uneasy. Unbelievable. He gently replied, It is just a misunderstanding, headmaster. Swan also continued, eager to beat each other up. On the contrary, the two of them put on a touching act. Our relationship is extremely good. Shushu, squeezed tightly in the middle, was suffocating. The supervisor dropped the book in his hand in amazement. Suddenly, he saw behind them. What is wrong with that broom? Why is it stuck on the wall? Immediately, Swan deliberately explained, Eve is a perverted cleaner, sir. That broom is one of his collections. Eve gritted his teeth and endured. This guy, my patience is starting to fall to the ground. His hand clenched tightly on his arm. You are tearing my skin, you devil, it hurts. Finally, the supervisor decided to leave, but he paused and asked, So, did you two make eye contact while arguing? Why have you been hugging each other so tightly since just now? But Swan emitted a strong murderous aura, causing him to panic. No, nothing happened, that is good. I am leaving now. The door slammed shut. Shushu gasped for air and crawled out. Swan wondered, what were you experimenting with at midnight? It is very dangerous. She awkwardly did not know what to say. That matter. But Eve made an excuse and hugged her. Did you miss me so much that you flew to see me? Swan did not leave him alone and kicked him in the face. He scolded, Don't stain my shushu. I will chop off your hand. He lay still, motionless. Too much. Eves rubbed his head and reminded, But hey shushu, you have to go back quickly. If you stay here and get caught, you will not only be punished but also might stir up bad rumors. Shushu replied awkwardly, That matter, I used all my magic power to stop the broom from flying, so to immediately use a teleportation magic matrix, riding that unstable broom again, is a bit unsafe. He casually turned and said, Then Swan can use magic to send you back. He raised the ring on his hand. Sorry, it is also because of this that I can't deploy magic. Earlier, a picture of him was taken. Swan Hayden is breaking things in school again. He slammed her hand on the photo. That is right. She sternly shouted. Because the school's punishment is too light. He's resolutely suggested to the teachers. Therefore, esteemed disciplinary committee, we need to punish him more severely. The teacher hesitated. How to punish him? She smiled meaningfully. Everyone thinks. His wickedly proposed. How about punishing that troublemaker by wearing a magic control ring? Shushu awkwardly asked. Is that what happened? Swan irritably raised the rings and boasted. Yes, it is because of that annoying pink-haired girl that I can't use too much magic power. Eve narrowed his eyes in consideration. So what should we do? Shushu lowered her head worriedly. I am sorry, it is because of me. Suddenly he remembered. What room is Corey in? Swan replied. Downstairs, my class is right downstairs, lucky me. But how do I get down there from here? Eve rubbed his chin and pondered. It is curfew now. The dormitory supervisor on my floor is very sensitive. Using the stairs will get us caught immediately. He nonchalantly pointed behind him. Since it is right downstairs, let us climb out the window. Shushu agreed upon hearing this. That is right, I can even climb walls. Unexpectedly, a scarf completely covered her head. It turned out to be Swan. He used magic to wrap the scarf tightly around Shushu. What is this, Swan? Let me go. He gently instructed. You crashed into the wall earlier, did not you? Besides biting your tongue, you might also have internal injuries. You should rest. Oh, right, but this is a bit... Swan even healed her while speaking. No, it is too comfortable. Eve immediately stepped forward. Great, Swan, then let me carry Shushu and run. He slapped his hand away forcefully. Then Swan coldly hit Eve in the face with a broom. Go hug your broom and run. Next, he tied Shushu to his back and grabbed the rope. So comfy. Seeing this, Eve spoke up. The window might be locked. Let me go down and check first. It is very dangerous. Unexpectedly, he did not even care and jumped down. I will open the window myself to get in. Watch the rope carefully and do not let it slip for me. Hey! The rope tightened instantly. Swan quickly swung himself forcefully. After that, he raised his leg and kicked the window hard. Just like that, the two barged abruptly into Hilly and Corey's room. He landed gently. Swan even nonchalantly gloated. Perfect landing. Hailey, who was lying on the bed, panicked. That crazy Swan Hayden. What are you up to? He shouted in alarm, breaking into other people's rooms through the window in the middle of the night. Are you out of your mind? Before he could recover, Eve rushed in from behind. Your Highness, pardon the intrusion. Hilly got another shock. What is with this older brother? He even raised his hand to signal, although the dormitory supervisor on this floor is a bit slow. Shouting like that will cause trouble. He said irritably, "Not my problem. Get out of here immediately." Corey, still sleepy, squinted at them. "Listen to me first. Get out." He then pointed at the bundle behind Swan. "Swan, what is that cocoon?" Suddenly, Shushu came out from within. "Hello, Corey, Shushu." She even turned to the prince. "Hilly, have a good night." Shushu lay curled up in the blanket. Hailey, standing beside, could not help but comment. "Cocoon. Oh, Cocoon, can you look over here for a moment? Oh my god, you look exactly like a larva." At this time, she could only lie still without moving. The healing magic feels so good, that is why I said not to undo it. But why do they keep me in this form? Shushu poked her head out and asked, "Corey, do I look funny?" He gently comforted her. "Not very adorable. Don't joke around." Corey said kindly, "I am not joking." Shushu is always beautiful and radiant. Shushu felt more composed upon hearing that. It made her wonder. Corey says strange things from time to time. Then he spoke up. "Have you all decided how to get her back?" Hilly immediately suggested, "Let her sleep for one night, then transform her into a boy and take her back." "No, or just carry her and run at full speed. Are you only thinking of stupid ways?" Finally, he pointed at Corey. "Going back the way you came, like Corey said. Sounds good." He was speechless. Is this a serious discussion, or what? Immediately, Swan stepped forward and excitedly called out, "Shushu, let us go home now. Come on." She was still dazed. "Wait, what are you guys doing?" Corey gave further instructions. "Just in case, I will add 2 layers of auxiliary magic and install shock-absorbing shields too." "Stop." He wrapped Shushu tightly onto the broom and controlled it to fly up. Preparation for departure is complete. Then, with a flick of his hand, it flew away quickly. "What is with this blanket? Why are you sending me back this way? Bye-bye, take care." Shushu frowned unhappily. Being suspended in the air, she shouted, "I swear I really hate this." The next morning, Kareem hugged the broom excitedly. "You are amazing, you are the best. Thank you so much." Shushu waved back. "It is nothing." She rode on the broom with excitement, so happy. Shushu smiled with satisfaction. The kid is riding so well. Seems like it was not a waste of my effort to enhance the safety to perfection. She sighed and recalled, "Kareem can't be like me." After speaking, Shushu turned to leave. "I will go first." "Ride carefully, okay?" Kareem replied excitedly. "Sis, see you later." She walked slowly. A gust of wind blew past. Shushu raised her hand to catch a leaf. "The weather is getting colder. Seems like year 3 will end before long." She played with the yellow leaf in her hand. Shushu stared intently at it. How beautiful! Noticed a couple behind her, being all lovey-dovey. "My darling, my baby." They even hugged happily. "It is cold, is not it? Jump into my arms. I will keep you warm, my sweetie. I like this so much." She was annoyed by the dog food behind her. "My love, I got you a scarf. My love is also cold. Let us share it." "I do not know. I am too shy to share it, but I like it so much." Shushu clenched her fist angrily. "I forgot. There will be more annoying couples this season. Am I beautiful? Devastatingly beautiful?" She frowned and thought to herself, annoying. "I have given up on love, but I am still lonely. Adding my age from my past life to this one, I am almost an old maid, but I am still single." Shushu became gloomy. "Why have not? I even had one confession. Am I so unattractive?" Suddenly, Hilly approached from behind. "Sharina." He excitedly invited, "Wanna spar?" She froze upon hearing that. Hailey raised his sword to show off. "I want to try out the new sword I bought." "Come on, pick up your sword." Shushu replied unhappily, "I do not want to." "Why do we have to spar in the middle of the road, like this?" He deliberately moved closer to provoke her. Why? Hilly pointed at the couples. "If you do not want to be infected by that darkness, then what reason do you have to choose a place to practice? Want to go on a date after school?" As if enlightened, Shushu exclaimed, "Oh." Immediately she exuded a murderous aura. "You are right. I will draw my sword." Then both of them turned back with murderous expressions, scaring the couples. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Hilly swung his sword at them. "Hey, possessive one. Step with your right foot first, and then counterattack, not your left foot." Shushu eagerly accepted the move. "That is indeed a helpful advice, but you should put more strength into your sword, Hilly." The two deliberately chose their spot to fight. "Sharina, doing that will strain your wrist." "You lunatics, save me. Thanks a lot, but I am not that careless." The students were screaming. "Are you using other people as shields?" "Stop fighting, my sweetie, save me," Shushu explained loudly. No one can predict anything in actual combat. After a while, the academy grounds were empty. She panted with satisfaction. Successfully cleared the roads. Hilly continued. Justice has prevailed. You have worked hard. Suddenly, both of them fell silent. In the evening, Shushu returned to her room. While toweling her hair, she blushed with embarrassment. So childish. No different from Hailey in year 1. Hazel, lying on the bed, asked curiously, what is wrong? What happened? Is something wrong? Shushu denied. No, nothing. She deliberately teased her. Your face is all red. Is there something happy? Shushu thought shyly. Because what I did will be recorded in dark history, sis. No, I just came out of the shower, that is why I look like this. Hazel sat up excitedly. I know. Did someone invite you to be their partner? Shushu stared blankly. Huh? She rushed over and said excitedly, at the year-end party. Did someone invite you to be their partner already? Huh? She looked away evasively. The party is held to commemorate the end of the school year for year 3 and final year, right? No one has ever invited me. Hazel laughed and comforted. What are you talking about? Our Shushu is so cute and popular. But Shushu insisted. That is never gonna happen, sis. She declared heroically. Maybe Shushu will even be elected Queen of Ogren Academy at this party. Shushu forced a smile. You are just kidding. The next morning at the academy, the story from yesterday kept her lost in thought. Hazel is really weird. Shushu kept mumbling to herself. She is really nice to me. I am grateful. But what Queen of Ogren electing the best female student to be the student representative? There is no way I could be it. Then suddenly, in front of her, a guy was confessing to another girl. Hey, will you be my partner at the year-end party? Okay. And then other students too. Isabel, will you be my partner? Okay. Will you give me the honor of being your partner? Okay. Shushu stood there with a gloomy face. Not to mention Queen, I do not even know if anyone will invite me to be their partner. She had to turn away and leave. Even if I do not have a partner, it is fine, but if I go alone, I will probably be ridiculed as a lonely person. Shushu hesitated. I could not participate in year 1, so I can't call Kareem. And Harun is troublesome. Forget it. Let me be your partner. Shushu, I am here. Take me. She sighed with annoyance. But it would be too weird to invite someone. Hestia, will you be my partner? Suddenly, a commotion erupted next to her. Hey, I asked first. It turned out to be Hess. She was indifferent to the invitations of the other students. As expected of Hestia, even male students from other departments are inviting her. So many. His glance to the side. Shushu waved hello. She turned back. She smiled back. Shushu's heart skipped a beat. The smile of the female lead. She raised her necklace and gestured. Thanks to the silent magic necklace you gave me, I can't hear how noisy it is around me. Shushu could not stop praising. Beautiful and adorable, lucky me. She thought of Hess's appearance. As expected, the title of Queen of Ogren would suit Hestia very well. Shushu glanced at those students. Aren't they going back to class? They are taking my seat. She quickly turned away. They will probably go back when class starts. I will go to the bathroom for a moment. Then she immediately bumped into a guy walking over. Sorry. He said angrily, what is it, you octopus? You almost made me drop the gift I was going to give to Hestia. Shushu tried to endure it. Bear with it. Bear with it. It is not the first time I have been treated like this. That is right. What am I expecting? Who would want to invite an octopus like me to be their partner? She thought gloomily. I have never dreamed of dancing with a partner in high society. I swear, really. So what? Forget it. Shushu walked out of the classroom. Don't think about it anymore. Go to the bathroom quickly and go back to class. Suddenly, she saw something outside. Shushu froze on the spot. She looked at them confusedly. What is going on? Shushu wondered. Hilly, why are you standing there? And Corey, what are you doing? Even more surprising was Swan's giant bouquet. She awkwardly asked, Swan, why are you holding that bouquet? Corey spoke up at this time. Shushu, the three of us have a serious problem. Shushu was stunned. A problem. She immediately deduced. So the three of them came to invite Hestia to be their partner, huh? But the other male students are fighting to invite her already, so that is why they are stuck here. Shushu pressed. What problem? Though I probably can't help much. Corey hesitated. That thing. From a distance, a groan could be heard. It turned out to be Eve. Excitedly, hello, Shushu. She was startled and disgusted. He closed in. My Shushu, I have something to tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, let me be your part, Eve was hit hard on the head. Eves, are not you busy? Swan rushed to chase him away. Final year students must be super busy. Go back and study. Eve rubbed his head unhappily. Swan Hayden, what are you doing? He still did not give up. Regardless of whether I am busy or not, this party, Shushu and I. Unexpectedly, Corey shot a candy right into his mouth. Then Hailey lifted him up entirely. Sorry, Shushu, we will go first. See you later. After that, the three of them carried Eve away. Shushu stood there alone, bewildered. What is wrong with them? Flowers and candy were scattered on the floor. Autumn has also arrived. Time flies. Before attending the year-end party, the female students either went to the salon to get dolled up, or they prepared various kinds of jewelry and dresses. Only Shushu was lonely in the dormitory. And me. She kept sneezing. Shushu sat alone in her room and muttered, even on the day of the party, no one invited me to be their partner. Being in the room, I feel strangely cold. She felt bored when she thought, I have to attend, so I can't not go. Or should I prepare a little? There will probably be a lot of delicious food there, right? Yeah, I will eat a little and then go home. Shushu put on makeup by herself. Luckily, I have some dresses and cosmetics that my mom bought for me. She chose an outfit from the closet. The orange dress is too flamboyant, so I should wear a neon. And she also picked up a red wool scarf. It is cold, so I will bring a coat, scarf, and gloves. I do not have any shoes that match, but I am only going to eat a little and then go home, so I will just wear whatever. After dressing up, Shushu exclaimed, Great. She put on her shoes. Ready? Shushu was confident with her dressing skills. Preparing for a party is a piece of cake. Hazel came in dragging her clothes. Shushu, are you ready yet? Seeing her at this time, she screamed in horror. Hazel tried to calm down and asked, You deliberately dress like this to make me laugh. Right. Shushu replied calmly, Huh. Number. Unable to accept it, she grabbed her collar. Are you really planning to go to the party looking like this? Shushu was bewildered. Yes, what is wrong, sis? Hazel threatened. If you go out like this, I will spank you. She was still stubborn. I think it is okay. Immediately, she stripped her clothes off and helped Shushu revamp. Sis, let me show you the skills of a salon owner. She shouted in panic. Wait, Hazel. Hazel rummaged through the closet and questioned. What? The orange dress here is much prettier, but why are you wearing that? She even took out her set of tools. Clothes done. Now fix the makeup and redo the hair. Hazel styled her hair and tried on clothes too. Let us try matching this with this. After a while, she was satisfied. It is done. I will tell you, it is a masterpiece. Shushu looked at herself in the mirror. She was also stunned and could not believe it. Is this me? Hazel hugged Shushu proudly. As expected, I knew that if Shushu dressed up, she would be as beautiful as a fairy. She replied awkwardly. Ah, yes, thank you, sis. Shushu said hurriedly. Well, I will go then. But she stopped her in time. Stop. Hazel revealed a demonic look of threat. Don't ruin my masterpiece with those gloves, coats, and scarves. She was scared and could only obey. I am cold. I am going. She did not forget to tell her. Don't rub your eyes. You will ruin your makeup. Yes. Shushu ran off happily. She kept thinking to herself. She is definitely the embodiment of the saying, love makes all things beautiful. Sure, the way I look now is more pleasing to the eye than my real self, but where did she get the idea that I am as beautiful as a fairy? Shushu panicked a little. It is a bit late. She frowned with worry. What if all the delicious food is gone? What will I do? Unexpectedly, a sound of something falling into the water rang out. Shushu unconsciously looked over. It seems like something fell from the branch, right? Did I hear wrong? There is nothing there. She looked at the lake. Shushu hurried away again. I must be too hurried. That is why I heard wrong. She did not hesitate anymore. I have to get to the party quickly before all the good food is gone. At this time, almost everyone was at the party. The scene was extremely lively. Shushu entered, extremely surprised by this scene. She looked around. This is the year-end party. It feels a bit different from a high society party. Then she hurried off to find her. Where's Hez? This time, Shushu bumped into the guy from before. Someone. He is the one who called me an octopus last time. She looked at that guy worriedly. I bumped into him a second time, so he will probably be even more annoyed. Right? Sorry. Unexpectedly, Shushu was beautifully made up this time. He changed his attitude, shyly and softly. No, I am the one who should, sorry. What is wrong with him? Is he really that male student? Seeing this, she did not think much and left. It is good that there is no problem. Gotta go find Hess. Who knew everyone was discussing who is he so pretty? I think I have met him somewhere before. Immediately she saw Hess in the distance. There is Hess. She was chatting happily with another guy. At this time, Shushu remembered, oh yeah, Hess was invited by Haroon to be his partner, right? She could not help but contemplate. Unexpectedly, she ignored countless invitations and chose my brother. Isn't that deviating from the original too much? But Shushu chuckled. Actually, I am the happiest. She even made a plan without hesitation. If the two of them become a couple, I can play with Hess for life as a sister-in-law. That is so lucky. Looking at the two of them, Shushu secretly thought cunningly. Good luck, Haroon. If it is you, I am willing to be a matchmaker. Show them what you have got. Immediately she left. Let the two of them be together. I should not disturb them. Shushu noticed something ahead. It turned out to be him standing alone there. I found highly... His appearance today was really elegant. She involuntarily exclaimed, as expected of one of the male leads, only at the end of year 3 and he already has that mature beauty. Dressing up makes him even more dazzling. Shushu approached. Why is he standing alone? She called out, Healy, what are you doing there alone? Healy turned around and replied, Sharena, where have you been? But at this time, he stared blankly. Shushu tilted her head in surprise. Healy's face was flushed, his heart was pounding. She was surprised to see his strange expression. What is wrong? Is something wrong? He turned his face away shyly. No, nothing. I told you, Swan. You want... Shushu was annoyed. What are you saying? I can't hear anything. He covered his face awkwardly. It seems so. Suddenly she asked, But why are you alone? Where's your partner? Hilly replied calmly, I do not have one. Shushu was puzzled. He is famous, so he must be in high demand. Does he only know how to swing a sword so he does not care about love at all? She continued to ask. Do you know where Cory and Swan went? He kept stammering Swan, then... Unable to bear it anymore, Shushu angrily pulled Hilly's face back. Where are you looking when you are talking? He could only shout. Swan, I heard he came to the venue early, so I came to check, but... I did not see him, so Cory went out to find him. Then, covering his face, he made an excuse to leave. I have something to do. I have to go now, excuse me. She stared blankly after him. What on earth? What is wrong with him? The table was laid out with colorful and flavorful dishes. She picked up a macaron. Shushu slowly savored it. The focus of the party was indeed the food. Occasionally, she glanced around. Hilly has been gone for so long, I can't see him anywhere. Even though the food was delicious, Shushu still felt bored. Going to a party alone like this is a bit boring. Where is everyone? She decided to look around. I guess I have to go find Cory. Shushu asked anyone she met on the way, have you seen Cory? Cory, he went this way a while ago, right? Oh, okay, thanks. She followed the directions out to the garden. Where did he go? Shushu rubbed her cold arms and sighed inwardly. He did not bring a partner. Why would he be looking for me? Suddenly, she was a little stunned, remembering her friend from earlier. Now that I think about it, Hilly is also all alone. Maybe because of his appearance, girls do not easily dare to ask Cory, a partner. Shushu imagined his annoyed face. With me? No, I am sorry. It was getting colder and colder around her, but with Hilly, it is easy for him to find a partner, it seems. The beautiful face of her close friend tonight appeared in her mind. It is because he likes Hestia. Shushu thought to herself, Cory is alone for the same reason. She kept walking, so could it be that Swan is also... Suddenly, Shushu stopped. She looked around in amazement. This is the Ogren flower garden. How can the flowers still be blooming so beautifully in this weather? From afar, a voice suddenly called out, Shu, where are you? It was Cory. Cory walked unsteadily. Where is she after all? Before he finished speaking, he sneezed from the cold. He decided to summon a flame. Even though she could not see Cory's face, Shushu could not help but laugh. How cute. Her eyes began to blur. That is right. I remember when we first met, he was shorter and cuter. Shushu stared at the boy in front of her. I did not expect him to grow up so fast. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Time flies so fast. Cory kept calling out, Shushu, where are you, Shushu? She had to speak up. Cory, I am here. He quickly turned around. Shushu, you have been... But he was stunned by Shushu's appearance tonight. Wow. The other person was still unaware, smiling at Cory. What is wrong? He suddenly turned away, confusing. Shushu, what is wrong with you? Cory's face was burning as he stammered. I was looking for you. You have been... Shushu had to get closer. What did you say? Look at me and say it. Cory became more and more flustered, stuttering, and unable to form a sentence. I have been looking for you. He did not dare to look into Shushu's eyes, so she was very confused. Hilly too? What is wrong with them? Every time Shushu moved to face Cory, he turned away. What? What is it? What is wrong? Shushu muttered in confusion. Why, I can't say anything. Looking at his reaction, Shushu did not know what to say. Finally, she became dejected. I see, so I look really weird, right? Hilly and you both reacted the same way. Shushu's mood plummeted. That is right. Only people who have done this before should do this kind of makeup. I have to go change into my uniform, making Cory panic. No, it is not like that. He started to blush again. It is not like that. Cory's voice rang out. It is because you are too pretty. Shushu was instantly stunned. His face was flushed red, but his voice was very firm. It is because you are too pretty. That is why I am embarrassed to stare at you. The two stood facing each other for a long time. Shushu slowly spoke. She forced a smile. Is my appearance so embarrassing that it is hard to look at? Corey quickly retorted. No way. He draped a thin blanket over Shushu. Corey gently adjusted the blanket. Just take it. I only praised you because you are really pretty. Shushu gently touched it, her face gradually becoming warm. It is so warm. She could not help but think wildly. Corey has always been like this, gentle, friendly. Shushu looked at the person in front of her and smiled softly. I can feel that he cherishes me very much. She suddenly remembered her younger brother. He has a lovely younger sister in the same class as Kareem. Maybe Corey's careful care for others is all thanks to her. Shushu chuckled, thinking to herself. He must be taking care of me like a younger sister. Corey looked at her curiously. Shushu, why are you laughing? Shushu changed the subject. It is just, I like Corey's perfunctory praise too much. He laughed along, then suddenly said, You really have not changed at all. Confusing Shushu. Huh? Corey then stepped forward. It is nothing. It is very cold. Let us go back to the party hall quickly. Shushu happily agreed, okay? The two walked and chatted. That is right. Why did Corey go to the party alone? I actually wanted to be your partner, huh? With me. Corey's words surprised Shushu, but Haley also wanted to ask you to be his partner. What? His voice was full of frustration. Because Swan also demanded to ask you to be his partner. So the situation is a bit awkward. Shushu panicked. So that was when you guys were holding flowers in the hallway of my class? Corey sighed. Yes. Making Shushu a little embarrassed. I did not know about that. She wondered in confusion. I did not do anything. Why am I so popular? Corey replied casually. Because you are good. His praise made Shushu a little embarrassed, thinking to herself, It is the first time a boy has cared about me. It is kind of fun, but if I interfere, then everyone will just bury their heads and nurture their talents. I am so worried. She quickly cleared her throat, then said casually, Whatever. Corey should find a proper partner next time. You should invite the person you like instead of a friend. Then the party will be fun. Corey suddenly became a little sad. Okay. Shushu did not notice his mood. I can't drag him into my solo world. She suddenly felt a little confused, but Swan also wanted to ask me to be his partner. Why, we are not that close. So she spoke up and asked, Corey, now that I think about it, what about that Swan who spread rumors that I arrived first? Ah, Swan. Corey's face suddenly lit up. Let us go see Swan die. Shushu was confused, huh? The two quickly went to the lake. A figure could be vaguely seen under the surface of the water. Looking closely, it was Swan. Shushu was stunned and speechless. She became worried. You are not kidding, are you? Swan is really, really, really dead. But Corey was still very calm. I am not kidding. The person below suddenly moved his foot slightly. Shushu quickly ran over. No. Swan Hayden. He immediately flipped 180 degrees, confusing her. He is still alive. Corey reassured he is not dead yet. Swan's face, hidden under the water, was flushed red, and he could only silently listen to Corey's bragging. Even if he dies, he will die peacefully. Now let us pray for him to be liberated. He pretended to be understanding. After seeing you, I also understand why he is like this. Shushu misunderstood Corey's meaning again. Huh. Why did you say I looked pretty in my makeup? Was I so hard to look at that he jumped into the lake? She muttered helplessly. On the way to the party, I heard something falling into the water. It turned out to be Swan Hayden. I did not expect I insulted people to the point that he jumped into the water. After seeing me from afar, I am sorry, in this freezing weather, making Corey have to reassure her, you are pretty. He patted Shushu's head. Shushu, you are very pretty now, so. Then turning to the lake, Swan Hayden, Shushu misunderstood. Get up quickly. Fire. Along with Corey's voice, a flame quickly appeared and rushed towards the lake. Help. Fire. The surface of the water immediately exploded. Corey casually made a shield to block the water. Shushu thought to herself. He is definitely dead this time. She asked worriedly, Corey, Swan Hayden is not dead. Is he? Corey's voice was a little frustrated. Tiesk, he can't die. Who is he? Shushu was helpless. But he seems to be dead. He pointed to the bubbles. You see, he is still alive. Sure enough, a figure quickly rushed to the surface of the water. Shushu was secretly surprised. Thanks to his healing abilities, he is completely unharmed. She felt cold just standing there. Aren't the Blanche family cold? How can he soak in the water for so long in this weather? She then asked, Swan, Swan, are you okay? Before she could finish speaking, she was stunned by the flower that was brought to her. Huh? Swan was soaked all over, and turned his face away shyly. Shushu was confused. Are you giving this to me? He replied softly. Yeah. She glanced at Swan's trembling, flushed hand. His hand is red. He seems very cold. He is shaking. Finally, she had to accept it. Thank you. The flower is frozen. Corey patted his shoulder knowingly. Keep it up, Swan. I will let you off since you are not too miserable right now. I understand you. Shushu echoed, without understanding. I support you too. Yeah, keep it up. Although I do not understand anything, she suddenly blinked again. Huh. Not knowing why, Swan ran into the water again. Swan, you will catch a cold if you do that. Shushu was worried. Cory, he is very strange. Is he hurting somewhere? We have to pull him up. Cory casually watched him jump into the water. Leave him. Pulling him up would be killing him twice. Confusing her? What are you saying? Cory suddenly rummaged around in space. It is okay. It is okay. We have said our greetings. Let us go back. Shushu was still worried. You are just leaving him there. She was speechless when she saw him throw out a small blanket. This much should be enough, right? Cory hurriedly pulled her away. Let us go. He will be happy, but, Shushu, you will catch a cold first. The two quickly left, leaving Swan alone with the blanket. He gently pulled the blanket down, revealing his dreamy eyes. Swan muttered shyly. What to do? She is too pretty. He called out in his heart. Shushu. Back in the noisy hall. A figure waved. Hey, where have you guys been? I have been waiting for a long time. When I was outside looking for Shushu, I met Swan. Everyone sat down and chatted happily. Why did not you come back together? He is dying of happiness now, huh? Hilly is done with his business. Hilly was flustered. All the food is delicious. You guys should eat too. Shushu looked at the food on the table in confusion. You took so much. Do not tell me you are going to eat it all by yourself. He did not feel anything. Too much. I think it is just enough. Shushu and Cory joked happily. What should we name this macaron tower? The Strawberry Princess, Macaron Tower. The Strawberry Princess's introverted escape tower. How about that? Hilly looked at the two of them speechlessly. If you are full, do not eat. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Oh my God, Shushu, you look so pretty today. Hess and Haroon quickly walked over. Shoo, Reina, in contrast to his surprise. Hess's face was very excited. Is Shushu an angel or a fairy? You are so cute. Did you do your own makeup? Wonderfully lovely and beautiful, Hess, Haroon. She quickly hugged Shushu. Haroon and I were a little worried about your makeup. But thankfully, let us take pictures. Get it out quickly, brother. Brother, take pictures for us. You have to take them really well, okay? The two quickly pulled her to a corner. Now look here. 1, 2, 3. Shushu. Next pose. Wait, let us do a heart. Brother, take a picture from this angle. Someone came up behind Hilly and whispered. Your Highness. He grabbed Cory by the collar and said to Shushu, Shushu. Cory and I have been called away for a while. Hess was still clinging to Shushu. Shushu is so cute. She had to say, yes, you guys go. He's pulled Shushu to make all kinds of poses. Now look straight ahead. 1, 2. The two happily talked. Actually, I was afraid you would wear the glowing dress that Lita made. Is that dress so unstable? I think it is comfortable and good. Haroon silently held the camera. Suddenly he interrupted. Hey, I am sorry to interrupt. I have something I am curious about regarding Shushu. Haroon hesitated. What is your relationship with Eveness? Shushu was confused. Just a little close. Why are you suddenly asking that? His eyes wandered a little. Well, Eve has been picking out dresses for you in the shopping district recently. She was shocked. Why would he pick out dresses for me? That is why. Haroon quickly shook Shushu, strenuously warning her. In short, Eve's is no good. Such a pity for our Shushu. Eve is trash. He only has a face. He is cunning and sly, and stabs people in the back. Unrecyclable trash. He was rambling non-stop. Our Shushu must not shed tears. Moreover, he is a bad guy who has made many female students cry. You must absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not be deceived by that face. A man's face is not everything. Thought it. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. A voice rang out, making the atmosphere stiff. Haroon. Eve's sinister face approached. Why do you think I made many female students cry? He squeezed Haroon's chin tightly, making him scared. Eve threw Haroon behind him and greeted happily, Shushu. His voice was very gentle. You really look beautiful today. He quickly stepped forward to block the two. What are you doing? Eve said casually. That is right. I have something I need to tell her. He whispered something in Hess's ear. She suddenly hurriedly pulled the staggering Haroon aside and left. Shushu, I will be back in a minute. Shushu looked at Eve suspiciously. What is wrong? What is wrong with Hess? He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. She will come running back panting. His attitude made Shushu a little suspicious. It is just... Eve smiled gently. I just lied because I wanted us to be alone. Shushu was stunned, Shushu suddenly became tense. Is he going to talk about the secret commission? What do you want to say? Eve cried out, her face immediately shocked. He threw Shushu a large bag. Take it. It is a graduation gift bag. I only chose things that suit Shushu. She laboriously put it on the ground. What is in here that is so heavy? Eve said excitedly. Guess. What is inside? Why do not you try opening it? Shushu was speechless when she saw the things inside. Is this a branded gift bag? Everything was brand new and looked very expensive. That is right. It is famous $1 million jewelry wrapping paper. In addition to jewelry, there were also shoes. This pair of shoes has huge pearls attached in the middle. Shushu was secretly terrified. Don't tell me there are red diamonds on the clothes. How much does this cost? Extremely, such a lot of pressure. She glanced at Eve. Is this a bribe for me? What do you want me to do? He was still smiling. I got too excited while shopping, so I just swept everything away. Shushu immediately packed it back as it was. I will keep everything as is. Take it back. I do not need it. Eve panicked. You are being too much. It is so flashy. He leaned against her sadly and sighed. Can't you just accept it? I chose every single item here myself while thinking of you. Eve rambled. As soon as I saw something that was a perfect graduation gift for Shushu, I grabbed it immediately. If you do not accept it, I will throw it all away. Please accept it. Shushu quickly pushed him away. Don't say you will ask me to do something strange later, like hugging or kissing me on the cheek. Eve grabbed Shushu's hand. I won't ask. This is a gift. Just use it a lot. She looked at him suspiciously. Really? Eve pressed her small hand to his face. His face was very satisfied. I am not lying to you. Because of the contract between us, I will be punished if I betray it. Shushu's skin crawled from what he did. She thought to herself, should I use magic to make him fly far, far away? He suddenly ran over and shouted angrily, Eveness, you! Shushu was surprised. She really did run back panting. She clenched her fists and shouted, You dare lie to me! You want to die by! Someone suddenly interrupted her. Hestia, it is almost time to announce the Queen of Ogran. Two girls came forward and pulled Hez away. Let me go. We have to prepare now. I have not dealt with that guy yet. We have to wait backstage. Let us go quickly. She had to shout. I can't go like this. I have to make him pay for daring to lie to me. Eve still waved calmly. Take care. Corey's group also slowly walked over. He said coldly. No one called us. As expected, it is Eve's trick, right? Hillis patted Eve's shoulder. I suspected something when I was suddenly called away. Like that, you are not surprised at all, are you? Corey asked Shushu worriedly. Did Eve do anything to you? She waved her hand. He did not do anything. Eve's quickly changed the subject. Come on, I am bored. Let us play cards. The three of them looked at him with contempt. Eves did not know where he pulled out a small blanket. The table is too small to play cards. Everyone get on the blanket. Hillis started. I have 3 of spades. I will go first. Eve hummed happily. Corey looked coldly at the cards in his hand. Hillis was very excited again. Shushu was also very happy. Swan walked over, soaked all over. I will play too. He grabbed Corey's hand and ordered, Dry it. The group happily played, and the people around them hurriedly avoided them. On the stage, the host happily shouted, This year, there will be an announcement of the Queen of the Summary Party. After the selection process, the Queen of this year belongs to... It immediately attracted the attention of Shushu's group. A clear voice, the person who received the most votes, Hestia Plowwood. He's quickly walked out under everyone's applause. She bowed slightly to receive the crown. Congratulations, Hestia Plowwood. After the host's voice, please invite the Queen of Ogran and her partner to the dance floor. Haroon also stepped up to accompany Hes. The two quickly went down. Shushu watched Hes intently, as expected. She sighed inwardly. Our Hes is so beautiful. Shushu was satisfied. I did not expect him to shine even more in this place. He really is the main character. Suddenly she felt a little sad. I am so jealous. I probably can't become like that, right? Swan next to her immediately noticed Shushu's change in attitude. He fumbled around for a while, then spoke up, Shushu. Swan quickly placed the cards that were hastily put together on her head. He said shyly, A crown. It suits you very well. Shushu looked at Swan in surprise. She smiled happily. Thank you. Corey was stunned. Even Hillis stared wide-eyed at Shushu. They began to imitate Swan. Shurena, how about this? Try putting this around your neck. Hey, it is too small. People wear it on their heads. What kind of necklace is this? Here, put this on. Corey also joined in. Compared to a necklace, a cane is more of a priority, right? Oh my, wait a minute. Shushu had to shout, There is no more room to wear anything. Stop. A burst of laughter rang out from outside. Is that how boys are? Shushu and Hez were walking together. Well, they did not let me take anything off, so I compromised, and just took the crown and ran. They even made clothes out of cards. They can make things out of cards? It seems like their skills are top-notch. She touched the crown. When you were standing on stage, I kept staring at you. They probably thought I was jealous. He suddenly hesitated. Are you jealous of me? Shushu took off the self-made crown. I can't say I am not. I think all girls would feel that way. Her words surprised Hez, because not many people radiate a halo like you. She pursed her lips slightly. Then she whispered, You say that again. Shushu suddenly saw Hez take off the crown on his head. Then she gently placed it on her head. Hez, why are you putting the crown on me? Hizoa's voice became gentler than ever. Shushu. Ha, you two. She looked at Shushu happily. Shushu is also the person who radiates the brightest halo among all the people I have ever met. Her face was very surprised. Then her mouth also began to curve up. The two of them chatted happily. You are too sweet. I can't stand it. Shushu is weird. I am serious. Yes, yes. His sighed. It is true, Shushu. In the morning at school, goodbye everyone. It was extremely noisy around. Have you packed all your luggage? Yes, I am all done. Carriages bustled to pick people up. Then they left one by one. Have a good winter vacation. See you next year. Everyone greeted each other. Be careful. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. I then announced, going to exterminate monsters. Hez was surprised. On the day of the holiday, Harun immediately objected. No way. I even made plans to have fun from today to celebrate our family reunion. Shushu scratched her head and explained, the teacher said that my monster extermination points for this semester are not enough due to the academy event, so there is no choice. Everyone, go ahead. He was puzzled. It is not an exam. Do you have to make up points? You can't even go home during winter vacation. She switched to serious mode. This is not good. I am going to make a suggestion to the council. Shushu hurriedly stopped her. No, it is no use. We tried our best and still have to make up points. Harun stood aside and marveled. So cool. She pushed this long-winded group of people away. Harun, quickly take everyone home. I will be back early. If I finish early, I will catch up with everyone soon. Harun had no choice but to accept. Okay, be careful. Everyone quickly said goodbye to each other. Shushu, remember to call me when you get home. Okay, I know. Hurry up. Sister, see you later. Inside the training forest, a shout rang out. Group 1 has discovered a monster. Beginning the attack. The students immediately stirred. This way, I am cornering 3 of them in one place. Attack quickly, or they will run away. It was extremely chaotic around. Monster orbs are rolling all over the place. Do not forget to pick them up. The monsters are rushing in packs, requesting Group 2 for support. A simple sword lightly poked a small monster. The monster orb rolled away. Shushu calmly picked it up. Good, with this, my part is almost done. Not far away, a group of young people were still trying hard to chase monsters. Don't let it escape, catch it. She did not pay attention to the people behind her and just pondered. But it seems like the monsters are gentler than before, or is it just my mood? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from beside her. Behind Hailey, a large snake appeared, trying to attack him. Shushu quickly threw her sword. Hilly, what are you doing? The monster was immediately defeated, and Hilly finally woke up. The monster lay flat on the ground. Shushu quickly approached. Why are you standing there like a fool? Do not you want to go home early? Hilly looked a little dazed. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. She immediately reminded him. Focus on exterminating the monsters and finish it. Corey teleported close to the two of them. What is wrong? What happened? Shushu turned around. Someone is being lazy, Corey. You be more diligent too. Being suddenly lectured made him a little flustered. Okay. Corey quietly observed Hilly. He asked worriedly, Hailey, are you okay? Hailey looked at Corey in confusion. He was puzzled. What is going on? He sighed. Never mind. Shushu suddenly spoke up. Hey, Hilly. She turned her head. How about we spar occasionally during this winter vacation? Hilly smiled lightly. Of course, we can't let our skills decline. We are good training partners for each other after all. Corey also pondered. Then I have to join you as a referee. The two of them calmly replied. Whatever you want, we do not mind. He suddenly had an idea. So he discussed it with the other two. The school year is over. It is winter vacation. How about we do not train anymore and go somewhere to play? Not a bad idea. Okay, where to go? Hilly suddenly smiled. I have a good idea. What is it? He was very excited. Let us go to a valley or lake to go ice fishing, and take this opportunity to let you know the wonderfulness of ice fishing. The other two immediately rejected. Forget it. Hilly was sad. Why, do not you think it is fun? Thinking about it, Corey muttered softly to Shushu. I hate exercising. It is freezing cold. What is with the fishing? She then ended this short meeting. We will talk about it later. I am going to submit the monster orbs. Okay. Shushu thought to herself. If I do not want to be dragged off to go ice fishing, I have to use my brain to its full capacity. Suddenly she noticed the worker and the boxes in front of her. Looks like he collected a lot of monster orbs. He poured the colorful monster orbs into another box. The small box quickly lit up. Shushu secretly observed. That is a cargo box with teleportation magic. I do not usually pay attention to it, so I did not know. She stood still, looking around. So that is how the monster orbs are transported away. She attracted the worker's attention. Student, are you here to submit monster orbs? He pointed in one direction. Just put them over there. I have to do a rough count, so put them on the empty platform over there. Shushu happily said yes, thank you. She dumped her earnings into the box, and incidentally asked, Uncle, what are all these monster orbs collected for? I have been curious about it. The orb is the center of the monster's power. But since it can't be processed, it can't be used. The worker carried another box. You are a smart girl. But sorry, I do not know. I am only responsible for transportation. Shushu had to ask another question. Then, uncle, do you know where these monster orbs are being transported to? The worker turned and left. I have not been given any instructions other than transportation, so I do not know. It is very cold. Go home quickly when you are done. She then waved her hand slightly. Too suspicious. I can't let this matter sink. Shushu's finger lightly touched her eye, activating search magic. If she followed the traces of the magic power's movements, she would see the destination. The light spot went straight to the top of a mountain behind the school. Shushu immediately determined. It is there. She glanced at it. Shushu thought to herself. The highest point of Mount Ogran. She was a little doubtful. Why gather monster orbs and then transport them to the top of the mountain? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Shushu waved her hand and muttered, Forget it, what do I care about the intentions of the Academy elders? She sighed softly. I wish reporting littering would get a reward. A moment later, I am home. Come inside quickly, Shushu. Shushu returned home, and everyone happily came out to greet her. Her parents friendly asked about her situation. Her two brothers, Haroon and Kareem, also tried their best to take care of Shushu. His also visited occasionally. A voice rang out. Are you with your family now? Shushu honestly replied, Yes, and Haroon and Kareem are also studying at the same academy. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered, speaking of which, about Hailey. Corey and I made plans to meet up before. Ah, that is right. Corey suddenly announced. Hailey asked me to tell you that he is busy with personal matters and can't make it. Shushu was surprised, The library was extremely quiet and deserted. Corey reached out and pulled out a book. He gently flipped through a few pages. Then he exclaimed, Found it. Corey hurriedly returned. Shushu, the information we are looking for is here. But he saw that Shushu was fast asleep. He then pulled out a blanket. Then gently covered her with it. Shushu suddenly flinched. Then suddenly sat up, startling Corey. He panicked. You are awake. Sorry, I only managed to wake you up because I touched you. Shushu secretly wiped her mouth and explained. Oh no, it is just that the library is too quiet and warm, so I fell asleep. Corey did not press the issue. Then let us go back. We have finished all the summer homework we need to do today. She stretched and agreed. Okay, I just found out about a delicious snack shop. Let us go there. The two chatted happily. Well, Hilly's not here. Let us go visit the magic item shop too. He does not care much about magic. Oh yeah, approved. Shushu and Corey strolled down the street. The two explored everywhere. Shushu was suddenly stuffed with a piece of cake. She was a little embarrassed, but the person opposite her was very satisfied. Evening came quickly. Shushu quickly flopped down. She comfortably sat on the chair. It was so satisfying to hang out. Beside her were the snacks Corey bought for her to eat at home. Shushu happily said, Corey really knows how to take care of others. She shook her head and sighed. He is so thoughtful, why does not anyone notice? I can't believe his only friend is still Hailey. Shushu's face suddenly darkened. She felt a little guilty. After hanging out alone with Corey all day, I suddenly feel concerned. I should contact and ask if Hailey is doing okay. Finally, Shushu had no choice but to reach into the space to fumble around. Otherwise, if he finds out we went out without him, he will get angry. She pulled out a small stone. I have to force him to come out for the next appointment. Then she gently commanded, Communication device, connect to Prince Hilly. No one answered for a long time. Is he busy? Finally, someone spoke. Who is it? Ah. Shushu happily said, Hilly, it is me. Hilly was a little sad. Ah, Sharena, I am sorry for canceling. She naturally heard that his voice was down. What is wrong? Not blaming him. If you have something personal to do, there is no choice. Shushu asked, have you finished what you needed to do? The other side suddenly fell silent. Hilly hesitated. But what is the matter? Shushu was confused. Is that question going too far? It is just. She quickly explained, Corey and I made plans to go out again next time, so I was wondering if you could come along. The other side was a little dejected. Sorry, I am a little tired for the time being. Shushu rubbed her feet together. I see, I understand. Hailey did not drag it out. Thank you for asking, so I will hang up now. Shushu quickly stopped him. She hesitated. Hang in there. Hailey on the other side suddenly fell silent, then spoke up. Good night, talk to you later. Shushu was stunned. Her hand reached for the stone. Then she clenched it tightly. Shushu thought to herself, what is this? His voice is still down. I am worried. Her face frowned slightly. How can I enjoy going out like this? Even though she thought so. Okay, I have already gone all out. Shushu tiredly carried a bunch of gifts back home. Haroon complained. You have been going out until late every day lately. Spend some time with your older brother, will you? She coldly shoved the things to him. You and Kareem share it. I already played with you at the beginning of the vacation. Go back to sleep. Then she returned to her room and closed the door. Shushu dropped the souvenirs on the ground. Then she flopped onto the bed. I am so tired. She complained softly. I accidentally met Eve and ended up having a blast. Those two got competitive and bought me so many things even though I said I did not need them. Why buy them if I do not need them? Remembering the scene of those two frantically shopping made Shushu a little scared. I thought Corey would not get caught up in those competitive games. She suddenly laughed. Then she suddenly woke up. Shushu hugged her head and blamed herself. Am I that bad? Am I really worried about Hilly? She propped herself up, although no one can always be bright and live a carefree life. It is possible that Shushu is worrying for nothing, but she pondered deeply. Considering the timeline, I have to worry. Because in the original story, the main characters are described from when they are adults. Shushu recalled Hess's group in the original story, which means the kind, bright Hilly I met. Once he grows up, he may become cold and dark according to the personality in the original story. Shushu rested her chin and thought. When people change, they usually need a big turning point, and Hiley does not seem to have gone through anything sad lately, so I am worried. She sighed softly. Shushu did not want them to become the same people as in the original story. Suddenly, there was a strange noise. She looked outside. Someone was throwing stones at the window. Shushu went to open the door. Haroon, I told you to go back to sleep. But she was surprised to see who was outside. She exclaimed in surprise. Hilly? Shushu looked at Hilly in surprise. It has been a while since I have seen your face. He smiled slightly. Yeah. She was silent. Then she spoke up. I did not expect you to visit me this way. It seems like you have something to ask me. Sure enough, Hilly's face darkened. Tell me. He hesitated. Hilly asked Shushu, you once said you could decipher magic items, right? She did not hide anything, yes. He took out a stack of papers. Then he threw it to Shushu. Can you finish investigating it by tomorrow? She flipped through it and commented. Not much. It should be enough by tomorrow. Hilly was silent. The fee will be paid as you request. How much do you want? His attitude made Shushu a little uncomfortable. She said, forget about the money, just bring a lot of royal family sweets to me. Hilly laughed. Okay. He quickly left. Then I am counting on you. Shushu did not keep him. I will get it done by tomorrow. Hilly's figure disappeared. She closed the window. Shushu lowered her head, her heart beating fast. Her face turned pale. Nothing's wrong. Shushu sighed and reassured herself. So I do not need to worry so much. It is probably just something stressful. She looked at the documents that Hiley gave her. The next day, she disguised herself and started investigating. Shushu carefully examined every detail. To avoid being exposed, she had to transform into Shunavalin. Evening came quickly. Shushu put the information she found on the table. Is that really all there is? She pondered and muttered. It is just investigating the royal family's servants. Even deciphering the surveillance recording of the travel route only shows some minor traces. But she also had to breathe a sigh of relief. It is good if it is just minor things. The sound of stones being thrown was heard outside again. Shushu stood up, highly. Then she walked over and opened the door. You have arrived. A figure quickly rushed into the room. Hiley calmly landed. He spoke up. Please excuse my intrusion. I thought it would be better to meet carefully. Shushu was scared to death. It is okay. Hiley seemed a little impatient and looked around. Where are the results? She was a little worried. The documents are on the table. Is it because of my mood? His complexion looks worse than last time. He dropped a full bag down. Here, the royal sweets as promised. Eat them while I read. Shushu then ran over to check. Heavens, they are even in pretty boxes. I will eat them very deliciously. Hilly then stepped forward to read the documents. She closed her eyes and nodded. As expected, royal sweets are the best. Shushu spoke up and invited, Hilly, eat together. But she saw a teardrop falling. Then more and more tears. Hilly widened his eyes in shock. Shushu was stunned. Hilly, huh? He did not hear, just hugged his face and sobbed. Damn it. She was silent and did not know what to say. Hiley's shoulders kept shaking like that for a long time. Then he left with a savage look that Shushu saw for the first time. She really wanted to ask Hilly what had happened, but she could not open her mouth. All Shushu could do was wait. She had always waited for him, but since then she had not seen Hiley again. Time passed, and finally the new semester began. A flustered voice rang out. Nothing's changed. What are you talking about? Hazel excitedly showed off. Look, my hairstyle has changed a lot. She waved her hands to compare. Also, Shushu, you have also grown by 0.2 centimeters. Shushu was speechless. Ah, yes, 3 years to grow by 0.2 centimeters. That is a huge change. Hazel quickly left. Afternoon class is about to start. See you later, Shushu. Shushu waved goodbye to her. Yes, see you at the dormitory tonight? She laughed and thought to herself, I have grown up, so I have changed a lot too, right? Shushu's face suddenly became annoyed. She remembered her two close friends, Hess and Corey, now look completely like adults. Shushu felt extremely disappointed, so being satisfied with growing by 0.2 centimeters, who would believe that? Only this curly hair is getting curlier. She sighed dejectedly. Honestly, maybe it is right for me to give up on height now. Shushu, left annoyed, forget it. Focus on the core of myself instead of height. I do not want to be jealous of those long-legged people, because I am a relaxed girl. She thought to herself, not to mention, Corey and Hez have only changed their appearance, but their hearts are still as lovely as before. Shushu happily nodded. So they have not changed at all. They are still exactly as I know them. Suddenly the crying face of Hailey appeared in her mind. She suddenly stopped. Shushu thought to herself, I wonder if he will come to school. A hand patted her head. Hailey happily appeared. Sharena, you seem to have gotten a little taller. Shushu was surprised. Hilly? She stared blankly at Hilly, still intact. He immediately teased. You are so happy you are about to lose your soul over getting a little taller. Shushu was angered by his teasing. What taller? It is just an illusion. On the contrary, I have gotten fatter. Hilly laughed happily. Fatter? You look healthier and gentler. Eat more. If you get too fat to move, I will roll you around. Shushu was still worried. This demeanor is exactly the Hailey. I know, he is better now, right? Hailey acted no differently than before. Don't stand there blankly. Let us go to class. Do you know what? I heard there is a new swordsmanship teacher. The two walked happily. Shushu smiled. I probably do not need to worry too much, right? She hugged her head, her face pale. No. It is too much worry. Shushu thought to herself. It is as if he is pretending to be okay because he is exhausted. She sat on the steps thinking. Hilly is still smiling and teasing, but he looks very gloomy, and I can't ask about it. Corey approached. Shushu, so you are here? Shushu woke up. Corey, are you looking for me? He sat down next to her. I brought you new bread. Here, eat it. It must be delicious, thank you. The two ate the bread in silence. Shushu hesitated. Hey, Corey, did you notice anything unusual about Hailey? Corey took a bite of the bread. You think it is strange, too. Hilly has not even been back to the dormitory lately. She was surprised, really. He then recounted, yeah, it seems like he goes straight to the palace after school. Corey sighed. Because of that, I feel like I have the room to myself. Shushu was worried. Is something happening at the palace? Corey scratched his head. I am not sure. I just heard rumors that the atmosphere in the royal family has changed. He was also a little dejected. When he is with us, he pretends to be very bright, but as soon as he turns around, he looks exhausted. Shushu just listened in silence, probably like a lifeless corpse. It turned out it was not because of my mood. Something had happened to Hilly. Hailey, absolutely, would not swing his sword so violently. Shushu stared blankly at the destroyed wooden figure. He was clearly angry and deeply hurt. Hilly suddenly turned and left. Swan, who came from nowhere, stood next to Shushu. He finally let it out. He is good at holding back. She spoke up. Swan. It was another familiar question. Do you know what has been happening to Hailey lately? Swan was not too sure. Maybe. His eyes glanced slightly. Swan was curious. You want to know? Shushu really wanted to know, but she thought that it would be better to hear it from the person himself, so she refused. No, forget it. You are constipated. Shushu suddenly froze, as expected. Swan sighed. You can tell right away that he is about to burst. She was angry. That is right. Hurried footsteps, exhausted expression, even the childish, angry look. Hailey, could it be? Constipated my foot. Give me back my seriousness. He suddenly gave Shushu something. She took it. Sandwich. Swan awkwardly explained. Take good care of yourself. Do not skip meals anymore. Shushu was annoyed. You brought it to tell me to eat. I do not want to eat. Suddenly, he stared at her. Shushu thought in surprise. He has been looking me straight in the eye a lot lately. Suddenly, Swan leaned closer. He waved his hand a few times, then muttered, appetite. Meal. Shushu quickly dodged. What are you doing? Her stomach rumbled. There, you want to eat now. Shushu began to grab food. What is this? I am hungry. Extremely hungry. Shushu was relieved. I brought extra kinds of sandwiches just in case. Eat them. No. I will get fat if I eat all that. No, give it here. I am starving to death. Swan was happy. Eat a lot. Shushu. Inside the cafeteria, it was noisy. People were passing by in crowds. While Shushu was eating, someone suddenly asked, Shushu, have not you finished eating yet? He stood up, his voice dejected. I have an appointment with the editorial department today, so I will go ahead. She waved her fork. I am okay. Go ahead. After he's left, Shushu thought to herself, Has Swan's magic on me not been dispelled yet? Why am I so hungry? Suddenly there were whispers around. Look, I almost did not recognize who it was. Shushu looked in the direction of the crowd and was surprised. Why is he at the student cafeteria? In front of her was a young man with light brown hair, Hilly's hair color. He approached and pulled out the chair opposite her, then naturally sat down. The chef is busy, so I came here. Can I eat with you, of course? Shushu hesitated. Hey, why did you suddenly dye your hair? Hilly calmly replied. Just to change my mood. She was confused. You can transform to change your mood. But he did not answer. Shushu was silent for a moment and could not hold back any longer. Then she spoke up. Hilly, I am curious about something. Tell me. Shushu remembered what she heard from Corey. I heard you do not stay at the dormitory anymore and go straight to the palace. Why are you? Hilly interrupted her. Yeah, it seems like Corey told you. He slowly put the plate down. Then he looked at Shushu. Seriously, I also have something I want to ask you. Making her a little confused. Shushu stammered. What is it? Ask me. Hilly whispered. The thing. She tried to listen to what he wanted to say. But Hilly suddenly fell silent. Then he sighed. Nothing. Making Shushu uncomfortable. Hey, Your Highness. She tried to ask. You stopped in the middle, making me uncomfortable. Say it quickly. I do not want to. Shushu trembled with anger. Hold it in. He is the prince. Calm down. Hilly smoothed his hair. If I say it, I will probably think about it forever. But at the academy, I want to forget. Shushu looked at him, worriedly. Hilly suddenly stood up, surprising her. Will you take a walk with me after you finish eating? Aren't you eating anymore? You've only had a few bites. He casually turned around. I do not have an appetite. I am going to clear the dishes. Then he immediately came back. I am back. Are you done eating now? Shushu panicked. So fast, I have not had a chance to eat. Hilly had no choice but to slump on the table. Okay, I will wait for you. She thought to herself. You are waiting for me so openly, I suddenly feel pressured. Shushu put a piece of food in her mouth. Suddenly she stopped and stared at Hilly. From that day on, Hilly did not come to talk to Shushu as before. She stood on one side watching him. Hilly gradually lost his smile, and his eyes began to show a dangerous level of murderous intent. His hand crushed the flower in his hand. Evening. A voice rang out through the connection stone. I tried my best, but I still could not gather any more information. I have no choice. Shushu spoke up. Thank you for helping me, Kai. The other person was excited. It is Shanivalan asking me. Contact me if you need anything else later. She did not drag it out. Okay, I am hanging up now. Shushu clinched the stone. I can't find out anything relying only on information from the underworld. She frowned and thought, Hilly does not seem to be planning to open his mouth, so I will investigate secretly. But at this rate, the information Shushu investigated could mostly be obtained from the mythology of the Empire of Use of Water. The first emperor ate the heart of the dragon after killing it, and from then on had power. Thanks to that power, the Ord royal family can use black magic. This is very famous. Unlike the Blanche family, which can use white magic due to possessing innate white magic. The Ord royal family, although they do not possess innate black magic, can use black magic if they keep the item that provides black magic. Hilly only needs to have that family heirloom to use black magic right away. That family heirloom that provides black magic is a treasure of the royal family, unique, and to protect the power, as well as the family heirloom, the royal family chose to marry within the bloodline. Shushu trembled inwardly. I was so shocked when I found out about that. Her face suddenly turned pale. Shushu thought to herself, could it be? This is the reason. She anxiously rubbed her head. Has influencing that precedent caused an abnormality in Hiley's body, or is he confused about his own birth? Then she dejectedly lay down on the roof. I do not know. Her face was confused. What should I do now? Her eyes gradually became blurred. She began to remember her rebellious younger brother in her previous life, Han Se-yo. What is going on? It is nothing. You do not need to worry. How can I not worry when you come home with injuries? All over your body like this. He brushed her hand away. I do not need your help. Yi-an was worried. Han Se-yo. Shushu choked. Her face was sad. Hilly, do you really have something going on? Don't you even trust me? The next morning, at the usual training session, everyone quickly split into groups to practice. Shushu looked at the person in front of her in shock. The sword strokes were incredibly dangerous. She struggled to dodge. Hilly seized the opportunity and continued to attack relentlessly. His vacant gaze worried Shushu. Again, he was losing his mind more and more during training. She had to constantly focus to avoid the attacks. Her hands trembled slightly. Before he said he was holding back somewhat, because of the difference in skill. Looking into Hiley's eyes now, all she saw was murderous intent directed at Shushu. It was as if he did not recognize that the person he was sparring with was her. Those eyes were filled with anger and bloodlust. She raised her sword to block, then shouted loudly, "Hilly, snap out of it!" Seeing that he did not answer, Shushu was annoyed. "Oh, come on, you usually keep everything to yourself, but why do you take it out on me during training?" Then she activated her magic, using magic to strengthen her counterattack. "Hylie, hey, get a grip!" Hylie did not dodge at all. He staggered backward from the magical attack. Shushu took the opportunity to catch her breath. Did he stop? Hylie's face darkened. Then he suddenly widened his eyes. Hylie continued to rush toward Shushu, attacking. He directly slashed at her. Unable to dodge, Shushu thought helplessly. Great. Am I going to visit the infirmary again? If I use this as an excuse to make him tell me what is on his mind, will he? She quickly raised her hand to minimize the damage. A few drops of blood fell to the ground. Shushu cautiously opened her eyes. Someone had blocked the attack in front of her. Swan raised his leg. Then he kicked Hylie straight back. Shushu was worried. "Swan, your wound." He gently touched his face, and the wound immediately disappeared. "It is nothing." "All right, healing ability." Swan picked up Shushu's sword. "You step back. I will borrow your sword for a bit." Hylie continued to charge forward. He enthusiastically responded. Swan threw several swords at Hylie as he approached. One fell to the ground. Another hit Hylie. Swan seized the opportunity to jump forward. He restrained Hylie, preventing him from resisting. Then he kicked him straight into the wall. Hylie struggled to get up. Swan had already jumped high into the air. He raised his sword to strike, but he used his whole body to block. Hylie's sword shattered. Swan's face became crazed. Hylie looked at him in fear. Swan conveniently kicked him in the face. Then he gently placed the sword down and walked towards Hylie. He kicked him repeatedly, angrily scolding. "I have wanted to beat you up for a long time. This is perfect. I have hated your face since the first time I saw you. I was dreaming about Shushu, and you kept waking me up." Shushu helplessly watched the scene. Swan grabbed the bucket of water next to him and poured it straight over Hylie's head. He coldly looked at him. "Don't act so pathetic anymore. Get up now. You are irritating me." Hylie was a little dazed. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. He sat up. Swan still wanted to hit him. "Are you awake now? Let me beat you up." Hylie's face was swollen. He looked worriedly ahead. "Shoo shoo." Swan immediately froze. Then he stepped forward and brushed the dust off Hylie. "Don't do that again next time, my friend, okay? It is very bad." Swan turned back and awkwardly explained. "Hylie said he was hot, so I splashed water on him. You can't misunderstand." Shushu thought to herself. He beat him up mercilessly. And now he is denying it. He was worried. "Are you hurt?" Shushu rubbed her head. "Not really. I am just exhausted." Swan still held out his hand. "It is better to be safe than sorry." She did not stop him. Healing abilities are different. My magic is recovering too. He suddenly clapped his hands. "Oh, and also," Swan took out a ring. "Take this." Shushu was confused. "What is this, suddenly giving me a ring?" He explained, "This ring has healing power. Let me put it on you. Remember to always wear it." Then he very naturally put it on Shushu. "Oh, okay. I thought it was something else." Suddenly she realized. The ring on her hand was placed on her ring finger. Shushu was startled and panicked. She thought frantically, "Wait, what finger did this idiot put the ring on?" Shushu quickly took off the ring, then put it back on her thumb. Swan suddenly cried out. His face was gloomy. Shushu angrily thought, "What is with that hurt expression?" So he knew what that finger meant, and still teased me. Then she heard Swan click his tongue. The teacher's voice rang out. "That is all for today. Good work, everyone." Everyone quickly left. "I am so hungry. Let us go eat." Swan glanced around. "I am hungry too. Let us go eat." Shushu turned back. Hylie, want to come with us?" But Hylie struggled to sit there without answering. Swan bluntly said, "Looks like he wants to be alone. Let us leave him alone." Shushu did not linger. "Let us go, Swan." Evening arrived, and sunset covered everything. Shushu was holding a cake in her hand. She sighed worriedly. "If he is so troubled, how can I just leave?" Then quickly turned back to the same spot. "Don't tell me he did not eat. Is he still there?" Suddenly she heard sobbing. Shushu saw Hylie sitting in the bushes, holding his head. She suddenly hesitated slightly, then took a deep breath. Shushu placed the cake next to Hylie. "You will be tired after crying so much. Eat this." The other person suddenly stopped. She pulled out a blanket again and draped it over Hylie. His eyes were astonished. Then tears continued to fall. Shushu hugged Hilly tightly. She gently comforted him. Highly. Shushu sadly thought, what can I do to help you? The next morning, people were constantly passing by in the schoolyard. A box of assorted ice cream appeared. Hilly bowed his head sincerely. I am sorry. His face was dejected. I temporarily lost my mind at that time. No matter what, I should not have done that to you. Shushu silently listened to him. I am really sorry. She verbally reassured him, but her hands were working at full capacity. I was not hurt, and I have already accepted the ice cream as an apology. Let us forget about it. Good thing I added a cooling feature to my 3-pocket bag. Hailey seemed to be in a good mood today, but it seemed he still did not intend to confide in Shushu. She sighed in frustration. I do not have any useful information, so I can't step forward to speak up for him. Otherwise it will look like I am acting just to satisfy my curiosity. The gossip from her past life suddenly appeared. What is wrong, Yi-an? Tell me what happened. What is the taboo? Tell me more. They only knew how to interrogate. It was so frustrating. Is it going to kill you to talk? What is going on? Shushu thought to herself, in my past life, when my parents passed away, I also had a hard time suppressing my emotions. At that time, I really hated being questioned by everyone. She walked slowly. So first, I will help him relieve stress by sparring with him. Shushu suddenly thought, what if he is avoiding sparring because of what happened yesterday? She was worried. Is there a way to make this a bit better? Swan suddenly appeared from the bushes. He followed the two of them. Shushu turned sharply. What is it? Swan was flustered. I want to eat ice cream too. So the ice cream eating group became 3 people. She suggested, let us slowly go to class. Swan, go too. The other 2 did not object. Okay, Shushu stood in the corner, secretly observing Hilly. Another time, when she was with Hes, she suddenly looked in his direction. Even during sparring, she habitually looked over. Shushu muttered, I keep unconsciously staring at him. He will probably be annoyed if he notices, Cory advised. Or, you should not look before he finds out. But Shushu did not know what to do. If I do that, I will worry. What if something suddenly happens to him? Cory asked curiously. So, are you here to check on Hailey's condition now? Shushu licked her finger. Only partly. She gave him a thumbs up. Because there is nothing better than Cory's box of cakes. When I am stressed. Cory was happy. Eat as much as you want. Then she habitually looked around again. But, where did Hilly go? I do not see him. Cory replied, he went to the blue class. Shushu was surprised. Blue class? She quickened her pace. Swan beat him up so badly. He should be trying to escape. Shushu hurriedly weaved through the crowd. Yet he still went to Swan's blue class. Something must be wrong. Shushu hesitated outside the door. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling, Swan, wake up. Swan Hayden. Hailey was trying hard to bother Swan. I know you can hear me. Just look at me for a moment. Please. He took off his eye mask. You are annoying. What is it? Hailey did not care about Swan's attitude. I want to ask you for a favor. He yawned and refused. I am sleepy. Please leave. The Swan paused when he heard a familiar name. I know even the Duke Blanche gave up, but... Hilly gently pleaded. Even so, can you help me just one more time? Swan looked at him in astonishment. He sighed. I told you, I do not have any hope in that matter. Then he was startled when he saw Shushu hesitating outside. How unusual. Hailey is happy. So, you agreed? Swan pretended to be friendly and patted him on the shoulder. Who knows, I might be able to do something. Hailey was overjoyed. So you agree, right. He smiled brightly. Really, thank you. Swan stiffened. Of course I have to help you. It is only natural for friends to help each other. He shouted in his head. Shushu is watching. Shushu is watching. Hilly looked at him suspiciously. Are you really willing to help? Why does your tone? Swan forced a smile. Yes. When can I help you? It sounds like you do not want to help at all. Shushu joined in. In short, he agreed to help, right? So when are you going to start? Hilly was surprised. Shushu, why are you... She replied matter-of-factly. It seems like something's going on with you. Of course, I have to help as a friend. It is a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. Hailey hesitated. You know about my circumstances. Shushu quickly replied. Yes, I know a little. Although it was a lie, I had no choice but to do it to help you. Hilly rubbed his head. Really? She was a little nervous. Please let this be effective. He sighed. Okay, follow me. It is good to have a mage there too. Shushu was delighted. Success. Hailey left first, reminding them. After school tomorrow, you two submit an application to go out and follow me. Shushu was excited. Understood. Swan, on the other hand, felt it was a hassle. The next afternoon, the group of people left in a carriage. She looked around curiously. Seeing the palace in the distance, Shushu thought, I am almost at the royal palace. She was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the road to the royal palace be carefully groomed? Why is it so bumpy? Swan across from her was drawing something. He is writing and drawing at a time like this. He suddenly shyly held up the drawing for her to see. Shushu looked at it angrily. What is this? Is he drawing me? She glared at him with a dark face. I have seen him being well behaved lately, but he wants to cause trouble this way. The carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman's voice rang out. Your Highness, we have arrived. Hilly spoke up. Okay, let us get out of the carriage. The two of them immediately tensed up. The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Hilly stepped out of the carriage. The coachman bowed his head. Then, if you will excuse me. Hilly threw him the fare. Thank you for your hard work. The magnificent palace appeared before them. Shushu was amazed. The royal palace is different. It is really beautiful and magnificent. The kingdom's flag fluttered in the wind. She gazed attentively. The paint and decorations mainly used the black color of our own country. Around her were dragon statues. Looking closely, they were extremely cool and noble. In other places, black is usually not used because it has a negative meaning. But in the Ord Empire, people especially love black, perhaps because of the founding myth. Moreover, the royal family always has naturally black hair or eyes, so black is even more revered. Therefore, Harun is always treated very well wherever he goes. She remembered her brother. Because he possessed black eyes inherited from his grandmother, who was a princess. Shushu despondently thought, if I am not as beautiful as Kareem, at least I should have inherited something like Harun. She was walking and lamenting. I am really unlucky. Hilly called out, Swan, Shushu, this way. He pulled out a brick, immediately revealing a passageway, a secret door. Shushu slowly walked over, her eyes glancing around. The three of them walked one after another. A mysterious place in the royal palace. What is going on, that we have to be so secretive? Hailey suddenly stopped. Wait, I have to light the candles here. Shushu simply raised her hand. Light. A ball of light appeared. Hailey exclaimed. It was the right decision to bring you along. The front of Shushu suddenly lit up brightly. She looked ahead in shock. What is this? What is this huge magical formation? Shushu thought to herself. Looking at the formula, this is a subordinate space magic formation, but it is so big, this formation must have a huge capacity. What place does it connect to? Hailey urged. You guys step into the formation. Shushu was curious. Don't tell me, we are going inside. Yes. He suddenly took out a small bottle. Because inside. Then poured the liquid inside down. Shushu was surprised. Hilly does not have magic power, so he has to use special magic water. After the liquid touched the formation, it began to glow. The ground beneath their feet began to shake. Shushu started to stagger. The three of them quickly fell into a void. Shushu was surprised. They landed again very quickly. Shushu sat on the floor, pale-faced. So this was what it felt like to enter a subspace. She raised her head, but the place they landed was a small room. Was this really inside a subspace? An entire house? And it was clearly nighttime, too. They could even create artificial nature. Shushu suddenly noticed the person in front of her. It was a woman who looked weak. There was someone. The woman's face was gaunt. Although she looked very ill, she was very beautiful. Who was she? Hailey stepped forward. Mother, I have come. He spoke softly. Have you eaten anything? The woman suddenly flinched and then cried out loudly. The cry attracted the attention of Shushu and Swan. The woman's face became panicked, screaming. Black hair. Kill, kill. Hilly sadly remained silent. Someone, get him out of my sight. I told you to tear him apart, kill him. The woman waved her arms until she fell to the ground. She trembled, huddling against the wall. I am scared. Do not come here. Do not come here. Please, no. Hilly had no choice but to turn and leave. Don't come here. Stay away. He walked up to Shushu. I forgot. Shushu, can you change my hair color for me? She was bewildered. Okay. After Hilly changed his hair color, the woman finally did not resist. It is okay. There is nothing to be afraid of. Hilly gently reassured her. Everything is okay now. Rest? Shushu quietly looked at his hair. She thought to herself. So that is why he showed up at the cafeteria with gray hair last time. Then, she carefully looked at the woman on the bed. Who is that, anyway? Hilly stepped back to the two of them. Swan Hayden, I am counting on you. Swan stepped forward. Don't expect too much. The woman struggled again. Who are you now? Stay away, he reassured her. I won't hurt you. Just lie still. Hilly remained silent and did not interfere. What are you going to do to me, Dai? I will kill you. Shushu looked at him worriedly. To be honest, based on Haile's mood, she had a vague idea. She thought to herself, but Haile's parents are clearly the Emperor and Empress. Suddenly, the woman yelled, I won't forgive you. She was extremely angry. If it were not for that abomination in my belly, Heslin would not have abandoned me. Siana Ord Ionis, Emperor Mahal, I will kill all of you. Shushu's face instantly froze. She swallowed hard. Then, she secretly looked to the side. Hilly said coldly, What is so surprising? You knew beforehand, before coming, so why do you look more shocked than I thought, Hilly? Shushu hesitated. So it turns out. She softly looked at the person on the bed. That person is... Haile also confirmed, yes, that is right. She is Karadil Evgadin, my birth mother. Shushu looked at him in panic. Hilly began to recount. Originally, the Empress could not get pregnant for many reasons, so she used my mother to have a child, and that child was me. The Empress was jealous of his mother, the royal family's magician. From her beautiful appearance, to her happy relationship with her lover. Therefore, even though Haile's mother's marriage was imminent, she deliberately chose her, forcing her to carry the Emperor's seed. Shushu was inwardly horrified. This was a top secret of the royal family, so that is why he could not easily say it. She hesitantly asked Hilly, How... Did you know the palace must have kept this a secret? Don't you object, just like you said, to hide the secret of my birth? The Emperor and Empress even imprisoned my mother. He calmly recounted, I did not know anything until the Empress successfully became pregnant and gave birth to the second prince. Little Hilly sat hugging a pillow. Someone called him Prince Hilly. Little Hilly happily rushed over. Karadil worriedly asked, Are you crying? The boy hurriedly covered his face. No, something just flew into my eye. She did not dig any deeper. I see. But why would something fly into your eye? Little Hilly stammered. It is because of Mother. The boy was sad. It seems like she does not love me anymore. Karadil was a little flustered. No way, Empress Yana is very... To Prince Haile. Little Hilly interrupted. It is because of my little brother. Ever since he was born, Mother has not even looked at me once. Karadil suddenly fell silent. She muttered. The second prince. I see. Little Hilly pulled on her clothes. Karadil. Karadil immediately woke up. What is it? The boy looked at her resolutely. If I study harder, will Mother look at me again? Karadil was stunned. Then, she smiled gently. Yes, of course. She began to praise the boy. You were even praised for having potential in swordsmanship class. Little Haile was happy. Yes, I will become the best in the empire and make Mother happy. Karadil hugged the boy. Yes, you will. The two began to chat idly. Can Karadil stay until I fall asleep tonight? Of course. Should I read you a fairy tale? Or sing a lullaby? A fairy tale. Karadil, read me one. Karadil took out a book and began to read. Once upon a time, Little Hilly gradually fell asleep in her gentle voice. I accidentally met my mother secretly escaping from my prison. Hilly recounted after meeting me, whenever there was an opportunity, Mother would secretly sneak out to play with me. Even though Mother was capable of escaping and disappearing, she did not leave because she loved me. The image of the gentle Karadil was always deeply imprinted in the boy's mind. So after learning the truth, Hilly made a decision. He had to become emperor to save his mother. Shushu glanced at him. So that is why you practice so hard. Sometimes, the training exercises I give you are really weird. Haile did not mind. Anyway, those exercises are helpful in helping me improve. Thank you. She was a little worried. Well, it seems like your path to becoming emperor is not very smooth. What exactly is this situation? He ruffled his hair, making it messy. The problem is that it is going too smoothly. Just when I was cultivating my strength and won the position of emperor candidate, the Empress played a trick. Hilly honestly told Shushu she wanted to put her biological son, the second prince, on the throne, so I became an obstacle. And she bribed my close teacher to get rid of me. She was immediately surprised. So the person you asked me to investigate before was your teacher, who was also a teacher, who used to be in the swordsmanship department, right? Shushu recalled the teacher who had helped her get in touch with Hilly in the past. She was a little confused. The two of them looked so close. Shushu spoke up. No wonder the swordsmanship teacher changed this year. Right. The Empress wanted to disguise it as Haile dying of illness, so she used black magic on him, cursing him a little bit every day through the teacher. But Hilly's mother was a magician, and she noticed it. Then she transferred all the curses onto herself. Hilly scratched his head in self-reproach. She was suffering from chronic illness alone, and I did not know anything. Because I did not die, the Empress discovered my mother's whereabouts and ordered the teacher to kill my mother. One rainy day, Hilly took action to resolve this threat. Fortunately, the teacher was personally dealt with by me. After that, he spread the rumor that his mother had died, created this secret space, and supported her here. Shushu was curious. So that is it. But Hiley, how can you? Hiley honestly replied, of course, it is very difficult for me alone. I have an assistant. He mentioned a familiar person. Marquis de Voas created this secret location in the subspace. He helped him with a big thing. Shushu was surprised. Marquis de Voas, Corey's father, right? Hilly was extremely grateful to him. He is my mother's colleague and best friend. Fortunately, he was there. Shushu looked towards the bed. So now we just need Swan to treat her, and it is done. Hiley said frankly, no, it is impossible. My mother is about to die. She was horrified. If it is Swan's magic, it should be curable. He calmly replied, black magic is not easily restrained by white magic. His face darkened. Moreover, this curse is too deep, destroying her mind, not just her body. That is why my mother can't escape from the memory of the time when she was most miserable. The woman that year was very helpless. No, Heslan, do not go. Shushu hesitated. Then, Hiley smiled sadly. I want to help my mother regain her sanity. He remembered the happy memories of his childhood. At least, his voice gradually faded. At least, finally. Then he fell silent. Shushu silently looked at him. Even though Hiley did not say anything, she could feel it. The self-reproach and self-loathing when he blamed himself. So in the original story, he also endured these things alone, and became distorted. Swan muttered softly. Why is the defense magic so strong? Shushu immediately stepped forward. Maybe I can create a loophole for Swan's magic to pass through. She touched the magic surrounding the two of them. If I change the order of the magic formula here, like this? Swan immediately became excited. Okay, what is this? She is absorbing my healing magic. Hiley quickly stepped forward. Mother, are you awake? Shushu looked at his hair and sighed inwardly. Thank goodness it seems like it is resolved. Change Hiley's hair color back, Caradil muttered. Go. Hilly looked at her worriedly. Mother, I can't hear you clearly. Caradil angrily said, I told you to bring the rice here. The three of them instantly turned to stone. After a while, Hiley's immature voice rang out. Oh, the emotion I am feeling for the first time in my life. Caradil tried to hold back her laughter. This heart won't make it past today. But she failed. Her laughter echoed throughout the house. Caradil clutched her stomach and laughed nonstop. Hiley said that, I am going crazy. She gently wiped away her tears. It seems like this is because of me. Caradil happily recounted how she used to read romance novels to Hilly when he was little, once upon a time. Unlike Hilly's rosy memories, her version seemed more realistic, the prince said. Oh, princess, your eyes hold the bright light of the moon. Your lips are as red as the rambler rose. What on earth? I want to run away from here. And then the princess said, Oh, prince, you are so funny, and kissed the prince on the cheek. Caradil said happily. He hated it back then, but it seems he was unconsciously influenced, Shushu wondered. So that is where it came from, his mother. She continued to listen. Let us finish listening. If I ever get to see you again, I will definitely make that lovely face. Hilly rushed in. What are you two doing? He immediately saw the recording stone by Caradil. She teased him happily. Son, is your heart still there? Embarrassed, or not you? Hilly's face turned bright red, Mom. He quickly grabbed the stone. I am confiscating this. Shurena, see me for a moment. Hilly questioned in a low voice. Why is this here? Shushu avoided his gaze. I did not open it on purpose, okay? She mumbled an explanation. I originally brought some recording devices to film Hilly's school life for your mother to see, and this got mixed in. I was going to hide it, but your mother found it right away, so I had no choice. Hilly was angry. Hey, the important thing is, I told you to destroy this recording, remember? Shushu guiltily turned her head away, because this deal is not finished yet. He was getting upset. You do not trust me. How can I wait until you join the knights? Suddenly Swan came in and kicked him. Ouch. He went straight to Caradil to ask about her. Madam, are you still in pain? Thanks to you, I feel better. Swan ignored Hilly's death glare from behind. The effect will gradually wear off, so I would like to reapply the pain-reducing magic. Caradil said happily. Swan Hayden, thank you. Hilly curiously approached. Unexpectedly. You are so helpful, Swan replied. Frankly, when I see someone in pain, I can't just ignore it. The two immediately suspected. You. Swan turned to Shushu. He whispered to her. Because Caradil does not remember anything. I feel a bit sorry for him. Shushu was puzzled, really. Swan looked into the distance, head lowered. It is sad when someone important to you does not remember you. Then he turned back, Shushu thought to herself. He is acting like he is sympathizing with Hilly. She rested her chin in her hand, confused. Judging by his expression, he seems to be telling the truth. But Swan feeling sorry for someone, Hilly was worried he might say something bad about him. Shushu went out to the flower field outside. In her hand she held a small wreath. Caradil seems like an extremely bright and strong person. Shushu sighed inwardly. Although she could not undo the curse and only regained her reason, she does not have a single negative thought. She remembered when she had just regained consciousness, Caradil was calmly eating a meal. Shushu smiled softly. As soon as she regained her mind, the first thing she did was look for food. It seems Hilly's strength comes from his mother. Hilly approached, wondering, "What are you doing?" Shushu looked up. "Oh, making a wreath. I was bored while waiting for Swan to treat her." He was confused. "A wreath? Why are you making that?" Shushu explained. "Your mother seems to like flowers, so I thought I would make one for her." Hilly silently looked at her. He suddenly sat down. "Thank you, huh?" Hilly said sadly. "You came here almost every day after school, even on days when I could not even come." Shushu's face was a little nostalgic. "It is nothing. She does not have much time left." She seemed to see two familiar people waving at her. Yan. Their voices echoed, "We are leaving, okay?" Shushu sadly thought to herself, "If only I had known the time with them would be so short." Hilly suddenly interrupted, "Sharena, what is wrong?" She was immediately flustered. Nothing." He reminded her, "Your eyes are red." Shushu quickly rubbed her eyes. "I think pollen got in my eyes." She sat silently, without saying anything. Hilly also silently looked at her. Suddenly he reached out and brushed Shushu's bangs back. Then he patted her head. "You can tell me anything, huh?" "Tell you what?" Hilly smiled. "If you need help, I will definitely help, so if something's up, just say the word." Shushu looked at him in surprise. She thought to herself, "What is with him, suddenly talking so maturely? Thank you." Suddenly flower petals appeared on their heads. Swan stood behind them mumbling, "Hit, kill, Swanhaden." He rushed at Hilly. "Kill," he quickly dodged. "Hey, you crazy lunatic, are you having another fit?" Shushu was confused. Why is he bullying Hilly like that? Caradil happily watched the three of them playing around. She gave a gentle smile. Suddenly Caradil collapsed to the ground. Shushu immediately ran over. "Madam, are you okay?" She reassured her. "Now even my legs are numb. I probably can't walk anymore." She worried. "This is not the time to be laughing. What should we do?" Swan and Hilly said they would be late today. Caradil held out her hand. "Carry me on your back, huh?" Shushu struggled to carry her outside, panting from exhaustion, but Caradil was extremely excited. "The air outside is so nice, thank you." She also sat down. "I have been coming here so often lately that I have not been training much." She suddenly called out, "You there, Sharena." The two began to chat. "The scenery of my hometown, Nguyen, has been recreated here. Although there is no real sea or sky, it is more than enough to soothe my homesickness. It is very beautiful. Hilly seems to care a lot." Caradil said happily. "That is right, he really is a good son." She said, "So Sharena, yes?" Caradil happily pushed her son. "What do you think of my Hilly? He is handsome, talented, obedient, and he is even a prince, a perfect candidate for the position of groom." Shushu was flustered. "What? Hilly and I are just friends." She looked at her sadly. "You do not really like him?" Shushu shook her head vigorously. Caradil smiled softly. She called out, "You there, Sharena?" Then Caradil whispered something to Shushu. She was surprised. What do you mean?" Hilly ran over from somewhere, interrupting the conversation. "Mom, what are you two doing behind my back again?" Caradil teased. "Are you afraid I will see your dark history? That is why you rushed out here. As a mother, it is okay for me to take a peek. You are so stingy," he immediately worried. "Did you see it?" She was ambiguous. "I do not know," Hilly exclaimed. "Mom." Everyone spent ordinary days together. Swan occasionally came to hunt down Hilly. The four of them excitedly went everywhere. Time passed very quickly. The ground was covered with colorful wreaths. Caradil picked one up. "Done." She happily looked at it. "I am glad. It is finally complete." Shushu ran over from afar. "Caradil, I am here, Sharena." She looked around. "Where's Hilly?" "He went out earlier." "I thought he was here," Caradil explained. "I asked him to do some errands, so he is not here temporarily." She waved Shushu over. "Lean down a little. I made this wreath for you. It is so beautiful, thank you." Caradil introduced. "The red neck wreath is Hiley's." She pointed to the remaining ones. "This one is for Swanhaden, and the remaining yellow one is for Cory." Shushu was surprised. "There is one for Cory too. You two have never met." Caradil explained. "Although he lives in the same room, he is willing to work with your Hilly. He is a good kid. I have to give him one." Shushu nodded in agreement. "That is right. If you can get along with Hilly, then your personality must be extremely good. I will use preservation magic and then give it to Cory as is. Thank you." She said happily, but could not hide her pale face. "I am also very grateful to Shushu and Swan for playing with Hilly." Shushu was worried. "It is nothing." "But madam, your complexion is terrible." How about we go inside? Caradil did not want to go back yet. There is no wind here. It is okay. She took her hand, but Shushu suddenly fell silent. Caradil also did not say anything. She just smiled gently. Hilly spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Mom, I brought the clothes you wanted. You are back. Caradil calmly withdrew her hand. This set looks old. What are you looking for it for? I can buy you a new set. These are my favorite clothes. Swan also walked over. Hello, madam. She happily held up the wreath to show him off. Swanhaddon, you came at the right time. You two take them. They are gifts. Hilly was upset. You do not need to give him one. Swan immediately clicked his tongue. What kind of prince is so petty? Caradil suddenly called out. Hilly. He looked at her, puzzled. Yes. Caradil gently said to him. Mom wants to get out of here. Hilly was surprised. What are you saying? Your health is so weak. Where are you planning to go? Her voice was very calm. I want to go home. Don't worry, he said, mother. But Shushu suddenly interrupted him. I will use instant teleportation magic to take Madam away. She looked at Hilly seriously, her voice slightly pleading. Go, Hilly, right now to Nguyen. The two of them were silent. Because Caradil's hand was so cold, Shushu thought she had to hurry. Everyone quickly approached a beautiful beach. Hilly pushed Caradil's wheelchair, her face full of admiration. The four of them quietly gazed at the scene before them. That day, Caradil had asked Swan to use the strongest pain-reducing magic, and absorbed Shushu's magic power to maintain temporary health. After that, she thoroughly enjoyed the scenery and the morning light of her hometown. The sun gradually disappeared behind the horizon. As the sun began to set, Caradil hugged her and Swan tightly. The four of them watched the sunlight gradually disappear beyond the horizon. Caradil gently leaned against Hilly. He held her cold body tightly, tears streaming down his face. Shushu could not hold back either. The instructions echoed in her head. You, Sharana. The wind gently blew, as if wanting to blow the sadness away. Caradil's voice echoed. I am sure you know, I am about to die. After I die, please help Hilly not to feel empty. That is a mother's request. She suddenly brushed it off. Forget it, this kind of request is old-fashioned. You and Hilly should get along, Shushu wondered. Madam is so calm, are not you afraid? Caradil calmly recounted. Actually, in the beginning, I hated Hilly in my womb immensely. But for a person who had lost the will to live like her, the boy taught Caradil new love, the will to live. So it must be said that she wanted to atone for having once hated the innocent Hilly. Caradil smiled happily. Now, I am very happy to know that the life I exchanged has painted a bright future for him. At the cemetery. On a day of pouring rain, Shushu's group erected a tombstone on the hill where she used to sit. Corey lowered the umbrella over the grave. I received the gift. Thank you, madam. Shushu also laid a bouquet of flowers down. Rest in peace, madam. Swan gently placed a flower on the tombstone. Hilly's face was sad. He put on the white wreath. Hilly whispered, Was my mother happy in her final moments? Shushu affirmed, Yes, definitely a happy face. He pursed his lips tightly. Then he covered his face. Shushu leaned down to comfort him. The rain poured down. Returning to the dormitory, Shushu suddenly felt like she had just gone through a crisis. But she plopped onto the bed. I am so tired. The unease did not completely disappear, Caradil's words to Shushu when asking her to take care of Hilly. She looked at her seriously. Shushu, there's a mountain around your academy, right? When I was researching black magic, I sensed a frightening aura there, so do not go near it. Shushu was a little worried. If it was true, what exactly was emitting such an aura? Caradil's voice echoed, Sharana, be careful of the Ogren Mountains. The next morning, Shushu tentatively and secretly observed Hilly. She followed him all day. Seeing Hilly slump down, tired and dozing off, Shushu thought to herself, Everything's fine today, maybe I do not need to worry. He suddenly appeared from behind, startling her. Shushu, what are you doing here? Shushu stammered. I am just, checking to see if the trees are growing well, she was puzzled. What are you talking about? Shushu immediately changed the subject. It is time for club activities. We should go quickly. The door gently closed. Shushu leaned against the door, thinking to herself, That is right. I need to stop before I am mistaken for a stalker. I need to finish the remaining projects for the club first. Caradil's words kept echoing in her head. Shushu, Hilly is in your care. Shushu gently clenched her fist. Hilly is doing well, madam. Please rest in peace. She suddenly noticed Corey, still sleeping. He really has not changed at all. Shushu quietly walked past. Work quietly. Do not wake him. He suddenly mumbled. Today, rest go. She was startled. You are not asleep. Corey opened his eyes. I just lay down. He lifted the blanket, inviting. You can lie down too. Shushu was sweating. It is a little cramped. I am not that small. Corey mumbled. What a pity. Shushu is so cute. I thought there would be enough room. Shushu chuckled. Don't say strange things, go to sleep. Then she saw him squirming a bit. She suddenly felt tired too. So Shushu opened her mouth. I do not want to work either, let us take a nap together. Before she could finish, she saw Cory curling up. Then he used levitation magic and gave her a blanket. Here, use this blanket and sleep on the sofa. I will sleep here, thank you. Shushu spread out the blanket, suddenly curious. And Cory, I have been curious before, huh? She lay down and then asked, why do you have so many blankets? And the patterns are only vegetables and fruits like strawberries, grapes, carrots, or apples. Cory rolled around in the air. Because I am a picky eater, picky eater. He happily recounted his childhood experience. Because I did not eat good foods, my parents gave me blankets so I could gradually get used to them. Your family is so cute. But Shushu found it a bit strange. Originally, in the original work, Cory's parents completely ignored Cory. Shushu's eyes widened. Is it because the current Cory is brighter, so it also affects the people around him? She looked at him happily rolling around in the air, thinking to herself, well, it is better to change in a positive direction. The two started chatting. Cory, I heard there's a new food delivery shop near the school. Let us order from them next time. Don't eat it, the frog. So cool. Sorry for starting a conversation. Go to sleep, Eve. Lewd voice echoed. He trembled. No, Shushu, do not lick. Shushu turned pale. Not there, Shushu. She angrily looked at the orb recording the image in front of her, which was playing the sound, do you think you can just go wild anywhere and then lick and whine and I will forgive you? I know, I will give you a toy. Eve was very happy. Seeing her so cute still makes me faint. Shushu of mine is really cute, huh? The voice continued, don't eat the ant. Shushu, sit stand. Kiss on the cheek. Shushu chuckled in anger, so cute. Eve quickly put away the orb. What? What is? With your expression, don't tell me you are jealous. Shushu was angry. What? He suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly. Eve's face was satisfied as he rubbed Shushu's head. Sure enough, hugging this side is still better, so rest assured. His words made her face flush. Shushu of mine's shampoo smells good too. Shushu started to get angry. Do you want to die? Eve quickly let go, this side is even colder. He looked sad. Last time when Shushu bit me, licked me, I was really happy. She was angry. People will misunderstand. Quickly change the name for your puppy. Shushu punched him repeatedly. Give me what you need to give me and get out. Eve gave her a black letter. Here, you can come find me, you know. Shushu was no longer angry. Thank you for coming here to deliver it. She opened the letter, but Eve was very busy. You do not need to do this every time, he immediately refused. No, I have to do this so I can see Shushu often. Shushu was fed up. I do not want to see you. Eve laughed. Then I will hire someone else. This kind of salary is not easy to find. He rummaged in his pocket. When you are done, let me know, and... Then he gave Shushu something. Take it. Huh. What is this? Eve explained. A taser. You just need to press the button. And it starts. Shushu was shocked. Huh. Why are you giving me this? His face was serious. The guy holding the pink book is about to threaten you. Do not hesitate. Just do it directly. Taser him. You do not understand anything, do you? Eve quickly left. See you later. Bye. Shushu sighed. So tired. She walked slowly. Every time I meet Eve, I feel exhausted. Shushu yawned. I will go back to class to sleep for a while, and then go to the lesson. Suddenly, I saw Swan and Hailey. What are they doing? He angrily read a piece of paper, punched the wall hard, and said, You can't escape, huh? What is this? Do you understand what this is, that you dare to take it? Hailey sighed. Do not you really know anything? He shook his head in frustration. If you read as many romance novels as I do, you would probably understand, Swan said angrily. I do not know. That is why I am asking you. Why is this so fluttery? Hailey turned to leave. I do not know why you suddenly care about this, but even if I explain it, would you understand? Shushu was surprised. Oh, that is... She looked at the book, in Swan's hand, the pink book. Is Swan the person Eve was talking about? What on earth is he holding that book for? Suddenly, there was a noise. What was that? Swan did a Kabe Dawn on Hailey, scaring him. His face was seriously stern. Darling, you can't escape me. How is it? Are you fluttered yet? Hailey was a little confused. My heart is indeed beating faster in many ways. Shushu tightened the item Eve gave her. Her face was panicked, not daring to look any further. Am I next? I thought we were friends now, so why? On that book was written, title, A Romantic Confession for Her. The boxes swayed as they moved. Shushu carried them and could not help but think, these boxes are pretty heavy. She frowned in regret. I should have had them delivered to the club office instead of the dormitory. Suddenly Cory spoke from behind. Shushu, are you taking a walk? Shushu replied. Cory? No, I am going to the dormitory office. The new package arrived, so I plan to expand the Ogren Mountain model. He immediately used magic to control them to fly up. Let us go together, I will help you. Shushu was delighted. Okay, thank you. As they walked, Cory asked, that is right, Shushu. Since we are talking about Ogren Mountain, I will ask you, do not you think there is something very strange about it? She was still puzzled. Strange? He explained, the monster hunting location has been changed to the area near the summit as soon as we entered our senior year, right? Shushu seemed uninterested. So what? Cory said. Closer to the special area, the monster swamp will be more aggressive, right? But our model does not show any aggressive behavior at all. Only then did she realize, I only noticed it after you said it. Shushu remembered, the closer to the dark places in the forest, the harder it is to hunt monsters, so I did not care much before. Then Cory suggested, because we need more data to study the model, let us go check it out next time we hunt monsters. She nodded. Okay? Suddenly, her face became serious, and she pondered. Shirena, be careful of the Ogren Mountains. It might be related to that warning. Shushu walked and muttered to herself. If both Hilly and Cory go, I can rest assured. Suddenly, Cory spoke. Hello, Swan. She also said, hello, Swan. However, Swan had a strange expression. He stared at them and said nothing. Cory also understood and turned around. He must want to say something to you. I will go first. He left them alone and left. Remembering Swan's violent behavior, Shushu was a little apprehensive. Is it finally my turn? She nervously asked. What is up? If you have something to say it quickly. Swan stammered. Hello, little lovely baby bird. Shushu was stunned. He said it with his face flushed, his eyes shining brightly, threatening the position of the stars above. When he called my clear name, no, when he used his clear voice. Swan even had to hurry and flip through the book to learn. Wait for me a moment. He even brazenly held it up and read it to confess. You must be very tired lately, are not you? You are busy wandering around in my mind all day. Now I even regret blinking. Because during that time, I can't see you. However, Cory's chuckling laughter from behind interrupted him, curious, so I did not go far. Swan was embarrassed. This really is not good. Is it? Shushu was also stunned. Is he practicing a new way to bully people? Swan, what is wrong with you lately? He stammered and could not say a word. Her eyes sparkled. Unable to bear facing her, Swan had to turn away. It is a big deal. Can you grow up to be a little less beautiful? What? After saying that, he frantically tore up the book. Shushu was bewildered. What exactly was that book? Swan changed the subject and asked, do you know when we are allowed to change clubs? She casually replied, probably next year. Which club are you planning to transfer to? He even had an idea. If I stir up your club, will I get kicked out? Shushu sighed helplessly. Please, please do not come. Scene changed to the next day. The monsters were burned fiercely. Cory used his magic again to roast them black, and balls rolled out of their mouths. Shufurashu bent down to pick up those balls. This is enough to divide the monster hunting share for today. Hilly said triumphantly. I do not know if it is because we often fight strong monsters. But now we win after only a little fight, Cory replied, probably thanks to the skills accumulated from before. Shushu pointed to the group of students behind. It is also because the strength has improved. Look over there. They are struggling so much. Seeing that, Hilly turned to Cory and asked, it seems like the monsters are more aggressive now. And stronger too, he nodded. Definitely. She immediately had a proposal. It just so happens that we are planning to investigate that. Do you want to join? He looked straight at Shushu and responded, okay, I will go with you guys, but... Then Hilly looked up and asked, is that crazy guy jumping back and forth up there going with us? That was Swan, who was frantically slaughtering the monsters. He laughed and slashed them with his sword. In excitement, it seems you guys are stronger now. Good, good, excite me even more. Swan jumped up to hunt them one by one. The whole group looked on in annoyance. A moment later, the four of them were floating in the air. Cory spoke up, Shushu, is this high enough? Let us start searching. Hearing that, she immediately cast her eye power, thank you, far distance magic. Shushu looked around and saw an unusual bright spot on the mountain in front. Is that it? Even in the dark forest, the strange flow of energy only gathers in one place. She spoke up, found it, let me lead the way, let me down slowly, okay. The group landed at that unusual bright spot. They looked around and exclaimed, it is much darker here than we thought. What kind of forest is this? I have a feeling. It is stifling to even breathe. Swan frowned uncomfortably. Let us finish this quickly and go back. This place makes me as uncomfortable as the dormitory manager's bad breath. Cory and Shushu felt annoyed. Swan is really something. The way he talks. She pointed to the direction ahead and said, I do not like staying here long either. Let us check quickly and go back. Do not miss any suspicious points. I will check this side. Then the four of them split up, each going in one direction. Then I will check this side. Shushu walked deeper inside, a little worried. I did not expect it to be this dark. It gives me goosebumps. She could not help but look around constantly, because the forest was pitch black. It was difficult to find the source of this flow of energy, even with exploration magic. Suddenly, Shushu stopped. She stared intently ahead. What exactly is here? Suddenly, a voice called her name, Shirena. Shushu was startled and turned around to ask, who just called me? Hilly was confused. No one called you. Cory calmly explained. Sometimes you can hear wild animals around here, so you must be mistaken. See, even now. But as soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed towards him from behind. A huge monster opened its mouth and pounced. Shushu panicked and shouted, "Cory!" It pounced and bit him. Seeing the torn cloak, Shushu was terrified. "No, Cory?" Swan stood beside her to reassure her. "Calm down. Look over there." It turned out that Cory had jumped up and dodged it. "I am here. I am fine." She also breathed a sigh of relief. "You dodged it. Thank goodness." Unexpectedly, Swan frowned. It reacted too slowly. "I thought it was dead," Hilly said indifferently. A surprisingly quick dodge. Shushu was puzzled. These two are acting strange. Cory looked down at the monster. Shushu waved her hand. "Cory, what are you doing? Take advantage of the monster not paying attention. Come over here quickly." As soon as he landed, he revealed, "I think I just found out something quite chilling. What is it?" Cory controlled Hiley's shirt, tearing it to shreds and sending it flying. He casually flicked his hand, sending the shredded shirt towards the monster. Hiley was bewildered, reaching for his sword. The monster quickly snapped up the shirt. Cory then explained, "That monster seems to only care about our monster hunting uniforms. When I was on its head, it was just trying to tear my uniform. So I tried throwing the uniform, and it reacted immediately." Swan frowned and sneered. "Or maybe it just thought your flesh tasted bad." Shushu was surprised. "Could it be that other monsters are the same?" Hilly rubbed his chin, speculating. "Now that you mention it, there were always guys who charged ahead without raising their guard. I thought it was just a difference between people, but it seems like that is not the case." Hearing that, she fell silent in contemplation. Suddenly, Shushu held up a sphere and calmly suggested, "We will know for sure if we investigate it thoroughly." She threw it forcefully towards the monster. The sphere immediately sucked the monster inside. Shushu picked it up, thinking to herself, "If our speculation is correct." She looked at the sphere and murmured, "Could this be related to Ogren Academy?" Suddenly, the voice from before rang out again, "Shurena." Shushu turned around in a panic. Again. This time I heard it clearly. It is definitely not one of these three's voice. She was stunned. It seems like only I can hear it. "Who on earth is it?" Swan spoke. "Shushu, what are you doing? If you are done, let us go down the mountain. This place feels creepy." Shushu startled and looked back. "Okay." The voice groaned. "Look at the branch of the tree on the left." Hearing that, she involuntarily looked up and saw a piece of paper on the branch. But when she refocused, Shushu broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, why can only I hear and see this voice? Am I being possessed by something?" In a panic, she could only hide it. "This is too dangerous. I will just ignore it for now. Let us go back. Let us go back quickly." Then Shushu's next actions confused the other three. Back, back, back. Shushu had already nimbly climbed the tree. "Why are you suddenly climbing a tree?" She clung to it tightly, her face pale. The other three stood below, calmly calling out, "Hey, if you wanted to make us laugh, you succeeded. Come down. You little monkey. Isn't this height a bit dangerous? So you wanted to climb a tree, huh? Do whatever you want, Shushu." Shushu sweated profusely, confused. "I am not acting according to my own will anymore." Her hand reached for the piece of paper hanging there. "Some invisible force is controlling me to read this piece of paper." When she took it down, unexpectedly, that strange power disappeared. Shushu quickly jumped down. Whoa there, whoa there. You landed perfectly too, Shushu." She held up the paper in her hand. "What exactly is written on this?" Inside was written the line, "Save him." Shufla pondered. Who is him? At this moment, something surprised her. Also, this feeling is familiar. Cory looked down, puzzled. "Shushu, what is with the paper? Is that why you climbed the tree?" Shushu held out the paper. "Take a look at what is written inside." Right then, it spontaneously burst into flames, leaving nothing behind. The purple flames even spread all over her body. The three panicked. "Shushu, what is that thing?" They rushed over anxiously. "Are you okay? Can you hear me? Lift your face a little." "Shushu, are you okay? Say something if you are okay." Shushu was still terrified by what had just happened. She calmly looked up. "I do not seem to be affected at all." Cory immediately said, "Leave that to Swan to check." "Sit still." Swan did not hesitate to use magic to examine her. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with her body at all. Shushu breathed a sigh of relief. "I am really okay." She even smiled and brushed her hair back, just a little startled, but nothing happened. But Hilly noticed something and stared in fear. But who knows what was written on the paper? Shushu still had not noticed the mark on her hand. The paper burned spontaneously. Could it be that it only wanted me to know the contents inside that thing? He hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Hiley, what is wrong?" Hilly asked in a panic. "Why does your hand suddenly have this? What is that thing?" "A magic array." Shushu was also stunned. "This is the magic array that was drawn on the paper just now." But then, in just a moment, the mark on her hand gradually disappeared. The group silently watched it. It is gone. Shushu was surprised. I am really okay. I was not affected. They urged anxiously, Swanhade and Blanche, just heal her, as a precaution. Hilly shouted, Corey DeVois, prepare a teleportation magic array to return to the school. He immediately complied, yes, sir. He worried, Swanhade, or maybe it is something like that, like a curse or an attack by an organization. Don't say any more. Swan was even more panicked. Maybe you will suddenly become different, so we have to hurry back to school. Hey, Corey, hurry up. Corey hurriedly drew the mark. Almost done, just a little bit. Why are you guys panicking so much? Shushu calmly explained. I am really okay, Sharina. Hilly approached and asked, do you know what your body absorbed just now? She shook her head. I do not know. Do you know, Hiley? He gritted his teeth, of course. Hilly's face darkened. I am the one who knows the most about it here, because that magic array is black magic. Only then did Shushu realize the danger. Back at the academy, it is really not a rift of the curse. In the room, the discussions were endless. No way, I am sure. Shushu was taken back by them, and rested. I have checked several times. It is not harmful magic, so what exactly is that magic array? Corey spoke. For now, I have returned to that magic array with Shushu. I have shared it with you too, and we will all look for information. Hilly and Swan listened beside him. Got it. Am I going to have to ask Yulinel? He turned around and asked, Shushu, how do you feel now? After some time, if you are in pain. She calmly replied, I told you I am fine. Shushu shouted. The medical teacher also said, there is no problem. You do not need to go to this extent. Hilly hurriedly said, the symptoms have finally appeared. Swan and Corey were the same. As expected, we have to go to UNL and register a spot in the medical room. Shushu could not stand it anymore and kicked them out. It is so noisy. It is just a normal cough. Get out, all of you. She then said to the teacher, Teacher, they are making me too tired, so I will rest a little more. Okay, he replied, okay. A little later, Shushu slowly walked back to the dormitory. It is quiet now. I can finally breathe. She kept yawning. I do not know if it is because I experienced too much during the day, but I am so sleepy. I have to sleep early today. Suddenly, Eve and Corey were in front of her. What now, Corey and Eves? He held a piece of paper in his hand. We just need to investigate those 2 pieces of information, right? Shushu peeked from behind. I will probably get nagged for not resting and wandering around. I will go back later. Corey nodded and said to Eve, Yes, records of the use of black magic and information of the people involved are enough. Shushu thought to herself, so he is entrusting the search for information about the magic array. How much is the commission fee? He smiled. Forget it, I will do it for free. Hearing that, she turned around sharply. Eve is willing to work for free. Unexpectedly, Eve said, This is Shushu's matter. Of course it is only natural for me as her brother to help. Shushu felt frustrated. Whose brother is he? It has been a long time since I have seen him, but he still talks like that in front of other people. Corey was also somewhat relieved. Take care of it, and let me know what you find. Brother my ass, Eve suddenly spoke. Now that I think about it. He mentioned, it seems like Marquis DeVos also investigated Mount Ogren and black magic from a long time ago. He was surprised, my father. Shushu was also surprised. Eve patted his head. I will look into that for you too. You take good care of Shushu. Corey uncomfortably brushed his hand away. Thanks for that. After saying that, he quickly left. Eve waved his hand. See you later. Shushu decided to turn around and leave. Eve is not going back. It seems like I can't go this way. She sighed tiredly. It is a bit annoying, but I have to take a detour. Unexpectedly, he had already noticed. Shushu, hello, what are you doing here? She uncomfortably looked up. Eves, I am on my way back to the dormitory. He laughed. Is that so? I will take you back. Shushu quickly refused. No need. I can go back myself. Do not worry. Seeing Eves not saying anything, Shushu asked, What? Why are you staring at me like that? He then spoke. I heard Corey said you were affected by black magic. She nodded. Oh yes. Eve continued. That piece of paper really did not have anything else written on it, Shushu recounted. I am not sure. The paper suddenly burst into flames, so it disappeared. He pondered. That is a bit of a pity. Shushu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, how many times have I lied with this sentence today? Eve was still worried. Are you really not having any health problems? Shushu casually replied, Yes, for now. He sighed. Eve expressed, to be honest, when I heard that news, my heart skipped a beat, because you are more important than myself. After hearing that, she looked at him in surprise. He said sadly, Do you remember when you were injured and the trade guild leader threatened your life? Eve recalled the event. I could not find any other meaning to life other than revenge, but only for one reason. I did not want to see you get hurt. He recounted, and I killed the trade guild leader on the spot. Eve reached out and stroked her cheek. At that time, I clearly realized how precious you are. He did not hesitate to admit. So you absolutely cannot get hurt. If you get hurt or lose your life, then Shushu was too surprised Eve's. Suddenly, Eve lowered his face close to her. Shushu also involuntarily closed her eyes. But when she opened them, a voice rang out, "Always remember to be careful, Shushu." This time she was the only one there again. Shushu was stunned. He really is a strange person. She thought to herself, how could I be more important than himself? Shushu muttered. Unbelievable. Arriving at the dormitory. Hazel, Shushu, why are you so late? She said to her, I am going to sleep first. I am so sleepy. Hazel quickly reminded her, Shushu, take a bath first before lying down. That night, when the two fell into a deep sleep, Shushu was still thinking about random things. This is so much more comfortable than the medical room. I am falling asleep in an instant. A voice rang out in an instant. She startled in a panic. It was like falling into water. Shushu fell into a dark space and looked around. Where is this? Why is it so dark? Suddenly, the mark on her hand reappeared. Is this a dream? But why does it feel so real? She stared at it intently. The magic array is activating. Suddenly, the mark flashed brightly. A vertical beam of light shone forward. Shushu murmured. Light. She swam along. Is it leading me to the exit? I will know if I go try it. Shushu, unexpectedly, stepped into somewhere. She was stunned. Shushu immediately realized this was a classroom. She thought to herself, could it be that she woke up in the middle of a nap in the classroom? Unexpectedly, Corey was behind her. But where did everyone go? Shushu turned around abruptly. It was not even her class. Hi, Corey. However, he remained silent. She was confused. Corey just plopped down in his seat. He looked extremely gloomy. What was wrong? He frowned and scratched his head. What is going on? Shushu was also bewildered. Was Corey surprised that she suddenly appeared in his class? I do not know how I got here either. She wondered, why was this so strange? He had not even looked her in the eye. After that, Shushu fussed around beside him, calling Corey. Suddenly she slipped. Corey Devos. Corey, look at me. Look over here a bit. Just like that, Shushu fell. She paled, thinking to herself, I did not use magic, but I am floating in the air. This is a dream. It definitely is. Corey would not be this gloomy normally. Shushu kept staring at him. A student ran over from somewhere. Corey, so you were here? She glanced over. That guy was the head of the magic club. He approached and said, about your decision to investigate at the club. Could it be? Corey stood up and replied, that is right. He was happy. Then, I will lead you to the office. Let us go, Corey refused. No need, I am not going. The guy pleaded, you have to go. The homeroom teacher instructed that you must make up for your club activity time. Corey did not care. There is nothing to learn there anyway. All I do is sleep. What is the point of going? He stammered, but unexpectedly, his face darkened. If you are done, can you get out of the way? That guy flinched in fear. Yes, you rest. Shushu also realized this was just like the novel. From Corey's cold demeanor to the magic club, it was exactly like the original setting. She felt to herself, so this is one of the stories from the original work, so sleepy. I did not expect a dream to be this realistic. She sat floating in the air, then grabbed a pen and wrote something. It felt like she was really holding a pen. Suddenly, Corey shut up. His eyes looked coldly. Shushu was stunned. The two people met face to face at a very close distance. She blushed shyly. Shushu thought to herself, almost touched. She glanced over suspiciously. He really can't see me, can he? Shushu could not help but think, even though we are close friends, I still can't stare at him like this at such a close distance. She even exclaimed, come to think of it, my Corey is pretty handsome. His eyelashes are so long. After that, Shushu leaned against the side and watched. Corey has the style of the original work. Not bad, but I want to see the Corey from the present unexpectedly. Corey rubbed his eyes. That is weird. It feels like something is there. He looked at the paper. Work hard. Who wrote nonsense here? She thought to herself, I am a character in the dream. Can he see the random words I wrote? This dream is really strange. Suddenly, Corey frowned. Annoying. He took a stone out of his pocket. Is it him? Shushu glanced over. Who is making him annoyed? Corey controlled the stone to float. What is wrong? A voice spoke. There is something I need to trouble you with, Eve. Voice. He asked unhappily. What is it again? He said. If you are Corey. Shushu tried to get closer. She could not hear. Unexpectedly, a black vortex appeared behind her. It strongly sucked Shushu in. She struggled. What is this? Where are you taking me? Shushu tried to break free. Wait, why does it have to be now of all times? In the infinite space, she muttered. You! Shushu screamed. Let go. I am telling you to let go right now. Who knew she was still in her room? She questioned, What are you doing? Her sister smiled awkwardly. You are awake. Sorry, you looked so funny sleeping, so I was going to take a picture for you to see. Shushu coldly destroyed them. After that, her sister left awkwardly. I will go first. You should wash your face and go to school. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Shushu thought to herself, so it really was a dream. She slumped down annoyed. What kind of dream was that? It felt like I was awake the whole time, not sleeping at all. It feels like I just got back from a long trip. However, the black magic on Shushu's hand flickered. She looked over. What is this? Shushu sat up. It is replenishing my magic power. She frowned and pondered. This magic circle. What is its purpose, after all? At this time, in the academy grounds, so Shushu, he's happily recounted. I was planning to take this opportunity. And then, But Shushu did not pay attention. What did Eve say to Corey in the dream? She kept thinking about it. She was so preoccupied that she could not focus in class. Seeing this, Hez worriedly asked, Shushu, are you listening to me? Shushu was startled. I am sorry, can you say that again? Suddenly, a female student came and bumped into her. Shushu hurriedly said, I am sorry. VDL unhappily rebuked. When walking in public places, please watch where you are going. Shushu restrained herself and bowed. Are you okay, Shushu? Yes, I am sorry. I will be careful. Geez, it was just a light bump. Why so upset? Then she picked up a book and was stunned. Why does this look so familiar? Then she looked at VDL again. Those fierce slanted eyes and those green eyes. Where have I seen them before? The little girl pointed at them. Wait a minute. This side is clearly Hestia, the queen of the academy. So the person with the orange hair, small stature, and ugly face going with her. VDL was shocked. Could it be Sharena West? You know me. The little girl happily jumped up. I found you, Sister Sharena. It is so nice to meet you. I found you. The two looked at each other, confused. Another voice sounded, my younger sister. It turned out to be Corey. VDL has been spoiled since she was young, so she is not very proper, and she often pretends to be strong but is quite soft-hearted. So I am a little worried. He took off his glasses. I do not know if the kid can adapt to group life after entering school. Shushu curled her lips and looked. I know who it is. No wonder she looked familiar. It is Corey's younger sister, VDL Devoas. The little girl was excited. I did not expect to meet Kareem's sister. What an honor. She leaned over and whispered to Hess. I once saw that kid with Kareem from afar, really. VDL kept complaining. Why do you look a little disappointing up close? You are so tiny. He's angrily retorted. What is disappointing? It is still cute, even if she is short. The little girl also replied. That is right, she is extremely cute. Shushu could only force a smile. Compared to nobles, this kid's way of speaking is a bit. Corey, your younger sister, seems to be the type who does not care about others. VDL dusted herself off. It is nothing. Wait for me to wash my hands. The little girl grabbed Shushu's hand tightly. Please help me in the future, sister. What is this your hands are shaking? Unexpectedly, VDL added, because later you will marry into my family and I will marry into yours. Shushu and Hez were stunned. What? She glanced over. Shushu, are you dating Corey? You are hiding it from me. When did you start dating? She was scared. No, I am not dating. Hez was annoyed. What do you mean by that? He said it is not. Shushu continued. That is right, it is not. But what do you plan to do to my family? VDL confidently said. I plan to marry Kareem when I grow up. She inquired. Has Kareem agreed to that? But the little girl still calmly replied. Don't worry, he will do whatever I say. Shushu helplessly listened. Corey, I do not think you need to worry about your sister at all. VDL sighed. Seeing your reaction, I suddenly feel sorry for my brother. Why? The little girl sadly replied. You two have been in the same clubroom for years, but you are still just friends. Is not that pitiful? I told him that being too carefree like that will get you stolen. But he does not listen, Shushu quickly explained. Honey, I think you have misunderstood, Corey and I. VDL held up a piece of paper. It is okay. Write a few congratulatory words for me here. The two held it up and read, Congratulations. The little girl was stunned. You do not know, even though you are friends. It is my brother's birthday soon. Shushu justified. Not sure when. Your friend, you know her. Speaking of which, Corey's birthday is coming up. VDL also instructed. I have saved a space for you. See the heart shape. She is totally misunderstood. She then used a pen to write, Hey. Shushu recalled, as far as I remember, every time Corey's birthday comes around, he is at the academy, saying he is celebrating his birthday, so he is just buried in magic research. Is he planning a family party this time? The little girl replied, So that is what he told you. VDL recounted, Actually, it is because his parents are too busy to throw him a birthday party. Luckily, this year they both have free time, so they are planning a surprise. Shushu asked enthusiastically, So Corey will be home this year, right? The little girl smiled brightly. I am planning a surprise party, so please keep it a secret for me, okay? Okay. The little girl looked at the paper and exclaimed in disappointment, "Is that all you wrote?" "Don't you know any sweeter words?" she replied. "We do not know those kinds of lines." VDL said sadly, "I wanted to see him cry, sob, from being touched by my wishes." But Swan spoke up from behind. "Who makes who?" The little girl screamed in fright. "You scared me to death." Shushu looked at him. "Hello, Swan." Swan then asked, "What are y'all doing here?" VDL glanced over. "This is Swan Hayden Blanche." He listened attentively. "This kid is writing a birthday message for Corey, as handsome as the rumors say." Swan even volunteered. "Can I write something too?" The little girl was delighted. "Of course, here you go." He was a little surprised. Why is he suddenly butting in? "Let us go," Shushu nodded. "Huh, yeah, okay." Swan even picked up the paper and waved it. "I am sorry, I got it wet with saliva." He deliberately crumpled the paper, ignoring Viediel's sobs. "I am sorry, I was trying to wipe it off, but the saliva just kept spreading." Shushu thought to herself. "Birthday, huh?" Swan said nonchalantly. "I feel terrible. How about I draw Corey's favorite unicorn for him?" The little girl was bewildered. "Huh, my brother likes unicorns," he even said. "I can draw it inside this heart shape." Viediel quickly stopped him. "Not there. At the academy at this time." In the library, Corey was lecturing on formations. "Therefore, if you change the formula this way," he instructed, "it will be twice as effective." Shushu clapped and exclaimed, "As expected of Corey, so amazing." Corey replied, "Thank you, but..." He asked, "Have you been sleeping well lately? You look so tired." Shushu was surprised. "Really? I have been sleeping fine." Corey looked at her suspiciously. "But you have had dark circles under your eyes these past few days." She flexed her muscles to show off. "I am fine. See, I am still plenty healthy." "If you say so." Shushu pretended to be okay. "I am not lying." She also said to herself, "Because I feel so energetic that I am not tired at all." Shushu recalled, "I bet no one thinks this is a natural phenomenon. It is all due to the influence of black magic, and has nothing to do with my will. She still experiences this every night. I still dream these days." Shushu walked up the stairs and saw Corey, an extremely realistic dream about Corey, although it is so realistic that I feel like I am waking up in the middle of the night. She squinted to watch, but the black magic matrix still fills me with vitality, not letting me feel tired. Then Shushu collapsed on the bed, as if her face was gloomy. I am forced to watch that dream to the end. That endless black space is here again, and then what? It is the image of Corey, sitting dejectedly in a chair. He closed his eyes tightly. Shushu floated around observing. "It seems that now all I have to do is lie down on the bed, and I will dream this dream again." She muttered, "Okay, let us see what I will see today." A voice called out, "Corey." It was Eve behind him, smiling eerily. "Thank you for coming out." Shushu was stunned. "Eve-ness." He sat down next to Corey. "Have you made a decision about what I told you last time?" He turned around. "You wanted to do this, so you became the student council president." Eve squinted and said, "Because that is the most convenient way to find out the headmaster's plans." Corey replied coldly, "Thanks to that, I can clearly know the plan related to Mount Ogren, right?" He pleaded wearily, "Enough, leave me out of it. Do whatever you want. Just do not touch my family." But Eve expressed, "I hope you will join me, Corey." Corey hesitated. He smiled sinisterly. "Recently, I heard that the Marquis and his wife are doing something to create the misunderstanding that they are rebelling, right?" Corey was stunned in fear. "What?" Shushu pondered. "Thanks to this, I know now." She immediately realized, "I know who I have to save."